The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Hello, hello, hello.
Sam?
At this hour on this network, you were expecting maybe Mary Margaret McBride?
I've been expecting anything, Sam.
Well-
After all, to have you drop out of sight like that, leaving not a ripple on the surface for 4 whole days. Mr. Livingstone is frantic.
Who?
Mr. Livingstone, the man you rented the car from. He's ready to send out a search party.
Aha! Sammy and Livingstone with a reverse twist.
It's no joke, Sam.
Nothing, huh?
You have no right to worry me like this. It's not fair. Where are you?
To the only spot on Earth as yet unvisited by the National Geographic Society, sweetheart, the Vale of Takaloma. And don't try to find it on a map because it isn't. Set yourself for my saga of a crook's tour of the hinterlands with just a touch of mysticism, which is why I call it the Rowdy Dowser Caper. All right, Murgatroyd, these will do.
Sam, where are you calling from?
A tailor's shop. I had to leave without my pants.
For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all, starring Stephen Dunn in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Dum-da-da-dum-dum-dum. When you and I were young. Effie.
Sam?
Who else?
Are you decent?
Decent?
Well, you said you'd lost your pants, so... Oh!
How do they look? Well?
Isn't it a little early for Halloween?
Ooh, you made a joke. You ready, woman?
As always, Sam.
Date, fill it in. 2 Constable Ollie Shuttle, North Takaloma, California. From Samuel Spade, license number 1375596. Subject, the Rowdy Dowser Caper. Dear Ollie, on Wednesday it was when I returned to my office of a fine spring morning to find a note lying on my desk like a big, juicy piece of cheese in a mousetrap. Quote, Mr. Spade, call North Takaloma 3, unquote. North Takaloma. Where have I...
Long distance.
North Takaloma 3.
Yes, sir. One moment. Would you repeat the number, please?
North Takaloma 3.
North Takaloma City.
Nice diction.
That is North Takaloma?
I'm not kidding. Look it up, girl. Look it up.
Yes, sir. North Takaloma City.
Well, she must have found it in the book because soon we had encouraging buzzes and clicks. 6 operators later, we had punched our way north to the farm at Slattery Flat. Then we knocked off for lunch, while Slim Slattery repaired the windmill that made the juice for the last lap. At 2:07 p.m., victory was in sight. Yeah?
Sam, this is Operator 9 for the 10th time.
Oh, fine. How we doing, Millie?
Sam, boy, I am actually ringing North Takaloma City.
Oh, good girl.
Hello?
Hello, this is Sam Spade. I have a note here to
Oh,
call
yes,
North...
yes, Mr. Spade. You were out of town when I came. Perhaps you remember me. Wendell Wisby of Oak Tree Lane, North Takaloma, California.
Wendell?
I employed you a year ago to find a girl who vanished.
The magician. You made the girl disappear and couldn't bring her back.
Correct.
Yeah.
You may well ask, Mr. Spade, how anything could be worse than that. Well, this is...
Oh, there, Wendell. There, boy. Take it easy.
I can't talk. I just can't talk about it.
Fine. Then write me a nice, long letter.
Well,
you know,
I'd
this
rather...
is a long-distance call, and I...
No. I am sorry, Mr. Spade, but this has affected me very deeply.
Look, you promised you'd lay off the magic, Wendell.
Well,
What'd you do? Misplace half a woman this time?
No, I have given up magic, Mr. Spade. I am currently employed as third vice president of the Second National Bank of North Takaloma.
All that?
Yes, sir. Oh, my star was rising. My future seemed assured, but Now a shadow has fallen over my good name.
Boot it along, will you, Wendell? This is costing me money.
I cannot tell you more on the phone, Mr. Spade. You must come at once. It is extremely urgent.
I see. Well, frankly, Wendell, I have a feeling I'll be tied up.
But I left
There's
your
a collection
retainer
I
under
have
your
to make,
desk,
and, well, the
Father.
chances are I'll... What was that?
I just said there's $100 under your desk blotter for a retainer. I left it when I came with the note. But if you have a collection to make, suppose
Wendell, that is the collection. And so it befell that shortly before lunch on the following day, I guided my rented hack across the ford at Clobber Creek, up the high road through Possum Notch, and down into the Vale of Tacaloma, where I muscled my way through a flock of geese in the main street and tied up before the imposing stone facade of the Second National Bank. Inside, sitting in front of the door marked Urban Root President, sat a secretary whose facade looked colder and even more imposing than the bank's. She was shriveling one of the customers, a meek little milk toast in a salt and pepper soup.
But as I informed you, my good man, President Root is extremely tied up at the moment.
Oh, I'm quite aware of that, miss. I wouldn't bother him for the world, but you see,
No, I don't see. And since you refused to state the nature of your business...
Did I refuse?
You most certainly did.
Oh, dear me, I didn't mean to refuse anything. It's just that, well, it's sort of personal, and may I go in?
You may sit down until I tell you to go in. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I understand. I don't mind waiting. Don't mind at all.
And now you, sir. What do you want?
I have an appointment with Wendell Wisby.
Mr. Wisby is in conference with the President Root.
Thanks.
If you'll sit down, I'll... just a minute, sir. Just a minute.
And you must understand, President Root, this is a matter of family honor.
Yes.
I shall... Oh,
Hi, Wendell.
Mr. Spade.
Now, sorry I couldn't get here sooner, but it's a long haul.
Well, Mr. Spade is a friend of mine, President Root, from my salad days as a magician. A very competent detective, I might add.
Well, thank you, Wendell.
Yeah, I see.
We are indeed fortunate to have him with us in this matter.
Good, good. Please sit down, Mr. Spade.
Thanks.
You are aware, Mr. Spade, this matter is to be held in strictest confidence. Word must be kept from the depositors at all cost until...
But remember, President Root, remember the code of the Wisbys. Should worst come to worst, I shall make good. I shall make good if it takes me...
I understand, Wisby. I understand.
Well, mind if I admit I don't? What is it, Wendell?
Snatcher.
Snatch whom?
Uncle Purse.
Our former cashier, Mr. Spade. Purse Snatcher. Wisby's uncle.
Purse Snatcher. What about him?
Everything.
He has disappeared.
Absconded.
That is a harsh word, President Root. I would prefer to say he disappeared until we have further proof.
The money's gone, isn't it?
How much money?
$53,000.
From Uncle Purse's accounts.
Huh.
It may be he has absconded, President Root, but we must remember that despite the Snatcher surname, Uncle Purse is a Wisby. And a Wisby never lived who got away with $53,000.
All right, Wisby. He disappeared.
Yes, may I ask when he disappeared?
Last Friday night, about 9 o'clock.
Anyone see him go?
Almost everyone.
His car stalled at Main and Persimmon. Several people saw him trying to start it. He was acting very strangely.
Oh, how was that, Wendell?
Well, Clem Clobber and Charity Fid and several others spoke to him from the curb, but he wouldn't answer them. He didn't say a word to anyone, which is not at all like Uncle Purse Snatcher.
Wisby, man to man. Would you feel sociable with a satchel full of stolen money on the seat beside you?
Well, there you have a point, President Root.
I can't blame you for the way you feel, President Root, but I must continue to believe the best of Uncle Purse until Mr. Spade discovers the worst.
Oh.
And in that dismal eventuality, please know I intend to pay off the $53,000 plus interest on the installment plan. $5.37 per week for 48 years.
Oh.
You have my word on it, sir. The word of a Wisby.
With which solemn pronouncement, Wendell marched out, closely followed by me. Salt and Pepper Soup Milquetoast was still fingering his hat brim, looking hopefully at Miss Icewater for the sign. At Wendell's suggestion, I hustled out to the Snatcher homestead for a word with Purse's wife, a timid little woman with her heart in her eyes, known from one end of the valley to the other as Aunt Wistful.
I can hardly think straight these days, Mr. Spade. So full of puzzlement this thing has left me.
Of course, Aunt Wistful.
Have another dipper cider, Mr. Spade. Oh, Get down, not you.
No, thanks, Aunt Wistful.
Perce wasn't himself since the well run dry. We had a passel of dry winters here in the valley, you know, but never for this as the well run dry. Perce didn't know which way to turn. The pipe end's 2 miles down the road. Couldn't afford to bring it in here.
I see.
He took to muttering to himself, saying strange things, coming home from his work at the bank with a frown on his face, and stayed there all evening.
What do you mean, strange things?
Oh, I don't recollect very well. He brought a law book home one night, though, and out of a clear sky, he says to me, "Wistful, honey, do you know the punishment for embezzlement is 5 to 10 years in prison?" I asked what he meant by that, and he said he thought it might be a good thing for a banker to know.
Well, he had something there.
It was the night after that. He come home all cheerful. Said he thought he'd figured a way out. Found a fellow to help him. Get down. I had no idea what Perce was thinking.
What fella?
Urban Root, I suppose.
Oh.
It's Urban's bank he was fixing to steal from. About then I got word from my sister ailing over to Fogarty Grove, so Thursday I left, and when I got back Saturday, he'd gone.
Did he take his things?
Mostly. Funny, he did one strange thing for this time of year. He left his corn teeth behind.
Corn teeth, huh?
A spare pair of store teeth for corn on the cob.
Oh.
Perce will miss him now with summer coming on.
Yes, he will.
Bless him. You know, ever since spring, I've been after Perce to spade up my flower bed by the window. He did it before he left, now that there's no water to grow things with. I loved him so much, Mr. Spade. In this awful way for marriage to him. Get down!
Well, I started at Main and Persimmon Streets and worked south, farm by farm. Everyone seemed to have been sitting on his front stoop Friday night because all remembered Perce Snatcher driving out on the South Road in his 1919 Winton 6. Up to a point, that is. Somewhere between North Takaloma and Fogarty Grove, I ran out of witnesses. And in Piney Crotch, of all places, the town beyond, they could guarantee Perce didn't pass through because the main drag was roped off all Friday night for a square dance. And thus matters stood on the third day when I limped back to the bank. For some reason, a crowd had gathered in the alleyway next door. Writing it off as a floating crap game, I walked inside, bowed formally to Miss Icewater, then plunked myself down at Wendell's desk.
Oh, Shaw. I just found I miscalculated on the interest. At $5.37 per week, I won't have this paid off until I'm 134.
And who knows, by then you may even have a wife and children to support. Look, don't you think you were a little impetuous with that retainer?
What retainer?
Mine, the $100.
$100?
Wendell, the $100 you stuck under my desk blotter when you hired me.
I hired you?
You came to my office while I was out of town, Wendell. You left a note for me to call you. I talked to you on the telephone. Well, didn't I?
Mr. Spade, something is very wrong. I did not talk to you on the telephone at all.
What?
I thought you were employed by President Root.
Well, where is President Root?
I don't know. He stepped out some time ago, and there's someone waiting for him in his office.
Oh?
Do-do-do-dee-do-do. Hi, Miss Icewater. Oh, tell me, pretty mean, are there any more at home like you?
Milk toast. But with a difference. The salt and pepper suit had gone. Beret, bow tie, plaid sport jacket with a racing form sticking out of the pocket. Maroon +4s and wool socks with tassels. He took one of President Root's cigars out of his pocket, bit off the end, and lit it. Then smiled, or rather leered, at Miss Icewater.
Well, honey?
I'm sorry,
Oh,
sir.
23 skidoo, sweet stuff.
President Root will be back shortly if you...
Oh, don't be a back number, beautiful.
But, sir, I
Papa love Mama?
Well, I don't know what to say.
You'll learn. Tell Cookie I'll be back, huh?
Yes, sir. Anything you say.
Live a little, baby. Live a little. Toodaloo.
Golly.
Golly, indeed. Miss Icewater. Hey,
Oh,
what was that?
I don't know his name. A friend of Peasant Roots. He's rather attractive, don't you think?
Only now, as I went outside in his wake, did I see what had caused the crowd in the alleyway. The first sport model convertible in Tolokema Valley since Wally Reed came through on location. And the first pink one I'd ever seen. Pondering the new milquetoast, I walked into the drugstore, found a phone book, and checked all 25 names. North Takaloma 3 belonged to the Atomic Auto Courts and Restaurant. Charity Fidd, proprietress. She was riding herd on a griddle full of lamb chops when I pulled up at the counter.
How's that again, Sonny? Short, you say?
Short.
And scalped on top with a fringe of hair like so?
Yeah, and a wicked leer in his eye. That's my man.
Well, he wasn't wearing no barrack hat nor plaid coat when I seen him. Salt and pepper suit it was.
Yeah, I know. Who is he?
Well, he didn't register, but they say he's Dowser.
Dowser. Don't know his first name, do you?
Nope. Now, where he come from? Stayed in room 6 till 2 days ago. Ain't seen him around since.
When did he come here?
Let me see now. Codfish ball.
Beg pardon?
Oh, that'd be Friday night, late. And the funny thing now, think of it, he'd come afoot. Not by the road to Fogarty Grove, mind you, but by the trail over the ridge.
Well, where does it go to, Aunt Charity?
Winds up the old clobber place, Bandon now.
Oh, thanks. I'll be back.
You'll be nothing. You just sit right down where you are and you wrap yourself around this. Ain't no growing boy going hiking over the ridge without supper. Clean it up now, every scrap.
Yes, Ma. It had been dark about 2 hours when, carrying one of Aunt Charity's best coal oil lanterns, I topped the ridge and looked down on Clem Clobber's abandoned barn, nestling in a grove of ancient oaks at the very foot of the hill. The moon was bright enough to show up the pair of grassy ruts leading from the rear of it down the gully toward the road to Fogarty Grove, a couple of miles away. On general principles, I blew out the lantern, then scrambled down the side hill and up to the barn door. I couldn't make out anything inside at first, and then finally something took shape. A dark hulk in the middle of the floor. Stupid me, I lit a match. It was an automobile. To be exact, it was Purse Snatcher's 1919 Winton 6. His hat and the tweed overcoat everyone saw him wearing Friday night were lying across the front seat. I held the match higher and bent over for a closer look. Whereupon Spade and the match went out together.
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's fun for you Sunday with two of your favorite families, the Blandings and the Harrises. Mr. and Mrs. Blanding stars Cary Grant and Betsy Drake in the title roles as the proud but somewhat bewildered owners of the famous Dream House. The Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show stars Phil and Alice, of course, plus ever-helpful Frankie Remley, Brother William, and delivery boy Julius. Yes, there are laughs this Sunday and every Sunday with the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show and Mr. and Mrs. Blandings. And now, back to the Rowdy Dowser caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I must apologize, Constable, for succumbing once again to the traditional nemesis of the private eye. But the bald facts are simply that I bent over for a closer look at the Winton 6 and was struck a dastardly blow on the rear of the head. How long I remained incommunicado, I know not, but I awoke presently, and with good reason. My pants were on fire. As a matter of fact, the entire barn was on fire, and I was lying in the tonneau of the Winton 6 wearing Purse Snatcher's overcoat. The door I'd come in was a wall of flame, likewise the stalls on both sides. But at the rear were a few square feet of rotten siding that hadn't caught yet. Now, ordinarily, I'd have thought twice, but when your pants are afire, you only think once. So I ran right through it and took a flying header into the creek behind the barn. It was just as well I only thought once, since at this moment the flames reached the Winton's gas tank. Hi.
Good laws almighty. What have you been up to, boy?
Smoking corn silk behind Clobber's barn. Match got away from me.
Well, stay right there left behind my goose grease.
No. Later, Aunt Charity. How about the key to 6?
The Dowser fella?
Yeah.
Won't need no key, son.
No door open?
If he left it open, he's in there now. Barrett hat, plaid coat, and a 25-cent cigar. Help yourself.
Well.
Well, hey, Mr. Spade, isn't it?
Right, and you're Dowser.
Dowser?
Isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, that's right, Dowser. Hey, you can call me Alonzo. Sit down.
No, I'll stand.
Oh? You're lucky you caught me. I was
Just leaving, so I see. I was detained, as you probably know, over at Clobber's barn.
Detained?
Okay, Dowser. We'll let that do for the preliminaries. Now, why'd you just try to kill me?
Kill you? Well, good heavens, man,
I did not get careless at a weenie bake, Dowser. I just woke up in the middle of a 3-alarm fire, and I don't like it. As a matter of fact, I'm a little burned up, to use the phrase loosely, and I just might kick your teeth in.
Now, believe me, I haven't been near Clobber's barn since Friday. I had nothing to do with whatever happened.
Sure, and you had nothing to do with a $100 retainer in the phone call from Wendell Wisby.
Well, as a matter of fact,
You figured with a curious city fellow like me on the premises, urban root might shake down easier. Bigger apples from the same old tree, right?
Yeah. All I did was negotiate a personal loan.
Drop it, will you? Root had his hand on the till at the bank. A big hand, $53,000 worth, and Snatcher found out about it. What about you? How'd you get into the act?
The loan.
The shakedown. Where's Uncle Purse, Alonzo?
Out of town somewhere, I suppose. He... look, I can't tell you, Mr. Spade.
Purse got as far as the road to Clem Clobber's barn last Friday night. Or did he?
No, he didn't get that far.
You know, I'd begun to suspect as much. How far did he get?
I'm sorry, I can't tell you any more.
Root killed him, didn't he?
No.
You
Now,
saw
let
it.
me go.
How come?
I don't know anymore. Please,
Come on, let's have it, Dowser. What'd he do with the body? Root wore the coat and drove Purse's car out of town so everyone would see him. Now, where's the body?
Let me go. Let me go.
Dowser! He squirted out of my hands like a watermelon seed, leaving me with a plaid coat, and took off down the line of atomic cabins toward the atomic restaurant. A nice high-knee action for a little guy, and what with my burns and contusions, I'm forced to admit he was widening the gap between us when he rounded the corner of the atomic restaurant, making possibly the gravest error of his career. Aunt Charity was rounding the same corner, coming the other way with an armload of wood.
You don't reckon he got himself a brain conclusion, do you, son?
I don't know, but he's a weak witness, Aunt Charity, a weak witness.
What you got there?
Oh, shoebox for $1,500. A few odds and ends. And this.
Well.
Yeah, looks like an oversized slingshot fork.
Slingshot? What do you mean, slingshot?
Well, who cares? So he whittles. Where'd you get the idea his name was Dowser?
Huh?
Driver's license in his wallet. Alonzo P. Scoggins.
Who said his name was Dowser?
You did.
I never said his name was Dowser. I said he was a dowser.
Oh. And what's a dowser, Aunt Charity?
A guy who finds water for people, that's what.
Well, that's nice. If you could... Finds water?
Yeah.
How?
Well, I'm no expert, Sonny, but as near as I can recollect, you take this here slingshot fork so, and then...
Mr. Spade, I can't go through with it.
Get hold of yourself, Wendell. Remember the code of the Wisby.
But this sinister revelation has virtually prostrated me, Mr. Spade. And you must remember it is now over a year since my salad days as a magician.
Tut, Wendell. Stout fella, stiff upper.
And further, even at the peak of my career, I was only sketchily acquainted with the field of dowsery. Hold it. There they are. Aunt Wistful is sitting on the back porch with President Root. Mr. Spade,
The code of the Wisbys, Wendell?
Yes, sir. Let's go.
I just can't tell you how full up with gratefulness I am.
Now, Aunt Wistful, don't take on so. It's nothing at all. It's,
You remember Mr. Spade, President Root?
Wait, of course.
Of course. Hardly seems any time at all since we met President Root.
Oh, Mr. Spade, President Root's going to buy the farm. Isn't that wonderful?
Touching.
And he's allowing me $10,000 on it against the money Perce stole.
Well, that's a generous offer.
I thought so.
Considering there's no water on the farm.
Perce said many times it wouldn't be worth $40 an acre for that water.
Well, did you say something, Wendell?
Yes. Aunt Wistful, I have great news for you. It may not be necessary to sell the farm.
What do you mean, Wendell? We've made a deal here.
Maybe the signals are off for now, President Root.
You recall Uncle Perce said he'd found a man to solve his problem, Aunt Wistful? I am now ready to step forward and bring it into the open. I am that man.
You?
What do you mean, Wendell?
Since entering the banking field, I divorced myself from magic and the allied dark arts, Aunt Wistful. So I wish to keep my other talents sub rosa.
What are you talking about, Wisby?
President Root, I am a part-time dowser.
And he just happens to have his dowsing rod along, right, Wendell?
Right. I have reason to believe there is water here, if I can just douse it out.
Wendell, you're out of your...
Shut up. Douse away, Wendell, douse away.
Very well. Now, I hold the dowsing fork before me, thus. Then I turn, thus.
Where does it point, Wendell?
Let me see. Toward Aunt Wistful's flower bed.
But this is ridiculous.
Shut up. Proceed, Wendell. Proceed with the dowsery.
1 step, 2, 3, 4.
Well, the rod's
5,
pointing down.
Well, I never. Right in the middle of my flower bed.
Listen, Aunt Wistful. I'll make that $20,000. $20,000 for the farm. Cash, see? Not credit. Cash.
20?
Hold out.
25. 30.
Right here is where we dig.
35. 35,000.
Well, it's already been dug up. Looks as if Uncle Perce had dug a hole and then filled it back up.
Last Friday night, just before 9 o'clock, right, President Root?
No.
You came down for a showdown on those shortages he turned up. Found him digging the well here and got a better idea.
Please, no.
I've talked to the guy who saw you do it, Root.
All right. I killed him. He's right here. Yes, he's right here.
Which is where you came in, Constable, and since you can take it from here, I shall close, as always, with...
Period. End of report.
Right.
Another triumph, Sam. Another new sphere of effort.
No field is safe from my talent, sweetheart. You will please preserve it for posterity during the following 15-second announcement. Scoot. Scoot.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. This Sunday, the glamorous and unpredictable Tallulah brings you another hour-and-a-half broadcast of The Big Show, starring Fred Allen, Judy Holliday, Joan Davis, Frank Warren, and many more. And this Sunday's Theater Guild on the Air production is the Broadway comedy The First Year. Starring in this Theater Guild presentation are Richard Widmark and Katherine Grayson.
Here it is, Sam.
Ah, efficient girl. Yeah? Yeah, Millie, this is Sam, boy. What's up? Oh? Oh. Thanks, Millie.
Well, what is it, Sam?
They just relayed a message from Fogarty Grove, F. Wendell is being installed as second vice president tomorrow night at the Moose Hall.
Oh?
He wants me to come.
Oh!
And bring a girl. Are you game, little one?
Well, that's one way to get the report to Constable Ollie Shuttle. I'll do it, Sam.
Good girl. Pack up an emergency ration of sorghum and hominy grits. I'll pull up at your doorstep in the morning at 8 o'clock.
Well, I'll wear my sunbonnet and Mother Hubbard. Oh, good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn, Lorene Tuttle as Effie. Also in the cast were Peggy Weber, Verna Felton, Sidney Miller, Alice Wellman, Charles Smith, and Nestor Paiva. Script for tonight's adventure by Harold Swanton. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another Adventure with Sam Spade. Tomorrow, your hit parade plays the hit tunes on NBC.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Date, fill it in. To Detective Lieutenant Dundee, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police, from Samuel Spade, license number 17596. Subject, the betrayal in Bumpus Hell. Red Gillis was a raw-boned poke from the border country. He was a stranger to Bumpus Hell, but he was no stranger to trouble. He jogged his Pinto down the narrow main street, not liking what he saw, and reined up in front of the sheriff's office. He dismounted and slapped the trail dust off his Levi's. Then he hitched up his gun belt and ambled inside. He looked at the heavy-shouldered, blue-jowled man behind the desk, and he didn't like what he saw. Neither did the sheriff, Rance Blaggett. State your business. I can do it better than that. State your business and get out, he snarled. Red smiled thinly and drawled, I'm looking for my brother. And what be your name outside of Red? Here, I can do that better than that. And what be your name outside of Red? Red Gillis's hand slid toward one of his six-shooters as silently as the sun coming up over the butte. Gillis, he sneered. Red Gillis from the Tonto Rim. That's pretty good. The sheriff's muscles tightened like steel springs and pulled him erect. Ain't no Tonto Rimmer welcome hereabouts in Bumpus Hell, he cursed. That was real good. And then the slap of 4 hands on leather was followed by the simultaneous roar of 4 6-guns. Hey, wait a minute. The sheriff...
I know you're in there.
Well, who is it? The sheriff is just...
Mr. Spade. Miss Kelsey next door.
Right in the most exciting part.
Mr. Spade, now see here. I won't take no for an answer. It wouldn't be neighborly.
What is it, Mrs. Kelsey?
Never you mind, come along. What are you up to here, anyway?
Who, me? Oh, nothing. I'm just relaxing with an apple and a good book, that's all.
I don't see no apple, and the only reading matter I see is some Western trash.
Trash?
Now, come on. There's trouble on the 3rd floor.
Well, there's trouble in Bumpus Hell.
Don't you swear at me.
I'm not...
I know my duty, and I know your duty. Now, come on! Get moving!
Ouch! Okay, let go my ear. And that, Dundee, so help me, is how it started. Effie had just read a book called How to Relax, and it said there that Western stories were relaxing, and that's how I happened to be at home at 10 p.m., writing herd on a copy of Sheriff and Outlaw, rip-roaring adventures of the Old West. But Bumpus Hell hath no fury like my neighbor, Mrs. Kelsey. I left Red Gillis and the sheriff face to face and vice versa, eyes flashing and guns ablaze, and followed her meekly up to the 3rd floor.
Shut up, you try and shut me up, you big bull.
There! Sorry to hear that. Been at it for 3 hours, they have. Won't be a stick of furniture left in the room, less than their stop.
You speak to them?
Did I speak to them? See this lump? No, here, under my transformation.
Oh, well, why didn't you call a cop?
Well, it wouldn't be neighborly. Hit me that did. You see this lump?
Yeah, you showed it to me. Put your wig back on. I'll see what I can do.
And tell them about my lump. It's evidence.
Yeah, put it back. Hey, open up.
I would not go back with you if you was the last man on the
Hey, open up.
Have it your own way. If I catch you with that square again, I'll tear your hair out and wrap
Oh,
around
you
your neck.
cad, you bully, you rotter, you cheap grifter, you. Now you scram out of here before I'm forced to seek the assistance of a couple of flatfeet. Do not try anything fancy behind my back, you big slob. From now on, you and me is strictly on the cool beady. You unprincipled rat! Hey, let go of me.
Don't throw it.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't I remember you from someplace?
No, I'm only being neighborly. Why did you beat up on kind, nice Mrs. Kelsey?
That is a gross falsehood. I did not lay a hand on the old wag. It was that odious stinker, Joe Donegan, who was just left. And you can tell him, as from me, that I'm extremely unimpressed with his cheap threats to rub me out, and that I intend to continue on seeing Mr. Hobson or any other Johns which I care to.
That's a pretty good scene.
Oh.
Well, you better tell him that yourself. I don't imagine I'll be seeing him.
You won't? Hey, wait a minute. Who are you, anyway?
Just another tenant. I live downstairs.
Oh, well, now I recall whom you are. You are that Seamus, which lives on the 2nd floor rear.
Shamus, we call it in the radio.
Seamus, would you care to come in and discuss a certain matter?
Well, thanks. Another time. I got to get back to Bumpus Hell.
Whoever she is, let her cool her heels for a few moments.
No, you don't understand. Bumpus Hell.
This is an urgent matter which I would like to hash over right now and without further delay.
Well,
May I invite you in for a straight slug?
Well, okay, but just one. In a glass.
All right, make yourself comfy. Well, now, say when.
Just up to the lipstick mark.
Here you are. Well, now to make a long story short, Mr. Spade, my name is Rosemary Fell, which remains my stage name, notwithstanding the circumstance that I am legally married to that barnacle which has just dusted this joint. Now, being as you are in the detective business...
Now, wait a minute.
Kindly permit me to finish, honey.
Sorry, sweetheart.
I'm not the type to jaw about my troubles just to pass the time of day.
I'm sure you're not.
I am an actress.
I knew that.
And although I'm low in funds, due to being between jobs right now, on account of that knothead making a scene in the last joint at which I worked... Cheap ginger ale. Just to show you how the breaks fall, Mr. Spade, Belita Wilkerson, who just happens to be about the biggest talent agent in this city, if you have the time,
I'm impressed.
phoned me on the telephone,
On the phone.
and arranged an audition. She also advanced me the sum of 100 clams.
100?
Which I will pay you to put the B on that dog, Joe Donegan, the rat.
Now, which is he? What do you mean, put the B on him?
Listen, Sam, that grifter has got a record as long as my arm. And what I have got on him is longer than his arm.
Please.
In short, I should like him thrown into the can so that I can feel safe to sing on him.
Look, Rosemary, so you had a fight with Joe. You're sore. You want him to pay. You want to pay him off. Now,
Right.
why don't you just wait until morning and see how you feel
Sam, listen to me. If that knuckle duster remains at large, I will be feeling no pain. Now, I know that from my flamboyant manner, you'd never guess it. But that is only the actress in me. In actuality, that flea intends to do me in.
Oh, now, come, Rosemary.
What? You disagree?
Well, now, really, Rosemary.
Why, you big pain in the neck.
Rosemary.
Drinking my... Pour that back in the bottle. Don, put it back in the bottle.
Well, I'll be going now. Only trying to be neighborly. Well, back to bump as hell. Rance Blaggett, the smoking Colt still gripped in his hairy fists, suddenly pitched forward like a fallen Joshua tree at Red Gillis's feet. Red leaned over with a thin smile playing at the corners of his mouth, not liking what he saw, and lifted the badge off of Bladgett's cowhide vest and pinned it on his own. Bumpus Hell had a new sheriff. Hey. Then I heard it. It sounded like a man sneaking up a fire escape. I went over to the window, raised it, and looked up. I didn't like what I saw. An overcoated figure reached the third-floor landing and stood silhouetted against the lighted window of Rosemary's apartment. He was about the height and weight of that rat, Joe Donegan. By the time I'd rolled out the window onto the fire escape, his right hand had come out of his coat pocket. Donegan! Donegan, watch it! He was a floor ahead of me, and I didn't want to get too close to him until I passed that lighted window. He made the roof just as I crossed in front of it. The flashes from his revolver told me that. They also told me he had 2 slugs left to throw at me. The only light up there was a feeble glow from the skylight, dead center. I headed for the cover of a brick chimney just to the left of it. I had 2 things in mind. The skylight was his most logical avenue of escape, and I hoped I could tease him into emptying his gun at me. It didn't work. I stuck my head out. No shots. But he did use his gun. Oh! I should have stood and Bumpus Hell.
The United States Armed Forces Radio Service is presenting the weekly adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade.
What did that rat do to you, the dog? Sam, speak to me. Here, come on now.
Send an Indian to Sutter's Mill. Tell the governor the sheriff of Bumpus Hell is turning in his badge.
Listen, honey, you got to pull yourself together. Now, come on. These delirious Trumans will get us no place now. Come on, Sam.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Come on, up. Now, do not rush things, honey. That was quite a clip he gave you.
Yeah, where were you?
I was combing my hair out of the window.
And he was on the fire escape, not 4 feet away. Not a very good shot, is he?
No, he isn't. Oh, Sam, look at your poor little head. Here, now, let me kiss it and make it well. Wild root.
Yeah, see how it gets me ahead socially and on the job?
Well, now, what next, Sam?
Rosemary, I am going to the top now. My dander is up. Let's have a moment of silence while I put through a call to Lieutenant Thomas Dundee of Homicide. It took your boys less than an hour to locate Joe Donegan and haul him in, Lieutenant. Rosemary's charges were not enough to hold him on attempted murder, and all I could identify was the back of his neck. But you were good enough to bag him anyway, so Rosemary and I could relax. I went downstairs to bed and started chapter 4. Aha. Red Gillis didn't trust Curly Mallard, the foreman of the Crooked S. Aha. Unique Garage, Harry speaking.
Sam, this is Dundee.
Yeah, Dundee. What time is it?
8:30.
In the morning?
Yeah. Huh? Oh, yeah, it's daylight. Say, about that, what was his name?
Donegan?
Anyway, that fellow we booked last night on your say-so.
Well, what about him?
That was a bad beef, Sam. How come?
You better tell me.
Man was alibied, Sam.
When did that happen?
Well, a fellow named, got it written down here, Hobson. Warner Hobson says Donegan was with him at the time.
Who else says so?
Hobson's word's good enough for the commissioner. Ran for assembly once.
Did you know he also ran for Donegan's wife?
You don't say. Well, that's a real puzzler, Sam.
The human mind is unpredictable, Dundee.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Well, I hope you figure it out, Sam.
While I was shaving, I thought and thought. I wondered what Red Gillis would have done if such a situation had cropped up in Bumpus Hell. A thin smile began to play around the corners of my mouth as I climbed the stairs to Rosemary's apartment. When I got there, I didn't like what I saw. It was a note pinned to the door. It said, "Dear Sam, I have been called to do another audition. If anything crops up, you can reach me at Greystone 34292. I'm an old cowhand.
The Belita Wilkerson Talent Agency?
I want to speak to Rosemary Fell. Hello?
Yes, I'm still on the line. Who's calling, please?
Sam Spade.
I'm sorry, Mr. Spade. Miss Fell can't come to the phone.
Who's in charge there?
This is Miss Wilkerson speaking.
Yeah, well, why can't she come to the phone?
She's in the middle of her audition.
Well.
Is there any message?
Yeah. Tell her Donegan's out and it's Hobson's choice.
Yes?
Mr. Hobson?
Yes?
My name is Spade.
Oh, yes, Mr. Spade. Come in.
Why did you phony up that alibi for Rosemary's husband, Mr. Hobson?
Huh? Oh, because I knew he's not the man who fired those shots at her.
Were you there?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I was. Would you like to hear about it?
I would.
Well, first, I'd better tell you a little about myself. Now, for the past year, I've been interested in politics, if I do say so myself.
Yes, I know. You ran for assembly. Come to the point.
Well, in a way, this is the point. My wife's a professional woman, and her own career keeps her busy a good deal of the time. Well, like the movie magazines say, a clash of careers and so on. That's how I happened to take up with Rosemary. I didn't know she was married, and of course, when I found out, I dropped her like a hot potato. Potato. And then she started blackmailing me. Did you know about that?
I still don't.
Well, I think I can convince you.
Go ahead.
Well, I received this series of threatening phone calls from Rosemary. And I finally decided to go to Donegan and tell him the whole story. Oh, he was as mad as a wet hen.
Wet hen?
Well, he said he'd stop her. And I believed he was the right man to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, last night he phoned me. He said he'd had a little caucus meeting with her and assured me I'd had no more trouble. But no sooner had I hung up that phone when she called again, making another outrageous demand. I decided then and there to take things into my own hands. So happens I'm a crack shot, and I knew that I could come close enough to frighten her without actually hurting her.
You were laboring under a false impression.
Huh? Oh, yes. Well, you believe me now?
Up to a point.
Well, I'm afraid that's all I have for you, Mr. Spade.
Well, I have something for you.
What's that?
Look up here. You see this bruise on my head?
Oh. Well, all in the game, you know.
Touché.
Now, hold it. I only...
Lie still. I'll get it. Yeah?
This is Rosemary again.
Listen,
now,
I want to talk...
To me, you cheap ward healer. If you don't have that dough for me tonight, I will have no other recourse but to smear your fat puss all over the front pages.
Yeah, look, Rosemary...
And I am just the individual to do that. You may think you are a wolf in sheep's clothing, but in my opinion, you are nothing but a worm.
Yeah, well, look...
Goodbye, you rat. And rat.
Hey, Hey, Rosemary. Hello. Nuts.
Oh, wait a minute, Spade. Well, what did she say?
You're going to read it in my report, along with a bill for my services.
No, I'm so sorry she isn't in. You do that, sugar. Hello there.
Likewise.
Are you talented or just interested?
I could be. In the meantime, is Rosemary Fell still here?
Did you have an appointment today?
Yes, honey. I called this morning. She was here then.
You must be mistaken,
No.
darling. The office didn't open till noon today.
Yeah. Could I talk to Miss Wilkerson?
She isn't here just now.
Oh,
She never gets in till 1.
Not till 1.
She's over at KQW cutting a transcription for our new show, Goal of the Golden Gate. Oh, no. I mean, Gale of the Golden Goat.
Don't you mean Gale of the Golden Gate?
That's it. Girl of the Golden Gate.
You said it, and I'm glad.
Well, anyway, she isn't here.
Oh.
Good morning, Maggie. Any calls for me?
Oh, yes, Miss Wilkerson, your husband. Oh. Well, Miss Wilkerson, I was telling this gentleman you weren't here.
Obviously, I am. Did you have an appointment?
I talked to you on the phone this morning. Spade.
Oh, Rosemary's friend.
Well, you might call.
She'll be out in a moment. What a distressing business that was last night. Rosemary tells me you saved her life.
Well, that's a slight exaggeration. In fact, the whole thing was a mistake.
Oh, really? I understood that. Oh, here she is. Rosemary, here's your friend.
Sam, am I ever glad to see you?
Yeah.
What's the matter?
Plenty.
Oh. Well, thanks loads, Miss Wilkerson. I hope the recording is better on this one.
I'm sure it is, Rosemary. We'll call you when the client makes up his mind.
Oh, well, thanks again. Come on, Sam.
Goodbye, Mr. Spade.
Goodbye.
Sam, what is this new development that appears to be griping you?
Why didn't you tell me you were shaking Hobson down?
Uh-huh. And who's been feeding you this pile of gross falsehoods?
Look, Rosemary, you may be an actress, but with me, your audition is over, and you did not get the part.
And just what are your future intentions in regards to me?
None whatsoever. I'm sorry I ever met you, and I'm going back to Bumpus Hell. I went back to the office, swiveled my chair into a comfortable position, opened the February number of Sheriff and Outlaw to page 112, Betrayal in Bumpus Hell, Chapter 5, Stampede. It was disappointing. There was a lot of stuff about bawling cattle and dust clouds and Flo and Curly standing on top of a butte, not liking what they saw, when somebody yelled, Stampede. Red Gillis was riding ahead of the cattle, and his horse stepped into a chuck hole, and he'd sprained his ankle. Red of the horse, it didn't say which. But Red was lying prostrate in the path of the avalanche of tossing horns, not liking what he saw. Hold it a minute. Let's see. Continued on page 113. Learn to be a private... hello.
Spade, this is Hobson. Come out here right away. Something terrible has happened.
Such as?
Rosemary is here, and I think she's dead. Yes. In here, Spade. Oh, I don't know how she got in. Oh, yes, I do remember I must have left the door unlocked.
Where were you?
Why, I just stepped out to get some cigarettes.
Did you prove it?
Why, no, I'm afraid not. I got halfway and found I didn't have any money and came back.
You came back, walked through this room, went in the bedroom, and didn't see the body until you started back?
Well, yes, the lights were off. I stumbled over it.
This is the gun?
Yes. She did it with my own gun. Oh, I never dreamed her love for me would drive her to self-destruction. Of course, now it's clear what really lay behind her poor, clumsy effort to blackmail me. It was a desperate move to get me back. Oh, I'll never forgive myself for driving that poor girl to this.
Don't worry about that, Hobson. This isn't suicide.
Murder? Oh, great heavens. What will Belita say?
Belita?
Yes, my wife.
Belita Wilkerson?
Professional name, you know. I was explaining to you before that... Oh, that's my wife now. What in the world will I tell her?
Never mind. I'll get it. Hello?
This is Rosemary for the last time.
Who?
And I'm just calling to tell you that you have stalled around too long. I have talked to your wife and told her the whole sordid pitch. Why she wants you back, I will never know. But I sold you cheap, and you weren't worth a cent more. I am a girl who does not like to do things halfway, but you were just too late. Goodbye, you fathead.
Yeah, Rosemary, I guess we were all too late. I called you, Dundee, and then, like the rat I am, made off with your prize suspect before you and your boys from Homicide arrived. We arrived at the Belita Wilkerson Talent Agency just as the boss was shutting up shop for the day. She had the recordings under her arm. All right, Belita, I'll take those.
Well, what Warner. Mr. Spade.
Unlock the door, Belita. We're going back in.
Warner, why are you...
You'd better do as he says, Belita.
Well, all right, but...
Give me those
I
keys. Inside, both of you. Where do you play these records?
The recording studio is just through there, but you can spare yourself the trouble. I admit I tricked Rosemary into recording those blackmail speeches and then played them back over the phone to Warner. If trying to hold on to my husband is a crime, then I'm a criminal.
Oh, now, Belita, my dear.
Come on, stop that. We got to get busy. I phoned the Hobson house, and you were still there, Dundee. You said it was an open and shut case against Hobson and to deliver him at once or kiss my license goodbye. But when I told you my diabolically ingenious scheme, you said yes, you'd be glad to, because it was a sure way of getting rid of me once and for all. It took us nearly 2 hours to get things ready in Belita's recording studio. We took the parts of Rosemary's so-called audition records that we thought would fit the occasion and dubbed them onto a single side. We played it back once, then I phoned you at headquarters.
Homicide. Lieutenant Dundee.
Spade, Dundee. Everything's ready here. Did you pick up Donegan?
Oh, yeah. He's here. Donegan?
Hold on. Okay, Belita. Start the record when I give you the nod.
Yes, Mr. Spade.
I didn't say it, Donegan. It's for you.
Thanks. Yeah, who's this?
This is Rosemary.
Huh?
I forgive you for everything, but there are some things I cannot forget. You
Rosemary,
lied.
it sounds like
We have
you.
meant a lot to each other, but after what you have done to me, it is time you paid through the nose.
Rosemary, I didn't mean it. When I followed you to his house
We
and you
have
went
meant a
right
lot
in
to
like
each
you
other,
lived
but
there,
after
I
what
just
you
went
have
nuts.
done to me, it is time you paid through the nose, you
Listen.
rat. I am a girl who does
Listen,
not like to do things halfway.
Listen, honey,
but
you're not
you
going to
just
throw the
too
book
late.
at me, are you?
And
Honest,
I am
I'm
just
glad
an
to hear your
individual,
voice. I
too.
thought you were
We
dead.
have meant a lot to
Okay,
each other.
kill it.
Rosemary, are you listening? Rosemary. Hey, no, she's still on the line. I want to talk to her.
Take him, Fullhouse.
Wait a minute.
Take him. Sam,
Yeah, Dundee.
congratulations. That was a brilliant piece of work. Hey, Sam, you still on the line?
Yeah, I'll be all right, Dundee. I just fainted temporarily. Say it again, will you, pal?
Yeah, as I was saying, congratulations on a brilliant piece of work.
Well.
But I have never in all my years on the force heard of such a wild, insane, illegal, unethical, and downright cruel method of extorting a confession.
Thank you, Dundee. I feel better already. Period. End of report.
But Sam, what happened?
Effie, I thought I had made that abundantly clear.
No.
In order to discredit her husband's paramour, Belita gave her a come-on about an audition and had her play the part of a blackmailer reading lines from a script which she, Belita, had prepared, and thereupon proceeded to play said records over the telephone, well knowing that her husband would erroneously believe Rosemary to be a blackmailer in fact and would drop her like a hot spud.
No, Sam, no, I don't mean
Don't
that.
interrupt.
Well,
It was my inspiration, I, Sam Spade, to use Belita's fiendish device for a higher purpose.
no, Sam, no,
Yes.
that is what I'm... No, Sam, I meant the Western story. Betrayal in Bumpus Creek.
It is not Crick, Effie.
You can't say H over the radio, Sam.
Oh, yes, you can. Bumpus Hell is the post office designation of a hamlet right here in California.
It is?
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, what happened? Did Red Gillis ever find his brother?
I didn't quite finish, Ev. Go type that up, and I shall.
Well, here it is, Sam. Oh, Sam, what's the matter? You don't look at all well.
Can't be. It didn't happen. It's a misprint. That's what it is.
What, Sam? What?
Maybe the writer was tired.
Oh, Sam, it's only a story.
That's what you think.
Well, did Red Gillis find his brother?
I won't tell.
Oh, no, Sam, now, don't be childish.
Oh, well, all right. Remember the sheriff he shot on page 1?
What?
Yeah, it turned out to be the new schoolmarm.
Oh, how ornery. A woman, huh? Nice, Sam.
Get off. Good night, sweetheart.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Sam, sweetheart. Any calls?
Only one, Sam. Lieutenant Dundee of Homicide. He wants you to drop around so they can get your formal statement.
No hurry, not now.
He told me what happened, Sam. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so am I.
I guess he was one of your oldest friends, wasn't he?
You don't make any friends in this business, Evie. You can write that in your book now, and I'll give you the rest of it when I get there.
You sound tired, Sam. Wouldn't you rather just,
What, baby?
well, go home and, just put it off until tomorrow?
Yeah, maybe I... No. No, I'll get it off my chest tonight. Stay there, Effie. I'll come on down and dictate my report on the Dick Foley caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. No two ways about it, folks. Hair that's well-groomed can make all the difference in the world to a person's overall appearance. That's why so many men, women, boys, and girls are turning to the famous non-alcoholic hair tonic with lanolin, Wild Root Cream Oil. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. If you haven't tried it before, you'll want to get Wild Root Cream Oil in a new 25-cent get-acquainted size. Yes, get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Nuts.
Oh, here, Sam, let me.
Am I that shaky?
Say when.
Just to the top of the glass.
Now, that's enough. You spill it.
Yeah.
Sam, what you said over the phone about not making any friends in this business, you didn't really mean that, did you?
Forget it. You can label this, file on Dick Foley. Date, fill it in.
Yes, Sam.
To Dundee at Homicide, I guess, from Samuel Spade, license number 1377596. The facts are all here. If you can dig a formal statement out of it, you're welcome. I'd known Dick Foley ever since I took out my license. We'd worked several big capers together back in my days as a Continental Lot. He and Mickey Lanahan and I. Then he and Mickey opened their own office, Foley and Lanahan, Private Investigations. 5 years back, Mickey stopped the slug, and since then the sign on the door read Dick Foley, Detective Agency. I'd seen Dick maybe 4 or 5 times in the last half a dozen years just to have a drink and chew the fat about the good old days. He never talked about his private life. I assumed he didn't have any. So when I went to his office day before yesterday in response to his call, I was surprised to find him in a clinch with one of the most beautiful nails I've ever seen.
Oh, Sam. Well.
Shall I come back after lunch?
Sam, this is Maxine, my wife.
Well, you don't deserve it, but I'm happy for you.
I'll return the compliment, Sam. I wanted to meet you for years, but Dick wouldn't introduce me.
Now you know why. Well, you run along, honey. Sam's here on business.
All right, Dick. You can bring Sam home to dinner if you like. There's plenty.
If he's not too busy, but don't count on that.
Well, try anyway, won't you, Sam?
I will indeed.
Bye now.
Draw up a chair, Sam. Sit down.
Oh. What's on your mind, Dick?
You remember Claude Spicer, that grifter I sent over for that jewelry store hike back in 43?
You never told me you were married, Dick.
I'm very happily married. Now, please pay attention.
Claude Spicer, yeah. Yeah, I remember the caper. Wasn't there a dame involved?
Well, Spicer had a girlfriend, but the cops gave her a good bill of health. Spicer went up for a 5-year stretch. They spun him last month.
Whatever happened to that dame?
Now, look, about Spicer.
He gunning for you?
You hit it.
How scared of him are you?
Well, enough to ask you for help, Sam.
What's eating him? Just revenge?
Sam, I wouldn't tell this to anybody but you. But all the facts of that caper didn't come out at that time. I thought of it.
How come?
Well, I couldn't have stayed in business in San Francisco if it had been generally known that my partner was the inside man on a jewelry store heist.
Mickey?
Yeah, Mickey Linehan. You and I are both great at choosing partners, Sam. They both deserved what they got.
Only one difference. I sent up the killer that plugged my partner. Some people thought the way you gave evidence at Spicer's murder trial wasn't so hot.
Well, he was alibied, Sam. In fact, the robbery was his alibi for the murder. I don't know how he managed it. I've been trying for 5 years to figure it out. Spicer's afraid I might succeed someday. That's why he's out to get me.
What's he waiting for?
Oh, I don't know. He won't do it simple. He'll have a fancy plan like the other time. He's tricky.
Where's he staying?
At the Belvedere. Here's his mug. I kept a plant in the building for a couple of days, but he stayed holed up in his room. I think he spotted me.
Okay, Dick, I'll give it a buzz.
Now, wait a minute, Sam.
Yeah?
I'm not asking you to do this for love. Standard fee, 25 in whiskey money. Okay?
Forget it. This one's on me. In the elevator on my way out, I studied a picture of Claude Spicer on the old police circular Dick had given me. But a picture in the back of my mind kept getting in the way. It was Dick Foley's wife, Maxine. When I hit the street, I still saw her face before me, and there was no picture. Only pretty as.
Sam, I waited for you. I've got to talk to you.
My pleasure. Shall we confer in an adjacent cafe?
Wherever you say. Only I don't want Dick to know.
Then you shouldn't have married a detective.
Please, Sam.
How's this? Black watch.
Yeah.
Looks dark enough.
Oh, that booth in the corner, it's secluded.
Why not? Slide in. Oh, no, over here, stupid, not facing the street.
Oh, sorry. I'm not much good at this sort of thing. Sam, I'm not asking you to tell me what it is, but if he's in really bad trouble, I think I have a right to know.
What makes you think he's in trouble?
Well, I'm not blind. You can't live with a man and not sense it when something goes wrong.
I never thought Dick was the type to show it.
Oh, he's tried to hide it from me, and I haven't said anything. I thought if he wanted me to know, he'd tell me.
It was a wise thought. Hold on to it.
Well, I meant to. But then a terrible possibility crossed my mind. Sam, it isn't me, is it?
In what way?
Well, you know what I mean. He's been away from home nights so much lately, and he questions me so closely about where I go and who I see and so on, and Well, I may as well ask you right out. Did he hire you to check up on me? Then that is it.
No.
You're not lying to me, Sam.
Why should I?
Dick says you're almost his oldest friend. He's talked so much about you.
Then he must have told you I don't do that type of work.
Why do you keep looking at me?
Sorry, trying to place you, Maxine. I keep thinking I've seen you someplace before.
Oh, it must have been my picture. I was an actress.
Yeah. Picture. Yeah, maybe that was it.
Why do you say it like that?
Like what?
As if you were angry with me.
Because I just got the caption on the picture.
Well, Sam, wait. Come back.
Yes, I had. And the caption was from a newspaper circa 1943. And it read, Actress Lovely cleared in Lanahan slaying. I flashed my tin star at the room clerk at the Belvedere, learned that Claude Spicer was in, and stuck around to make sure the clerk didn't buzz the room to tip him off. Around 4 p.m., Spicer went out, very dressed up, umbrella, gloves and all. He walked down Geary to Grant and turned north. A cold San Francisco drizzle started blowing up from the bay. I wished I'd brought my overcoat. A half a block up from California, he entered Grayson's jewelry store. I peeked through the rain-streaked show window after him. Inside, pawing eagerly through a tray full of diamond clips while a long-suffering clerk eyed her hopelessly from his side of the counter, was the actress Lovely. Maxine shot Spicer a quick glance of recognition as he entered, but they didn't speak. He took up a pose of gentlemanly patience, shrugged his eyebrows sympathetically at the clerk, and leaned elegantly on his umbrella while Maxine found fault with every piece of jewelry that was shoved in front of her. The bored expression left his face only once. That was when the clerk opened the vault and brought out some unset stones. Their act may have been fooling the clerk, but it was as plain as the nose on Spicer's face, a very plain nose it was, that they were sizing up the joint for a pushover. Maxine left first. He stayed long enough to buy a cigarette lighter and then followed her out. As I took out after him, I stopped to read the sticker on the inside of the glass door. It said, "These premises protected by Dick Foley Detective Agency." Maxine was waiting for him at the corner. I grabbed up a Chinese newspaper and used it to listen behind. But I needn't have bothered. They didn't seem to care.
Well, are you happy? Ought to be about $1 million.
Why are you so disagreeable? You ought to be feeling good.
Feeling good. 5-year stretch, I come out to find my girl married to the joker that sent me up.
You didn't think it was such a bad idea at the time.
Well, I do now. Well, after tonight, we'll go east, you and me together, baby.
He'll catch up with us wherever we go.
Oh, you should live so long.
How do you mean that?
Just like it sounds, baby. Bye.
Oh, don't leave.
I'm going to get some sleep. I'll need a clear head.
Claude, I don't want to be alone.
Oh. Not even tonight?
I don't want to be alone.
See you later, honey. Bye-bye.
He went straight back to the Belvedere, no stops. Picked up his key at the desk, no messages, took the elevator to the 8th floor. Let himself into room 809, hung out the Do Not Disturb sign, closed and locked the door behind him. I kept a plan on it till around midnight. Then I lifted the Do Not Disturb card from the doorknob and wedged it into the crack of the door. It was a crafty move, and I had just finished doing it craftily when the door opened again in my face.
Huh? Who are you? What are you doing here?
Nothing, sir. I'm making a survey.
What?
I'm from the Trotter Pole. Trotter Pole. It's like the Gallop Pole, but we're not in so much of a hurry.
Yeah?
Just kindly answer this question. As a Democrat, do you believe... Dewey, huh? I picked up the Do Not Disturb card and wedged it back into the crack of his door. As any house dick knows, except, of course, Tiny Stover, the night peeper at the Belvedere, if anybody opens the door like that, the card will fall out, and somebody will always hang it on the knob. Another thing Tiny doesn't know is never to draw to an inside straight. We played 9 different kinds of poker until 5 a.m. when I thought I'd go up and have another look. All was quiet on the 8th floor. From the elevator bank, I could see room 809. The morning paper was shoved under his door, and my Do Not Disturb sign was apparently where I had planted it. I tiptoed up to make sure.
Huh? Who are you? What do you want?
Me? The paper boy, sir. Your morning paper.
You get around. Well.
Good news in the paper, sir?
Interesting. Jewelry store heist up on Grant Avenue.
Oh, yes, sir. Our paper only covers... What? I grabbed the paper from under 805. It was the headline I could have expected if Spicer had left his room without my knowing it. Grayson's Jewelry Store, the shop he and Maxine had cased that afternoon, had been taken for an estimated $1 million in uncut gems. But Spicer's door hadn't been opened, and there was no other exit. I sat down and thought. And what I thought of was that sticker on the front door of Grayson's said, "These premises protected by Dick Foley Detective Agency." When the 6 a.m. Oakland ferry boat felt its way blindly out of the slip, Claude Spicer was aboard, and so was I. Should have been getting lighter, but it wasn't. The fog was thickening over the harbor, and most of the passengers were inside drinking coffee. Spicer didn't go in. He climbed up to the boat deck and stood at the rail under the pilot's house. I planted between 2 wet paint signs and waited. Not for long. I couldn't make out any features on the man who came up and joined him. They stood face to face, not more than a foot apart, and talked in voices that couldn't get to me through the racket of the foghorns in the harbor. What spoke loud enough for me to hear was a gun. They seemed to fall into each other's arms, then collapsed in a heap on the deck. And when I got to the spot, only the dead one was there. It was Spicer. The other man had disappeared around the corner of the deck house. A ray of light from the pilot's window swept over him, and I saw gunmetal shine on his hand and then spin out over the rail as he threw it.
What? Oh, it's you, Sam. I was afraid you'd lost him.
What did you do it for, Dick?
I had my reasons, Sam. Now, trust me, I'll keep you in the clear.
How long? As long as I go on playing sucker for you?
What do you think I hired you for?
Maybe I was supposed to say you killed him in self-defense. Maybe I was supposed to see him making passes at your wife if you needed that.
But, Sam, you've got to...
I've worked for killers before. I've even worked for thieves, but not for a detective that knocks over a place he's supposed to be protecting.
Sam, it's not as
Save
simple...
it for the cops, Dick. I'm turning you in when we get to Oakland.
No, you're not, Sam.
Dick, come back here.
Let go, me. I'm going over the side. If you try to stop me, you're going with me.
He fought away from me, got 1 foot over the rail, and kicked out at me with the other. It caught me on the point of the chin. I stumbled forward and grabbed out blind. I must have caught him by the belt just as he jumped. I remember something pulling me halfway over the rail and trying to get free of it. I did, but not soon enough. I was in midair, and the black water came rushing up to meet me.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too. And mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Dick Foley caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Mechanically keeping afloat somehow and trying to get out of my coat. I felt heavy and logged as if I'd swallowed gallons of water. The murk hung low and thick. There was nothing else to be seen anywhere. I swallowed what felt like several more gallons before I got rid of the coat. From out of the misty fog blanket, from every direction, in a dozen different keys, from near and far, foghorns sounded. I stopped swimming and floated on my back, trying to determine my whereabouts. After a while, I picked out the moaning, evenly spaced blasts of the Alcatraz sirens. But they came out of the fog without direction. Seemed to beat down on me from straight above. I was somewhere in San Francisco Bay, and that was all I knew. And I suspected the current was sweeping me out toward the Golden Gate. And a light came up ahead of me suddenly. A boat passing a few yards away. I lifted my head and screamed. The boat siren crying its warning drowned out my shouts. It went on past, and the fog closed in behind it. Then I heard a new sound. Seagulls. I swam towards it, and it seemed to get lighter. Part of it was the dawn light beginning to cut through the fog blanket. But there was also a strange-looking man standing on the water and waving a green lantern back and forth. I yelled at him to wait for me, and a seagull got off his hat and flew away. When I got closer, I saw that it was not a man, but only a buoy. Channel type. I used all the strength I had left to drag myself up on the base of it and let it rock me to sleep.
Hey, mate. Pour some more of the brandy into him, Gus.
Yeah. Here. Get some of this down.
Where are we?
Hey. It ain't heaven. You can tell that by the smell.
Oh, Fisherman's Wharf.
Yeah, take it easy. We got ambulance coming. You going to the hospital?
No, I'll be okay. Hey, give me a hand.
Yeah, okay. Hey, you do us a favor, will you? Don't fall down till you get out of sight this time. We're tired of picking you up.
I thanked the two kindly old fisher folk for their interest in my welfare, totted up the pier, fell into a taxi, and went home. While I soaked out some of my aches and pains and chills, I did some stewing about the caper so far and stewed up enough anger to carry me through to the finish. I checked the Coast Guard for news of Dick Foley. They told me his body hadn't been recovered yet. I got dressed and went over to his office. The cops hadn't been there. I went through the file cabinet. And what I found under Foley Private had me so interested that I didn't hear Maxine come in until she closed the door.
What are you looking for?
You, baby. I'm for you.
Sam.
Come here.
Oh, Sam.
Nice, huh? Now, don't be mad, Maxine. A gun makes a woman bulge in the wrong place.
It's not my gun.
We'll see.
Sam,
Shut up. Now, starting with the rap Spicer went up for, the same pattern. The way you worked this one tells me how you worked it the first time. You get something on a private detective. The first time, 5 years ago, it was Dick's partner, Mickey Lanahan.
Yes.
I don't know what Spicer had on him, but I do know he forced Dick to knock over Grayson's jewelry store last night.
I won't listen to you.
Okay, I'll talk to myself. I'm not saying you killed Mickey Lanahan, but Dick did frame an alibi for you, didn't he? Didn't he?
Oh, you're hurting me.
Good. Try spending a night swimming around in circles in the middle of the harbor sometime. See how you like that.
All right, it's true. Dick did help me out of that old jam. I'm not ashamed of it. I'm proud our love was that important to him.
No, Spicer. That same old double-cross. Only this time I'm standing where Dick did 5 years ago. Dick was set up as a patsy the same way Mickey Lanahan was, but he got smart and pulled the trigger first.
Stop it. Stop it.
Where did that hurt?
You fool. I love Dick.
Yeah.
I loved him. That's something you can't understand. But it happens that way, no matter what people are.
You sound as if you really mean that. But you're a little late, aren't you?
He's not dead. I'm sure he isn't.
If he's not, he's really in trouble.
What do you mean by that?
I found something here in the files that Dick left, just in case Spicer got to him first.
What is it?
A confession to Mickey Lanahan's murder.
That's impossible.
Were you there?
What are you going to do with it?
Turn it over to the police.
But if he's still alive...
It still counts, unless he shows and revokes it, but I don't think he will.
Why?
Because I won't back up a self-defense plea on the Spicer shooting.
But you were Dick's friend. You were his friend.
I wouldn't ask him to do it for me.
Then what can I do for him? I'll do anything at all.
Well, if he stays away, he's as good as dead. If he comes back, you'll get a jury trial. And if there are more men than women in the panel, he'd probably be acquitted on your testimony alone.
Do you really think he might have a chance?
For the jury, there's always a chance.
Well, where is he? How can I get word to him?
Well, if he's not fish food by now, there's one sure way of smoking him out.
Something I can do.
Nobody else.
Oh, please, tell me anything.
Sign a confession of your own.
Confession?
Not Mickey Lanahan's murder or anything they might nail you for. Swear that you shot Spicer.
What?
Now, you can always renege. Make both of you look good, sacrificing for each other. How about it?
All right. Tell me what to write.
I did. She signed it. I had Effie dispatch it to all the papers and news services, and then I brought it down to the hall. Naturally, you didn't believe a word of her confession, Dundee, but when I took you aside and explained my stratagem, you endorsed it heartily and had her booked. She pressed my hand and thanked me. The look of resignation on her face was so real it was hard to believe she was faking. When she turned her back to follow the matron down the corridor, I saw why. On the back of her coat, there was a smear of white paint. I remembered the wet paint signs on the Oakland ferry boat. Dick Foley gave himself up an hour after her confession hit the street. Screamed and yelled at everybody in homicide, trying to convince them that Maxine was innocent and he should take the full rap. But I'm afraid I cleared that when we confronted him with the autopsy surgeon's report. He tried to bluff even then when he read it.
Pellet A ended right side between third and fourth ribs, penetrated left lung. Pellet B, pleural membrane, side wound punctured. Well, so what, Sam?
All three on the right side, angling up, you see?
No! I don't know why. You even saw me on that boat. You saw me throw the gun over
Oh,
it.
cut it out, Dick. What I saw was in the dark. But you two men were facing each other directly. If I were going to drop a man fast at close range, face to face like that, I would not put the gun in my left hand, twist it around, straining my wrist in the process, and pull the trigger with my thumb. Unless I were left-handed, double-jointed, and a trickier shot than you are. I'd blast him straight through the middle.
All right. All right, yes, it was Maxine.
Well, that's good. Maybe you can get cured now. Why don't you open up some more? Let me put it down like it was business.
All right, Sam.
Number one, Maxine killed your partner, Mickey Lanahan, 5 years ago. Probable motive to eliminate him and send Spicer up for it.
Yeah, she didn't figure on Spicer being smart enough to confess to the robbery, and that alibied him for the murder.
2, you perjured yourself to clear Maxine of the murder. Motive? To prevent the truth about your partner from coming out, and Maxine. It was motive enough for anything.
Cut it out, will you?
Sorry. 3, Spicer forced you to team up with him in the jewelry heist. How?
Well, he threatened to make a full confession as accessory to Mickey's killing. I would have put the whole works on Maxine and leave him in the clear.
Yeah. Can't be tried twice for the same crime. 4, You decided to rub out Spicer whether you could beat the rap or not and clear the books once and for all. So you pretended to play along with him, told Maxine to do the same, and called me in as umpire.
Yeah. Sam, I'm sorry. Why couldn't you lay off Maxine? Why did you have to... Oh, I thought you were my friend.
And that's about it. Period. End of friendship.
Oh. You mean the confession that you tricked her into making turned out to...
That's it, Effie.
Oh. What'll happen to him?
Hmm?
What about Dick Foley?
Dick? Oh, they got him on a number of things, I suppose. May take some time out of him. But I think he'll be an okay guy again.
With her out of the way.
With her out of the way.
Sam?
Go and type it up, will you? It's late. I want to get out of here.
And now, listen to this. When it comes to hair tonics, the best friend of the family is Wild Root Cream Oil. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. Now, you can get America's leading hair tonic in the new 25-cent Get Acquainted size. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Well, here it is, Sam. I know how you must feel, so I won't...
What's your hurry?
Well, I thought, well, you know how you always feel.
Look, sweetheart, Dick Foley was a private dick. So what?
You mean you can bring yourself to talk about it?
Sure. Go ahead, try me.
Well, Sam, it seems terribly complicated. I suppose because Mr. Foley was in the profession and thinks like you do.
Up to a point, Effie. What's bothering you?
Well, why did he call you in? You, another private detective, and he knew how smart you are and all, and...
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe he thought, well, if I turned up anything, I'd look the other way.
Do you think that could ever happen to you, Sam? That's a clever phrase you dictated. He called me in as umpire. That's baseball. But if he was so clever, why didn't he win, Sam?
His mistake, Effie, was trying a quadruple play, which has never been heard of in the history of baseball or crime. All he wanted was to bat Maxine home safe. But it usually figures when 3 men are out, the side retires.
Oh, well, I don't understand baseball, Sam.
Well, that's all right. Football will be here soon anyway.
Oh, but I don't...
Good night, Levy.
Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Rene Garrigang. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to...
Get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's not alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Office of Samuel Spade, Private Investigations. Good morning. Evening.
Effie?
Miss Perrine is on a vacation. Perhaps I may be of assistance, no doubt.
I don't know. To whom am I speaking to?
I am sorry. I cannot divulge that information to an entire stranger. May I take a message?
Look, Miss Whoever you are, I don't want to discommode you, but...
I am sorry, but I will have to ask you in no certain terms to resist from this line you are handing me. I am not the type secretary.
Forget it. I'll just call Miss Perrine long distance and dictate my report over the phone.
Oh, my stars and garter. How utterly gouch of me, Mr. Spade. Oh, I'm Bernadine, Effie's relief. I mean yours.
I could use some.
Oh, shall I send out for some medicine?
Yeah. The phone number's on the wall behind the water cooler. Tell them the 100 proof, bonded, and hang the expense. I'll be right down to dictate my report on the bail bond caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Only 3 days left, gals, and June, the month of weddings, will be over. But don't worry, there are still 187 days left in leap year, still time to snag the man of your dreams. You know, the one who uses Wild Root Cream Oil on his hair. He and millions of other men use Wild Root Cream Oil daily because Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair so neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose dandruff. Any smart man who wants to look smart always insists on Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
You just gotta be.
Yes, but why?
It was fate. I knew it was going to be like this.
I have my qualms, too, Bernadine.
Oh, that's good. I sent the other back.
The other what?
I called that number, but it was euphonious. They said whiskey. Is something the matter?
No, nothing at all. I'm perfectly calm.
Well, I'm glad. My previous employer was very nervous, which is why I just happened to be tentatively at large when Effie reproached me about being a relief to her.
Figures. Bernadine, now I'm not being fresh. Honestly, I'm not. But do you take shorthand?
Yeah, but I don't speak it.
What is that you speak? Don't answer. Ready?
Rodney. I mean Roger.
Date.
I'll have to ask my mother.
Down, Bernadine. Date, June 27, 1948, to Miss Effie Perrine, care of Perry's Lodge, Kanab, the Pearl of the West, Utah.
What?
Oh, wrong letter. I'll get to that later. Date, June 27, 1948, to Leo M. Scarlett, care of Leaf Branch, Root, Knox & Wood, attorneys at law, 333 Pine Street, San Francisco, from Samuel Spade, license number 127596. Subject, the bail bond caper. Dear Leo, I'm sorry things turned out the way they did, Leo, and I'd like you to know how I got into it. It wasn't for the reward. I don't take rewards. I'm not in love with your wife, no matter what she says, and I wasn't sore at you about anything. I was just sitting in my office, minding my own business, when the door opened, and Vivian walked in. She looked every bit as beautiful as she did when she lived under me in Ma Tuttle's boarding house in 41. In fact, I didn't recognize her until she slithered out of her mink.
Hello, Sam. Surprised to see me?
Yeah, but I'm trying not to show it. What's on your mind?
Is that all you've got to say to me, Sam?
Well, you're here on business, aren't you?
All right, I don't blame you. It all happened pretty sudden, Leo and me. I should have written or phoned you, I suppose, but somehow...
Forget it, Vivian. Now, what do you need a detective for? You, thinking of divorce already?
Oh, please don't, Sam. If it was a mistake, I'm the one who has to live with it. And I made up my mind when I married Leo. This time it's for keeps. No matter what.
Mm-hmm. What's the what?
He's in trouble, Sam.
Well, that's nothing new.
Well, this time I don't think it's his fault. When Leo went legit, he meant it.
What's he say he's doing now?
He's a bail bond broker.
Judging from your new look, I'd say he's a success.
Sam. A man called him on the phone today. I answered. He said his name was Holliday, but I recognized his voice. It was an old friend of Leo's, Charlie Rosenfoy.
Charlie, huh? When did he get out?
A couple weeks back. He was paroled. I don't know what he said over the phone, but Leo looked scared and sick.
I don't wonder. The word around town was that Charlie took the rap for Leo.
And I don't know anything about that. All I know is Leo's on the level now, and Charlie never will be. He did plenty on his own during that time he served.
Well, I won't argue that, but from where I sit, it looks like Leo better start wearing a gun again.
He has. That's what I'm so frantic about, Sam.
You hear any of the conversation from Leo's end?
He didn't say much. But I did hear him say, "All right, 10 tonight. I'll meet you there."
That wasn't very smart of him.
I know, but that's the way he is.
It might be only for a payoff.
I thought of that, too. But Leo hasn't got that kind of money. He's been dropping a lot at the racetracks lately. And even if he had it, he's not the type to pay blackmail.
I don't like it. Why should I stick my neck out? Why did you have to come to me anyway?
'Cause I trust you, Sam. I know you were jealous of Leo.
I was?
Sam, if we ever meant anything... If you meant half the things you said to me when we...
Stop it. That's blackmail.
Oh, I feel so lost and alone. I don't know where to turn.
Okay. I'll see what I can do.
Oh, Sam. I'll make it up to you somehow. You see if I don't.
Sure you will. And tell Leo to stop dropping his money at Tan Ferran. This is going to cost them plenty. Vivian had said that your rendezvous with Charlie was scheduled for 10 in the p.m. and that you were too upset to go to work that day, so you'd be at home, 1246 Dunbar. I took a plant in your apartment building from a Sleepy Lagoon-type cocktail bar across the street called, you guessed it, the Sweet Leilani. Your wife joined me, and after a while, we got around to talking. At least she did.
I bet you can't guess what I'm thinking about.
Huh?
Listen, Sam. You remember that night we drove to Half Moon?
Spade.
Oh, you do remember. Oh, we used to do the craziest things. I should have married you, Sam.
Please, not while I'm drinking.
You know what? The trouble with crooks, they have to work day and night.
Yeah.
Hey, you're not listening.
No, but everybody else in the place is.
Let's talk about you, Sam. Did I ever tell you how I met Leo?
No, and please don't.
And then he opened a bucket shop. You know what a bucket shop is?
Yeah.
It's stockbrokerage.
Brokerage.
Yeah, that's right. Only it's crooked. That was the first business Leo started when he went legit.
Mm-hmm.
He had to shut it down on account of those securities somebody was always stealing out of the safe.
Were they insured?
Yeah, but they wouldn't renew his policy. So after the second nightclub burned down and he couldn't get any insurance at all, even on his own life. That's why I'm so frantic, Sam. Hey, give me a nickel. I want to play Sweet Little Annie.
$50 and 2 hours later, Sweet Leilani broke under the strain, so we had Princess Papuli to leave a knot gave out, and we're starting on the Hawaiian war chant when she disappeared through a door marked Wahines, Hawaiian for powder room, and never came back. Around 9:45, I mumbled something to the bartender about the lady will pay, put on my smoke glasses, and strolled out and across the street. You came out of the building a couple of minutes later. You led me a zigzag course up Merchant Street to Salon, across Salon to Commercial, down Commercial to Drum, and made a lateral pass over Drum back to Dunbar. Your destination, I'd never have guessed it, was the Sweet Leilani. Happily, they were not playing Sweet Leilani. It was very, very quiet. The regular customers had taken a powder, and I didn't blame them. In the new crop at the bar, I counted 10 broken noses, at least 5 broken paroles, assorted knife scars, and 4 pairs of cauliflower ears, and 1 maverick. You slid into a booth at the end of the bar, took the gun out of your shoulder holster, and laid it down on the table in front of you. I walked over, turned it around so it was pointing at the jukebox instead of me, and sat down.
Some other time, Spade.
Some other time I drink with you. I'm waiting for a friend.
Why the gun? You selling it to him?
Maybe I give it to him. Go on, you drink at the bar.
It's kind of crowded. Looks like Charlie Rosenfoy's old mob. Who are they gunning for? You or Charlie?
Why don't you ask them?
What are you drinking, Leo?
I was with that bottle all day. Got a bad taste. Do me a favor, Spade. There's a bar 2 doors down the street. Go drink there. There's my friend coming in the door.
Any friend of yours is a friend of mine, Leo.
Look, Spade.
Hello, Leo. What's the matter? You bring a bodyguard to meet your old friend Charlie?
This shamus threw his weight in here. I didn't ask him. I don't need him.
Huh. That sounds like the old Leo Scarlatti I used to...
The name is Scarlet.
Oh, pardon me. I've been on the rock for so long, it's hard to catch up on all the changes.
There's been a war, Charlie. Anyone tipped you to it yet?
You got a smart bodyguard, Leo.
Let's talk. Let's go somewhere else and talk.
I like it here.
Okay, we start. How come you tipped the mob we were coming here? You promised you wouldn't.
Like the shamus, they got a drink somewhere.
All right. Say what's in your mind, and I'll go.
Yeah, and if you don't mind, I think I'll do my drinking at the bar. Both of your guns were on the table. It didn't look as though you were going to use them on one another, and I figured that neither of you was going to do much talking in front of me anyway, so I strolled back to the end of the bar to look at the television. The 10 o'clock news roundup was on, and the ticker tape that was moving across the screen said ... in Atlantic City today, period. I ordered a highball, and then the ticker tape started again. This time it said San Francisco, $1 million bail bond robbery. $1 million in negotiable bonds is tonight in the hands of a group of daring hold-up men who commandeered an armored truck at the very portals of the police department and the Hall of Justice. And it said, this concludes the 10 o'clock edition of the Television News Roundup. I had a slight hunch that if the television boys had had their cameras on the big bail bond robbery, that at least some of the characters would have been played by at least some of the bad actors that were foregathered in the Sweet Leilani. In fact, what you and Charlie were saying and doing when I walked back to your booth was almost too much to the point. You let me see the bulky portfolio Charlie shoved across the table at you. It looked like a carrying case for bonds, bank messenger type. But it was sealed with wax blobs bearing the imprint of the Great Seal of the state of California. I was impressed.
Where'd you get this?
You can read about it in the papers, and if I was you, I'd get this out of sight before them papers hit the street. One thing more. Don't try to clip none of them coupons. And one thing more in addition. Don't open it at all.
Sure. Spade?
Yeah, Leon?
I think I hire you after all.
I took the job, and you handed me the portfolio. Outside, we flagged the taxi, and you gave the driver an address on Portsmouth Square. Your office, I hate to remind you, was behind one of a bunch of neon-lighted storefronts across from the Hall of Justice. The sign on the door said, press the button and let freedom ring any hour, day or night. The only bell in sight was a stop-press-type burglar alarm. You unlocked the door and we went in. You paused in front of a big green safe with a combination lock and started twirling the knob. The tumblers clicked into place. I picked up an inkwell and waited for the safe to open.
All right, Spade, give me it.
I did, with both hands. With my left, I handed you the portfolio, and with my right, I pitched the inkwell at a well-wired slab of plate glass window. When the burglar alarm went into action, so did you. You dropped everything and were out of the door and out of sight before you could say, let freedom ring. While I was waiting for the cops to arrive, I helped myself to a $500 bearer bond I found lying loose in your safe. I had a feeling I might be needing some bail myself.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are
are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. It gives you the advantages that men consider most important. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin, that's like the oil of your skin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the bail bond caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I had hoped, Leo, when I made my spectacular move in your bail bond office and set the bells to ringing, that I'd get the caper off my neck and onto the capable shoulders of the police, where it now belonged. Then I told myself I could go home and get some sleep. I had never been that fond of Vivian anyway. I was holding the $1 million portfolio, complete with its big official seal still unbroken, ready to hand it over with a flourish to the first boy in blue that rushed in. But then I saw something that dashed my hopes. There was a strip of Scotch tape across the bottom of it. It wasn't up to me to tamper with important evidence, but I didn't have to. It was only a question of what magazine had been cut up to replace the $1 million in bearer bonds. That question was answered at headquarters 20 minutes later. It turned out to be the last 52 issues of Radio Life, which even Captain Walsh of the robbery detail admitted was no help. Neither was Captain Walsh.
Now, Spade, in your statement here, you state, so-and-so, Sweet Leilani, and that Rosenfoy did hand portfolio exhibit in question to Leo M. Scarlett, alias Scarlatti, at approximately 10:20 p.m. this date.
That's it, Captain.
Now, you sure you want to stick with this? You don't want to change any part of the statement?
No, I just want to go home and go to bed.
I'm afraid you're going to stay with us for a while.
Who, me?
Statement of Jordan Joyce, M.D. Statements of Hilda Sackwriter, R.N. and Mildred DeVille, this R.N. Day and night nurses, respectfully.
Who's sick?
Rosenfoy. He's been quarantined in his home in Daly City since his release from Alcatraz 4 days ago. Chicken pox. Sorry, Sam, I'll have to book you. You sure you don't want to add anything to that statement?
Only this. Kelsey Walsh, if you continue to do such brilliant police work, you will be waving a stop sign at a school crossing in time for the fall semester. You are a hangnail on the finger of justice. I thought I had been courteous and cooperative, but even so, it was the middle of the afternoon by the time they set my bail. $1,500. That made it light. But I hadn't had time to hang the curtains in my cell when I got even worse news. My bail had been posted by who? Vivian, a banana peel, and the steps of progress. She met me outside.
Well, aren't you going to thank me?
What for? Getting me in jail or getting me out?
Getting you out, of course. It was all the money I had in all the world. Leo's money was impounded, you know. But, Sam, when I thought of what you and I once meant to each other, and maybe we still...
Yeah. Well, you'll get your money back. I'm not really guilty.
Oh, I know that.
What else do you know?
I guess it's safe to talk. Leo phoned me today.
Where is he?
He wouldn't say. Some pay station. He kept putting in nickels. Sam, you've got to talk to him. You've got to convince him it's best to give himself up.
Now you're beginning to make sense, sweetheart. But how can I get to talk to him?
I've arranged it. He's to meet us at the Club Leilani. You know, where we had our reunion yesterday.
That place on Dunbar?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. A crowded saloon less than a block from the police department. Besides, the place has lousy memories for me. By the way, did you ever get out of the ladies' room?
If you don't mind, I'd rather talk about something else.
Okay, let's talk about how do we bring this big secret meeting off in a crowded cafe. Is Leo coming in a false beard?
You really think I'm stupid, don't you?
I didn't say so.
Well, it so happens that the place is closed on Tuesday. See that sign in the window? Closed Tuesday.
Mm-hmm. Now, how do we break in?
I was counting on you. You're a detective. Can't you use a glass key or something?
Did you say that bail bond you bought for me was all the money you had in the world?
That's the truth.
Then get ready to forfeit it.
It's a risk I've got to take.
You've got to take.
Sam, please, if we ever meant anything...
Yeah, I know. Half Moon Bay. But sometimes I wish we hadn't been childhood sweethearts. Wait here. I'll case the alley. The alley wasn't much better. There were two windows, washroom type, all glass brick except for two small ventilators big enough to put your hand through. The only hope was the kitchen skylight. I didn't have any trouble getting up to it, but once I was there, things didn't look so good. The view from the roof was a garage door with two green lights flanking it. Then it struck me where I was and why I was there. The Club Leilani backed directly on the Hall of Justice where the big bail bond robbery had taken place at 5 p.m. the night before. Without further ado, I put my foot through a pane of the skylight, reached in, unlatched it, and dropped.
Hurry up. Let me in, Sam.
Up at the front of the building, I could hear Vivian clamoring for admittance. I decided to let her clamor for another minute or two. It isn't a thing I often do, but I walked resolutely into the ladies' powder room. It was very well equipped. It had furniture, a telephone, and more clues than I needed. The magazines were there, the razor blades were there, the scotch tape was there. There was even a scraping of red sealing wax on the steel frame of the window slot. But best of all was what I found in the paper towel dispenser. I lifted it out and moved it next door to the men's washroom. Then I let her in.
What kept you so long? You'll spoil everything. I was afraid you'd...
Here comes your husband.
Oh.
Come on, let me in.
What happened, Leo? You're early.
Any objections? I just got itchy, that's all. How are you, baby?
Don't, Leo. I'm so nervous. Straining.
What are we going to do, baby? What's Spade going to do for us?
Tell him, Sam. I'll leave you two alone to talk it out. I'll freshen up a little. I haven't had my face on all day.
Poor kid. Well, Spade, let's have it.
Yeah, she's right, Leo. I can do a lot for you. But you've got to do something for me.
Spade, this is level. I never saw those bonds.
I know that.
Then what are you after?
The truth. It's the only thing that can save you, and if you take this rap, I take it too. I'm in clear up to my neck.
Okay. Charlie Rosenfoy came around to Vivian and made her this proposition. He was going to pull this bail bond job and plant the goods on me to get even for the rap he thought he'd taken for me. Vivian pretended to play along with him, only she got hold of the package long enough to take the bonds out and put the old magazines in instead.
Yeah?
The idea was the mob would think Charlie had double-crossed them, taken the goods for himself, and delivered a phony packet to their banker, which was supposed to be me.
Sure.
Only you had to get smart and set off that burglar alarm. Now I'm getting the squeeze on all sides. The mob, the law, Charlie are all gunning for me at once.
Don't worry about the mob and the law, and don't worry too much about Charlie.
What are you driving at?
That'll be him now.
Who tipped him I was here?
Get back in the corner. It's dark in here. He'll never see you. I'll take care of it.
All right.
Hello, Charlie.
Oh.
Come on in.
Oh! Good boy, Spade. Get his gun. You're my friend.
Sure, I'm your friend. Come here.
Yeah, sure, Spade.
Pleasant dreams, fellas. Now I act. Hey, Charlie! No, Leo! Vivian?
Sam? That you?
Yeah. The last of your boyfriends.
You mean Leo? Charlie?
Yeah. They just knocked each other off.
Oh, Sam. I can't see. It's dark. Where are you?
Right here in front of the jukebox.
You sure?
Hope to die. Drop it, Vivian. It's empty.
Sam,
Vivian, how could you? After Half Moon Bay. I'm sorry I had to knock you boys out, Leo, but better lumps than bullet holes, eh? After she started wrapping up the caper, it wasn't too hard to figure what she was up to, providing you could keep her smoke out of your eyes. She told Charlie how to operate on you and told you how to operate on Charlie. $1 million for her and 2 dead gangsters lying on the floor of an empty joint where they'd shot it out. The secret of the missing bonds would have to be written off by the police as having died with either one of whichever of you ever had them. Period. End of something.
Pardon me, Mr. Spade. I know you're tired, and if you're too brushed, please feel free to allude the whole matter. But
Yes, okay, let's do that.
thank you. Effie said that you were always glad to qualify any little points that she didn't understand.
She said that, did she?
Yeah, but she also said that quite accidentally that you sometimes leave things out that should be left in.
Bernadine, times are very bad. They're cutting salaries everywhere.
But where were they during the whole nefarious affair, if you'll pardon the expression?
The bonds? In the paper towel dispenser, didn't I say so?
Oh, that's what you moved to the men's. But how did they get there? In the Walreenies, if you'll pardon the expression.
Simple. When the thieves whizzed through the alley after the heist, Vivian had her well-manicured little lunch hook thrust through the window slot to receive them.
Oh, that's how the red sailing wax got there.
Bernadine, you're spectacular. Now go and type this up. You're making me nervous.
You know what they say about people who like mysteries? Once a mystery fan, always a mystery fan. And that goes for hair tonics, too. Once a Wild Root Cream Oil fan, always a Wild Root Cream Oil fan. Just try it and you'll see what I mean. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So tonight, or first thing tomorrow, step up to your drug or toilet goods counter and ask for Wild Root Cream Oil. Get the big economy bottle and the handy new tube that's easy to pack when you travel. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Well, here it is, Mr. Spade. I hope it's not too erroneous.
Oh, I'm sure it's quite offensive.
Don't you mean inoffensive, Mr. Spade?
Have it your way.
I don't want to sound imprudent, Mr. Spade, but I must say that your conduct through the whole thing was very brave and outrageous.
Don't you mean courageous?
Oh, now I've got you doing it. You're going to be just like Mr. Cummel.
Your previous employer, no doubt.
Yeah, poor man. You know, he finally became completely erasable. They had to take him away.
What were his symptoms?
Well, when he ordered the puppy biscuits, I thought he was just being concentric. But after a while, he wouldn't answer to anything but Rover. I had to sprinkle his flea powder in the morning, you know? And then he had his little tricks. He always wanted to show off, you know, sitting up and rolling over. He could shake hands, too.
What's so great about that? Any dog can shake hands.
Yeah, but can you scratch your ear with your foot?
If I set my mind to it. Now go home, Bernadine, or I'll report you to the SPCA.
You can't frighten me. Effie told me that your bark is worse than your bite. Good night, Mr. Spade.
Effie, in far-off Kanab, come home, sweetheart.
Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tolman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Gil Dowd directed tonight's broadcast in William Spear's absence. Join us again next Sunday for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Sam Spade.
Bandage on the wrong eye. Or have I? Both of them. Oh, I get so angry sometimes. You go dancing on here like a schoolboy on the slightest provocation, and 1 hour later, just 1 hour, you come back with a broken head and a black eye and clothes torn all to pieces. Face like a wet geranium. Hold still. Nana, how do you feel, Sam? How is it? Is it too tight? What did you say?
Said, how do you expect me to dictate a report with a mouthful of gauze?
Oh, that's what it was. I wondered what happened to the girl.
Sit down and shut up.
Sam, I didn't mean anything. I just meant it for your own good.
Pick up your pencil, Effie. No, not the scissors.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. I'm sorry.
Two Patrolman Aloysius, FX Clancy, 3rd Precinct Station.
Sam, the officer Clancy?
That's right.
The nice fat policeman that walks up and down our street?
The same, Effie, Michael Lane.
He brings me candy once in a while.
Down, Effie. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596, subject the 1 hour caper, Dear Clancy.
Yeah.
In case you were aware of it, and I think you were, Clancy, this afternoon in San Francisco was warm, quiet, and dull. I was sitting in my underwear in front of the open window of my office, reading the news of the blizzard back east. I was not employed by the Chamber of Commerce to do this. My secretary had merely taken my suit downstairs to get it pressed. It began as the clock on the Church of Dismas the Thief around the corner was hammering out the hour of 4. Yeah?
Mr. Spade, this is Hank Page. Page's printer right across the street. We printed some cards for you, remember?
Oh, yes, Hank. I was about to call you. My secretary is just making out the check.
Oh, forget that bill, Sam. I need your help.
Well, drop in tomorrow. I'll be glad to talk to you.
Tomorrow may be too late. I'd rather not be seen coming to your office. How about the saloon downstairs in your building, say, 5 minutes?
Well, what's important, Hank?
Well, I don't know. I got something here. I want you to look at it. If it's what I think it is, it's important. I gotta hang up now. See you in 5 minutes.
Where do you think you're going in that?
Same old hat, Effie. What's the matter with it?
It's not referring to your hat, Sam.
Well, that's what you're looking at.
I'm trying to avert my eyes, Sam. Here's your suit.
Oh, I forgot. Well, look out the window, Effie. I'll put it on. Got a phone call. Maybe a job. I gotta meet a man.
Sam, you can't go out on a job now.
Why not?
Why do you think I got your suit pressed? The man's coming to take your picture.
What man?
From Baffling Detective Magazine.
Oh. Well, I'll try and make it, sweetheart.
Oh, Sam, I'm tired of making excuses to people. I set up this appointment for 5:30, and I want you back in plenty of time. I wish you wouldn't go. Oh, all right, go on. But if you aren't back in this office by 5 o'clock, that's 10, Sam. You can find someone else to make your excuse.
Okay. Shall we synchronize our watches? I skipped the elevator and walked downstairs to save time. It was 11 minutes after 4, flat beer time, when I reached the entrance of the happy hour oyster and beverage bar. I turned and looked across the street. Hank Page was just stepping off the curb. He was jaywalking, but that didn't explain what happened. He saw it in plenty of time and jumped back out of the way. It saw him, too. The wheels cut sharply towards him, and the front bumper caught him just behind the knee.
All right. Keep moving there. Keep moving. Come on. Back on the sidewalk. Come on now. We'll take care of him.
Sam. Yeah, Hank.
Leave him be, Mr. Spade. Leave him be. I've got to get his thing.
Come on, get these people back. This man's hurt bad. Give him some air. Better not try to talk, Hank.
Oh, no. Sam. Here. This is it. Cigarette case. Hey, wait a minute. What was that?
What's what, Clancy?
Well, he gave you something there. A gold cigarette case. I've seen him.
Oh, you must be mistaken, Clancy. Hank, can you talk anymore?
Cigarette case. Sam, find out. Gotta find out. My wife.
Yeah, what about your wife?
I can't.
What have you got here,
Hit and run. Looks kind of dead. Like I'd say we're dead, wouldn't you? This is morgue for a Clancy. DOA. Okay, boys. Okay, take him away. Now, come on. Please, everybody, stand back. Any of you people identify this man?
Yeah, I know.
You better come along.
Oh, hello, Sam. Hello, Maxie. Hank Page.
Oh, yeah, just came in. 2 seconds. Hi, Pete. Yeah. No, you better not look at him now. He's in no condition. Oh, sure. Sure, you can give him the money if any effect. Yeah. Well, hey, it's Mrs. Page. She didn't lose any time. Like to meet her, Sam?
Yeah, Maxie, I would.
You know, Lippy says she's going to look nice in time.
That's so. Mrs. Page?
What?
I knew your husband slightly. My name is Sam Spade.
Oh, yes. You're a detective. He said he was going to see you. Did he?
Not quite. You happen to know what he wanted to see me about?
Yes, he found something, a cigarette case. He didn't tell me what it meant, but he seemed very worried about it. He told me that if anything happened to him, I should claim his belongings right away. See, here they are. His watch, his wallet, Elk's pin, school ring, cigar cutter, no cigarette case.
Oh, now, please, Mrs. Page. I've got the cigarette case here.
You've got it. How did you?
Oh, he gave it to me just after the accident. I think he was trying to tell me to give it to you. Here, you take it.
Oh, no. His initials. No. Some woman gave it to him. I don't want it. Just put it away. Out of my sight forever.
Okay. You can open your eyes now. It's back in my pocket.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, let's talk, Mrs. Spade. What was on your husband's mind?
Well, I don't know. He wasn't very well. Heart trouble, nothing terribly serious, but he gets these little spells and he has to stay home from work. Sometimes a week or 10 days, but Mr. Soule, the foreman at the print shop, will look after things, you know. I even thought he was getting better.
Your husband have any fights lately?
Oh, no. He wouldn't dare with his heart.
He had a black eye.
Oh, that happened at home. He fell down.
Yeah. Well, I'll be in touch with you. Outside, the fog was rolling in. I stopped under a streetlight and spent an estimated 45 seconds trying to figure out what time it was for the calendar watch my secretary gave me for Christmas. The barometer was falling, it said. The temperature was 63, and I was facing northwest. I looked in a jewelry store to find out it was 4:23. My hour was nearly half gone, and the only clues I had were a cigarette case and a black eye. I took the case out of my pocket and opened it. There were cigarettes in it. I took one out and lit it. It was nasty. Then I saw something green behind the cigarette. It looked better. It looked like money. When I examined it more closely, I wasn't so sure. The printing on it was Dutch, and the amount was 100 florins. The banks were closed, but it only cost me 2 nickels and a paid telephone to find out where to take it. It was a small but solid-looking establishment on Montgomery. The gold lettering on the plate glass window said Van Pelt and Meisner, commercial agent, Amsterdam, New York, San Francisco, Macassar, and Curacao.
Gentlemen here?
I want to see Mr. Meisner.
There is no Mr. Meisner. That's only Van Pelt, and I'm Hendrik Van Pelt. I'm so sorry.
Oh, don't see it like that. Maybe you can help me.
What can I do with you?
Well, somebody paid me off for a job in Dutch money. I want to know how much it's worth.
Oh, this better than Meisner, I know. The value of money. Show me, please.
Maybe you'd like a cigarette, too. They're Dutch.
See, my brand, Sumatra Queen, thank you. Oh, good.
You like
good, Sumatra Queen. No, the money. 100 florins. High under the light look. Serial number. Here is M. Portrait clear is. Seal good color is. Paper excellent. Give it to exchange.
What's it worth?
Well, look, the latest quotation is florin against the dollar. $53.24. That was the exchange fee taken out. You like $10 notes?
I love them. You mean that money's real money?
Who knows better than I should? My brother was engraver to the Royal Dutch Treasury. I myself in the manufactory was until the occupation coming was.
Pardon me. Would you mind saying that again, please?
So in the manufactory from all kinds of money, including already currencies from the Indies, East and West, Java, Celebes, Borneo, and homeland, Netherlands. Also 6 months in Bulilong, Bali, where I'm English learning.
Oh, you learned English?
Several foreign languages.
I see. Well, I'll take it in 10.
Go, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 1, 2, 3, is 10 cents and 20 cents, 3 cents.
Danke.
Oh, eventually.
I spoke a little Dutch.
Yes, eventually you have lived in San Francisco for how long?
Oh, eventually quite some time.
Oh, I'm Hendrik Van Pelt. How are you?
How do you do?
Yes, I noticed on the cigarette case, you have the same initial, HP. Who your name is, please?
Polhaus, Herman Polhaus.
Oh, in a Polhaus, you know, I like that cigarette case. With the coincidence, you sell me your Dutch money. Maybe also sell me the cigarette case with the Dutch cigarette.
You like those cigarettes?
Oh, I love that Sumatra Queen.
You can have them for nothing.
No, such a pity to remove them from the beautiful case. They go together, cigarettes and the case. How much?
What would you say it's worth?
Well, that could go $500. What do you pay?
Nothing. I took it off a dead body.
Get out! Get out! The grave robber! Help! Police! Stop thieves!
Okay, Mr. Van Pelt, I'm going.
Help! Police! Help!
I ran, did not walk to the only exit. A squad of bank cops thundered past me, followed by half a dozen city dicks and some Burns men who confused Van Pelt's burglar alarm with that of the bank next door. Nobody paid me any mind until I reached Church Street. I was just crossing when I saw it the second time. It was the same car that had run down Hank Page. I strained my eyes against the headlights. I couldn't make out the man behind the wheel, but I got the license plate before it happened. I felt it before I heard it. It hit my chest like a sledgehammer. The last thing I heard was the footsteps of a heavy man pounding toward me. The clock on the Church of Business of Peace was chiming the half hour. And now, back to the 1 hour caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade. I'd started the caper with 2 clues, a cigarette case and a black eye on a dead man. When I woke up in the alley, I didn't have the cigarette case. Instead, I had 2 black eyes. One of them was on me. Strangely enough, I was alive. I reached inside my shirt to examine the bullet hole over my heart. There was nothing there but a bruise. I wondered what had been in that gold cigarette case besides gold and Dutch cigarettes. The plug had come at me hard enough to knock me down and out, but the case in my inside pocket had stopped it. I limped to the nearest phone booth and phoned Tuttle in the traffic division. The plates on the hit-and-run car were registered to one Hendrik Van Pelt.
I'm so glad you're here. I was beginning to worry.
Where's Mr. Van Pelt?
That's just it. He went in the other room to make a drink. He hasn't come back. Listen, you don't know how glad I am you're here. Do you know why he invited me to have this drink with him?
I can think of one reason.
Oh, thank you. Listen, he wants to buy Hank's cigarette case. And, of course, much as I hate an Indian giver, Mr. Spade.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Hank didn't leave much, only a little insurance, and the printing shop is a partnership, you know, Hank and Mr. Soleil, and the cigarette case is just a windfall. I told him you wouldn't stand in the way of a widow.
I wouldn't think of it.
I knew you'd do the decent thing, Mr. Spade. Listen here.
Please, Mr. Spade, my bruises. Besides, I haven't got it.
You haven't got it?
No, now, look, Mr. Spade.
Blanche.
Okay, now, Blanche, try and think. Did you ever hear your husband mention Van Pelt?
No. No, they never even met. Mr. Van Pelt said so.
How'd Van Pelt find out about the cigarette case?
He said you showed it to him.
How well do you know your husband's partner, Mr. Soleil?
Oh, we're total strangers now. I told my husband everything. He forgave me.
And what did Mr. Soleil tell you?
Nothing much, nothing. He's led a very dull life. Almost as soon as he got out of reform school, he took a forgery rap.
Oh, very dull.
That's where he became a master printer. And stir, as they say.
Oh, yes, they do.
But they're not much help.
Au contraire, Blanche. Au contraire. I escorted her outside and pushed her into a taxi. Then I walked back to Church Street. As I rounded the corner, I could see light in the window of Page's printery. The chimes were hammering out 5:15 when I entered Hank Page's shop. In the back, a guy was sitting at a desk in his shirt sleeves checking off figures in a ledger. I introduced myself, and he told me his name was Ben Soleil. We shook hands, and then he waved me to a chair across the desk.
This is awful, Spade. What with one thing and another, we're heels over head in work, and got to pull with these books, and I don't know a thing about it. And pardon me. Yes. Oh, all right. Well, things are a little confused here just now. Could you tell me a little more about it? Huh? Oh, yes, I understand the problem. Well, we're handling it at this end, but we'll be very busy for a while. No, there's definitely no point in you dropping by tonight. You think the news of the boss's death would make some difference to those customers, but no. You take that fellow that just...
Yeah, I know you're very busy, Mr. Soleil, and I don't want to take up too much of your time, so...
Say, what makes you think that car deliberately ran down the board?
Did I say so?
Well, you're an insurance dick, aren't you?
You got me tagged. Anybody have anything against him, as far as you know?
Well, he fired 2 printers last week.
Why?
Well, they couldn't spell in English.
You see Mr. Page this afternoon?
Yeah, he came in for about 10 minutes. Said he'd be back on the job tomorrow morning. He was killed just after he left.
How'd he look?
Oh, same as usual.
You wouldn't say he'd been in a fight.
Oh, good Lord, no. He was a sick man.
He had a piece of porn in his hand when he was hit. Know anything about that?
Oh, sure, he got it here. One of our customers, a man named Van Pelt, paid for some work with it. Boss wanted it for a souvenir, so he took it with him.
Does Van Pelt know about Page's heart?
Oh, that's a stupid question to ask.
You didn't know Page was killed with Van Pelt's car.
That's a long shot, bud.
Thanks. Here's another one. You're lying straight down the line.
Huh?
You didn't see Page today. If you had, you'd have mentioned that he had a black eye. He didn't take that Dutch money for a souvenir. If he had, you'd have mentioned the cigarette case.
You said enough.
What are you doing? Shutting down for the night?
You'll find out.
Put your hands on top of the desk. I slipped the muzzle of my gun. I've been holding it in my lap for 3 minutes, far enough over the edge of the desk for Ben Soleil to see it. He did what I told him to. The press room door was directly behind him, and I knew his body would screen my gun from the view of anybody that might come through it in response to the signal he started. I didn't have long to wait. 3 men, black with ink, came to the door and threw it into the little office. I strolled in, careless and casual.
What's up, Ben? You got eyes in your head? Huh? What's this?
Stop right there. Stopped as if they'd all been mounted on the same pair of legs, but I didn't like my position at all. If these men decided to jump me, I could down just one of them before the other 3 were on me. I knew it, and they knew it. Then I felt some fresh air on the back of my neck as the street door opened behind me.
Soleil, what is it? Is it a holdup?
It's me, Blanche. Spade. Get out of here, quick. Find a cop and bring him back here. Will you do that?
Sure I will. You can count on me.
The lady's mouth opened in a broad grin. I didn't need any more warning than that. I threw myself sideways, but I wasn't quick enough. The blow I got from behind with Blanche's lady's handbag type persuader didn't hit me full on, but I got enough of it to fold up my legs as if the knees were hinged with paper and I'd slammed into a heap on the floor. Something dark crashed towards me. I caught it with both hands. I had a foot kicking at my face. I wrung it the way it rings out a mop. I was dimly aware that my feet were under me again. Some squirming thing was on my back, and a hot, damp object like a hand was across my face. I put my teeth into it, head back as far as it would go. Maybe it smashed into the face it was meant for. I don't know. Anyway, the squirming thing was no longer on my back, and suddenly I could see again. I saw a brass cuspidor 6 inches or so in front of my eyes. That's how I knew I was down on the floor again. I grabbed the cuspidor and tugged at it. I staggered to my feet with it and used it to club a clear space in front of me. I swung it high and let go. Then I was back on the floor again with 600 or 800 pounds of flesh hammering my face into the boards. You can't throw a brass cuspidor through a plate glass window into a rush hour crowd in downtown San Francisco without attracting attention. The hour of rescue was at hand. It was exactly 5 p.m.
Let's go to work.
And Aunt Clancy is the most of the crop. You guessed it. Counterfeiting caper with variations. The returns are not all in yet, but I think when the feds pick up Van Pelt, they'll find he was telling the truth when he said he was working in the Dutch government printing office in Amsterdam at the time of the Nazi occupation. He probably bought his way out of the country with the same kind of money he and Soleil were printing here, genuine Dutch florins printed from the original plates. Being a skilled metal worker, he designed a gold cigarette case into which those plates would fit with uncanny accuracy. The crowning touch was the way in which he concealed them from view. He filled the case with an odious brand of Dutch cigarettes, which only fools or criminals could possibly smoke. It was the safest hiding place in the world. So clever was it, now get this Clancy, my boy, that even I, Sam Spade detective, never suspected the presence of base metal until it stopped that slug Van Pelt threw at me in the alley. Idiot. End of report.
Oh, Sam, to think you went through all that just to keep your promise to me.
Yes, Effie, but what hurts even more than these wounds is the thought that you doubted my word.
Oh, I didn't say that, Sam. I only inferred that you had no sense of time.
Yeah? Well, I guess you've changed your mind about that, eh?
No, I haven't, Sam.
May I ask why?
Well, I'd rather not discuss it during working hours, Sam, but as soon as I've typed up this report, I'll tell you exactly what I mean. I just handed it to him on the way to the streetcar.
Save the stamp app. What else?
Oh, Harrison. You won't be needing me anymore. I'll...
Sit down.
It's nearly 5:30, Sam. And I told the photographer not to come.
That's a fine thing. After all I've been through, you still say I have no sense of time, and you told the photographer not to come. Why?
Because I knew you wouldn't be back in time, and if you were, you'd look so terrible the picture wouldn't be any good anyway.
Thanks a lot.
Oh, Sam. That's why I must have been so cranky. I must have had a premonition. I don't know what's the matter with me. I'm so ill-tempered. I think I'm turning into an old maid or something.
Oh, calm down.
I must be.
Oh, by the way, honey, remind me to write to Feige in Washington and ask them to send me that cigarette case for a souvenir if they take it off Van Pelt. After all, you know, it saved my life.
You're right.
Mm-hmm. That's
And here I've been nagging and saying all these terrible things. Oh, Sam, I know what's the matter with me. Oh, no, Sam, no, your bandages, your wound. Oh,
think I'll live.
good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade Detective Agency?
Me, sweetheart.
Oh, Sam.
Now, F, all is forgiven, like I told you.
How can you forgive me, Sam? I almost killed you.
Well, why kick yourself, F? You would have done the private detective profession a great favor.
Oh, don't say that,
By
Sam.
removing from its rolls the only operative in San Francisco stupid enough to shake an apple tree for an entire evening trying to pick up an apron full of bananas.
But they all can't come out right in the end, Sam.
Ah, but you haven't heard the postscript, Angel.
Postscript?
Postscript, indeed. Batten down the hatches and warn all within earshot that they're about to catch Stupid Sam, the incomparable, in a new act. For during the next 29 minutes and 30 seconds, I shall don the mantle of Don Quixote, shoulder my battered lance, and tilt at windmills in an object lesson to the gullible entitled The Spanish Prisoner Caper.
Transcribed for NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Effie? Yep.
I don't know what.
Oh, now, there, Angel. Don't cry, little girl. Don't cry.
I'm so stupid. You might have been.
Hush.
Yes.
We'll have no more of it here.
But
Not a word, not a word. Book, pencil.
Yes. Go ahead.
Date, fill it in to Miss Marjorie Loveland, Brockhaven Apartments, from Samuel Spade, still license number 1375596. Down, F.A., down. Subject, the Spanish prisoner caper. Dear Marjorie. When they made you, darling, they threw the mold away. In this day of the emancipated, self-sufficient, 100% competent female, it came as a fresh breeze and a boost to my masculine ego to run across a lady, white-haired and fragile withal, who needed protection. After meeting you, I knew what the fellow had in mind when he wrote, Heaven will protect the working girl. As a matter of fact, you could have been the very girl, since you and the song were about the same vintage.
Do please sit down, Mr. Spade. May I fix you some tea?
No, thanks.
I planned to come to your office, but I decided I just couldn't risk going out at this time.
Oh, why's that?
Well, he might come, you see. And I'd never forgive myself if I was out.
Oh, who's this?
Senor Palmera.
Oh.
Oh, he's more than a week overdue now, and I'm on pins and needles. I gave him my address here at the Brockhaven. But there's the Brocklebank and the Brockhurst and the Brockmorton and the Brock. It would be so easy for him to become confused, being a stranger in town.
Well, I'm a native. I'm confused myself.
Well, I thought perhaps you could locate him. He should be back from Mexico by now with Don Luis.
Don Luis.
Dear me. So many things could happen to them. Walking the streets with all that money.
What money?
The gold and the precious gems.
How about starting all over again?
Why? Haven't I made myself clear, Mr. Spade?
Well, I have the end fairly straight, yes, but if you'll give me the beginning, we'll have everything.
Well, I suppose the beginning was 3 weeks ago.
Where?
In the lobby of the Grand Hotel for Women.
I see.
I was staying there temporarily while I was waiting for this apartment, you see.
So?
So, the day I got word I could move here, I packed up and had them take my things out to the taxi. Then I went to the desk and got my money from the vault.
Oh, how much?
$840.
Cash?
Yes, in bills. My annuity money had just come from the East.
Well,
I just put the bills in my purse and was starting out the door when it happened. This voice came over my shoulder. A soft Latin voice saying, Senorita, I come to you on a matter of terrible urgency.
And lo and behold, it was Senor Palmera.
How did you know?
Oh, I have a feeling for those things. Go ahead.
Well, his uncle, Don Luis Alvaro, was in terrible trouble, he said. In prison in Mexico City on some sort of trumped-up political charge.
And the family, though noble, was financially impoverished.
Yes, except...
Except for a casket containing the family jewels and an assortment of priceless heirlooms, all hundreds of years old, hand-wrought of the finest virgin gold.
Mr. Spade, how everything...
Said caskets and its precious hoard being hidden away in a secret place known only to Don Luis. All he needs is a paltry $840.
It was $1,000. I went to the bank.
A paltry $1,000 to bribe a jail official, and presto, Don Louis goes free, unearths the casket, and rewards you with an ample share of the family treasure.
Mr. Spade, you've talked to Senor Palmera.
Nope. How badly do you need the dough?
Need it? Why, good heavens, Mr. Spade. It's all I have until next June. There's a small pension from the school board in Keokuk, but dear me, I don't know just how. Mr. Spade, do you mean he isn't coming back with my money?
The truth of the matter, Marjorie, was that you'd fallen for the Spanish prisoner's swindle. A hoary old chestnut that goes back to the day of P.T. Barnum and before. But you look like if I gave you an honest answer, you'd dissolve into tears. And as I said, I was in one of my heaven and Spade will protect the working girl moods, so I made up a dishonest one.
Mr. Spade, will
I'll try and look him up. Maybe it's all a terrible misunderstanding.
Oh, good.
Effie?
Free? What'd you say?
Miss Perrine.
Oh, Sam Spade, Detective Agency. Mr. Spade is...
This is Mr. Spade, charming one.
Oh, Sam, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Dorothy's here, and I'm trying to learn to knit argyle socks.
Well, fine. Drop all stitches and look in the file for me, will you? I remember getting a circular a while back on a con man who was running the Spanish prisoner around here.
What would it be under, Sam? Spanish prisoner?
Con games, obsolete. Get out the file.
Oh, just a minute. It's Sam, Dorothy. Count those stitches while I look in the file. Confidence game. Oh, here. You told me to knit 2 and slip 2, I'm sure. Sam!
Yeah?
I found it. His name's Pedro Rodriguez.
Rodriguez?
There's no address, but it says he habitually associates with somebody named Lolita Montoya. Sounds Spanish.
Slightly. Any address for her?
615 Mason Street.
Fine.
That's all there is, Sam. Oh, golly, I'm so mixed up with these darn argyles.
Well, what's so tough about that?
Well, you ought to try it sometime.
What row are you on?
27th. Knit 3 and slip 1, she says, and I don't...
She's wrong. Knit 2, slip 1, knit 1, pass 1, and knit 1. You got it?
Sam! How versatile.
Nothing at all. I've been going out with a gray lady. .615 Mason Street was a very large apartment building with the usual brass plate in the entry listing the inhabitants, among which I was happy to note was Lolita Montoya, apartment 408. I picked up the house phone and pressed the button.
Yeah?
Telegram for Lolita Montoya.
Lolita isn't here. Lolita? My Lolita? Who is calling? Just a telegram, Pop. Stick it in the box, eh?
Money order. Somebody has to sign for it.
But it may be important. I will take care of it, understand? Yes, I understand. Sonny?
Yeah?
Climb back into that cab I saw you get out of. Hustle over to Western Union and tell the president Lolita's on a vacation. Get it?
Score for you now. Hello? Well. Nothing daunted, I punched a few bells until one of the less suspicious tenants gave me the front door buzz, walked in, and took the automatic elevator to the 4th floor. Or I should say toward the 4th floor, since halfway between the 3rd and 4th she quit cold. The elevator, that is, but there are devices for such things. I pushed the button marked emergency, and it took me only 50 minutes to get out, assisted by the janitor, the manager, and 12 tenants. The doors on the 4th floor, it seemed, had been carelessly pried open and held that way by a magazine carelessly stuck in the crack. Continuing my stealthy approach to 408, I found my man and his pal had somehow sensed I was coming and run off without stopping to close the door. The apartment was filled with cigarette smoke and not much else, a bed, an empty dresser, and a table on which were one pot half full of foul black coffee, a little pointed gadget that looked like a nut pick, and a handful of metal shavings. I was contemplating what connection, if any, this had with your missing $1,000 when... Yeah?
This is Stuyvesant, Pedro. I just wanted to inquire how everything is coming along, if at all.
See, great.
How much?
Well, there's $1,000.
Is it good?
Oh, gee, boy, what do you think?
Pedro, this here is joyous news. Like you said, Pedro, our Spanish prisoner is a valuable man. Huh? I must hustle over to the lighthouse and inform Lolita.
Lighthouse?
She has been very conscientious in the role, Pedro, very.
Oh, see, great.
It's not every girl who would sell out her grandfather so readily, Pedro.
Nope.
We must not take Lolita for granted. I will give it a new rumble, and we'll see her tonight at Simplex. Right?
See, right.
Au revoir, Pedro.
Au revoir? Well, au revoir. Oulé, Stevie. The only lighthouse I knew was a gin mill perched midway down the Embarcadero south of Market, surrounded by shoals strewn with human wrecks of all description. A place you might find shell game men and carny grifters, but hardly a habitat for a con man smooth enough to work the Spanish prisoner. The lighthouse keeper, who looked like he'd retired from the sea after a losing battle with Moby Dick, was bent over a pinball machine next to the door. As far as I could see by the one light in the joint, it was empty.
Get up, get up. Yeah, get up, get up, get up, get up.
Oh. Too bad, lighthouse keeper.
Yeah, what do you have?
Well, beer when you're ready. Do you know Pedro Rodriguez?
Yeah, worked for me once, a couple of years ago. I canned him.
Why?
He's a swab. Only honest nickel he ever made was when he was here.
All right, get up, get up, get up, get up.
Thanks. Yeah, crooked swab is Pedro Rodriguez. He's up to something right now, if you ask me.
Spanish prisoner?
Oh, you mixed up in it too, huh?
Nope, I just want to be. How does it go?
Well, I don't know much about it, only it seems to smell. See, Pedro was sitting at the bar the other night with another swab, talking about an old Spanish jet was going to make him $1 million. Just come over from Spade. Get up, get up, get up, get up.
Nice shot.
Body English, pure and simple.
Yeah, so what about the Spanish jet?
Well, I didn't hear no more about that. Hey, I tell you what you do. You ask Lolita about it. Anything Pedro is mixed up in, she generally knows about.
Good. Where do I find Lolita?
Let's see. I ain't sure whether it's the third or the fourth.
Third or fourth what?
The booth from the back there.
Oh.
She's been sitting there all night writing letters. You better be careful, though. She got an awful temper.
Thanks, lighthouse keeper. How about the beer?
Sure.
Hey, Larry, draw one.
So Larry drew one, and I took it down to the bar to a point opposite booth number 4, which indeed contained Lolita, a fragile little thing wearing a turtleneck sweater marked Stillman's Gym. The table was covered with writing paper, and her alabaster brow was a mass of unsightly wrinkles as she chewed the end of her fountain pen. I'd no sooner settled down when the front door opened, and what appeared to be the reincarnation of Gargantua the gorilla, only with clothes, steamed down the aisle and slid in next to Lolita, who was not alarmed at all.
Lolita, I bear tidings.
Listen to this. I am making progress. Grandfather dear, you cannot know how dire is the peril into which I have been thrust. Okay?
Possible. It is possible. It is.
Or maybe, Grandfather beloved. As I take up my pen in hand, I am overcome with fear. Things look very black indeed. I have fallen into the clutches of a... Stuyvesant, what are you grinning at?
I have just conversed with Pedro on the telephone. We are in.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, you mean no more letters?
No more. Pedro is exalted. He says that...
What's the matter?
Are we interfering with your train of thought, Buster?
No. Go right ahead. I'll just sit here and drink my beer.
Wait a minute. Now, look, George, there is plenty of bar down near the front door.
Leave him be, Lolita. He's just a schmuck.
I'm not so sure. He's got an honest look about him I do not like. What is on your mind, George?
Pedro.
Pedro, huh?
Yeah, he's getting careless. Shortchanged a friend of mine $1,000.
How does this figure?
This man is subtle, Stivey. Yeah. You are anxious to put the bite on Pedro for $1,000, right?
Uh-huh. That is, unless Pedro wants to take a 5-year rap, it's up to him.
5-year rap for what?
Stupidity. They ought to know better than to try to get by with a Spanish prisoner, honey.
Spanish prisoner? Nose.
What'd I tell you? It's a shakedown.
Are you?
Relax, Stuyvesant. Violence will get you nowhere.
Out of my way, Stuyvesant. I'll show this tin horn.
Lay off, Lolita, not the gun.
I said get out of my way.
You better let me have it, baby.
Lolita, temper.
I got hold of the gun with one hand while Lolita chewed on my other one. Stuyvesant, meanwhile, catching my head under his arm like a nutcracker and kicking me in the stomach with his knee. This went on for some time, then I became vaguely aware of Stuyves's fist, as big as a ham, coming up from the floor. He caught me on the side of the head, and I skidded down the marble floor, past the row of booths like a ball in a bowling alley, scoring a 10-strike on the pinball machine, which leaned drunkenly over me, stuck out its coin drawer, and flashed a red light in my face, reading, "Foul ball, try again." Stupid me, I did.
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's music and mystery tomorrow on NBC. For music, your hit parade brings you the top tunes in the land, as selected by you and presented by Raymond Scott's Orchestra, Eileen Wilson, and Snooky Lanson. For mystery, Herbert Marshall stars as the Man Called X, an intrepid adventurer in international intrigue who travels to all corners of the world. Wherever there is danger, romance, and mystery, there you will find the Man Called X. And now back to the Spanish Prisoner Caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I came to with my head jammed between the brass rail and the bar next to what proved to be the lighthouse keeper's left shoe, parked as always in front of the pinball machine.
Larry, that's up front.
Oh.
Get up.
Where are they?
Top hole's all filled with 3 balls to go.
Congratulations. How about Lolita in the mug?
Oh, Deb.
All right, get up.
Oh, Deb? Took off, blast them. I had 780,000 points run up, and they had to go and throw you at the machine, cause a tilt. And Larry!
I sat until the buzzing in my ears quieted down and tried to hark back to the phone conversation with Stuyvesant in the apartment. It came eventually, and I pried mine host, the lighthouse keeper, away from the pinball machine and sat him down next to me with the yellow and standard sections of the telephone book.
Simplex Bar Supply?
No. Simplex, Easy Do Garden Furniture, nope.
How about Simplex Printing Company, 509 Sansom Street?
Nope. Simplex Office Files.
Simplex Service Station, 12th and...
Nope.
Well, how do you know, mate? There's 42 Simplexes in this book alone.
You find one that sounds like the front for a con operation, I'll buy it. Let's see. Simplex Cleaners, nope.
Simplex Associates, nope.
What's that?
Nothing suspicious. Simplex Associates. Business opportunities, investments, gold, oil, and mining securities, marked cards, loaded dice, and Las Vegas real estate. Nothing.
Well, that just sounds like it might be a possibility, though. Yeah, real estate Midday.
Homicide, Dundee.
Sam Dundee, do me a favor, will you, pal?
What?
Run across the hall and check the bunco files. There's an outfit called Simplex Associates.
Well, what's it about?
Well, it started out as a con game. A grifter took my client for $1,000 on a Spanish prisoner.
Spanish prisoner?
Yeah.
Well, what's that got to do with me? Call Bunko yourself, Sam.
They're closed down at this time of night, Dundee. Be a sweetheart
I'm
now, will
no
you?
sweetheart. I'm a homicide lieutenant, and I don't run a service agency for private detectives. Unless there's a corpse in it, you can take your business elsewhere.
Dundee, look. Hold it, will you?
I can't hold it. I got to get it.
Lolita, where is she? Where is my... I got her.
Let him down on the floor.
The couch in the back.
No, don't move. Easy. There. That's it.
Lolita, I know she's here. They must free her. You must call the police and...
Free her? Why was Pedro holding her?
To make me do this thing, this terrible thing. And I have done it. But you must stop him now. He will let my Lolita go now. And then you must stop him. Millions of pesos in my honor. You must.
Where is he?
Simplex.
He's in a bad way, mate.
Not anymore. He was an aristocrat, thin face, silver hair, and the look of a bourbon. It stopped me, Marjorie, because here it was, just like your Senor Palmera told you. The nobleman in the ragged clothes and dangling from one of his ankles the broken chain of a leg iron. In short, the complete Spanish prisoner. Dundee, it's legitimate now. You've got your corpse. There was nothing on him to indicate who he was or where he came from, but I had a feeling I'd seen him before. After making the lighthouse keeper promise me he'd lay off the pinball game until Dundee arrived, I took off for my office on a very practical errand.
Sam! Oh, Sam! Oh, what are you doing?
Buckling on my .45, sweetheart. If I had a light tank and a bazooka, I'd take them, too.
Oh, Sam, your face
I
is
know,
all...
sweetheart.
Oh, Sam,
Hmm?
about the Spanish prison.
Well, there's a real Spanish prisoner in this one, F. He's dead now, by the way, and from the cheap grift of $1,000 from a poor retired school teacher. We're now up in the $1 million bracket. They got a murderous ex-Corrine playing like she's been kidnapped and writing extortion notes to her grandpa, and a mug who looks like a monkey's nightmare, and nut picks and metal shavings, and someplace or somebody named Simplex, not to mention...
Oh, Sam, stop it. It's all my fault. I was so mixed up with the Argyles.
What have the Argyles got to do with it?
When you called about the file, the circular on the confidence man.
Yeah?
I was looking under Kong under the C's, but I got out the one next to it by mistake.
No.
Yes. The one marked counterfeiters.
Only then did I remember where I'd seen the old man before. The paper was still on my desk, and his picture was still on the front page over an article that ran something like this. Search on for ex-Spanish Treasury official. Police today were still without definite leads in the search for Ramon Montoya, former chief engraver of the Spanish Mint. Montoya, who arrived in San Francisco 3 weeks ago to visit his granddaughter, vanished from his hotel room shortly after checking in, etc., etc., etc.
Yes, Sam?
Call Lieutenant Dundee at the lighthouse on the Embarcadero. Also call the Treasury Department. Tell them both Pedro Rodriguez and his 2 assistants are even now busily running off currency from plates engraved by Ramon Montoya at the Simplex Printing Company, 509 Sansom Street.
Yes, sir.
Mexican pesos it was, by the basketful. And the Treasury dicks agreed it was a happy thing for Mexico that Ramon had kept his engraver's tool on the right side of the law up to now. As to the matter of your Senor Palmera and his Spanish prisoner, I had excusably, I hope, lost my enthusiasm. And so it was, Marjorie, that I walked into the Palace Hotel lobby a couple of hours later to call you.
Yes, sir?
I'd like some nickels to phone, please.
Why, sir.
Here.
Shall I?
No. They're phony Mexican bills.
Oh, dear. Dear me. Oh, good heavens. You shouldn't show money around like that.
I just stuck them in my pockets for evidence. Forgot to turn them over to the Treasury. Here we are. Here's the dime.
Yes, sir. And here you are.
Thank you.
Hey, senor. You dropped some big money.
Keep it.
Huh?
Yeah. Put these back in my pocket.
Excuse me, please, senor. Hey, Chum, look, I want to talk on you.
Hello?
Marjorie, this is Sam Spade.
Look, senor, I got to talk to you.
Mr. Spade, did you find him?
I'm sorry, Marjorie.
I beg your pardon, senor.
Just a minute, Marge. Look, buddy, you can have the phone in a minute. Now, will you relax?
You mean my money is gone?
I'm afraid so, Marge. It's an expensive lesson, but it's worth it if you remember, honey. From now on, never flash your money in public places.
Senor, please.
I'm almost through. Will you wait a minute? And never trust strangers, Marge. The world is full of sharks looking around for easy, middle-aged ladies with bankrolls.
But he seemed so honest, Mr. Spade.
That's the trouble.
The way he came up to me and said, Senorita, I come to you on a matter of terrible urgency.
I know. He saw your bankroll,
Senor,
and he
I come
figured...
to you on a matter of terrible urgency.
Figured you look like an easy mark, Marge, so...
Senor?
Just a minute, Marjorie. What did you say?
I say I come to you on a matter of terrible urgency. My uncle, Don Luis Alvarado, he's in awful trouble.
Oh?
Oh, there's going to be great rewards, senor, if you help us.
You know, we just might be able to work something out. Well, Marjorie, he had $1,358, from which I deducted your $1,000 enclosed herewith, plus $58 representing my standard retainer. Period. End of report.
Oh, it must be awful to be gullible like that. Dear, sweet little soul.
Yes?
Imagine her falling for a transparent swindle like that. Now, that's one thing I've learned from you, Sam.
Oh?
I have my savings in a real good, solid thing.
What's that?
An avocado mine.
An avocado mine? Where?
In Nome. That's in Alaska, you know.
Hmm. Well, nevertheless, and notwithstanding, go type that up.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. For something new about the Army, hear the Phil Regan Show every Sunday on NBC. Coming from a different service base every week, Phil Regan brings you songs and fun and brings prizes to talented GIs. It's an exciting newcomer in your Sunday chime lineup on NBC. And Sunday also means Cary Grant and Betsy Drake as Mr. and Mrs. Blandings.
Here it is, Sam. Why, Sam.
A knit 2, purl 3, slip 1, and knit 1, you see?
How many rows did you do?
I'm on 57.
Are you sure you're right, Sam?
Well, look at it. Have you ever seen such argyle?
Well, that's what I mean, Sam. They sort of billow out, don't they?
Well, who cares? That guy you're making them for probably won't appreciate him anyway.
But they have to fit, Sam.
Well, look at that. It'll make a perfect sleeping bag for a fat cat. Now, tell him your boss lost them up.
But, Sam, oh, dear.
What's the matter?
Well, it was going to be a surprise. Therefore,
No.
Yes?
Well, I'll treasure him, sweetheart. That's a beautiful. Just what I wanted.
That's my boss. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
Tonight's transcribed adventure of Sam Spade was produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lurene Tuttle is Effie. Also in the cast were Verna Felton, Lou Merrill, Shirley Mitchell, Ed Max, Jerry Hausner, Nestor Paiva, and Tony Barrett. Script for tonight's adventures by Harold Swanton. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. For more mystery excitement tomorrow, it's The Man Called X on NBC.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Sam, how opportune. I was just thinking of you.
Me and who else? Both my ears were burning.
No, Sam, no. With regards to our shortage of office supplies.
Don't give it another thought, Ep. This was going to be a short report.
Short and sweet, Sam?
Hardly, Angel. In fact, barely.
Well, Sam, if you had asked me, I could have told you. That girl was merely trying to stir up a tempest in her boyfriend's teapot.
Again?
It was perfectly observant to me, Sam, that she had sour grapes written all over her.
Sour apples, Effie, but you're warm, and that's why I'm so fond of you.
Oh, thank you, Sam. I'm glad I could be of help, though I must confess the apples are over my head.
Well, don't feel bad about it. That's how Newton discovered the law of gravity. Stay where you are. I'll be right down to dictate my report on the Apple of Eve caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Come right in.
Sure. Why are you so nervous?
Oh, nothing, really. I'm just glad to see you, dear.
Oh, I'm glad to see you.
That's all.
Come on, out with it. What are you hiding behind your back?
Well, it's a surprise, Sam. So you just run along into your office, and I'll be right with you.
Surprise, huh? Let me think. Father's Day? No, surely not.
Oh, no, Sam, no. It's just as regards our shortage of office supplies. I do hope you'll be able to mince your words.
What's all that junk you got stuffed in between the pages of your notebook?
Where? Oh, well, Sam, you see, improvisation is a child of necessity. So, to stretch our supplies, I just cut up some old strips of waste paper in case we run out of the genuine.
Well, very ingenious. Shall we commence?
Yes, but not too many corrections, Sam. I'm afraid this eyebrow pencil might not last.
Well, don't bear down on it. Where was I?
No place, Sam.
Date?
I already have that, Sam.
This one goes to... Hey,
Yes, Sam?
the calendar. Where is it?
Calendar? Which calendar, Sam?
You know perfectly well which calendar. It's been hanging there on the wall for 3 years. The one from Harold's Club in Reno.
Oh, that old calendar. It was out of date anyway, Sam.
That calendar was timeless.
It was not, Sam. It was vulgar.
That's a lie. I met the girl who posed for it.
In more modest circumstances, I hope.
Put it back.
Now, Sam, don't.
What did you do with that calendar?
You mustn't excite yourself, Sam.
Let me see that notebook.
Yes, Sam.
Uh-huh. Old waste paper, indeed. An art treasure mutilated. And for what? To serve your own base purposes. Just because you were too absent-minded to order a few office supplies.
But I frequently alluded to our dwindling resources, Sam. But no, you were too proud.
Take these and put them in a safe place. You can put it back together with Scotch tape on your own time.
Oh, we're out of Scotch tape, Sam.
We've got a first aid kit, haven't we?
Well, you don't.
Use the adhesive. Date, June 19, 1949. I won't soon forget that. 2, Detective Lieutenant Dundee, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police, from Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Apple of Eve caper. Dear Dundee. The start of it was yesterday when Eve Adams first walked into my office. She was angry and she was terribly, terribly hurt. In fact, she had a shiner, a swollen jaw, and somebody had bitten her on the arm.
And furthermore, she had the audacity to suggest that there was something shady between I and Mr. Hagen, when it is an item of public information that her and Gorse Hagen was washed up practically before they started. And I might just add in passing...
Just a minute, Miss Adams. You say this girl came to your apartment in a jealous rage and attacked you without provocation.
None whatsoever. I never opened my trap to her, except to remind her that it would have been a blessing to the human race if her old man had never met her old lady. And if she thought those 3 layers of pancake on her puss could fool a blind man as to her true age, and seeing as what her mouth was, she should never open it for fear of what might come out.
I see. And the girl's name?
Down at that flea bag where she works, she's billed as Dream of Love. And is she ever a nightmare?
Dream of Love. That's D-R-E-A-M-A?
It says there, but I do not intend to take this episode lying down on my chin, Mr. Spade. Why, if it had not been for the timely arrival of my conserje, that cheap mare would have brained me with my own gin bottle.
I see. Landlady broke it up. And you say she threatened to return with a gun and blast you if you continued seeing Mr. Hagen.
That is a fact. And she is just cheap enough to try some low trick like that.
Mm-hmm. And what do you want me to do, Miss Adams?
I want you to pay a formal call on that dame and tell her that upon the very next occasion of any violence or threats thereof out of her, I'm going to yell cops. In fact, Mrs. Spade, I am placing my life and limbs in your hands, and if you are anything of what you're cracked up to be, you'll have no difficulty in giving that creepy crow the bum's rush straight out of my life.
Pardon me, Miss Adams. My secretary seems to be calling me.
Out of my way. I know who's in there, and I'm going in. Out of my way. Spade, sir, keep her off. You should have hired the 4th Marines, dearie.
Now, ladies. Ladies, please. Break it up.
You all show you who to get tough with. You let go of me, Shamus, or I'll let you have it.
Now, ladies, please. Now, let's talk this over calmly and sensibly.
Okay, you asked for it.
Now, ladies.
Oh.
Please.
Oh, Sam, you poor darling. Here, hit me there.
What is it? Tastes awful.
Water, Sam.
Oh. Where'd they go?
Well, they chased each other down the hall. I thought you'd gone out.
I did. What did she hit me with?
Well, she took a sap out of her purse and let fly before I could prevent it.
Yeah.
But you were still on your feet when you told me to close the door.
Fine, thanks. Help me up.
Oh, yes, Sam.
Easy.
Oh, and I think of you lying in here unconscious all that time while I went out to lunch.
What?
If anything had happened to you, I'd never forgive myself.
You call this nothing?
Oh, you poor dear brave boy. Now, you just sit down and relax. Now, the ambulance should be here any minute.
Ambulance? Don't you know these things cost money?
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. I lost my head. And I saw you lying there over heap.
Forget it. What's that gadget there on the floor?
Oh, it's lipstick. She dropped out of her purse when she opened it for the sap.
Huh. Apple of Eve.
It's a ghost color, Sam.
Apple of Eve. Unique Garage, Harry speaking.
Spade, this is Dream of Love.
Keep your distance. Look, you left your lipstick, but don't bother to come after it. I'll mail it to you.
What kind is it?
Apple of Eve.
Sorry, I've never used it.
Good, then I won't give you another thought.
Oh, but you've got to. She's dead.
Eve Adams?
Yeah. She jumped into a taxi in front of your building. I went straight after her. But I got caught in traffic where they're tearing up Market Street.
That could be anywhere between the Embarcadero and Twin Peaks. Fine alibi. What comes next?
Well, I'm at her apartment now, and she's dead.
Sam!
Hold on. Yeah, Effie?
There's your ambulance. Shall I send them away? What shall I do
Well,
with
it's
them?
$10 now anyhow. I'll use it for a taxi. Hello, Miss Love?
Yeah?
Stay there and don't touch a thing. I'll be right over. Dream I hadn't waited, if that was really where she'd called me from. Eve Adams was on the bedroom floor in front of a dressing table. There was broken glass all over the floor. The place reeked of perfume. The front of her negligee was splashed with red. I looked for the wound, but I didn't find any. Then I looked at her hands. All the nails on her left hand and two on the right were the same color as the stain on her clothing. Evidently, she'd been seated at the dressing table putting on nail polish when the murderer entered the room. The back of her head had been creased by the well-known blunt instrument, such as a heavy sap. I felt the bumps on my head and looked at the overturned nail polish bottle on the dressing table. It was called Apple of Eve.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children too. Now, back to the Apple of Eve caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Second time around the murder apartment, I noticed something I hadn't caught the first time. Some smears of Apple of Eve nail polish that didn't show very distinctly against the rust-colored carpeting, but left a clear trail across the kitchen linoleum. When I opened the back door, I smelled burning cloth. There was an incinerator just outside, and from it I fished a man's shirt partially burned. The initials in the pocket were still intact, so were the red stains under them. The initials were G.H. The stains were, you guessed it, Lieutenant Deere, Apple of Eve.
Yeah?
I'm looking for Miss Dreamer Love. She home?
No, she isn't.
Thanks. I'll come in and wait.
Wait a minute. Okay, you're in. What do you want with her?
She's in a little trouble.
You a cop?
When do you expect her back?
I don't know. What's this trouble?
She threatened to kill a woman, and now she's dead.
Who?
A girl named Eve Adams.
Why would she want to kill Evie?
The way I got it, they were locking horns over a guy named Gorse Hagen. You know him?
Yeah, and I wish I didn't.
Who is he?
He used to run a gambling ship down at Malibu, and the law turned it into a bait barge. Now he calls himself a yachtsman. But if you're trying to connect him up with my sister, it's a bad connection. She hasn't seen him in years.
His idea or hers?
Hers? And mine.
And what was the beef? And who are you?
I'm her brother. Eddie's my name. And why would there be any beef between those two? Evie was my sister's best friend, and she was engaged to me.
Then this news must be quite a shock to you. You're taking it like a little soldier.
She was asking for it. I warned her. I begged her to leave town with me. But no, she couldn't sneak off like that without letting Gorse know the score. I told her he'd kill her before he'd let her go.
Mm-hmm. You live here, Eddie?
Yeah, what of it?
Where do you keep your shoes?
In a closet, kidder. Where do you keep yours? Under the bed?
Which closet? In here?
Wait a minute,
Get your hands off of me.
Let me see your warrant. That better be good or you're going out of here on your head.
Take your hands off me, Eddie.
Let's see that warrant.
All right, I got a warrant, Eddie. Here. I didn't find what I was looking for, a pair of crepe-soled shoes with traces of Apple of Eve nail polish on them, but in one of his coat pockets I found a sales slip from a department store cosmetics counter. There were several items, but the one that interested me said, one lipstick nail polish set, Apple of Eve. About then I smelled brandy, and a voice behind me said,
What happened to the kid?
Huh? Oh, he asked for my warrant.
Well, when you come to see me, I'll know better.
Your name is Gorse Hagen. I'm headed for your place right now.
What are you looking for?
A pair of shoes with crepe soles.
What do you want with my deck shoes?
I thought maybe they'd match up with this piece of the shirt with your initials on it.
Give me that.
That's a fact.
Where'd you get that?
In the incinerator at Eve Adams' place.
Well, that don't prove anything. Lots of people got the same initials. Have you talked to, George Howard?
He's alibied. He's out of town.
That proves it's a frame. I don't know any George Howard.
I thought so.
Okay, let's cut out the monkey business. Give it to me.
It's evidence.
Give it to me.
Oh, I don't give it to you. I did, but he gave it right back to me. I was only losing on points until I tripped over poor old Eddie and lost my balance. That's when he gave me the coup de grace. I wasn't quite unconscious, but somehow I just didn't feel like getting up. And when the apartment door opened, I opened my good eye just wide enough to see Dreamer Love walk in.
Gorse, what are you doing here?
I've come to help you, Dreamer.
I don't need any help from you, Gorse. I told you that 3 years ago.
Why did you kill her?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You killed Eve Adams. Why?
You're wrong, Gorse. I haven't seen Evie in ages.
Why did you kill her?
All right, I did it.
Yeah? Why?
I was jealous. Seeing the two of you together after all we'd been to each other. Go on, laugh at me. I committed murder out of love for you. It's very funny, isn't it?
Oh, I'm very fond of you, Dreamer. My poor little Dreamer Love. I'd give you anything, honey. The shirt from my back. Here. Here's a piece of it on account.
Where'd you...
I see you're impressed. Me, too. Come on, we'll go someplace where we can be alone and talk things over.
No, Gorse, please. I can explain everything.
Explain in the car on the way down to the boat. Come on.
You're hurting me. Oh!
Come on, out that door.
Stupid me, I staggered to my feet and stumbled over to the door. I reached it just as Hagen's car pulled away from the curb. By the time I found a taxi, they were at least halfway to wherever they were going. I didn't know whether the boat he had mentioned was tied up at the Embarcadero, anchored in the marina, moored at Sausalito, or becalmed in Oakland. But there was a seafaring man in our town who knew about such things. My port of call was the Seahorse Bar and Grill just off the head of Pier 16, or is it the Foot? Captain Pasaldi?
T is silent, son, as in facade.
My mistake.
Salty by name and salty by nature. Only one salty thing I can't abide. Saltwater toffee and my teeth, you know. Here, have a lifesaver.
Well, thank you, sir. You're very generous.
No, it ain't money maker, but it's straight from the mint.
A joke, wasn't it?
What's up, Sonny? You in the hole again? You catch my drift?
Yeah. What do you know about a yachtsman named Gorse Hagen?
Oh, nicely put, matey. If there's anything lower than a yachtsman, he's it.
Mm-hmm. Where's he keep his boat?
Well, now, she's still afloat. She'd be dragging her hook summers off Sausalito. She's a converted PT, you know. He calls her the Sea Queen.
Mm-hmm.
He had her bottom planks ripped out in the Battle of the Coral Sea, and he patched her up with plywood. Well, she's got 2 diesels, she has, and twin screws, 2-to-1 reduction gear.
Yeah. What's the quickest way of getting out to her?
Well, now, there's not much craft for charter here about this time of night, you know. There's that Novak fella, but just at present he's sleeping 1 hour.
Figures.
Might not be worth your while anyways.
Why not?
Well, Hagen stopped by here 20 minutes ago looking for his engineer. Said he was casting off on-side engineer or no engineer.
And what about your boat?
My boat? Well, now, matey, on a plotted course, you'll stand up to any double-ender Monterey Dory in the class.
Yeah.
Without a head sea, that is. Then on the other hand, you put her in the bottom rate. Buck and a quarter swell.
Yeah. How much? How much?
$5 an hour. And that's with you, man, and the bilge pump.
Okay, let's go.
This, you're Hagen fella now. You onto the trim of his sails?
Sails on a PT boat?
Oh, not the boat, Sonny, the man. Cut of his jib.
No, I didn't notice that, but he was wearing crepe-soled shoes.
I'll tell you about this Hagen, matey. Fella once tried to board him. A customs officer, no less. That's right. Picked him up 4 days later in a gill net with a fish gaff goes clean through his neck. Here, have another lifesaver. You may need it.
After he'd lashed me to my station at the bilge pump, Captain Pasaldi got his double-ended Monterey Dory on a plotted course to Sausalito, he hoped, and we plunged recklessly into the fog. As nearly as I could catch a strip, there was a 50-50 chance that A, Hagen had found his engineer and would be halfway to the Farallone Islands before we could make it past Alcatraz, if we stayed afloat that long, or B, that he hadn't found his engineer and might be having trouble starting up those 2 diesels with the twin screws and the 2-to-1 reduction gears, whatever they are.
She lies, Major.
Which one?
Oh, about 5 points to port. The gray one with the high freeboard. You get up on the foredeck, Major. The ladder's round on the landing side. Now swing round and put you on it.
Hey! Anybody home?
He's likely below, messing them diesels. You got to rear back and holler, mate. You like this? Ahoy, the Sea Queen!
I like that.
I know there is 'em. Captain Salty, board the Leather Crabtree. The Super Cargo requests permission to board, sir.
Spade! I want to talk to you, Hagen. Captain Salty.
What down, you clumsy lubber?
Where'd he get you?
Some Viking nose. That's a midshipman.
Here. How do you run this thing? I got to get you to the shore.
That's Battle. There's your forward view. Don't pull it back all the way. She'll die. That can punch.
You lie still. What are you looking for?
Jump a pocket. Lifesaver. In case you need it. I don't know more. Best wind when you're off the quarter, mate. You remember that?
Take it easy, Captain.
Keep a balance. Don't let your jib ruffle. Keep her on course, matey. Keep...
Hey, Captain. Captain Salty. Sour racket. I crawled over the rail and tried to make out Hagen's silhouette on the other boat. I could just barely make out the shape of the hull against the faint glow of light from the Sausalito shore. We drifted a few yards astern of Hagen's boat, but not out of rifle range. I wondered why. If he could see us well enough to drop Captain Salty, he'd let it go at that. And I got it. He was listening. Somebody was pulling out from shore in a rowboat. I didn't waste any more time listening. I dug into Captain Salty's jumper pocket, fished out a waterproof pouch. I took the seaman's papers out of it. He didn't need them anymore. Wrapped it around my gun. And I took off some clothes and eased myself over the side. I didn't swim for speed, but for distance. Stopping now and then to make sure the man in the boat was still covering for me. I felt my way around the hull till I found the anchor rope. Just as I grabbed it, I heard him rest his oars.
Hagen, who's that? Eddie Love. What do you want? I've come after my sister. Go on home, Eddie. She's sailing with me. That's the way she wants it. No lying. Wait a second. Come on out there, Dreamer.
What's happened?
Your brother's down there in the boat. Talk to him.
Well, what am I doing?
Talk to him.
All right. Eddie.
What's he done to you, sis?
I'm all right, Eddie. Everything's all right. Ghost and I have decided... Go on home, Eddie.
He's lying to you. He knows you framed him. If you stay out with him, you won't come back.
No, Eddie.
I'm coming aboard.
Eddie, no. Don't please. No, Eddie.
Drop it, Hagen. No. Drop the rifle.
Go up. You lousy, shameless. Stop. What's yours?
Get him. Did he hurt you?
No, I've been kicked in the stomach before. It takes a woman to kick you in the teeth.
I'm sorry.
I don't care what you did. What burns me up, you didn't do it right. I hate a bungler, especially a female bungler.
I'm a bungler. You're the one. It would have worked if you hadn't gone poking in the incinerator. I should have called the police. They'd have known what to do with evidence like that. They've been wanting to get something on Gorse ever since repeal.
Listen, Angel, any flatfoot could have seen through that setup. Eve Adams was sitting in front of a mirror when she was maced. She saw the murderer enter the room. She got it in the back of the head. That means she trusted whoever walked up behind her. That also means the evidence of a struggle was fake.
But the nail polish on Gorse's shirt.
You put that nail polish on her fingers after she was dead, laid that trail to the incinerator with a pair of Gorse's shoes where any flatfoot was supposed to think he'd try to destroy the incriminating shirt. But the dumbest thing you did was lying to me about that matching lipstick you dropped in my office. That made you look guiltier than anybody, because anybody could have planted that fake evidence.
I didn't kill her. I'm not a murderer.
Your brother might have got off easy. Crime of passion.
Please don't say that. I can't bear the thought that after everything I did, it's all come to nothing.
Here. Have a lifesaver. You may need it. Period. And a report.
Oh, Sam. Poor Captain Salty.
He is silent, as is the sound. Go type that up.
All right, Sam.
Last one on the package.
And now, listen to this. There's nothing like it, friends. There's nothing like Wild Root Cream Oil to groom your hair neatly and naturally. To it.
As far as I got.
What stopped you?
The last page of my notebook going to our shortage of supply sand. But anyway, I'm glad. Because I didn't have to go through it again. I mean,
poor Captain is sorry.
Yeah, please. Please, now, honest, I'll buy you a new notebook, a nice fat one. Would you like that?
Oh, yes, sir. There's always something so final about final places of things. And when I think of all the risks you take...
To say nothing of my clients. I think I'll put a new sign on the door. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here.
Oh, but I haven't, Sam. Where there's a will, there's a wisp.
There's a what?
A wisp, Sam. Small now.
Which reminds me. I'll pick up your fingers left. Join me? Just a wisp?
No, Sam. One of us has got to have a clear head.
Well, it'll be me.
My best. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. This is Dick Joy, reminding you that next Sunday, author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. Smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, for quick, good grooming and to relieve dryness between permanents. Mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade, Detective Agency?
Me, sweetheart, bounce along Spade.
Bounce along, Spade.
The only cowpoke in the West with so much daylight between him and his saddle, the California Limited, can pass under without ever slackening speed.
Spade!
I'm rough and I'm tough and I'm ready, gal. I'll outshoot, outride, and outcourt any man in boots. Or barefooted either, as a matter of fact. Choose your weapon.
What's come over you? Where have you been?
Where the air is warm and the women are warmer if, and the end comes swift and sudden.
Oh?
I took Horace Greeley's advice, sweetheart. I went west.
West? But, Sam, I mean, are we already got...
Keep your reins tight, gal. I calculate to bowleg my way through the door, garbed in my 12-gallon hat, my buckskin shirt, my worn Levi's, and my twin six-guns with extra-large hammers to dictate my report on the dry gulch caper. Or they went that away.
For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Effie? Come here, Fairy Flower. Are you the new school marm?
Oh! What's happened to you, Sam? You're so strong, so real.
For real? Not only that, so beat, Effie. So absolutely beat.
Oh, is there anything I can get you?
Not unless you have an in at the local cushion factory. Shall we, please? I'd like to get it over with.
So, you mean it gives you a headache just to think of it?
It's not my head that I was referring to. You ready, little partner?
Ready, please?
Date, fill it in, to Lieutenant R.C. Halliday, robbery detail, San Francisco Police Department, City. Firm, Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, a Wild West caper, or Hopalong Cassidy can have it. Dear Halliday, I should say at this very instant, I should be cramming for my entrance exams to the mission home for Saddle Store private detectives. But knowing how this report will tidy up your files, I shall proceed in a standing position. It was late yesterday afternoon when, for me, the bells tolled.
That was when I first heard the purty voice of the girl of the golden west.
Mr. Spade, you are Sam Spade, the detective.
7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Who?
Mr. Spade, I'm calling about my grandfather. You don't even know who I am, do you?
I cannot tell a lie. I don't, ma'am.
My name's Penny Brewster, and I hope I can tell you the story before Grandfather comes to phone.
The story?
Yes, you see. Oh, here he comes. Play along with him, Mr. Spade, please. And remember, you're not Sam Spade, the detective. You're Marshal Spade of the California Rangers.
Marshal? Wait a minute.
Yes, and you must look the part.
In a blue serge suit?
You'll think of something. I know you will. I've heard private detectives are terribly clever.
Well, I...
Marshal Spade?
That's right.
Buck Brewster talking.
Yeah?
Penny says you're the straightest shooting pokey since Billy the Kid. T-Rex?
Huh? Oh, sure. T-Rex, Buck. T-Rex.
Things you and a horse fly along like you was one. T-Rex?
Buck, at one time or another, I've taken a flyer on every nag in the game. Trotters included.
Then you're my man, Marshal. Get up here fast. The shooting's liable to start any minute.
We have a bad connection on this phone. I thought you said the shooting's liable to start.
I ain't got no time to waste on useless palaver, Spade. Just get up here. I'll paint the whole picture when I see you.
Get up where? Where are you?
Why, in Dry Gulch. Where else would I be?
Well, where is Dry Gulch?
Take the main trail north out of town till you spot the Oak Circle. Then bear right.
Yeah?
I'll go down now and leave a change amount to the circle.
How far would you say this circle is from San Fran?
Oh, about a half day's hard ride, I reckon.
Half a day's out. Look, Buck, I don't think I'd better. I'm out of condition, you know. I haven't been riding lately.
Oh, sure, that ain't what my purdy granddaughter tells me.
Purdy, eh? Half a day's hard ride. About 20 miles, huh? I don't remember any town along there.
Don't worry about the town, Marshal. It's here. Just get in the saddle and get to loping.
You're sure there's a town there?
Please, I ain't got time to argue geography with you. Now, listen. Them $50 gold pieces clinking together, and I got a whole summer full of them. Are you coming up here?
Buck, tell them to take to the high hills. Sam Spade rides again. I made 2 stops before I hailed a cab and told the startled driver to proceed north on the main trail out of town. At a corner newsstand where I riffled through a Western Story magazine to determine what the saddle and sagebrush set is wearing this season, and at the Hitch and Post costume shop where I donned what I thought was a rather colorful facsimile of the same. We drove out 101 at a smooth 55 for almost half an hour before I spotted a circular clump of trees, complete with horse. As we reared to a halt, the driver looked back at me and shook his head.
I'm taking down your description, Buster, just in case they ask. Black 10-gallon hat, purple silk shirt, orange Angora check. Boy, I've seen everything now.
You obviously aren't an Esquire man. Now, this wardrobe was personally endorsed by Mr. T.
Yeah.
You sure you want to get out here, Buster? At this very spot, Buster.
But there ain't nothing here, but nothing.
Wrong, my good man. For you, there is this. For me, yonder steed and the dusty trail on your right. Pleasant journey back to the fort, and keep an eye peeled for the Indians.
A fruitcake. I've been hauling a fruitcake.
We drove off, and I staggered on the sides of my ankles toward the horse, the mount that Buck had left for me. Now, this ornery critter took one look at my costume, and as I swung up into the saddle, he shuddered, then closed his eyes, and zowie! Hey, wait for me, horse! Hey, horse! It was approximately 7 miles later, and I was beginning to feel better because I was paralyzed from the waist down, that we passed past a sign that read, Dry Gulch City Limits, Beware of Flying Lead. And then came Dry Gulch proper. Ramshackle buildings lined its solitary, dusty streets. Roofs sagging, walls leaning crazily inward. There wasn't a human being in sight. Dry Gulch was a ghost town. We come past the Golden Spur Cafe, Whitey's Tonsorial Parlor, the Lone Ace Gambling Casino, and Gherkin's Saddle and Harness Shop, all deserted, before my horse plowed to a halt in front of the Red Dog Saloon. I dismounted and hobbled in. Inside, the Red Dog was a spider's paradise. Cobwebs covered everything. A Jesse James wanted poster tacked on a wall. An 1835 calendar bearing a picture of Stan Houston. Even a bottle of red-eye standing on the bar.
I was washing the trail dust out of my throat when a familiar object on a shelf behind the bar caught my attention. I shoved the bottle hastily away from me and rapidly blinked my eyes. But what I'd seen was still there. A brand new oak case television set. And then somebody shoved another familiar object right into my ribs.
For your sake, I hope you're Marshal Spade.
The same, and also for my sake, I hope you don't have a nervous trigger finger.
Mighty careless, Marshal, drinking with your back to the door. Let me look you over. Turn around. Up the low.
All right, Buck. There we are.
Well, why in tarnation are you rigged out like that?
Well, perhaps these aren't my best colors, but, how about the shooting you spoke of? What's the trouble, Buck?
Oh, it's that low-down snake Blackie Tolliver, Marshal.
Blackie Tolliver?
Oh, you must have heard of Blackie. Here, this is him here.
Blackie Tolliver, sought for the robbery of the Cattlemen's National Bank, Oklahoma City, June 25th, 1894. Rough ornery cayuse.
Cayuse. But he left. We crossed trails first when he pulled that job. Me being a sheriff in 94, it was up to me to chase him down. But he wrangled himself a pardon. Slippery snake.
And then?
Well, 4 years later, I hit Tombstone, all time to settle down. Even had a little family all picked out, but it never happened.
What did?
Oh, that creeping, crawling Blackie Tolliver sweet talked her into leaving town with him.
Your girl ran off with Blackie?
To get hitched in Dawson City. Then he stranded her there, sick and broke. I burned the letter getting to her when I heard. But I was too late.
Oh, I'm sorry, Buck, but that's a long time ago.
Well, I vowed I'd get that sidewinder. I chased him all over the West. But if you couldn't catch him, then 3 days ago I seen him again.
Here in Dry Gulch?
No, on TV.
What?
Yeah, some program was telecasting about a new bank opening in Frisco.
Oh, no.
And there, big as life, was Blackie right on the TV.
You could recognize him on television? Amazing.
And you know what he was doing there, Marshal?
What?
Blackie Tolliver, who's held up more banks than I've got fingers and toes, was the guard in that bank.
You mean he pulled a switch, huh? Trailing with the law now.
Quick as the TV was finished, I read him a letter. I challenged him to a shootout here in Dry Gulch where no one could interfere. And as soon as he shows up, I'm going to cut him down.
Well, what makes you think he'll show?
Well, 2 of his gang was skulking around yesterday looking to lay out for him.
You mean 2 of his gang? How do you figure that?
Well, it's simple. I sent him that letter when Nene shows up. The first humans to set foot in Dry Gulch in 10 years. Yes, sir. Now, if Blackie's got a gang, I might need some help, see? That's where you come in. If things get too rough, you're going to step in and swing the tide.
Me? Why, I haven't swung a tide in years.
Penny!
A girl now entered the Red Dog. A girl, and I do not use the term loosely. Golden hair framed a face that belonged nowhere but on a ranch romantic cover. And her plaid shirt and jeans encased the sort of figure that lonely cowpokes dream of. The sort of figure, as a matter of fact, that lonely private detectives dream of, too.
Now, this is my granddaughter, Penny, Marshal. Pretty as a new saddle, ain't she?
I don't know, sir. I've heard a lot about you.
So I've heard.
Show the Marshal where he'll bed down, honey. And keep your eyes open, Spade. Them varmints are liable to strike in a minute. Well, you can run along now.
Okay, Buck, you'll be here?
Well, I wouldn't be nowhere else for the next half hour. Not with Sagebrush Sandy coming on.
Sagebrush Sandy?
Yes, sir. The best thing that ever happened to TV.
Oh, no.
The greatest stick jockey this side of the Pecos River. Now, if I can just find him.
Now we remove the cake from the oven.
Oh.
Ready? Oh, dear, what a mess. Right, a quick substitute today.
Dad-ratted cooking expert. Oh, Dixieland. That's Dixieland. Musical murder, that's what it is.
And San Francisco police have no clue to the whereabouts of 2 armed gunmen who late this afternoon forced the guard to open the doors of the Park State Bank and escaped with a suitcase full of currency.
Dixieland bank robbers. Her incarnation Sagebrush Sandy. And just listen to that record he's a spinning. Now, that's real music.
Let's quickly.
I take it Sagebrush Sandy's program doesn't do anything for you?
Well, let's say the fresh air does more.
I'm glad you stayed, Mr. Spade. The minute I was afraid you were leaving Dry Gulch.
Where were you?
I outside the window you were trying to reach.
You mean you heard all the things Buck said then?
Uh-huh. We came in here.
Oh.
This is the Overland Hotel.
You're not worried about your grandfather?
Oh, no, Mr. Spade. There's nothing wrong with him. He's been like this ever since I can remember.
Oh?
Here you are. Not the Fairmount, exactly.
Oh, charming. About Buck.
Grandfather is a very old man who's trying desperately to live in the past. That's why he bought Dry Gulch.
You mean he bought the whole town?
Lock, stock, and barrel. It was, a dream he'd had for years come true. A chance to live out his life in the sort of surroundings he loved.
And Blackie Tolliver, the demon bank robber who came back on television the other day.
I've heard about Blackie Tolliver since I was so high. This showdown with Blackie is all Grandfather talks about. And when it doesn't happen, there'll be no living with him. Unless he can be convinced Blackie was just too scared to face him.
And I'm to convince him? Why me?
Who could convince him easier than Marshal Spade of the California Rangers talking to him man to man?
Oh, I see. Well, look, I can't take his money for this.
Please, just for tonight. Tomorrow you can leave and forget the whole thing. You will help me. Won't you, Sam?
Her face was only inches from mine and getting closer every second when the silence of Dry Gulch was shattered by shouts and the sound of pounding feet. I crossed the room and peered out into the twilight. A man was running through the Red Door saloon toward the hotel, but nowhere near fast enough. All four of the shots that lanced out from the Red Dog caught him directly under my window. He staggered drunkenly and then fell face up in the street. As I looked down at him, two thoughts were inescapable. A, his was the same face Buck had shown me on the poster, so there was that Blackie Tolliver. And B, whatever game Penny's grandfather was playing right now was apparently one he was playing for keeps. You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Have you met our new baby yet? I mean, NBC's new baby, The Big Show. And what a baby it is. The biggest baby you ever heard, and he's not crying either. Why should he cry with stars like Tallulah Bankhead, Jimmy Durante, Clifton Webb, Mindy Carson, Meredith Wilson, and a host of others to make him radio's greatest spectacle ever? This Sunday and every Sunday, meet The Big Show. An hour and a half of comedy, music, and drama. All this and Tallulah, too. No wonder it's The Big Show. And Sunday evening over most of these NBC stations also means Theater Guild on the air. Now back to the Dry Gulch caper, or They Went That Away. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade. Blackie Tolliver was still alive but unconscious when Penny and I reached him moments later. His forced breathing was the only sound to be heard along Dry Gulch's single street. Wherever Buck had gone after the shooting, whatever he was doing, he was quiet as a mouse. I examined Blackie as best I could in the dusty light. He was wearing a Park State Bank guard uniform, and it was soaked with red. He needed medical attention fast.
He dies, Sam. They'll call it murder, won't they?
Let's not talk about that now.
Won't they?
What else could they call it? Blackie didn't have a prayer. He isn't even carrying a gun.
It's Grandfather. Oh, Sam, what are we going to do?
Right now, we're going to get Blackie to a hospital. That means we'll need horses and some help.
There's no one to help us.
Well, there's Buck. You saddle horses, I'll find him.
If we're taken to a hospital, we still might die, and what do we gain? If we didn't, no one would ever know that Grandfather...
Penny.
I'll saddle the horses. Sam, please don't hit me for what I was thinking.
I carried Blackie to the hotel porch and did what I could to make him comfortable. Then I started looking for Buck. Buck's TV set was still on when I reached the Red Door, but it was playing to a dark, empty house. I turned away to continue my search, and then I stopped. The music tearing at my eardrums was pure Dixieland. Musical murders, Buck called it. I checked my watch. 6:23. Only 23 minutes since Penny and I left the saloon. That meant Sagebrush Sandy still had 7 minutes to go. I could see Buck taking a powder after dropping Blackie, but I couldn't see him forsaking his beloved Sandy for Dixieland before he did it. I was wondering who had switched channels when I saw what I'd missed before. A sliver of light shining under a door at the back of the room.
I cat-footed my way across the Red Dog and had almost reached the door when, for the second time since my arrival in Dry Gulch, I felt a gun barrel pressed against my spine.
Stop, Snoop. Let's keep moving right on through the door.
I'm sorry, sir. I can hardly hear you without music.
All right, so we can turn it off, the music.
Thank you. Now?
Now move.
Well, if you insist, but I can only stay a moment.
Okay. What happened? I thought the population of this town was the one. So did I. I got rid of the old town, but on the way back I ran into this G. Apparently the census taker's overlooking him. It only proves you can believe no man. We are given positive assurance the place is deserted, yet traffic suddenly becomes unbearable.
Well, perhaps I was being over-friendly, gentlemen. We Westerners get carried away now and then. Now, if you'll excuse me...
Hold it, Snoop. Yes, friend. You have just arrived.
Really, boys, it's far past my usual bedtime.
So you sleep in tomorrow. Sit down. Leave us chat.
There were several things in that candlelit back room I could have chatted about. I could have pulled Al Perino, short, swarthy, and one of the best-known bank boys in the business, and I'd recognize him as soon as his friend herded me through the door. Or perhaps mention the currency stacked high on the table before him, each packet held together by a paper binder with the words, Park State Bank of San Francisco stamped very neatly on it.
Now, suppose you tell us about what you're snooping around for.
Gentlemen, this is all a grievous misunderstanding. I merely happened by to remind you of the annual rodeo to be held at Devil's Elbow this coming Saturday.
An innocent, friendly gesture. Tell us more.
A most colorful event, the rodeo. Bronco busting, covered wagon races, wild steer roping, and anyone can enter. Now, perhaps you would be interested?
Me? Why, I haven't roped a wild steer in almost a fortnight.
Your friend, perhaps?
Heaven alone knows how long it's been since I roped a steer. I busted a bronco.
Well, it was just a thought.
Well, hold it. Please. I'm most unhappy that we misjudge you, friend.
Oh, it's nothing. Every call can't be a happy one.
You already make me feel worse. I feel we owe you something for at least thinking of us. Don't you, Corky? Yes, indeed, Al. Yes, indeed.
I couldn't think of it. I'll just run along.
No, our minds are made up. Give it old Corky.
I dove for him as the words left his mouth because I knew what they intended to give me. But I only got in one punch because Corky knew what Al was going to say before he said it. That gave him a slight advantage. And it was all he needed. When I came out of it, I was lying in total darkness, and I wasn't alone.
Oh, that blasted varmint. She wouldn't let it loose and get my hands on it. Varmint. Let me loose.
Just a minute, Buck. I'll give you a hand. Hey, how'd they get you, Buck?
Oh, I was watching the TV, and I heard a car, and then Blackie and them two that were skulking around yesterday drove up, and they walked right into the Red Dog as if they was in the stairs.
Who was carrying the suitcase?
Blackie was. And the others was walking along behind him with their guns drawn, protecting them, so I couldn't get to them.
Oh.
So I sneaked around to the front of the Red Dog, hoping I could surprise them. Well, it was me that got surprised, though.
Well, what happened, Buck?
Well, they was in the back room, and Blackie was hollering about a double cross and a fair cut. And that's their kind of talk. And then the door busted open, and he came tearing out across the room with that little critter right behind him.
That'd be Al Perino. He's the one who got Blackie.
He what?
Got Blackie.
You mean that wall-eyed critter's been messing around my range?
Remember we heard on TV about the Park State Bank being knocked over? These are the boys who did it.
Well, I'll be your... And Blackie was the hostage that announcer fellow was talking about. He was the bank guard, and they took him.
No, Blackie was in it, too. The inside man. He had to be.
You think Blackie opened them doors for him without any persuasion, eh?
I'll give you odds on it, Buck. And they didn't just happen to pick Dry Gulch as their hideout, either. Blackie must have suggested it after you wrote and told him you were up here all alone. You didn't know it, but you were handing him a perfect hideout.
Yes, but why would one of his own gang drop Blackie?
Perino and the other one apparently figured a lot of money for 3 would be even more for 2.
Yeah, Hey, listen to that.
Oh.
Them varmints are fixing to pull out. Come on, let's go get them.
I'm right with you, Buck.
Hey, hold up. Hold up, you bushwhacking dudes. Hey. Oh, dad rat, it's too late, Marshal. There they go, tearing down the back road.
Is there any way we can cut across country and head them off?
Oh, no, not afoot we can't. And by the time we saddle up some ponies, they'll be gone.
It pains me to even mention this, Buck, but I sent Penny to do just that some time ago.
You did?
Yeah.
Well, what are we waiting for?
We galloped up draws, down canyons, through streams, over cliffs, and across deserts. And the only place on me that felt good was my head, where Corky had stopped me. And finally, Buck, riding ahead of me, pulled his pony to a halt and waited for me to catch up. Somehow, I slid south off my horse's neck and was back in the saddle again when I drew abreast of him.
Well, we ain't going to have to trap them dudes after all, Marshal.
Huh?
No, Cripple Creek done it first.
Cripple Creek?
The driest creek in the west. It crosses the road up ahead of Peace. And right now, them critters is sitting hard deep in sand. Come on, let's start riding circle.
Riding circle?
Indian style.
Oh.
Round and round the car till we pick them off.
Oh, no, Buck. We're going to handle this my way, and it won't be on horseback.
Huh. What fancy plan have you got?
None. It's very simple. We leave the horses right here. You get as close to them as you can along the road, and I'll circle around behind them. Now, don't show yourself until I go after them. You got it?
Well, all right. But I still think circling's better.
I left him there and dodged from bush to boulder to tree, working my way to a position behind Al Torino and Corky. I had just reached a rock formation that overlooked the road right over their car and slipped my .38 out of its hiding place beneath the purple silk shirt when I realized that Buck wasn't going to do things anyway but his own.
Aye, you city-fied tomcat! Make your play! You'll find a
Buck stood in the headlights there, crouched low, slightly behind Torino and his henchman. His hands were in indistinct blurs. Torino spun around, digging for his left arm. He was fast, but it's almost impossible to outdraw a man who uses a breakaway shoulder holster. I was on my feet and running toward the car when Buck staggered backward, a look of surprise on his face, and then crumpled to the ground. I fired as I ran, and Corky's saddle face was still falling forwards, and Al Torino caught the last of my bullets and followed him down. I reached Buck and lifted him into a sitting position.
Oh.
His eyes were bewildered as he looked up at me.
You got me, Marshal.
Easy, Buck. Now let's have a look. There we are. Oh, Buck, you were lucky. Just grazed the rib.
You got me, Marshal. I guess I better hang up my shooting irons and just concentrate on tending tender.
You know, Buck, I've been wondering how you wound up with a granddaughter anyway. If the filly Blackie ran off with meant so much to you, how could you...
Marry up with somebody else?
Yeah.
Oh, shucks, Marshal. Penny's grandma was twice the woman that first one was. Best in the West.
Well, then how come you held a grudge against Blackie all those years and wanted to shoot it out with him?
Oh, I didn't really, but that is all. A man's got to have a little excitement in his life, don't he?
Period. End of report.
Sam, what a fantastic story.
It is that, F. It is that. But go type it up anyhow.
Are you sure you're not making up the whole thing?
For the Darden Thomases, I have a matched set of saddle scars to prove the truth of each and every statement.
Oh, I think you'll wait for it. I'll type it up right away.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's no cover charge at Duffy's Tavern. Just keep your dial tuned to NBC later as Archie and his delightful friends cook up another mad and merry session at that remarkable restaurant, Duffy's Tavern. This Sunday, the big show comes your way again on NBC, the best in comedy, music, and drama, with unpredictable Tallulah as MC, Jimmy Durante, Clifton Webb, and many more. No questions?
Yes, one, if you don't mind.
Ask us, ask.
Blackie died, I suppose.
Indeed not. He'll be up and in fine fettle by the time his trial rolls around.
But you went galloping across the desert and forgot all about him. Who took care of him?
The doctor. Who else?
The doctor?
Yeah.
What doctor? In a great bag?
Oh, besides forgetting Blackie, I also forgot there was a phone in Dry Gulch. That's how Penny contacted me in the first place, remember?
And she told the doctor.
Mm-hmm.
This was Penny.
Mm-hmm.
You, sort of liked her, didn't you, Sam?
Oh, she was all right in a beautiful, gorgeous sort of way.
Oh, I see.
We never did get to sit down and talk things over, Ass. In fact, I never got to sit down. I still haven't.
Poor Sam. It's like Mother says. We all have muscles that we're not accustomed to use. And then when we use them, they just...
They do indeed, Ass.
The things you have to do to make both ends meet.
Oh, shut up. Come here.
Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle as Effie. Wally Mayer was Buck. Script for tonight's adventure by Don Terry. Musical scoring by Led Bleskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Hear the magnificent Montague, then visit Duffy's Tavern on NBC.
Listen now to The Adventures of Sam Spade, starring Howard Duff in The Convertible Caper.
Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Sam! I knew you'd have the courage to come back and face it.
Well, I'm back, Effie. What shall I face first?
You didn't do something else, did you, Sam?
Besides what?
Besides running away with that woman in a stolen car.
You're a little mixed up, Effie. The car was stolen from her.
You mean it was her own car?
Well, not exactly, Effie. You see, she stole it from somebody else, and then somebody stole it from her, and then I got it back for her.
Well, it must have been quite a car to be worth all that trouble.
It wasn't so much the car, Effie, as...
Body? Sam, I don't understand.
Think it over, sweetheart. I'll be right down to dictate my report.
Oh, Sam, look at you. Can't you take no for an answer?
And just what do you mean by that, Miss Perrine?
Claw marks on your face.
Wrong again, sweetheart. She said yes, I said no, hence the scratching.
I knew she was that type the minute she walked into this office. That ankle bracelet and green nail polish.
Green nail polish.
Well, puce colored.
This one goes to homicide, Effie.
Oh, not another murder, Sam.
What else? To Detective Lieutenant Dundee from Samuel Spade with license number 127596. Subject, the convertible caper. Dear Dundee, it has been a dull morning, but just before lunchtime, things began to brighten up. Her clothes looked like money, and what they were wrapped around looked even better. She eased herself into the chair I pushed up for her, rattled about $1,000 worth of charm bracelet at me, and after she'd arranged her legs, mouth, and eyes to our mutual satisfaction, she allowed me to hear the sound of her beautiful voice.
I do not know whether you will be interested in my case or not, Mr. Spade.
Put your mind at rest, Miss
Estrada.
Estrada.
Who knows? Perhaps I am merely a waste of time.
My time is your time as you stay in the States, Mrs. Estrada.
Oh, you are very simpatico, very kind.
Yes.
Entonces, my automobile has been stolen.
When and from where?
Last night, after midnight, while I was checking in at the Hotel San Rafael, where I am staying, I foolishly left it parked outside with the keys in it.
Have you reported this to the police?
No.
I suggest you do.
No.
No?
No.
Well, why not?
Because I stole it from another.
I see.
No, but you do not yet know all. If the police find the card and notify the one from whom I stole it, then that one will know that I am in San Francisco.
And that's bad.
He must be bad. If he finds out I am in San Francisco, then he will come here and kill me. That is why I must recover the car rapidly and without the police. You will be glad to help me.
Be very pleasant, Mrs. Estrada, but hot cars are not exactly in my line.
You wish that I...
don't think anybody would murder you just for stealing his car.
Oh, not for the car, no. Already he tried to kill me once, twice, 3 times. So I take the car and drive away rapidly.
Away from where?
Mexico State of Chihuahua, where this pig resides who wishes to murder me.
Why?
Oh, he drinks. He becomes a beast. He accuses me of... Look here on my shoulder, the scar. Where already he cuts me with a knife. Uh-huh. Now you have seen something that changes your mind about me, huh? You see that I am sincere.
Why, Mrs. Estrada, I never had any doubts.
Oh, please. I am without friends. You will call me Nietzsche, I guess?
Yes, indeed, Nietzsche.
Bueno, now we are friends. In the car is sitting the pig.
What's this pig's name?
Pig is the only name I will honor him with. Pig.
What make of car is this?
Leonza. You know this kind of car?
Yeah, it's a foreign car. I've seen a few around. This must have set the pig back several $1,000.
Huh, he steals everything. Listen, my darling, please notice. Around here is pink with blue fenders.
Not anymore. That's the first thing a car thief changes, the paint job. Any other distinguishing marks? Yes.
I will think. It has a radio.
You don't say.
And it has 2 windshield wipers.
Well, I'll buzz around, meet you. If I find anything, I'll let you know. My fee is...
Yes. Yes, that is something else. I have no money.
Oh, that's great. That's just great.
But I am sincere. You said so. Look, my darling, keep this. It is worth very much. See? This little charm malone. Platinum set with diamonds. Worth very much. You will keep it until I pay you, eh? Adios, Father. Hasta la vista.
She thrust the charm bracelet into my hand, bit me on the ear, and departed. I put a Band-Aid on it, ran some cold water over my head, poured myself a stiff slug of bourbon, and examined the bracelet. The dangle she'd pointed out was a white metal disc with a monogram in diamonds, 2 vertical bars with a horizontal one on top. It was the Greek letter pi or the initials PT, depending on who had stolen it from whom. I knew it was at least worth my fee. I dropped it into my pocket and went out. My first stop was over on Mission. The sign on the building says, Masterpiece Auto Painting, Joe Rembrandt, proprietor.
Sam, long time no see.
Hello, Joe.
Got something you want painted?
No, but I think you may have painted something I want.
Sam, you know me. They drive them in the front. We spray the paint on them and push them out the back. No questions asked.
That's quite a turnover, Joe.
Yeah, we're going big time. Got the exclusive now for the syndicate work in the hill.
Is that right?
Yeah. What are you looking for, Sam? A murder car?
Could be. It's a custom job, foreign car, Deonza. Hey, here's what it looks like.
Yeah, convertible. Sure, come in this morning. 2-color job.
Which 2 colors?
Canary yellow body, baby blue fenders. Yeah, quite a car, Sam. Quite a snazzy Heath.
Heath, huh?
Yeah. Is that what you want to know?
It was. Happy Herman Heath was one of the biggest used car thieves in the city. As I got off the streetcar in front of Happy Herman's lot, a flash of canary yellow paint caught my eye. I strolled down between the rows of cars and found him.
Yes, sir. Heath's the name. Happy Herman Heath. Every car on this lot is in perfect mechanical condition. Take your choice.
Kind of hard to choose, Herman. There's so many here.
Yes, sir. It takes a heap of heaps to make a heap of heaps.
Yeah. That yellow job with the blue fenders there?
Oh, yes, sir, but the motor in that car, it does need some work. Now, over here...
Does it run?
Oh, yes, it'll run, but over here...
This is more what I want. Let me try it. Sounds all right to me.
Oh, idling, yes, but needs some work in the transmission of the differential.
Mind if I drive it around the block?
Well, the mechanics are just about to work on it. Besides, I'm afraid this car is more than you'd care to invest.
Well, let me try it out anyway. Here, I'll leave a deposit. I reached in my pocket for Meech's charm bracelet. He took one look at it, and his expression changed.
Well, why didn't you say so? No deposit is necessary. The car's yours. Drive it as far as you like.
Thank you, Herman Heath. I took him at his word. I put the magic bracelet in my pocket, drove back to O'Farrell Street, parked in front of the San Rafael Hotel, slipped the doorman a buck to wash it for me, and went on into the lobby. The desk clerk said that Senorita Estrada had checked out 30 minutes before, leaving no address. I found the house dick in the bar and asked him for a rundown.
Yeah, I remember her, Sam. Very nice dish.
Any callers, Tiny?
Yeah, 2 guys.
Yeah?
Went out when they came, ain't been back since.
Who were they?
You won't believe it, Sam. One of them was Tom Carey.
What's he doing in San Francisco? He's wanted for murder.
And I don't know, but there must be plenty in it if it brought him back across the border.
He's staying here?
Yeah, room 613.
Do me a favor, will you, Tiny?
Anything at all, Sam.
There's a car parked outside in the loading zone here. Stow it in the hotel garage for me, will you? Upstairs, as far out of sight as you can get it. I went upstairs and rang the buzzer at room 613. The door was opened by a little dark-complected man with hard eyes and Indian features. There was a mean-looking knife in his hand, but he put it away at a nod from Tom Carey.
How'd you find out I was in town?
Not from Meacher.
I don't know how much she told you, Sam, but if she told you this much, she was 11. It's $1 million caper. And you know some of the things I've done for less.
What's in it for me?
What'd she pay you?
Nothing. She left this charm bracelet in Hock.
Now, boss, I caught him now.
Shut up, Parker. Give me that bracelet. Mine.
Watch it, Tom. Don't crowd me. I got something bigger than this, or you wouldn't be here.
All right, Sam, what do you want?
I want to hear you talk.
I guess you know I've been down Mexico way.
I'm listening.
I got a little business down here, garage business.
Running hot cars across the border from the States?
We cool them off. Little body work and his serial number, like plastic surgery.
Sounds like a good business. You shouldn't be neglecting it.
You met the dame.
She says you want to kill her.
I was off my trout. I scared her. I didn't mean anything. I thought I could scare her into sticking around. I'll let Parko nick her shoulder a little bit.
Oh, just a little bit.
Yeah. I figured her wrong. I know that now. If I could see her for 5 minutes just to talk to her, I know it'd be okay.
I can't help you, Tom. I want to talk to her myself.
Listen, she hasn't got a penny, only that car. She figures I'm peddling that.
Not anymore.
She already stole it?
Some car thieves took it. She hired me to trace it.
Listen, Sam. Maybe broke in a strange country, I'd look good to her again. Here's $1,000, Sam.
Oh, this is so sudden, Tom.
Nothing. When you see her again, give her that bracelet back, huh? It was a present from me. And whatever you do, don't find that car.
Okay, Tom, that's a promise.
Thanks, man.
Only one thing I don't understand. You said it was $1 million caper.
I meant that. She's worth $1 million to me, Sam.
The girl, Tom, or the car?
Oh, I wish you hadn't asked that question, Sam. I really do.
And now, back to the convertible caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
When Tom Carey said $1 million caper, he meant just that. He never risked a rap for less than $100 grand, and no dame that ever lived was worth more to him than a hot mink coat. If Meacher wasn't the $1 million package, the car was. I didn't know what was in it. With Tom, it might be diamonds, dope, smuggled Chinese, or just plain money. So I went back to the hotel garage.
Number 1279.
I climbed the long curving ramp to the second floor and found the canary yellow Deanza convertible crowded in behind 4 ranks of cars at the rear of the building. I started to work on it. Nothing in the luggage trunk, nothing under the seats, under the upholstery, and the door panels, nothing anywhere. Then I got Tiny Stover, and the two of us went over the second time.
It's a cold lead, Sam.
It's not, I know it's not. Now think, Tiny, what's different about this car?
Well, solider built than most. Good body work. I don't know. Hey, here's something.
What?
There's a hole punched out of this fender over here. About the size of a quarter.
Let me see that.
Yeah, right here. It curves under, see?
Yeah.
What's that you got?
Charm bracelet. Did you say this dangle on here was what was cut out of that fender?
Let me see. It fits. Fits even the curve.
Yeah.
What does it mean, Sam?
The dangle on the bracelet is solid platinum.
Hey, Sam, are you trying to tell me the fenders on this heap are solid platinum?
You got a pocket knife, Tiny?
Yeah.
Thanks.
It shines. Sam, is this a hot car?
I didn't answer him. I didn't have to. He looked from the gray-white gleam of the bracelet shine to the square of paint I'd scraped off the fender and answered the question himself. Meach's convertible was convertible in more ways than one. It was about the hottest car in San Francisco as of that moment. After I'd left the garage, I tried to phone Tom, but he wasn't in. I had an uncomfortable feeling he was out looking for me. He was. As I stepped out of the phone booth, there was a rush of air past my left ear. A knife stuck in the wood, less than an inch west of him. I came out in the street and trying to see him duck around the corner into an alley. I ran after him. I collared him and stood him up against a wall.
Let me go. Let me go. I cut you down.
What do you know about that car? What do you know about that car? Come on, talk, or you get more of this.
I don't know nothing. They don't tell me nothing.
Where's Meacher?
I don't know. Meacher don't know nothing either. Only Tom and...
Tom and who else?
I don't talk no more.
They cutting you in?
I don't need no cost. The boss, he pays me good. 40 pesos. Sometimes more.
Work for me and I'll cut you in.
I cut you to pieces. The boss treats me good.
Sure, you do all the dirty work. There's any trouble, you'll take the rap.
What means rap?
They put you in a little room and squirt gas in you. You fall dead.
Gas? Tom do this?
He does indeed.
Venga. Come, I take you to see the man. Su nombre es Felix. I think he will be very happy to see you.
The place Paco took me to was about as high on Russian Hill as you can get. The house was old, faced in brownstone, and had a high iron fence around it. On the gate was a nameplate, H.H. Lovelace. When I opened it to go in, I noticed that Paco was no longer with me.
Oh, Mr. Spade, come in.
The gray-haired gentleman who greeted me was wearing a wing collar, a carnation, and a very distinguished air. I could hardly believe it, but he was definitely, beyond a shadow of a doubt, none other than the one and only Happy Herman Heap.
Well, Mr. Spade, I see that you're surprised.
I'm overwhelmed, Mr. Heap.
Lovelace, that is the correct name. For my avocation, I selected my first and second names, the H.H., you know. My full name is Herman Heap Lovelace. About that car, Mr. Spade.
Yeah, about that.
I must own that you outwitted me. I was rather proud of my little device, the disc on the charm bracelet, you know. When you showed it to me at my business establishment, I naturally thought you were authorized to fix the car.
Yeah, naturally.
However, I'm not averse to enterprise in a young man, and I'm prepared to pay for my blunder.
You said $1 million I still couldn't accept, Mr. Lovelace.
Oh, why not?
I was hired to recover that car for my client. It's not mine to sell.
Well, it's certainly not hers.
I don't care whose it is. All I know is that my client's life is in danger, and it has something to do with that car.
Miss Estrada?
Yeah.
Excuse me one moment. Spade has arrived.
Hello, Papa.
That's all she said. Then she stood there looking at me in that way that made you not care who she was double-crossing or why. Then she turned to Lovelace, alias Herman Heap.
How much does he know?
Alas, everything, I fear.
He has agreed to our terms?
Yes.
Good. I must have my bracelet back now, Sam.
Sure, it's right here in my... I reached in my coat pocket for the charm bracelet she'd given me to keep for her. It wasn't there. It wasn't in any of my pockets. I guessed that it was in one of Paco's pockets. Mitya watched me fumbling, her eyes blazing with anger.
Fool, you have lost it. We are helpless without that.
I thought it was the car you wanted.
Please, one thing at a time. I suggest that we first gain possession of the car.
Yes, Lovelace, you are right. First the car.
Ah, yes. This is the car at last. A princess in vulgar raiment, but still a princess. No royal coach carrying a king to a coronation ever held such riches.
You talk too much.
Oh, I do. Well, take your place at the wheel, Mitya. We shall drive out of here into a splendid future. After you, Mr. Spade.
No, Mr. Heath. After you.
Yes. Ironic, isn't it, that with all my varied interests, I've never learned to drive a car.
Será tu poco, viejo.
You seem kind of shaky, Mitya. You sure you can handle the car down the ramp?
I'm very good driver, Guapo.
Mitya, stop! Put on your brakes. There's a man coming up the ramp.
He was dead before I got to him. As I leaned over him, I saw the bracelet lying beside his hand. I picked it up and walked back to the car. Mitya and Herman Heap Lovelace were sitting in stony silence, glaring at each other.
Is he dead?
Yeah.
Was the bracelet on him?
I didn't look.
Lovelace, go and frisk him.
Oh, must I? It's very distasteful to me. Come, Mr. Spade.
You fool. We trust this detective. Go on.
Very well.
Get in, Sam. Get in. We leave him here. What's the matter? Is something wrong?
Oh, nothing at all.
Come back here! This is an outbreak! I mean, come back here, I say!
Please, Guapo. A cigarette.
Sure. Here you are.
Gracias.
De nada.
I saw you pick up the bracelet. I meant that you should share with me. That is why I gave you the bracelet in the first place. I liked you.
Couldn't have been because you were safe as long as Tom didn't know where the bracelet was, and if you had to kill somebody for it, it would be me.
Please, querida, what does it matter now? We are together, we have the car, we have the bracelet, and the pig is dead.
That's what worries me.
Oh, surely you do not think I meant to kill him.
Of course not. Your foot just slipped. You stepped on the gas by accident.
Yes, that was it.
It won't stick, sweetheart. Not with me.
But with the police?
My story won't help you. I don't know enough.
Oh? Then I tell you everything. I was with Tom for a year. I hated him 365 days. I tried to run away. Always that Paco came after and brought me back. Then, Senor Lovelace came with the car. Senor Lovelace had much money, but he could not take it from the country. So he stole platinum. Some he received from refugees who had sent their fortunes abroad in that form. But there was no safe way to get it across the border.
So for a cut, Tom had the platinum made into fenders and welded onto the car. Why was the bracelet so important?
It was too dangerous for Lovelace to bargain directly. Tom was to get the money for the platinum and give the little piece of the fender as a token.
Yeah.
Lovelace would know who to give the car to when they showed it to him.
That's why he let me drive the car off the lot, huh?
Oh, I don't care, darling, even if you try to steal it. Now we understand each other, no? You are tough, too. Tougher than Tom, I think.
Well,
Now we have everything for ourselves, you and me. What do we care for the others, huh?
You make a good pitch, sweetheart. You look beautiful while you're making it. But I don't like you driving.
What do you mean?
Pull over. I'm driving this heap back to the city.
No.
I said pull over.
I won't let you do it. I don't care what happens.
Take it easy. You want to kill us both?
Sure, I will kill us both. We die together or we live together. Yes or no?
You're nuts.
Answer me.
The answer is no.
Bueno, you will see I mean what I say.
The fog thinned out just as we rounded a bend in the road. There was a point ahead with a sheer 300-foot drop to the sea. She jerked the car away from the pavement and steered straight at it. I grabbed the wheel and pushed it. The car skidded on gravel and slid sideways toward the cliff. I got the door open and tried to yank her out with me. She held on and kicked me until I rolled free. She didn't look very beautiful when I saw her for the last time. And the flashy convertible was a pile of junk. Very expensive junk, but junk all the same. I understand the federal men have confiscated the platinum and are holding Lovelace for questioning. I doubt if he'll crack. Nobody can embarrass a used car salesman. Period. End of report.
Sam, do you really like this racket we're in?
I hate it.
So do I. But don't let's ever go into any other racket.
It's a promise, sweetheart. Why, I'll never know.
Don't need it. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, was written for radio by Bob Tolman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Maureen Tuttle is Effie. Tonight's program was directed by Elliott Lewis.
the National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Buono, buono.
I beg your pardon?
Suonate il campanello.
Sam, what are you...
Nothing at all, sweetheart. I just happen to have the tourist lists of handy Italian phrases before me.
North Beach never did that to you before, Sam.
North Beach never did anybody like it just did me, F.
But I thought you said old Bartolomeo just wanted you to drop by for a friendly talk.
And some garlic bread and red wine. But does that explain the knife gash on my coat?
Your new tweed?
My old tweed now, Cherub. You see, it was never meant to be swum in.
The bay?
Yes.
Not again.
What else? By now, your keen feminine instinct should tell you this is not the social call, Wonder Girl. As a matter of fact, I plan to drop by presto presto with words anent a little something I call View of Fisherman's Wharf from the Water, or the Crab Louis Caper.
Transcribed for NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer, director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Zing, zing, zing-a-ding-ding-ding-ding-ding.
Buongiorno, Sam.
Well, boning up, huh?
Let me see now. Oh, Desidero un carburatore per la carrozella.
Great. What's it mean?
I found my secretary's list of most used Italian phrases, Sam. It means, I want a carburetor for my voiturette.
I'll remember that. Shall we proceed with the business at hand?
Ready, Sam.
Date, fill it in. To Bartolomeo Maggiore, copy to Lieutenant Rossi, North Beach Division, from Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Crab Louis Caper. Dear Bartolomeo, Fisherman's Wharf, as you know, is as changeable as an Italian wench. All smiles and laughter of a Saturday night with the lights blazing in the Cioppino palazzas and the tourists 3 deep around the steaming cauldrons outside. But it's something else again of an early dawn. Dark and lonely and quiet, except for the mutter of engines as the crab boats nose out into the fog that hang over the gate. Last night was somewhere in between. The lights were blinking out as I left my cab and walked over to your place of business, a gaudily painted building at the foot of the wharf with a red, yellow, and blue sign reading Museo Maggiore. Curios, souvenirs, waxworks. Admission 10 cents.
Who is it?
I'm Sam Spade. Bartolomeo called me.
He isn't here. Fascist Grotto at the end of the wharf.
Thanks. Look, is there anything I can... Sorry. Except for Flaskies at the very end, the wharf was dark now. It seemed early, as if something had interfered with business as usual, and the late customers had been brushed off a couple hours ahead of time. I peeked through a hole in one of Flaskies' window shades and saw why. It looked like the entire population of North Beach was inside.
If everyone is ready...
Un momento. Who's this?
Me?
Yes, you. What do you want?
I'm Sam Spade. Bartolomeo Maggiore sent for me.
Bartolomeo. Conoscete il signor Spade?
Ah, sì. Obrigatissimo, Flasky.
Ah, there, Mr. Spade.
You are wondering why you are here? Well, as a matter of fact, I am, Bartolomeo. I thought that...
I know. It's about my son, Louis. My son, my only son.
Oh, he's inside?
No, not inside. Out in the darkness somewhere. Cold and alone.
You mean he...
See. 6 days now they have searched for his body.
Oh, when did it happen?
1 week today.
Crab boat?
His boat, the San Felipe.
Was he alone when it happened?
You detectives. You strike the point. My Louis always he fish alone. Until this time.
Who went out with him?
Dominic Torrio, his friend, Dominic. This gathering is assembled in Dominic's honor, you see.
You mean a hearing or something?
Something more than that. Come, listen to them.
I'm a sick! In my belly, I'm a sick! This opera buffo! Fasti, you should send the ticket!
Keep your temper, Aldo. State facts.
Facts, huh? All right, facts. 6 years, Louis fished the crab alone.
Each day he's a lay over clothes, the break a line, and string the pot. Each day he's a bringing the San Felipe home, okie-dokie. That's right, everybody. Sure. Until one fine day, Dominic hit the go with Louis to help.
Aldo, we must deal in facts.
Dominic is suspended. Back in the truth. He's a kill Louis. Sure, he's a kill Louis. And you know why? Because he's a want Rosalia. That's the one.
See how it is.
Who's Rosalia?
You must have seen her at the museo.
Crying?
Yes, with reason. Next week, she and my Louis were to be married.
It's tough. You think this Dominic was in love with her, maybe?
I think nothing, senor. Two men, friends, alone in a boat in a heavy fog. One of them dies. The other says it is an accident. It is not for us to think or make guesses.
Say, what am I supposed to do?
In the records of the police, senor, my Louis died in an accident.
Mm-hmm.
In the hearts of his friends, he was murdered. For my sake, for Dominic's, for the sake of us all, we must know the truth. For this, I prefer to employ one who is professional and impartial. Come. We go in.
I don't believe it. Believe me, before heaven, I mean it.
Silencio. Once again, Dominic, how far was the boat from Seal Rocks?
100 yards, I think. I heard the break.
Silencio. Let Dominic tell the story. Go on now. You had dropped the last crab pot over the side. Then?
Something went wrong with the motor. Louis told me to look at it. I went below, then it happened. Louis was leaning over the gunwale. We untangled a float, and the sea took us by the stern. We broached. I saw him go over and plunge into the white water. I brought the boat about then. For 2 hours, I yelled, I circled around, I blew the whistle, everything. Then the Coast Guard came. Fosky, I swear it, that's all I know. I never saw Louis after
Silencio! My brothers, it was your will that I sit here in judgment of Dominic Torrio. Before I go on, are there any more questions you have to ask him? Are there any among you who have evidence to offer against him? So be it. You know as well as I, there is only one verdict here. The charge is dismissed. The court is adjourned.
Everyone was still for a second, like a big tableau. Fosky, white-haired and dignified on the platform, looking down at Dominic, and the rest of them all on their feet now, boring holes through him with their eyes. He was the first to move, turning slowly, walking out through the crowd toward the door, looking tentatively from face to face, knowing now he hadn't been acquitted at all, as one by one they turned their backs on him. I felt terribly sorry for Dominic, until he walked past me and I got a look at his face, at his eyes. In my racket, I see that look more often than the next guy. I never saw it any clearer than I did now. It was fear and hatred and guilt. So I left you talking to Fosky, Bartolomeo, and walked back down to the wharf to the museo. Rosalia.
I told you Bartolomeo is not here.
I've seen Bartolomeo. I want to talk to you. Sit down.
I don't want to...
Sit down.
Oh.
That's a good girl. It was quite a place, the museo. A catch-all for everything nautical you'd run across in 60-odd years of living on the sea or next to it. From a 10-foot shark pickled in formaldehyde to a life-size figure of Captain Kidd, complete with drawn sword, lace cuffs, and treasure chest at his feet next to the door. I turned back to Rosalia, sitting on a rum keg under a flickering hurricane lamp, the only light in the room.
What do you want of me?
Bartolomeo wants the truth about what happened on the San Felipe.
They're deciding that at the meeting.
They already did.
They did? You mean Dominic... How did they decide?
Dismiss the charges. No evidence, no witnesses. It was the only thing Fosky could do. You feel better?
It doesn't bring back my Louis.
No, it doesn't. Dominic's going free now, from both the law and his people. No vengeance for Louis. Why were you crying when I came by tonight?
Haven't I the right to cry with my Louis?
Drop it.
Huh?
Why didn't you go to the meeting? Afraid to give yourself away?
I didn't feel like it, that's all.
You're a Sicilian, Rosalia. Vengeance is pretty important to you. If you'd loved Louis, you'd have been in there screaming for Dominic's scalp.
You shut your mouth.
But no, you sat home crying. Not for Louis, but for Dominic, right? How long had it been going on? Did you know Dominic was going to kill him when they put out in the San Felipe?
Why would Dominic kill him?
Well, that's a stupid question. He's in love with you.
In love with me. In love with me.
Drop it. Drop it, Rosalia.
In love with me? Oh, I wish it were so.
Huh?
He killed for me. Is that what they say? It's all very flattering, very. I love Dominic. I've always loved Dominic since I was a little girl. I threw myself at Dominic, and I begged him to marry me. That's not easy for a girl to do, Mr. Spade. I begged him, and I promised to work for him, to be his slave. You know what he did? He laughed and he spit upon me. And you stand there and you tell me that he murdered for the love of me. You wouldn't walk across the street.
All right. Take it easy now. Come on, take it easy.
So I do the silly woman thing. I promise myself to Louis. To crazy Louis, to a madman.
Crazy?
You don't believe that, huh? Louis the Great, il campione, a champion of the crab fisherman, who dares to fish right on the breaker line, catches more crab than anyone else. Louis the Fearless. Do you know why he's fearless? He's too crazy to be afraid.
What do you mean?
He mutters. He talks to himself of great riches, of thousands of dollars, of him and me. Louis the crab fisherman and me, living in the finest house in North Beach.
When was this?
Last week. He went up in Bartolomeo's attic one night, and he came down with a big hunk of his raw wax from the waxworks. A tresor, he called it. A stupid lump of wax. And he held it up before me, so. And he says with a mad gleam in his eye, "From this, Rosalia, from this I will carve for us the biggest, finest house you can dream of. Here, look."
What's Captain Kidd got to do with it?
He puts it in the treasure chest. See? You will keep this a secret, Rosalia, he says, if you love me. And he laughs again like a madman. Me love Louis Maggiore? I hated him.
Too good to be phony. The triangle notion had to go. You could hardly blame Rosalia for thinking he was crazy. And the treasure chest was a hunk of tallow, not a very fresh hunk at that. And Louis's routine with it must have hit her like the graveyard scene from Hamlet. Therefore, having no theory, nor evidence, nor witnesses, I also had no motive. As always in situations like this, I did the sensible thing. I went home and went to bed. Or I thought I went to bed. Hello?
Spade?
Yeah.
I got a tip for you.
No?
Find yourself a nice, dirty divorce case somewhere and stay out of North Beach.
Well, this almost sounds like a threat.
Call it advice. There's $100 in the mail for you. You'll get it this morning.
Plus a bribe?
A gift.
Can I keep it if I don't play?
If you don't play, you won't need it.
I suppose it's useless to ask who this is.
Louis Maggiore.
Say that again?
Louis Maggiore. Shall I spell it?
You might explain it.
You talk to Rosalia. Figure it out for yourself.
Sure. So she never loved you, and you knew it. So you go over the side when the comber hits, swim ashore, then discover they think you're dead and decide to leave it that way rather than go through with a wedding.
You got it.
I got more. So life without Rosalia in North Beach is impossible. You can't face the shame and loose talk that goes with a busted wedding. So you're going over the hill and find a new life for yourself.
Wait a minute, Spade.
Oh, there's more. So you're tossing over a car, a bank account, a boat worth $7,000. Walking out on your old man, to say nothing of 3 years apprenticeship and 6 years of hard work to get where you are. I understand perfectly. And you're being a little insulting. I make a lot of my dough with my big flat feet, but I do make some of it with my head. Now try again.
You don't believe I'm Louis Maggiore?
That is the general idea. And it might surprise you to know that 5 minutes ago I was ready to chuck the whole antipasto. Now I'm back in with both feet. What's with the music box?
Nothing. Tell me, would you know Louis if you saw him?
I've seen his picture.
Fine. I guess I'll have to prove it to you. If I satisfy you I'm Louis Maggiore, will you stay home?
Scout's honor. Now where do we prove it?
You know Castellani's grotto?
Halfway out in the wharf, yeah.
There's a ramp running around behind it. I'll see you there in a half hour.
I know just what you're going to say, Bartolomeo, but I didn't go alone. Roscoe was right there with me, with his safety off. It was the kind of spog San Francisco puts on once a year for the tourists. Just to nail down its position as runner-up to London. I had to feel my way along the row of dark chowder houses to Castellani's. Except for the foghorn and the lapping of the water below, there wasn't a sound. The only cheerful thing in the picture was Roscoe, who was now out of my pocket at the ready. I eased up to the corner of Castellani's. There was an alley between it and the next building, leading around the ramp over the water.
Spade?
I could see the glow of his cigarette first. Then I made him out in a slouch hat and overcoat. He was standing at the rail.
Spade?
Right here.
Well, you satisfied now?
I'll let you know. I moved out from the side of the building and walked toward him. He must have known about Roscoe because he didn't move, just let me come right up next to him. I was stupid, sure, but it wouldn't have worked for him except for the fog. 2 feet away, I saw what I thought was Louis with a booby trap. The hat and overcoat were slung over a piling with a burning cigarette on the rail next to one of the sleeves. I rolled to one side just in time. The knife slashed through the padding on my left shoulder, and he was on me. Roscoe went in the drink, and I took on the arm with a knife with my 2 hands and 32 teeth. Unhappily, overlooking a spare foot, he knew what to do with. I went through the railing like in a silent version of the sea wolf, arriving thus in the limpid and soothing waters of San Francisco Bay. At the moment, I was not sorry.
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Sunday, Theater Guild on the Air presents one of the greatest dramatic undertakings in the history of radio. It's a full hour-and-a-half adaptation of Shakespeare's masterpiece, Hamlet. The immortal lines and matchless beauty of Hamlet come to life Sunday with John Gielgud, Dorothy McGuire, and Pamela Brown in Theater Guild on the Air. And a reminder, this Sunday also means another gala broadcast of The Big Show. And now back to the Crab Louie caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Wetting my finger and holding it up in the wind, I quickly determined where north was, and just as quickly decided there was no percentage in swimming the Golden Gate. A bright blur on my starboard bow called to mind the old saying, where there's a light, there's light, so I headed there. 3 strokes this side of exhaustion, I pulled up at what proved to be a landing with a Jacob's ladder, at the top of which I found the rear entrance to Foske's, or more accurately, Foske's private office. The door was open.
Huh? Oh.
I'm Sam Spade. I've been swimming, if you're wondering.
Bartolomeo told me about you. He didn't say you were crazy.
Well, maybe he didn't know. You wouldn't have a brandy lying around loose, would you?
Well, sure. Sit down.
Thanks. I think I saw Louis tonight.
Louis? Impossible. Where?
Beyond Castellani's.
Yeah.
Bless you, Fosque. Oh, hit me again, will you?
Yeah, but what about Louis?
Called me up, said he'd meet me there. Just tried to knife me.
Oh, but it's impossible.
Is it?
Why would he play dead? And why would he try to kill you?
Maybe he's crazy.
Well, how do you mean?
You've heard of the dear old lady who had the trunk full of pancakes, haven't you?
Hmm?
Louis saves old tallow. Captain Kidd's treasure chest at the Museo is full of it.
Who told you this?
Rosalia showed it to me. May I?
Help yourself.
Thanks. Might be a good idea to call another meeting and tell the people. Make it easier for Dominic.
Funny. Of the whole meeting here, I alone doubted his guilt.
Good thing they made you the judge, or he might be 6 feet under by now. Got a cigarette?
In the box there, next to the phone.
Thanks. Yeah, I went right along with him, too. Shows how wrong you can be when...
When what?
When you go by emotions and not by evidence. This is, quite a cigarette box.
Yes. It stops when you put it down.
Hmm? Well.
I suppose now you'll drop your assignment?
Sure. I'm a detective, not a psychiatrist. You've got a lunatic running around, that's your problem. Good night, Fosque, and thanks for the brandy. If Roscoe had been along, I might have played it differently, but when you're sitting across a coffee table from a guy you suddenly realize has the wet cement all ready, you do what I did, make polite noises and concentrate on getting out on 2 feet. It was 7-3. Dominic was stashed in a handy closet listening to the whole thing, which was handy since the next obvious move was his room in a house on Jefferson Street. A rooming house owned and operated by a four-corsage bosom-type lady known as Mama Luca.
Oh, senor, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing.
You're scared, Mama. Did Dominic threaten you?
No, don't ask me.
Look. He killed Louis Maggiore. I gotta know why.
I don't know why. I don't know nothing about it.
Louis came here?
Yes. Yes, Louis came here the night before it happened.
Why?
I don't know. He was all excited. A handful of wax.
Wax?
You know.
What about it?
He showed it to Dominique, and they go into his room and talk, and then he ran off to send a telegram.
Telegraph office, huh?
Well, since it's official business, I can let you read the office copy. Here. This message just came in tonight.
Dominic Torrio. Regarding your inquiry, analysis of samples sent here by Louis Maggiore, highly promising. If quality uniform and weight correct, would estimate value minimum $60,000. Hartley Associates, Vancouver, B.C. A lump of smelly stuff that looked like old tallow, picked out of the ocean and worth $60,000, was a strong enough clue for even stupid Sam to pick up. I left the telegraph office on the double and pulled up at the Museo Maggiore 10 minutes later.
Blasted lock is jammed.
He was too busy to notice me. I slid a marlin spike out of a rack next to the rum keg.
Locked. Must be locked.
I hate to do this, Fosky.
Wait a minute, Spade. Wait up!
The next voice you'll hear will be the nurse with the breakfast tray. Bartolomeo!
Senor Spade, what have you...
Look.
What have you done?
His Honor was playing Pandora with Captain Kidd's treasury.
Treasure box?
Yeah.
But why? Who is it? Who? Fosky.
Surprised?
Fosky? Why would he, of all people?
He likes a buck as well as the next one, possibly even more, when there are 60,000 of them.
$60,000?
Yeah.
Is he mad?
Like a fox. Here, let me pry this cover off. There.
What is this?
Well, it may not look like much to you and me, but to a perfume manufacturer, it's prettier than the Venus de Milo.
Tallow?
Ambergris. It's what happens when a whale gets a tummy ache. Louis must have run onto it 10 days ago.
Padre mio, $60,000.
Yeah. That's the big why of it, Bartolomeo.
What now? You think Fosky...
He won't talk, neither will Dominic. It's their next and they know it. Still two men alone in a fog in a boat.
See.
There were only a witness.
There was a witness.
Hmm?
The eye of God was on Dominic when he did it. And the judgment of God is swift and is sure. Dominic knows it.
You think so?
I know Dominic. Why you ask?
There's a way to find out. What time is it?
1:30.
There's time. Where do you keep your razor?
Razor?
Yeah. I'm going to shave Captain Kidd. Which I did, finishing around 2 a.m. And during the next 3 hours, I got wet, cold, and seasick in the order named, but made it back to the Museo in time for a couple of stiff horns of grappa before you and I hustled down to the wharf, where Dominic was picking up bait for his crab nets.
Dominic?
Huh? Oh, Bartolomeo.
And the Senor Spade.
I remember Mr. Spade.
Yeah, last night back at Castellani's.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sure, Dominic. It's all a horrible mistake.
Lay off me, will you? Heard what Fosky said, didn't you? They dropped the charges. I'm innocent. They cleared me.
That's just why we're here.
We want to make it up to you, my boy.
What's in your mind?
You did Louis a great favor, Dominic. When his 32 crab pots got too much for him to handle, you went along to help him. Today, we're going along to help you. Now, when do we cast off? There's a float up ahead.
What color?
Yellow and red. Is that yours, Dominic?
That's mine.
Great. Pull up alongside. Well?
What's this all about?
I told you, Dominic.
You're lying. What are you trying to do? Break me down? He's dead in an accident. You heard what Fosky said?
Yeah. Forget it, Dominic. Forget it. We love you like a brother.
I told the truth. What are you trying to do? Torture me? Is that what you want? Revenge?
No. The matter is in other hands now.
What? You mean?
There is always one witness, isn't there, Dominic?
Oh. That's what you mean, huh? Is that why you came to tell me that? That's a good one. Hold the wheel, Spade. I'll bait my net. I'll spit in your eye one day, old man. One day when you get smart, you and the whole lousy
We
war.
both watched him hold the line, putting it on the
me.
deck, prattling to himself like a little kid whistling in the dark. He was a lousy actor, pale under his sunburn and drenched with
I
sweat.
won't let you forget
Up
it,
it came,
pal.
coil by
I got
coil.
something to prove.
Then it began to come slower.
I can make it stick. When I can prove it in court, I'll sue you till you bleed. Hey, what's the matter here? What's pulling on this line?
Maybe it's your conscience, Dominic.
It's heavy. It's... What?
The Lord moves in strange ways.
I can't get it up.
Let me help you. There we go. 1, 2.
Up.
Louie! Get away from me! Let me go! Louie! No!
I hauled Louis up onto the deck, and a grisly sight he was, too, with a knife still sticking in his back. I figured that was where Dominic would put it, and I was right. Not that it mattered, because Dominic wasn't thinking logically from the moment he saw Louis's body tangled in his crab line. He sang us all 50 verses then and there and repeated them for the police stenographer later when we got him to headquarters. It looks like a first-degree rap for both him and Fosky, but I'm waiting till it happens before telling him the corpse was Captain Kidd, minus beard and ruffles. Period. End of report.
Sam, again and again I rediscover you.
And each time a new facet, a new thrill.
You're just wonderful.
It's true, but it pleases me to hear it from you, F. And so I propose to reward you in a fitting manner. First,
back salary?
Tut, a carburetor for your voiturette. And second,
back salary?
10 free tickets to the Museo Maggiore. Third,
back salary.
An invitation to accompany me, your employer, to browse upon 2 bowls of Cioppino tonight at Castellani's. And fourth,
I give up.
back salary.
Sam!
Count it, girl, count it, and bless you. The voiturette, complete with carburetor, will call at your door in precisely 1 hour. Until then...
Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. You're invited to a 1-hour concert tomorrow by the renowned NBC Symphony under the direction of noted conductor Wilfred Pelletier. Featured soloist on tomorrow's symphony performance is Helen Traubel. For the world's greatest music, hear the NBC Symphony tomorrow and every Saturday. Tonight's transcribed adventure of Sam Spade was produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Script for tonight's adventure by Harold Swanton. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Through the years, the Red Cross has helped the victims of disaster and helped protect the health of our nation. Today, with the country rising to meet the challenge of possible aggression, the Red Cross has been asked by the government to undertake additional tremendous tasks. A goal of $85 million must be reached during the 1951 Red Cross campaign. This year, when you support the Red Cross, you'll be helping to mobilize for the defense of our nation. Join the magnificent Montague. Then it's Duffy's Tavern on NBC.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Hello, sweetheart. It's only me.
Oh, Sam. Why so modest?
Women, Effie. Age cannot weather nor custom stale their infinite variety.
Huh?
Against their incalculable wiles, mere man is a leaf in the wind.
Oh, Sam, do you really... Oh. Who was she and how windy was it?
Cyclonic, Effie. We had to close every window in the house.
But
If you will just contain your natural feminine curiosity for a few moments, I'll be right down to dictate my report on the bow window caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
A bow window.
Bow window is a bay window that you look into instead of out of.
Look into instead of out. Oh, Sam.
Get your book, Panther Girl, and slink on in.
What was he trying to see through the bow window? I mean, whose house was it?
Her own.
But if it was her own house, then why would she
It just goes to show you, darling, what some women will stoop to.
It does?
Mm-hmm. It was a low window.
Oh. Well, whenever you're ready, Sam.
Date November 10. 9th. Correct. 1947. To Dr. Helmut Reese.
I was right for once.
Yeah. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the bow window caper. Dear Dr. Reese, I know that this report will not make pleasant reading for you, but you paid for it, so here it is. As far as I was concerned, it all started on Thursday morning when you called at my office. From your story, I gathered it had been going on for some time.
You will say these are merely the actions of a jealous woman, Mr. Spade. But I assure you there's more to it than that. It must be a carefully thought-out plan to ruin my career, my whole life.
In what way, Dr. Reese?
She spies on my private consultations. Insults my women patients. I can no longer even keep a nurse for more than a week at a time. Scenes, hysterics, outbursts of violence. I cannot continue my work under such conditions.
So why don't you give her a divorce?
Why, no. This is not her desire. If it were, it would be simple. No, she wants to bring me to ruin. She wants to see me on my knees in front of the populace.
Why?
That is what I want to find out. Why?
Doctor, I think you ought to take this case to a head doctor.
I have consulted a psychiatrist. Examined her. She's perfectly competent mentally. So you see there is here already some mystery. For which one comes to a detective.
How long has this been going on, Dr. Reese?
Since 3 months only. But in this time, she has reduced me to utter desolation.
Dr. Reese was a very good divorce lawyer right down the hall from my office.
No. I discussed the matter of a divorce with her a few days back. This was her answer. You see, a receipt for the purchase of a gun. And this note in her handwriting.
I hope you will not force me to use this. Esther.
Yes.
What do you think she has in mind? Murder or suicide?
She refused to discuss it. But one thing I have noticed. Since she has bought this gun, a new development. A strange man watches my house. Several times I have caught him following me.
Well, she might have hired a detective to check on whether you visit a lawyer.
Perhaps it is very simple, but it is all too strange to be harmless.
Half-heartedly agreed that it might be, Dr. Reese, and when your check for $100 didn't bounce, I went to work wholeheartedly. I reached your house on Pacific Avenue just as the streetlights were going on. It's a quiet neighborhood, so I could hear it before I got close enough to read the number on the door.
Bishop Nash, get out! Get out of this house! Get out! You are...
They seemed to be slugging their way toward the back of the house, so I decided to risk an entrance. I found the doorbell, and I was about to punch it when I caught sight of your mystery man. He was crouched in a clump of shrubbery that grew under the bow window at the corner of the house. He was still there with his eyes glued to the window when I walked up behind him.
Hey, let go, me. Let go.
Come on, you're going inside.
Listen, I'm not just a snooper.
I didn't say you were. I'm just inviting you inside for a better look.
Now, I'm warning you, if you don't let go, me,
Stop squirming, will you? The kick he landed on me wasn't according to the Wrestling Association's rules, but I let him get away with it mainly because I couldn't move for 3 or 4 minutes, and by that time he disappeared down the street. When I recovered my faculties and staggered back to the door, I didn't bother ringing the bell. I just walked in. The hen fight was still going on somewhere in the upper reaches of the house. Then a door burst open on the upper landing, and a girl in a nurse's uniform ran down the stairs toward me, pursued by a pale little woman with a pinched face who was brandishing a pair of brass fire tongs. You brushed past me, Dr. Reese, and headed off the pursuer.
Esther, stop this! Stop this at once! Have you gone crazy? Give me those fire tongs. Give them to me.
What's the matter, Helmut? Afraid I'll mar your light of love's beauty?
What started this?
I caught her creeping about the kitchen. She was going to poison my food. Explain to you, Mrs. Reese. The doctor...
Oh, don't bother explaining, Miss Roberts. These morbid fancies of hers.
Don't think I don't know what goes on in that office. That office when I'm not allowed anymore.
That's only because you make the patient so nervous, Esther.
I know what goes on. You and those women.
That will do, Esther. Go to your room.
Very well. But I won't have that woman in this house another day, Helmut. Is that understood?
Go to your room, Miss.
I'm going. But remember what I said. I've warned you both. I can't.
There, Miss Roberts. Now don't. There.
I can't stand anymore, Doctor. I tell you, it's making me a nervous wreck. I just...
Dr. Reese.
Huh? Oh, Mrs. Spade. You saw, you heard?
Yeah.
Come into my office. We'll talk.
I think we'd better.
Doctor, there's still one more patient waiting to see you, Doctor.
Well, have her wait a little longer.
Yes.
This way, Mrs. Spade.
How much longer? Well, the doctor will see you just as soon as he possibly can. Have you been feeling any better, Mrs. Campbell?
Sit down, Mrs. Spade.
Thanks, but I can say what I have to say standing. Your wife's a very tragic woman, Doctor. I wish I could help her. I wish I could help you, too. But I can't.
You heard her threat against Miss Robbins. Was that a joke?
There's nothing funny about jealousy.
But there is this man who watches the house. And the gun she bought.
I collared him outside just now.
Oh, well, did you get him to talk?
No, but I wouldn't worry about him if I were you. And about that gun. The Constitution says every citizen shall have the right to bear arms. Even Parnell Thomas can't do that.
Mr. Spade, I've not yet told you all.
Oh, Doctor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but this patient, she has been waiting for more than an hour.
Well, who is she?
Mrs. Kavanaugh.
Kavanaugh? Who? Well, has she been here before?
Of course, last week. Here's her card.
Oh, yes. I'd better get it over. Send her in.
Yes, Doctor. And Doctor, I'm resigning. I'll finish the day, of course, and then I'm through. I'm sorry.
Yes. Well, very well, Miss Robbins. I can't say that I blame you. Good luck.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Well, I'll be going along myself now, Doctor.
No. You must hear me out, Mrs. Spade. I've not yet told all. Now, if you'll just wait until I have seen this patient, please, Mr. Spade, please.
Okay, I'll wait outside.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
I beg your...
Come on in, Mrs.
So, you're leaving the doctor's employ, nurse?
I am. Well, Mr. Spade, how does it look from the grandstand?
Messy?
Mm-hmm. You don't mind if I finish cleaning off his desk?
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
What's the matter with Esther, anyway?
I could sum the whole thing up in a single 5-letter word, shall I?
You have.
Are you going to walk out on him?
Aren't you?
Yes. Yes, I am. Oh, but Esther isn't jealous of your type. If you don't mind my mentioning it.
I feel heartened to think that you noticed I was different.
Oh, I did, Mr. Spade. I really did.
You don't seem particularly nursey to me, either.
I'm not. My, you have a fast pulse, Mr. Spade.
Yes, I've been feeling very weak the last few minutes. I need care.
You know, you don't eat enough apples, Mr. Spade. Well, I guess I finished. Oh, there's that old contact. I wonder... Mr. Spade, will you tell the doctor I've left and thank him for me again?
Aren't you going to see him before you go?
No, I'm not. He'd only begged me to stay, and it's simply out of the question. Oh, the poor guy. I just don't know what I'd do if I were in his place. To you, Mr. Spade.
I did, and I told her. She told me I was a victim of hypertension and left me with my mouth open and no thermometer in it.
After she'd gone out through the front entrance, your wife came down the stairs, looking knowingly at me and the door to the doctor's office, and left by the same route. 10 minutes after that, I was halfway through a 1937 National Geographic that was the latest edition on the waiting room table, and had reached the third paragraph on the natural beauties of Winona County, Minnesota. But I never finished it.
I will be back in a minute.
The first thing I saw when I entered the room was Mrs. Kavanaugh, your patient.
Why did he do it?
You, doctor, were standing over her, nervously twitching off the rubber glove from your right hand. You tested her throat for pulse, then listened through a stethoscope. It was purely a formality. One of the .38 caliber slugs had entered the right temple. The other had torn through the base of the skull. How did it happen?
I don't know. I had completed the examination and walked over there to put my instruments away. When I turned back, she had a gun in her hand. Before I could stop her, she pulled the trigger. Suicide, of course.
Why?
Well, I just told her the truth, that there was nothing I or any other doctor could do for her. That she had perhaps a month, perhaps less. She had suffered great pain, of course, for some time.
You saw her shoot herself, you say?
Yes. The gun, she took it out of my desk drawer. I'd removed it from my wife's room earlier today.
I see. Well, doctor, this is the neatest suicide I ever saw. No powder burns, and from the way she's lying, she must have shot herself from the direction of that window, at least 10 feet away. She screamed before the shots were fired and had time to fire a second bullet into her head and throw the gun across the room before she fell.
Well, Helmut, at last it's happened, hasn't it?
Esther, leave this room.
I told Helmut one of the husbands would catch up with him. Pretty, wasn't she? I don't remember this one.
The expression on your face might have been horror or fear or both, Dr. Reese. But your wife was smiling. When my eyes left her face, I noticed a leaf clinging to the hem of her coat. It might have come from the shrub that grew up against the house. And her shoes were splotched with mud that could have and probably did come from the cultivated flower bed just outside the bow window. Obviously, there were two equally good suspects in the Kavanaugh murder. Either your wife had killed her in a jealous rage, or you'd killed her with your wife's gun to frame her for the murder. I decided to let the police worry it out and went home to bed. The morning headlines were a bit of a surprise. Nurse sought in shooting of mystery woman. Item. The cops had found Celeste Robbins' fingerprints all over the murder gun. And item. Mrs. Kavanaugh, the murdered woman, had given a vacant lot as her address, and her body was lying unclaimed at the morgue. I decided to pay her a visit. Maxie, hey, Maxie.
Oh, Sam. Sammy, my boy. Hey, it's good to look on you.
How are you, Maxwell?
Oh, fine. What brings you here, Sam?
The Kavanaugh woman.
The Kavanaugh, huh? Let's see who's with us today. Stiftel, Milton, Schwartz, Kelly. I knew him. Nice guy. Feige. Kavanaugh. Rose. Hello, Rose. Hey, Sam, don't you want to look at Rose?
No, I've seen her.
Yeah, just checked her back in. Autopsy. Say, you do collect queer ones, Sam. Now, you take her. Why would anybody in the world knock her off? In her condition, all he needed to do was wait. A month, couple of weeks.
Bad as that, huh?
Worse.
Anybody claim her yet?
Well, Hello. Something we can do for you?
My name is Kavanaugh. I've come for my wife.
He was standing with his back to me, and I didn't get a good look at his face until he walked over to the desk with Master. The voice tipped me even before I saw the face. It was a man I'd caught outside your office window less than half an hour before the murder. If he recognized me, he didn't let it show. I waited while he went in with Maxie. When he came out, there were tears streaming down his face. I'd been waiting for two reasons. I had some questions to ask him, and I had wanted to pay back that jolt he'd given me the night before. I left without doing either.
Well, Sam, I don't know. Maybe you should. 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 Maybe you
sweetheart. Any calls?
Lieutenant Dundee of Homicide, Dr. Reese, and there's a girl waiting inside. Wouldn't give any names.
So you let her wait in my private office.
And I don't think you'll mind when you've seen her. She's by way of being a knockout.
Well, thank you, Effie. That was very thoughtful of you, Dan.
You're welcome, Sam.
Sam, please don't be angry with me for coming here. I had to talk to somebody.
What you need is a good criminal lawyer, Nurse Rob.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Do you think I killed that woman?
How did your prince get on that gun? Now, don't tell me she threatened you with it and you grabbed it out of her hand.
No, I didn't. I did nothing at all.
Take it easy, Nurse. Take it easy. Would you like a drink or something?
No, of course. Thank you anyway. I'll be all right. Well, she came in from shopping 3 days ago. Just as nice as pie. And she came creeping around. You know how she is. And she said, I bought something today. It's lovely. And with that, she hauled this gun out of her handbag. And so, to humor her, I took it and I looked at it. That was foolish.
It certainly was foolish.
Nickel-plated, ideal surface for fingerprints. And I remember she was wearing gloves. Struck me as peculiar at the time, but I'm so stupid. I didn't think of it until just now.
Everything's a little peculiar about this caper. A woman who was dying anyway gets shot. Nobody even seems to know who she was. Doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't make much sense. What should I do, Sam? Give myself up?
I think you should.
Yes, I thought you'd say that. All right, phone, please.
You got a lot of courage. Sure you don't want a drink?
No, thank you. I'll be all right. I'll be all right.
Homicide, Dundee. Dundee, Sam Spade. I got the Robbins girl here in my office. She wants to check in.
Well, tell her to forget it, Sam. Reese's wife just made a full confession.
That tore it. In my anxiety to see how you were bearing up under the shock doctor, I blew $1.50 of your money on a taxi all the way out to your address on Pacific Avenue. To my astonishment, you were wearing a look of real distress.
I don't understand it, Mr. Spade. This confessing, it's not like her. It's all too strange to be harmless.
Dr. Reese, I'd like to talk to you alone. Do you mind, Mr. Spade?
Go right ahead. I strained my ears outside your consulting room, but all I could hear was a few vague murmurs. Then, for no good reason, I decided to have a look at your wife's bedroom upstairs. The cops had been there before me, so I didn't expect to find much, and I didn't. I was tapping the woodwork for secret panels or something when I heard a heavy tread on the stairway. I wheeled around, my hands inside my coat. A jolly-looking character in coveralls was standing in the doorway.
Electronics.
I beg your pardon?
Hagen, home electronics. I come to take the equipment.
What equipment?
Had a dictograph. She don't need it no more. Ask me, she hurt too much.
Mrs. Reese had a dictograph installed?
Yeah, a level type installation. This here's a speaker. My own design. Looks like a portable radio, don't it?
Yeah, where's the other end? Where's the microphone?
It's in the doc's private office. You interested, eh?
Yeah, turn it on, will you?
Oh, sure. We'll get it tuned in a minute here. Feedback. Wait a minute, I'll fix it.
What can she do? I don't know. But it's continually she
Nice, huh?
Every word we spoke together.
That's because of the dictograph. They rig, huh?
Shut up.
We cannot allow this terrible tragedy to come between us. We love each other. Nothing can change that.
Oh, boy. That's as nice, ain't it?
Quiet.
I just know, please don't. Stop it, Holmes. I don't want you. Please, don't. What is it? What has happened today? What has happened? You asked that. Well, I've been attacked by a mad woman and accused of murder all in the space of 12 hours. It's all over now. Just so, Helen. It's all over.
Well, don't you turn it up a little more?
Oh, sure. Turn it up.
Hold it.
Watch it over. It's over. I'm very, very ashamed. I suppose it was my usual thing. I always get sorry for a poor, weak man and get involved. But this time, I'm sorry for her. When I was a kid, I liked it. It used to make me feel powerful and, to watch them sperm. But it's no fun anymore watching another woman in the agonies of jealousy. And you, I thought you were just weak. You're a brutal, unscrupulous murderer. What are you saying, Sonny? You killed Mrs. Kavanaugh.
your shirt off, Mr. Spade. You've been shot.
Who shot him, you? Through the window, the same man, the one who watched the house.
Oh, hold this tourniquet tight, please.
Nothing. A flesh wound. His aim was bad.
Yeah, too bad. Kavanaugh, you still out there? You got nothing to worry about. He's still alive.
I missed him.
Give me a hand. Come on. That's it.
I missed him.
That was lucky. You're taking the rap for your wife's murder, too, if you're a better shot.
He did it. He killed my wife. I was at the window. I saw him. What I don't understand is why his wife confessed.
She loves him, Mr. Kavanaugh. You should understand that.
That's why she acted the way she did. I guess that's what happens to love when it gets crossed up. Why didn't you tell the police what you saw?
They'd have hung it on me. She was a stranger to everyone else. I'd been quarreling with her, suspicious, acting like a maniac. She never told me. She must have been going to one doctor after another, trying to find one that would give her one ray of hope. In pain all the time, too, and never letting on. Never. Even after that first visit she made to Reese's office, I didn't tumble. I thought she was meeting him on the sly. And I followed her both times. That last time I carried a gun. I might have killed her if what I suspected had been true.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Kavanaugh. I didn't realize.
You're pretty late with your regrets, Doctor. I don't quite figure either. Maybe the prison psychiatrist can.
Dundee homicide.
Dundee, tear up Mrs. Reese's confession. Come on over and get the doctor.
Dr. Reese?
Yeah. By the way, he accidentally shot himself in the arm. Isn't that right, Doctor?
What? Oh, yes. Accident.
Why didn't she tell me? Why didn't she tell me?
I don't know, Kavanaugh. Women, sometimes they make too much sense, or we don't make enough, or maybe we're all crazy. And that, Dr. Reese, is the crop. The risk of laboring a point. There's also the mystery of why a nice girl like Celeste Robbins ever fell for a guy like you. You'll have plenty of free time to think it over between now and the trial. If you find the answer, drop me a line. Period. End of report.
You know, Sam, that's Celeste. I like her. I wish we could do something for her.
Well, I've already thought of that, Evie.
Oh? What are you going to do, Sam?
Type that up, sweetheart, and I'll write you a happy ending.
Oh, here's the report, Sam. You want to read it over?
I do not. File it under F for forget.
About that poor Celeste, Sam.
Oh, yeah. Well, I made a date with Celeste to take her dancing tomorrow night. She needs cheering up, you know.
Oh, what for?
Well, you said she needed help.
Well, that isn't exactly the kind of help I had in mind.
Oh.
I don't see why it's necessary
Effie,
to take her...
we must each of us give a particular kind of help each of us is particularly equipped to give.
Very well. She used to make over men just to get the other women jealous.
That she did. Aren't other women silly to allow themselves to get jealous when they know just what she's up to?
Idiotic. Just idiotic.
Sure thing. And go home, Effie. I'm a lousy dancer.
Oh, very well. Have fun, Sam. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Hey, it's me, Sammy the Spade.
Sam, it's not true, is it?
Every word of it. What?
That you've been consorting with unsavory characters?
Well, she was a savory enough girl, Effie, although a crook.
Well, according to the paper, she's practically a murderess. Not to mention that she's dancing the Roomba with you.
That's a lie.
There's a picture of you. Virginia Vale, gangland glamour girl, caught at the Club Iberia in barefoot Roomba with private eye.
It was not a Roomba. It was a bambuco.
Oh, Sam, not over the phone.
Boom, I can't stop it. Boom, 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 boom. Stay where you are. Boom, 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 boom. I'll be right down to dictate my report on the lawless capers. Boom, boom.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Say, have you gotten acquainted with Wild Root Cream Oil yet? Tell you what, mister, if you haven't, even if you don't use any hair tonic at all, why not ask at your drug or toilet goods counter tonight or tomorrow for the brand new 25-cent Get Acquainted bottle of Wild Root Cream Oil. You'll like the way Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose dandruff. You never dreamed one hair tonic could do so much. So give it a try. Get the generous new 25-cent bottle of Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
I think I'm getting it now.
You even lost your shoes.
Ready, sweetheart?
Yes, Sam.
No questions?
No, Sam.
That picture in the paper doesn't mean a thing, Effie. There was nothing between Virginia and me.
Just wasn't room.
Well, that bambuco, you know, that's the way we dance it. Authentic.
Sam, I troubled to call my girlfriend, Edna Mae Schwartz, who is an instructor at Arthur Murray's.
Mm-hmm.
I quote, "The partners exchange graceful nods in the center of the dance floor and then separate.
Well,
As the senorita provocatively leads the pursuing caballero through a series of gay whirls, turns, and figures."
There you see, provocative.
But he never catches her, Sam.
Well, I had my shoes off. That gave me the advantage.
You know best, Sam.
Well, that clears that up. Date?
August 29th.
I will give the date. Fill it in.
That still doesn't explain your operating on the wrong side of the law.
Down, Effie. This goes to John M. Lawless.
A known gangster.
What else? From Samuel Spade, license number 137596.
Boom.
Thank you, Effie. Subject, Joe Morales. Dear Johnny, you hired me yesterday morning, but the real start of it was back in 45. Flashback. San Francisco was just recovering from VJ Day, and crime was practically at a standstill because your number one competitor in the West Coast mobs had just been rubbed out, and you were on trial for same. Nothing about the trial made any sense. The tea-time chatter in the better pool rooms was that you were taking the rap for your worst enemy, Joe Morales. What made even less sense, the lawyer defending you was Joe's brother. So I wasn't a bit surprised to receive your check for $25, together with an invitation to be in the third row of the courtroom when the jury returned the verdict. I was.
The defendant will please rise. Step forward, please. Have you anything to say why judgment of this court should not be passed upon you?
Yeah. It's a bad beef.
The judgment of this court is that you, John Lawless, for the crime of manslaughter, having feloniously run over, and killed with a certain automobile the deceased person named in the indictment, and having subsequently departed the scene in violation of the hit-and-run statute, are hereby sentenced to a term of 3 to 10 years in the state prison of the state of California, San Francisco.
You didn't even look at the judge while he was dishing it out. Your eyes were on the man sitting directly in front of me. The man you were supposed to be taking the rap for. The man you had deliberately planted me behind, Joe Morales. I wondered what that meant. When the judge brought down his gavel, I found out. You came up the aisle with a deputy on one arm and your lawyer on the other. He seemed upset about something.
I'm sorry, Johnny. I did the best I could. They've given me the judge I asked
You
for.
passed on the jury, you cheap shyster.
Okay, just wait till you get my bill.
Shut up. Now, wait a minute, Sheriff. I want to speak to a friend.
Hey, Johnny, hurry it. We got a train to catch.
Hey, you, Joe.
Yeah, Johnny?
I got just this to say to you. I'm going up, but I'm not staying, see? If I'm not paroled out in 3, I'll break out. Either way, I'll get you, even if it means a murder rap.
Oh, now listen, Johnny.
You heard me, Spade?
Yeah, Johnny, I wish I hadn't.
Come on, Johnny, we gotta go.
Okay. Don't forget what I said, Joe. So long, Sam.
Good luck, Johnny.
Hey, Sally.
Yeah, Joe?
You hear what he said?
I know.
He's gonna knock me. This guy's a witness named Spade. Spade, my brother Sally.
Salvador Morales. You may have heard of me.
Yeah, if I'm ever up in a hit and run, remind me not to hire you.
Come along, Spade, where we can talk quietly. Just over here. My conference room.
Look, we got nothing to talk about.
Oh, yes, we have.
Watch it. I just got this suit pressed.
Yeah, right in here.
Sally. Is it all over? How did it come out?
Where were you?
In here. I couldn't force myself to stay out there. What did he get?
3 to 10.
3 to 10. Is that... Oh, I mean, how terrible. How terrible.
Best I could do. This is Sam Spade, my dear. It's Virginia Vale, Johnny Lawless's fiancée.
The San Quentin widow.
Well, how's Turks, Virginia?
Why did they bring you here?
Maybe they know.
He's a witness.
Witness?
To a threat Johnny made against my brother's life. My own client.
What's funny?
Ask your brother. That threat would even get you a writ against him to keep the peace.
What do you mean, Sam?
Sweetheart, threats don't mean anything in law unless they're backed up by some action. Even if he told you the when, the where, and the how, it wouldn't be worth anything until you're dead.
But it would be worth something then?
Sure, shows premeditation.
Then if he knew he was overheard and you'd be forced to testify if anything happened to Joe...
Hey, beautiful. What are you trying to do to me?
Oh, I mean, he'd think twice before he tried anything. You'd be safe, Joe.
Well, honey, I didn't know you cared.
About you, I don't. I just wouldn't want Johnny to do anything foolish.
End of flashback. That was 3 years ago. A lot of big news has broken since then, but the only items that interested you in San Quentin were printed on the inside pages of the local press. Item: Virginia Vale, your fiancée, got herself engaged to Joe Morales, your worst enemy. And item: Salvador Sally Morales, your mouthpiece, had taken over your mob. Which brings us up to yesterday morning. Yeah?
That you, Sam?
Who's this?
Johnny Lawless, remember me?
No.
I was hoping you'd say that. Look, Sam, I got a job for you.
Call Peeper Breen. He may need it bad enough.
I've got no contacts in the mobs anymore. This is clean.
How clean?
A chance to save an innocent man from the gas chamber.
While
There's $1,000 in it for you.
Wait till I get a pencil. Now, what was the address?
The Alma Arms on Pine Street near Jones.
Yeah?
Buzz me 3 times. 1 long, 2 short. And make sure there's no one on your tail.
Got it. I was not tailed. I found your name on the bell panel, buzzed 1 long and 2 short, and the automatic lock clicked me in. You were waiting 1 flight up in the open door of your apartment. You didn't say anything, just made sure it was me, motioned me inside, locked the door, and led me back to a bedroom.
Well, there it is, Sam.
Mm-hmm. Joe Morales. Dead about 3 hours, I'd say. 4 slugs, chest, shoulder, and head. Looks like amateur work, a professional aims for the belly, or did you mean it to look like an amateur job?
Would I be sap enough to drop him in my own apartment? Besides, he's my lawyer's brother, and I might need Sally again.
Why did you call me?
Well, you heard what I said to Joe after the trial.
Who told you that, Virginia?
Yeah, but she didn't have to. Didn't I ask you to sit there?
Oh, that's one thing that worries me.
Look, let's go in the other room, huh? I feel like a drink. Well, here's my pitch, Sam. I checked out of San Quentin yesterday morning. I didn't have a mark against me. The warden himself put my case before the parole board. He called me the ideal prisoner.
Shall we dance?
Okay, Sam, okay. But a man can change a lot in 3 years. So can a woman. Virginia met me at the gate and we drove into the city. We didn't have a thing to say to each other. The way I felt by the time the ride was over, Joe could have her and welcome. I had other plans.
Such as?
Well, the parole board was getting me a job with a mining firm, a surveyor. I took a course up at Quentin.
You seriously expect me to swallow this line of guff?
Listen, you don't get fat making a living on the mace. Take half of these guys you hear telling the world what wonders they are at puffing boxes, knocking over joints, and the rest of the lays. Yeah, not half of them make 3 meals a day at it. Then what chance has a guy without a regular racket? And, brother, that's me.
I'll buy that for now. Let's talk about that dead body.
All right. Well, I called Joe on the phone this morning, see, and I told him to meet me here at 3 this afternoon. I wanted to tell him, forget about what I said about how I was going to get him. Not that I wanted to write off that rap I took for him. But if he was scared, he might come gunning for me. I might have to break parole to defend myself. About Virginia, like I told you, we got nothing to talk about.
Yeah, it was beautiful while it lasted. So he was due here at 3, huh?
Huh? Yeah. I was held up. As a matter of fact, I was with my lawyer at the time.
Sally?
Yeah, I phoned the building and told the superintendent to let Joe in, and then I got here about 4:15. But I didn't find him till just before 6 when I called you, Sam.
How come?
Well, I just didn't look in the bedroom. I figured he got tired waiting and left, you know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, look, Johnny, assuming your story is true, and if it isn't, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Who do you think did it?
Well, that depends on why. If it was somebody gunning for him, it would depend on what's going in the mob since I've been in Clinton. You know more about that than I do. If it was somebody trying to frame me...
What do you mean, trying?
Hey, wait a minute.
I got a phone homicide. You must have known that when you called me.
Yeah, that's why I ripped the wires out.
That's cute. That's very cute.
Oh,
that
look.
makes you look real good.
Look, Sam, look. I'm not asking you to do anything extracurricular. Sure, you have to yell cop, but you'll do it over a pay station downstairs. And by the time anybody can get back up here, that stiff will be out.
It will. Well, how's that going to be done?
I got a friend in the undertaking business. Met him up at Quinton. He just installed a new crematorium.
You should have called him first.
I did, but I can call him off.
You're stir-happy.
Look, Sam, how about it, huh? So the cops come in tonight, tomorrow. Who cares? Not Joe, the weather he'll keep. What do you say, Sam? What do you say?
I say you're probably bluffing, that you got no way of getting rid of the stiff, but on the outside chance that you might not be bluffing, I'll swing along with you for a couple of hours. If I don't turn up anything by then, the deal is off.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah, but this isn't...
Hey!
Sorry, I gotta do it. I hated to do it, Johnny. You were out of condition and you weren't expecting it. But I wanted you to look like a hospital case. After you went down and out, I transferred my fee from your wallet to mine, examined your wounds, and decided you were good for 2 hours at St. Agnes Hospital, where I know the head nurse. Incidentally, that reminds me. So without further delay, I toted you downstairs, threw you into a taxi, and delivered you to the ambulance entrance. That's when I remembered that I had forgotten one thing. I hadn't given you a chance to call off your alleged undertaker friend. I was sure that part of your story was bluff, but just to make sure, I rushed back to your apartment in less time than it takes the average undertaker to back his hearse out of the garage, I thought. When I got there, I wasn't so sure. The apartment had been tidied up, ashtrays emptied, glasses put away. They'd even vacuumed the rug. The blood-stained bedspread had been removed, and with it, the corpus delicti. I found myself humming an old tune. I ain't got no body.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and a handy new tube. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too. And mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Lawless Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
In most murder cases, there are too many suspects, too many motives, and too many clues from the very beginning. I'd been on this one 3 hours, and I succeeded in turning up no suspects, no clues, and the most shameful thing of all, I had lost the body of the victim. I consoled myself with the thought that he was in no condition to tell me anything anyway. But then neither were you, Johnny. You'd checked out of the hospital, no forwarding address. But in a gin mill down in the Mission, I found a character with the unlikely name of Porky Grout. Porky is theoretically alive and will tell all he knows about anybody, which is plenty, but 2 fingers of rye. I gave him a handful. Easy.
Joe Morales mob.
Yeah.
They dusted this town. They moved to Las Vegas 5-6 months ago.
How come Joe stayed in San Francisco?
Oh, him and his brother had a beef with each other.
That's Sally Morales, the lawyer?
Yeah, the mouthpiece.
Not too close. What was it all about?
Oh, that dame, Virginia Vale. Yeah, after she and Joe framed Johnny Lawless on that hit-and-run job, they disagreed on methods of administration.
Not so close.
So she and Sally team up. And Sally uses his business connections to pull off this big combine, you see?
Yeah, I heard of it, Las Vegas. How do I get to Sally?
My throat's dry. I can't hardly talk.
Hey, Riley, put out the bottle. And bring an air wick.
Yeah, that's right. Oop, sloppy.
Easy, I'll help you. Great, huh? Great stuff. Not too close.
Now, when do you want to get to it? Tonight?
Right now.
Let me see now. The dame don't dance to nothing but rumba music, and she don't drink nothing but imported French champagne.
Yeah.
Furthermore, she don't go nowhere where she don't get her picture taken. And he don't dare take a drink in a place that pays him protection. Well, this being after hours, there's only approximately one place they could be at. That's the Iberia out on Van Ness.
Yeah. Thank you and good night, Porky Grout. If your friends won't tell you, I will.
What?
Please don't bother to answer. I didn't have any trouble picking out their table. Virginia spotted me at about the same time, grabbed up her purse, muttered an excuse to her escort, and edged around the dance floor. She caught me in the middle of a bambuco, a combination of a rumba, a samba, and guaracha, and whirled me lightly out onto the floor. I followed as best I could.
Listen, you shouldn't have come here.
How did I know our first dance would be a bambuco?
Now, you danced divinely, but you must leave at once. Sally is insanely jealous, and he's in an especially bad mood tonight.
Yeah, so am I.
I know why you came.
You went up on me.
Johnny Lawless has been in touch with you, hasn't he?
You talked to him since yesterday morning?
No. He's bound to get in touch with you. I don't know what story he's told you, but don't believe a word of it. He only wants to get you out of the way so he can get back at Joe. Joe thinks Joe framed him into San Quentin.
Now, you can stop worrying about Joe.
Huh? Sam, what are you...
He's dead, if that's news to you.
I think you'd better talk to Sally after all. Come on.
Well, I was just getting the hang of it.
Well, my dear, so you've met another old friend. Huh?
Hello, Sally.
Hello. Sit down, Spade.
Thanks.
Sally.
Huh?
Sam says Joe is dead.
Joe? Murdered?
Yeah.
Well, it was bound to happen. I warned him to get out of town before Johnny Lawless came back.
Johnny says he was with you when it happened.
Juries don't go for alibis, Spade. Best defense I could give him would be that I defend him despite the fact he's accused of killing my own brother. But look here. As his attorney, I have the right to know what he retained you for.
To find out who did kill Joe. That's what he said.
Have you found out?
Not yet.
Any leads?
Not many.
Now, what's the difficulty?
The corpse. Somebody swiped it.
You can't mean that.
I can, and I do.
Well, that doesn't make sense. Unless Johnny arranged it himself. But he couldn't have. No contacts. Of course, he might have disposed of it without help. It's been done, you know.
Not tonight. I'm his alibi there.
I don't believe it. You're just telling that story to see how we'll react.
That's why I'm telling it, but it's not a story. It's the McCoy.
Sally, what can it mean? If Johnny didn't do it, then somebody must have done it to frame him. And if they did that, they wouldn't turn around and get rid of the evidence, would they?
What? Well, the whole thing is wild.
You know, there might have been two people who thought they were a team, but one of them was really working against the other and for Johnny.
Huh?
Well, that's absurd, isn't it, Sally?
Is it, my dear?
He's trying to play us off against each other. Don't fall for it, Sally. I had nothing to do with any of it. You've got to believe that.
Yes, I was sure of you when Johnny was out of the way.
You wanted him out of the way. You admit it.
You're still in love with him, aren't you? Oh, aren't you?
Alice, you're hurting me.
Hurting you? I'll help the DA write his brief. You'll go to Tehachapi for body snatching.
Go ahead. I can't wait to get on the stand. The things I'll tell about you. How you let Johnny go up on that hit and run when you knew it was my idea and I was in the car with Joe.
You will. Not a jury in the country would blame me for protecting my own brother.
Protecting him? You were framing it even then. So you can have me for yourself.
Oh, I'll have you in the gas chamber if you keep insisting.
Your own brother. Squeeze out of that one if you can.
How about the body?
Love of woman surpasses brotherly love. I can see the jury now eating it up. Victim of a designing woman caught in the court.
Nuts. I don't care whether either of you is guilty or both or neither or what of. If I get that body back tonight, I'll let the cops worry about it. If I don't, I'll confess to everything myself and name all three of you as accomplices.
All right, Spade. You say your only concern is that body?
Right.
Here's $500. Another $500 when you find it, huh? Does that convince you?
Well, it helps.
Here, my diamonds. Take them all.
No, keep the diamonds, Virginia. If Sally gets sent up first, you'll need them for your defense. Think it over, kids. I'm calling the cops right now. Dun, 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 dun. I think it's 1 foot back.
Homicide, Lieutenant Garrett.
Roy, Sam Spade. Where's Dundee?
Oh, he's asleep. Sam, I've been trying to reach you.
Yeah, but do you know why?
Why, sure, about Johnny Lawless. Is there something we don't know, Sam?
Well, I'll come down and give you a statement. It's about Joe Morales.
Well, what about him?
Well, he got knocked off, and somebody lifted the corpse.
Oh, Sam, nobody lifted it.
Then who did?
We picked it up, Sam, right after you called us.
Right after Oh, yeah. Yeah, what time was that?
Let's see, I got it here. 20 minutes past 6. Lose your watch?
That ain't all.
What's that, Sam?
Call you back. What's up, Sally?
Come out of there.
Well, I wasn't planning to spend the night in a phone booth. Why the heater?
It's for you, Sam.
You must be nuts pulling a gun in a crowded joint like this.
Hey, stop looking at it. Come on. Up those stairs.
Now, look, Sally.
In there.
Easy. Where's your girlfriend?
Well, I sent her home, Sam. She can't stand the sight of blood.
You clown.
Oh. You were pretty funny, too, when you made that phone call. I didn't believe you'd go through with it.
What makes you think I'm interested in that old rap? Johnny's already done the time for it. Joe can't talk, and I don't want to.
I don't care what you want. It's what I want. That's what counts.
Does it? You wanted Virginia? You got it.
Oh, not the point. Just doesn't sound good. Salvador Morella's sweetheart going up on a murder rap.
Well, you trimmed it down to manslaughter for Johnny Lawless, and she's enough prettier to rate an acquittal, or are we talking about the same killing? You think Virginia killed Joe Morales, don't you? Why? Because she seems so anxious to pin it on Johnny Lawless.
Well?
Well, nothing. Only I've got a score to settle with Johnny Lawless myself, you see. He left me out in a limb with that body snatch. If I can pin the killing on him, I got a story for the cops. Now, show how smart you are. Shoot me.
I fully intend to.
Now, look.
Hold it, Sally.
Hello, Johnny.
Hey, you can do it yourself, Johnny. I was going to do it for you, but you can do it yourself.
I don't get it.
He's trying to pin that murder on you, Johnny.
Like you pinned that old hit and run on me?
But it's not the same, Johnny. Joe's killing is worth life if you're lucky.
I never had much luck.
Let him have it, Johnny. What have you got to lose? Well, you want me to?
No. Step back, Sally. Okay. He dead?
Yeah. You planned it different, didn't you, Johnny?
Yeah, but I might as well get two for the price of one. Yeah, I planned it different, but I don't seem to care anymore.
Well, then you won't need that.
Huh?
Sorry, Johnny. By the way, I'd like to thank you for keeping me in the clear.
How come?
That phone call you made the homicide using my name. Without that, I might be going up with you.
How'd you figure it?
Nobody but you had anything to gain by making that body seem to disappear. You knew I wouldn't check with the police till I'd made a try at locating it on my own. You knew I'd use the disappearance as a handle to shake what I could out of Sally and Virginia. You knew they'd suspect each other because I had you alibied at the time of the body snatch, and that would start them screaming accusations at each other.
Did they say enough to send them up?
Yeah, I don't know how much will stick, but enough.
They both admit Joe did that hit-and-run job I was sent up for?
He and Virginia together.
So she was with him. 3 years ago, I wouldn't have wanted to know that. Now it sounds good.
I didn't think it really sounded good to you. I was sorry to hear it myself, and after all, I'd only danced the bambuco with a mouse. I'm sorry things turned out the way they did, and it's a little late to be making with the advice, but, well, you know, the best laid plans of mice and men gang after Glade.
What?
And as you say, what chance has a man got without a regular racket? Period. End of report.
Well, heavens to Betsy.
Oh.
How can you be so sympathetic with a girl who did all those terrible things?
Oh, I know, F, I know. It's a silly dance, but she looked cute while she was doing it.
I don't mean the dance.
You mean the best laid plans?
What does that mean, Sam? That gang after glade?
I'll give you a hint, sweetheart. It's something you never need worry about.
No.
Here's why, men. Here's why Wild Root Cream Oil is again and again the choice of men who put good grooming first. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally without giving it that plastered down look. Wild Root Cream Oil relieves annoying dryness and removes that loose, ugly dandruff. So if you're not using it now, or if you're not using any hair tonic, get Wild Root Cream Oil at your drug or toilet goods counter in the new 25-cent Get Acquainted size bottle. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Well, here it is, Sam. My, terribly confusing.
I sensed that somehow.
Who was that hit-and-run victim?
Well, they named that dance after him, George L. Bambuco.
I don't believe it. Sam, what does it mean? What does it mean? You know.
Gang after glay? Snafu.
Oh, why didn't you say so? Dialects yet. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dow. Musical direction is by Lud Gluskin with score composed by Renee Garrigang. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
50,000 Americans die from tuberculosis every year. Yet tuberculosis is curable. The disease can be wiped out. The secret is discover it in its early stages. Why not be sure you and your family don't have tuberculosis by getting a chest X-ray right away? This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Same what, sweetheart?
Oh, Sam, how did it go?
Well, it wasn't exactly a 10-in-1 outfit. More of a mud show, dog and pony type, you know, rag front.
Sam, what are you talking about? And by the way, where were you last night?
I missed the last bus in from the Cow Palace, so I had to do a star pitch. Connie talk, Ed.
Oh, if you think I'm going to ask what a star pitch is, you're mistaken. What were you doing at the Cow Palace?
Oh, just fooling around.
Oh. Sam?
Yes?
Sam?
Yes?
Sam...
You ask too many questions. Sweetheart, in the patois of the carnival, I'll be right down to pitch my spiel my pitch, and make with the canvas on the Bluebeard caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, Join their talent to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Say, Mom, if the summer winds are making Junior's hair drier and mussier than it should be, why not borrow a little of Dad's Wild Root Cream Oil and restore that sweet, angelic look? You'll find Wild Root Cream Oil hair tonic comes in handy for every member of the family. It grooms the hair so neatly and naturally, relieves that summer dryness, and removes loose dandruff, too. Better check on your supply right now. If it's running low, then tonight or tomorrow, first thing, get Wild Root Cream Oil hair tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Ready, Effie?
Yes, Sam. By the way, what is a star pitch? Oh, your clothes. You look as if you slept on the ground.
That's what it is. Date, August 8, 1948, to Detective Lieutenant Dundee, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police. From Samuel Spade, license number 127596. Subject, the Bluebeard caper. I will not offer as an extenuating circumstance the fact that business is bad all over. But it is true that I've been sitting in my office for 4 hours and the phone had not rung once. This one didn't phone. From the looks of him, he didn't have the required nickel. But the hangover he was wearing under his eyes had cost someone a pretty penny, so I figured his credit might be good somewhere.
Mr. Spade?
Yeah?
Oh, my head.
Here. Try this.
Oh.
Want it mixed?
Oh, no soda. Couldn't stand the noise.
Where'd you wake up?
In these same clothes.
Figures.
It all started at my sister's engagement party. Mint juleps. But they must have been full of flukum.
Flukum?
You don't happen to have an ice bag?
It's customary for my clients to bring their own.
Oh. Well, now here's a spiel. Did I tell you my name?
The name you gave my secretary was Ned Towers. You want to stick with that?
Yeah, Ned. Ned Towers, yeah. It's about my sister. She's...
Her name?
Sylvia.
Sylvia Towers.
Sylvia Towers, but it's not about her, really. It's about that Bluebird. Bluebird she's married. Jefferson Davis Calhoun.
What about him?
Oh, that marriage has got to be stopped. I found out that his name's not Calhoun at all, that he's been married 3 times under 3 different names, and that all his wives died mysteriously, and that he collected their insurance. And now he's talked my sister into insuring herself for $100,000 in his favor.
When did you learn all this?
In a barber shop yesterday.
Oh.
I went in to get a manicure, and I picked up this old detective magazine. Here's his picture. Look at it.
I had heard of the case. In its heyday, the papers had called him the Mint Julep Romeo. And any name he happened to be using at the time had Colonel in front of it. None of his 3 wives had survived the honeymoon. Wife number 1, an aviatrix, bailed out at 10,000 feet over Mount Hood along with her husband. His parachute opened, hers didn't. They found the body the following spring. Wife number 2, a snake dancer, died of snake bite when she squared off with a full-fanged diamondback instead of her usual non-poisonous partner. The cause of death was never officially proven because the body was embalmed by mistake, it said there, before the coroner arrived. And finally, number 3, a professional stunt woman, disappeared over Niagara Falls in a beer keg instead of her specially designed barrel and was never seen again.
Well, Mr. Spade?
Yeah, but are you sure your sister's fiancé, this Calhoun, is the same guy?
Well, here's a picture of them together. Their engagement photograph. What do you think?
Brunette?
My sister? Redhead. That's him on the left.
Redhead? Well, Mr. Towers, are we going to sit idly by and see another poor girl go to her death? How much money you got?
About $100.
I'll take 50 now.
You are going to help her.
How much does she already know?
I tried to tell her. She's beautiful. She wouldn't even listen. I thought she might listen to you.
I pray she will, Ned. I pray she will. There were 2 aspects of the case that I wanted to look over more closely. A, Sylvia's red hair, and B, the red splotches on my client's face. I had a hunch she might be suffering from more than a hangover. So I dropped him at the address of a medical friend of mine who specializes in poison. He said the tests would take most of the afternoon, so I decided to find out who was Sylvia What was she? Was she as kind as she was fair?
Yes?
Yes.
I beg your pardon.
Miss Towers?
Yes, I'm Sylvia Towers. Are you the florist?
You were expecting maybe a detective?
Come in.
Thanks, I will.
Well, as a matter of fact, I wasn't expecting a florist or anyone else. But I'm glad to see you. I really am.
Huh?
Sit down here. Oh, just relaxing. Oh, no, over here.
Oh. Well, why not?
There. Isn't this more cozy? Take your hat off.
Oh.
You'll have me believing you really are a detective.
What do I look like?
Well, I'll have to mull it over. Now, don't tell me. Let me dream.
Look, Sylvia, Miss Powers, I mean.
Oh, Sylvia. I like the way you dress. Nice and casual.
Oh, you do?
But, you know, you really should wear a handkerchief.
Hey.
You're ticklish.
Well, look, if you want to frisk me, get it over with. It's your apartment. You got a right to.
Well, isn't this way nice?
Sure, it's fine. It's just that, well, you know, I just didn't expect. Just didn't expect.
Well, what do you want, a butterfly act?
No, it's just that my feelings have hurt you. Haven't asked me who I am or what I'm doing here. Anything.
Oh, I don't care. I like you.
Is this how you got engaged to Calhoun?
No, he was selling some phony stock certificates, so I bought a few.
They were phony, so you bought a few. Figured.
He'd had bad luck with marriage. It was the only way I could force the issue.
You're forcing him into marrying you?
Darling, don't be so critical. I did it very nicely.
I'm sure you did, but why?
Oh, I don't know. He's so courtly. A real Southern gentleman.
How real?
Hand me that cushion, darling.
Oh.
Oh, no, here, behind my head. Oh, that's better. Oh, don't go away.
Why do you want to be number 4 on the Bluebeard parade?
Oh, do you really think he did kill him?
Oh, that's one of two theories. He either did or didn't.
Oh, I love your hair. So nice, bristly. Does it bother you?
Yeah, but don't stop. Now, wait a minute. Look, I got my client to think about, and I'm trying to think about it.
Darling.
I didn't want to take this assignment, but he really seemed to be worried about you.
Oh, now, who on earth would be worried about me?
I'm a little worried about you myself, and I'm not even distantly related to you.
Well, don't say that yet. This marriage may not last long.
Don't you say that.
Oh, I know his marital life has been full of tragedy. But I'm not superstitious. I think I may change his luck.
Okay, Sylvia, okay, it's your life. I told your brother I'd talk to you, and I have.
My brother?
Yeah, Ned. I think maybe your boyfriend tried to poison him last night.
Oh, no. Oh, Jeff, you're just in time.
Well, my dear, we will discuss this further in private. I have only this to say at the present time. In the South, it is not customary for a lady to receive a gentleman alone just prior to her marriage to another gentleman.
But, Jeff...
I know your motives were pure and innocent. Customs differ, that's all. I am Colonel Calhoun at your service, sir.
I'll call you when I need you.
I'm afraid I must ask you to remain. Sylvia?
To tell you, it was just a flirtation.
Yeah, that's
I didn't
all.
think it...
You mean
she didn't think?
He made certain proposals?
Well, what could I do?
What could she do?
He said there were things in your past, Jeff.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Things that...
Oh, well, there, my dear.
It was blackmail.
That's all.
I did it for you, Jeff.
Go to your chambers, Sylvia. I will deal with this adventurer. If this were the South, there would be better ways, but never fear. Where there's a Calhoun there, too, you will find Southern chivalry.
Please.
No, Jeff. Phone the police.
Sylvia, I must insist that you do as I say.
Very well, Jeff. You know best.
Well, sir, how about you and me putting our heads together over little old Miss Judith, huh?
Thanks, I'm not thirsty. What's the pitch, Colonel? How come your girlfriend yelled, "Hey, Rube," just now?
What is your asking price, sir?
What's your bid?
$5,000 now, $5,000 after she's buried, $20,000 after the insurance people pays off.
No dice. Caper's worth $100,000. 50 for me, 50 for you.
That is out of the question, sir.
Okay, from here I go to the cot.
Then, now, son, let's not be hasty about this. It will require a slight change of plan, but I reckon I can swing it.
All right, 50-50. When are you going to knock her off?
You want her to fly the coop?
Is there another way out of here?
Well, not that I know of, but she's crafty.
She's crafty. Well, come on, let's get it over.
Yes, you're right. Maybe now or never.
That's right.
Sylvia?
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Come here.
What is it?
How are you going to do it?
Well, hit her with this and then out the window.
Let me see that. It's got quite a heft to it. Where'd you get this set?
Souvenir at Niagara Falls.
Know where you're going to get it?
Why, you Yankee!
The souvenir of Niagara Falls was deadlier than I thought. The blow spun him around like a top, and he went down on the other side of the room, taking the bar and the mint julep ingredients along with him. I headed for the room Sylvia had disappeared into. But she had already disappeared out of it. I looked in the closets, the bathroom, under the bed, tapped the walls for secret panels, and then forced myself to look out the only possible exit, the open window. 10 stories, sheer drop to the street. 2 stories, sheer unclimbable masonry to the roof. Now get this, Dundee. No other exit, no horizontal ledges, drain pipes, niches, cornices, not even a helicopter landing. I asked myself, who is Sylvia? What is she?
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dative Sam Spade. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too. And mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Bluebeard Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
There was no use wasting any time trying to figure out how Sylvia had done whatever she had done to escape from that escape-proof room. There was nothing of interest in it but a diving helmet, deep sea type, and the current issue of Billboard, a magazine which records the movements of show people. Under carnivals and tent shows, an item was circled. Colonel Carlisle's Colossal Carnival and Tent Show, which was currently playing San Francisco out by the Cow Palace. That reminded me of the Colonel in the next room. I went in to hit him again, but somehow his not being there didn't surprise me a bit. What I found on the roof did surprise me a little. It was a rope and grappling hook, human fly type, which fitted with the circusy aspect the caper was beginning to take on. But I'd never have taken Sylvia for a stunt woman. I did a deep knee bend to get in condition for what lay ahead, slid down the banister to the top floor, somersaulted into an elevator, and rode it down to the lobby, no hands. Pausing only to acknowledge the applause of the scrub woman, I skated on over to the phone booth. Sylvia's hands like the night.
Dr. Mandel's office.
Bernie, Sam Spade.
Oh, say, I'm glad you called, Sam. That patient you brought in here, Ned Coward?
Yeah, what about him?
Well, your hunch was right. There was enough poison in him to kill him twice. And that ain't all.
He dead?
No.
Then what's all?
Well, his stomach had enough foreign objects in it to keep all the newspapers in town in Monday morning feature stories for the rest of the year.
What type foreign objects?
Oh, glassware, spoons, hunting knives. Well, nothing valuable.
Where'd you send him?
Oh, he wasn't a hospital case, Sam.
Enough poison to kill him twice, glassware, spoons, hunting knives, and not a hospital case, huh?
The poison, he's developed an immunity. The other stuff, it's harmless.
Harmless?
Do you want me to send you the complete report?
No. Forget it, Bernie. You've given me enough. Thanks. From then on, Dundee, it was mostly entertainment. I headed for the carnival grounds outside the town, and Colonel Carlisle's Colossal Carnival and Tent Show unfolded before my very eyes just west of the Cow Palace.
Brought to you in the interest of artistic endeavor, Mademoiselle Mahala, the favorite dancing girl of the Sultan of Zanzibar, brought direct from the perfumed gardens of the Mystic Orient, every muscle of a gorgeous body.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of science and the furtherance of national defense, one of the medical miracles of the 20th century. Ladies and gentlemen, a man with the iron stomach and the asbestos esophagus, Professor Dilator. Professor, if you please, sir, give the folks a sample of your control over the fiery element. I will light the torch and hand it to the professor. And now, Professor, if you will kindly...
The coach dancer left me cold, but the fire-eating professor was hot. It was none other than my client, a man who called himself Ned Powers. I moved as close to the platform as I could without setting fire to myself and caught his eye. When he caught mine, it singed my eyelashes.
Hey, scramble, I got my act to do. I can't talk to nobody.
Where's the colonel?
There ain't any colonel, just for the banner tagging.
Where's your sister?
I ain't got no sister.
And who is Sylvia?
Hey, do me a favor, Shamus. Keep the 50 and forget the whole pitch. Now beat it, huh?
Oh, I want to see the show.
Okay, you paid for your duck. Stare your eyes out if you want to. Okay, Butcher, start squawking. They're drifting away.
And, ladies and gentlemen, that was only a sample. Why, he eats the stone and throws the beach away. And he used powdered poison on his soft-boiled eggs. Now tell me, if you will, is there a doctor in the town?
I drifted on down the midway. There was Puna, Nature Boy, Gilda and Hilda, the Siamese twins. There was Shorty, the fat man, and Fatty, the short man, a bearded lady, and several natural freaks of nature. At the very end, there was a big canvas enclosure. The act was called the Three Death-Defying Darlings. From the noise inside, I judged that to be an understatement. I bought a ticket and got inside just in time to see a trim, energetic blonde in tailored coveralls crawl out of the twisted wreckage of the car she'd just driven point blank into a concrete wall at an advertised speed of 80 miles an hour. She took a bow, tripped lightly out of the ring, and a brunette about the same size and shape, but wearing a costume consisting mainly of 3 live rattlesnakes, passed her coming in. I swear she did. I also swear that she danced so well I didn't even notice the snakes after I got used to them. Before the lead snake had taken its final bow and wriggled out of sight, a redhead in green coveralls appeared at the top of a 60-foot tower. She climbed into a barrel, and some stupid fool pushed her off. The tank she landed in was no more than 3 feet across and couldn't have had more than a foot of water in it. But she emerged from the splinters with her face wet and some of the greasy carnival-type makeup washed off. The red-headed branch of the death-defying darlings was, you guessed it, that miraculous escape artist, the one and only Sylvia. I was anxious to meet the rest of the act, so I bolted over the canvas to their trailer dressing room. There was a sinister buzzing sound at my ankles as I entered. I jumped out of the way just in time to miss getting bitten by one of the brunette's dancing partners, the Diamondback. Sylvia looked at me pityingly, grabbed it expertly just behind the head, and shoved it down into its basket.
Sam, you should have known better than to come in here unannounced. Strangers make Salome terribly nervous.
Then we're even.
How did you know I was here?
I didn't. I was looking for my client.
Then you are working for Ned.
Who else?
Well, when I heard you bargaining with Jeff, I didn't know what to think. Before that, I'd been so sure.
Look, sweetheart, I haven't been sure of anything in this caper from the start, least of all you. No matter how sure I get, I still won't believe it.
Look at me, Sam. Touch me. I'm only flesh and blood.
Yeah, well, anyhow, how did you meet yourself coming on with the snakes when you went out in the coveralls?
Oh, zippers. I was wearing the snakes underneath all the time.
Snakes? Doesn't the auto crash make them nervous?
Oh, no. They're used to it. Mother trained them. That was after Father...
Never mind your family. Let's talk about you. All 3 of you.
Well, after Mother and Father... Well, the act was a threesome, you see, and they wouldn't keep me on as a single.
Yeah.
So Jeff Calhoun worked out a routine so only one of me would be on at one time.
That figures. How often do you come out of it alive?
You mustn't say things like that, even in joking. I'm terribly out of condition. I haven't had a real workout since
you went over Niagara Falls in that beer keg? And by the way, how did you manage that?
Simple. Relaxation. Secret of everything. I could teach you that, Sam, darling. Jeff could never learn it.
How long do you think we'd get away with it, sweetheart?
Aren't you taking rather a lot for granted?
Maybe not enough. So far as I know, you've only been killed and resurrected 3 times.
Darling, if it frightens you, I promise I'll never do it again.
How did you drop 10,000 feet without a parachute?
Oh, that Mount Hood stunt? I crash-landed the plane, set fire to it.
There were witnesses. Something dropped.
Oh, nothing but a weighted flight suit.
Whose body was that they found?
There are always bodies when the snow melts. By the time they get to them, they could be anybody.
Oh, that's a relief. Now, what about that other body?
Which other one, darling?
When you were embalmed after the snake bite.
Oh. Well, Jeff just claimed somebody from the morgue that nobody else wanted. Don't be so critical, darling. We didn't hurt anybody.
Better not try to tell that to those insurance companies.
Well, they should be happy. Jeff says it helps them with their taxes.
Does it make you happy? Dying and being dug up every year or so?
Well, it's better than doing it every night. But I couldn't go back to Jeff. He lost his nerve after Ned found out. You see, Ned's the only one left who knew me in the old days. If I were dead, he couldn't prove anything. Jeff really meant to kill me this time.
What was Ned after? Blackmail?
Oh, no, he wanted me back with the show. He hired you to frighten Jeff into letting me go. After all, I am the best threesome in the business. Well, anyway, in the stunt field. Did you see my review on Billboard?
I saw for myself.
You know something? I was thinking. With all you know about crime...
Don't say it.
Darling, it's so easy, and we could have a honeymoon every time I came back and we got married again.
Thanks for the offer, but if I get married, I want my wife to stay alive every night.
But I wouldn't really be dead. Only legally, for the insurance. Only legally, Sam.
Come here.
Sam, darling.
Look, sweetheart, let's not relax. You're not safe. Not as long as that insurance policy's floating around with Jeff's name on it as beneficiary.
You'd never think of looking for me here.
Well, the same. You better take that policy into town in the morning and make some changes. Where is it?
Oh, it's in my safe.
You got a safe here in this trailer?
Well, it's just a secret safe. I only call it a safe. But it is safe.
Yeah, I thought I'd find you here. But I hardly expected to see Mr. Spade.
You don't surprise me a bit, Bluebeard.
Hello, Jeff. Sit down and stop waving that revolver. What do you want?
That policy. I heard every word you two have been saying. Not that that piece of paper means anything. You won't even be around when the bank's open. But having the original policy in my hand will save a lot of delay, red tape.
Of course, Jeff.
Where is it?
Oh, what's the use? It's in the basket, right by the side of your chair.
Wait a minute.
Don't move, Spade. If you do, I'll blast you.
Listen to me. Don't raise that
lid.
lid.
You're safe. Still a child, aren't you, Sylvia?
Don't do it, Calhoun. Don't do it. And that, Lieutenant Deere, took the lid right off of the caper. Due to my Boy Scout training, my split-second timing, and the fact that Salome's fang missed an artery by a 30th of an inch, I understand Calhoun will live long enough, which, as far as I'm concerned, is any length of time you care to name. About Sylvia, I really don't know how to advise you there, but if you're planning on charging her with attempted homicide, you'll find that there are 3 Darling sisters listed as U.S. citizens and residents of California. It might be hard to figure out which one of her to indict. Period. End of Nightmare Alley, Bluebeard Division. Any questions, F?
Oh, just one, Sam. A grammatical error, but I'll correct it.
And just whom do you think you are to be correcting my grammar?
Who, Sam? Nominative case.
Nominal.
Nominative, Sam. The most frequently used cases in English are nominative, accusative, and possessive. Now, I'm referring to your sentence which reads, it might be hard to figure out which one of her to indict.
Yeah.
Of course, you meant them, since there are 3 Darling sisters. Her being singular.
Indeed, her was singular, Abby.
Oh, Sam, you made a joke.
It's a very small one. Now, type that up and leave my grammar as is. It's colorful.
Oh, very well, Sam. I'll just fix the syntax as I go along.
Syntax? In California?
Say, are you looking for a hair tonic that will groom your hair neatly and naturally? Then you're looking for Wild Root Cream Oil. Want a hair tonic that relieves annoying dryness? Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Like a hair tonic that removes loose, ugly dandruff? The answer again is Wild Root Cream Oil, the famous hair tonic that gives you the big advantages men consider most important. Step up to your drug or toilet goods counter first chance you get and ask for Wild Root Cream Oil. in the big economy bottle, and the handy new tube that's easy to pack when you travel. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Right. She was only one girl, so I left it to her and made the correction back farther.
Back where,
The
Twinkle
sentence
Toes?
says prior.
Hmm?
Twinkle Toes.
Hmm.
You know, where you said 3 darling sisters, I changed it to 1.
That's impossible. It takes 2 to make a sister.
That is not funny, Sam.
Who's laughing?
It's no laughing matter, Sam. After all, that Sylvia, or the darling sister, or whatever she... And I don't care if she can go over Niagara Falls in a barrel.
Let's get it right. A beer keg.
In fact, the only funny thing is you being taken in. After all, snake charmers of that type are a dime a dozen.
Well, here's 20 cents. Phone up that place.
What place?
Where you get the red-headed snake charmers, 12 for 10 cents.
Dime a dozen, Sam. It's a figment of speech.
You can say that again, sweetheart.
Penny to be 3 people, all with different hair, and wearing snakes under a coverall.
Oh, that's it.
No normal girl would do that, Sam.
I don't know. Women do all kinds of work.
Oh, Sam. Why can't I be an adventuress like some girls are?
I wouldn't trade you for 30 cents worth of snake charmers.
Oh, that's the nicest thing you ever said.
Well, next to the nicest.
Good night.
Good night, Salome.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tolman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The hair-raising adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair.
Sam Spade, Detective Agency.
Hello, sweetheart.
Sam, are you all right? Oh, I thought this time
I'm
for sure.
okay, sweetheart. Be right down to dictate my report.
Stinker. Getting me all upset.
I told you I'm all right, baby. But I gotta admit, it's been another hair raiser for Sam Spade.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with The Adventures of Sam Spade. Presented each week by Wild Root Cream Oil, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that will put your hair back in place again, grooming it neatly, naturally, the way you want it. Wild Root Cream Oil, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Everyday life is full of mysteries, and one of the men is how to make a hit with a girl. So give a listen while I give you a clue in the form of a recent survey. 97 out of 100 girls said they turn thumbs down on a man whose hair is either unkempt or too slicked down. So don't look that way. Spruce up with Wild Root Cream Oil.
It grooms your hair neatly and naturally. And as our survey shows, that's exactly how girls like to see it. Besides, non-alcoholic wild root cream oil relieves dryness and removes loose dandruff. It contains lanolin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil. And now, Wild Root brings to the air for the first time the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Spade.
Yeah, let's see. Date July 12, 1946, to Mrs. Gilmore. Subject, death of Bernard F. Gilmore. On June 15th, after lunch, Going too fast for you, Effie?
You never go too fast for me, Sam.
Stick to your book, sweetheart. Where was I?
After a modest lunch on June 15th...
I was sitting in my office brooding. It had been a pretty slim month in the private eye business. The city of San Francisco had been hit by a vicious wave of honesty. But that morning, the Chronicle had a nice, juicy story on the killing of Bernard F. Gilmore. You remember him, the co-owner of the St. Kitts steamship lines. I read it carefully. 2 weeks later, I received a call from the partner of the murdered man, a Mr. Emil Tonescu. He lived in Atherton on Old Oak Road, a very modest lean-to occupying only 10 acres. He was sitting by the swimming pool, wearing nothing but swim shorts and a highball. 40-ish, Latin type with a lot of white teeth. Tight above his left ankle was a gold bracelet about 2 inches wide. It was quite thick and had no clasp. It had been welded on, and in the center there was a small diamond.
Mr. Spade, come here. Come here, sit down.
Thanks.
Drink?
Thanks. Don't drown it. Nice pool you got here. This where you launch your ships?
Mr. Spade, 2 weeks ago my business partner was killed. 2 weeks and the police have done nothing. I want you to find the man who shot Bernard Gilmore.
Hit you pretty hard, huh?
Well, I am not a sentimental man, but Gilmore and we started our business with one tramp steamer. Then we immigrated to this country. I cannot forget our years as partner, and now...
Yeah, let's see. An unidentified Gunzel held him up and shot him around midnight as he was leaving the St. Kitts steamship office on the Embarcadero.
Correct.
His secretary, Miss Lena Best, was an eyewitness to the killing. She arrived at the scene in time to hear the shot, see Gilmore topple backwards off the pier into the water.
Yes.
The killer dropped the haul when the night watchman threw a slug after him. $600, a 10-carat rock, solid gold ticker, right?
Yes. The police found it on the pier.
Did he owe any money?
Well, he had a rather large gambling debt at the Calypso Club.
You say he immigrated with you to this country. I take it that Gilmore wasn't his real name.
No. He changed a few years ago, after he started going with her.
Who's her?
His secretary.
The one that was on the way to meet him when he was killed?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Who gets the insurance?
The secretary, Lena Best. He wanted to marry her. She kept him dangling. He was getting tired of it. She knew that it could not go on.
Who gets Gilmore's share of the St. Kitts Steamship Company?
I do.
Uh-huh. Anything else?
Oh, one thing more, Mr. Spade. It might help you. Gilmore always carried a good luck piece in his wallet, a rare coin. It was the only thing the killer did not leave behind.
Yes?
Well, it has some sentimental value for me now. I presented him with the coin when we formed our partnership. Look here, Mr. Spade. Here's a picture of it in this little book.
Tonescu handed me a thin book printed on very glossy paper. The title was Coins of the Realms, Volume 11. It was open to the photo of a coin slightly larger than a silver dollar, but thicker. It was inscribed in Spanish and dated 1720. On its face was a picture of a sailing ship. Under the photo of the coin was written in ink, for Emil, a picture of the tie that binds us, affectionately Bernard Gilmore. Well, what kind of money is it?
The collectors call it a Guiana sovereign. There is only one like it in this city. The one Bernard carried the night he was murdered.
I see. That's a very attractive bracelet on your left leg.
Oh, this? Yes. thank you. It was given me by Mr. Gilmore when I gave him this sovereign.
Tell me, Mr. Tonescu, do you want to find the Gunzel who killed your partner, or do you want to find the Guyana sovereign?
Mr. Spade, if you find one, you will find the other.
I walked up Market Street to the Chronicle building. I got off at the 4th floor and walked down the corridor to the morgue.
Hi, greetings, Sam. What's on your mind?
The Gilmore killing. Give me the clips on the story.
Oh, yeah, Bernard Gilmore. As a matter of fact, somebody
I'm
is...
through with these clippings now. Thanks ever so much.
Oh, you're welcome, miss. Any time at all.
Thanks. You're très cute. Well, save your pennies.
Who's the sleeping beauty?
I don't know. She spent all morning going over the Gilmore clips. Here they are.
She... What?
Yeah, she was making notes on the... Hey, don't...
Well, Hotshot, where have you been? You look as if you'd lost something.
You didn't run across a tall, thin, sleepy, slinky dame about 35 years old hiding in the ladies' room by any chance, did you, Effie?
No. Shall I go and look?
Never mind. She was in an elevator in the Chronicle building when I lost her.
Maybe you should hire a private eye.
Shut up. Take an ad for insertion in all the evening papers. 2 entries under personals and for sale. Rare coin, Guyana sovereign, colonial mint, dated 1720.
How do you spell sovereign?
Look it up. Bids from collectors welcomed. Only bona fide offers will be considered.
How do you spell Guyana?
Capital G, look it up. Put our address and phone number on it. No name. Phone it in right away. I want to make this evening's late editions. I sent Effie home and waited. The 5:30 final carried the ad. At 7, the phone still hadn't rung. I began to wonder if the service hadn't been shut off. At 7:30, come in. The door opened, and in walked a redhead who was anything but sleepy. Anything.
Are you the party that advertised a rare coin for sale in this evening's bulletin?
Come right in. Sit down.
I want that coin, Mr. Spade. I have every right to it.
Yeah? You're Gilmore's secretary, Lena Best, aren't you?
Yes, and... I'm also Bernard Gilmore's widow.
Well, you're a surprise in more ways than one, Mrs. Gilmore.
Please, I'd rather you didn't call me Mrs. Gilmore.
Okay, Lena.
You see, Mr. Gilmore and I were secretly married. Not even his partner, Emil Tonescu, knew about it.
What do you know about the Guyana sovereign?
Well, all I know is that Mr. Gilmore told me that if anything ever happened to him, that I was to let Mr. Tonescu know that I have the coin.
Did he say why?
No, he didn't. It was a symbol of something to them. They were both superstitious about it.
Yeah? How about you? You superstitious, too?
All I know is, long as Bernard kept that coin locked up in a safe, he stayed alive. The only time he ever took it out, he was killed.
Tonescu said he always carried it with him.
Tonescu's a liar.
Excuse me. Yeah?
Are you the gentleman who advertised a rare coin for sale?
Right.
My name is Joshua Gainsborough. I'm a numismatist.
A what?
Numismatist, a dealer in rare coins.
Oh, yeah.
I should like to examine that coin you advertised. If it's a genuine Guyana sovereign, I'd like to make you an offer for it.
Come to my office. We'll talk it over.
Well, unfortunately, I can't. Would it be too convenient for you to bring it to me?
Where's your place?
The Garford Apartments on Bush Street.
Garford Apartments on Bush Street. Yeah, I know the place.
Don't bother to ring the bell. I'll leave the front door on the latch. Come directly up the stairs to apartment 3A.
Apartment 3A. I got it. Be there in 10 minutes. Sorry, Lena, we'll have to talk some other time.
What are you going to see her for?
See who?
I can't risk it, Mr. Spade. Give me that sovereign.
It's bad manners to point guns at people so early in the evening. Besides, your hand's shaking. Here, let me help you.
You're laughing at me. You've been laughing at me all the time.
Look, sweetheart, I'm sorry. It's just that I haven't got time to be a big brother to every dame that comes in here. Now, go on home and wash your face. If I find the coin and I don't find out something about you first that I don't want to find out, I'll see that it's delivered to you. The Garford Apartments was one of those buildings the San Francisco earthquake was foolish enough to spare. A mop and pail stood in the entry, and the bell panel was slightly on the bias. I looked at the mail slot for apartment 3A. The name on it was not Joshua Gainsborough. I started climbing, and I saw a man leaning over the banister upstairs. He was dressed in a white linen suit. He He had a great egg-shaped bald head, and underneath it were two piggish eyes, one button nose, and two rosebud lips. I took it easy going up. He was leaning on a heavy cane, and he kept beckoning at me with it, trying to push me up faster.
Are you the gentleman with the sovereign, sir?
Yeah?
Well, come along, sir, come along.
Don't rush me, Mr. Gainsborough. I go to pieces.
To pieces, indeed. In here, sir. Come right along. Thank you for coming, sir. You see, I've dislocated my shoulder and can't get about. Now, sir, the sovereign, if you please.
I looked around. The room was small and stuffy, and there was a pair of pants on every chair. On the mantelpiece, there was a collection of knickknacks, glass dogs, a decanter full of rum, a speckled piggy bank, and a picture of a girl. It was a picture of the Sleeping Beauty who had the Gilmore clips at the Chronicle.
Well, sir, do you have the coin with you?
You haven't made me an offer.
Isn't it customary, sir, for the buyer to examine before purchasing? Caveat emptor?
I'm not asking you to buy. I'm asking you for an offer.
Then you shall have it, sir. I offer you immunity from the police in exchange for the coin and my daughter.
Your daughter. You mean that dame in the picture?
Oh, don't play the innocent one with me, sir. I have no time for charades, Mr. Spade. I know who you are.
I didn't know it showed.
Oh, come now. The coin and the whereabouts of my daughter.
How did she get into the caper?
You face a most serious charge, sir. She is mentally unbalanced. She disappeared from our apartment and my coin with her. Yes, Mr. Spade, my coin. I don't quite know how you managed to gain possession of the coin, but my natural filial concern for my daughter will no longer keep me from turning you over to the police.
Shall we dance?
You don't believe me, sir?
No.
No. No. Right out, no. I like you, sir. Sit down, sir, sit down. We'll talk this over.
I'm still listening.
Very well. You have the coin. I want the coin.
And not your daughter.
Oh, come now, Mr. Spade. You needn't trap it in. You know I never had a daughter.
But you do have a wife.
A wife, sir?
She's very attractive in widow's weeds.
You know. Oh, that's priceless. Priceless, sir. You know.
I know.
Well, how did you guess, sir?
Quite a bandage for a shoulder sprain. So the bullet just winged you. You went into the river, huh?
Precisely, sir. Fortunately, there was a storeroom under the pier which served nicely. Oh, this is wonderful, sir. Wonderful. Two impostors, both knowing and playing out that little comedy. A drink, sir. Would you hand me the decanter just behind you? Just there, sir.
I turned around to get it, and I got it. I got just a glimpse of him in the mirror, and that heavy cane caught me full on the top of the head. I staggered and tried to get my arms over his, but I got it again right across the face, and then I was all the way down, and he gave it to me at will.
Makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the first in a new series of programs bringing to the air for the first time the adventures of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Every man has some detective ability, certainly enough to detect this fact, that people are naturally attracted to the man who is handsomely groomed. Most men realize this. And that's why they're so particular about what they put on their hair. Recently, hundreds of men in metropolitan New York were asked, what 5 advantages do you consider most important in a hair tonic? And tonight, for the first time, we announced the results from this investigation. They show that one hair tonic, Wild Root Cream Oil, has all 5 advantages voted most important by this impartial consumer jury of men. 1, Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, never leaves it sticky or greasy. 2, it relieves annoying dryness. 3, it removes loose dandruff. 4, is non-alcoholic. 5, contains soothing lanolin. And remember, no other leading hair tonic gives you all 5 of these important advantages. So next time you visit your barber, ask for Wild Root Cream Oil and get the big economy-size bottle of Wild Root Cream Oil at your drug or toilet goods counter.
to the Guiana Sovereign. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade. There was a clanging inside of my head like all the fire trucks in San Francisco gone berserk. I opened my eyes. I was still lying on the floor where I'd been when Mr. Gainsborough let me have it. There was still someone sitting in the chair across from me, but it wasn't him. It was Emil Tonescu, looking very thin, very dark, and very dead. The phone was right under his elbow. I half crawled over to it and was reaching for it when I saw a wad of paper lying on the floor under Tonescu's feet. I straightened it out and strained my eyes into focus. It was a telegram addressed to the dead man. A found party who will exchange coin for ankle bracelet. It was signed Calypso. I rammed it into my pocket. Yeah?
Hello? Who is this?
Who'd you want?
Oh, why, Sam. It's Lena Best. What are you doing there at this hour? Why didn't you call? I'd be half out of my mind.
Hold tight, you'd be all the way out. You're no longer a widow. What? Bernard Gilmore's alive.
Bernard? Alive?
Now that I've seen him, I can understand you're identifying any bloated stiff that comes out of the bay.
But, Hal, please, I wish you'd explain.
I need some answers myself, Lena. I need them bad. You know the dame that lives in this flat?
Yes. Don't trust her.
The bell says it's Kara Kenbrook. That her?
Yes.
Who is she?
Well, she and Mr. Gilmore were in business together in Trinidad.
Trinidad. Okay, sweetheart.
Oh, be careful, Sam.
Save it, sweetheart. If we're lucky, you'll be a widow all over again. I pushed the late Mr. Tonescu into the closet and cleaned the place up a little. Then I took another gander at the telegram. I walked out of the building, grabbed a cab, and told the hacky to drive into the Calypso Club. It was a third-rate night spot with a gambling hell upstairs. I spotted her at the bar and walked over. She was still wearing slacks, and she was the same sleeping beauty I'd seen in the Chronicle office and in the picture in the apartment on Bush Street. Hello, Clara.
Who are you?
Tonescu sent me.
Buy me a drink?
Sure, what'll it be?
Rum and Coke.
Rum and Coke and a shot.
Hey, you, bartender. Now, you bring the change in pennies.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Well, come on, Clara. You said you'd trade it for the bracelet.
What do you know about the bracelet?
Tonescu showed me the wire. You know, you and I could make a good thing out of this. If I sell it to him, Clara.
I want to get out of this town tonight.
Okay, we can still do business. I'm staying.
You're bluffing. You don't even know what the sovereign is.
A guy like Tonescu ought to be willing to pay for a long time. It wouldn't be good for the steamship business if it got out that he'd been a con on Devil's Island.
How'd you find that out?
Using my brains. First time I saw him, I knew he was covering up a scar from a stretch on a chain gang. Cute gag, that ankle bracelet.
Oh, you're pretty cute yourself. Smart, too. But I haven't got the sovereign with me.
Where is it?
In my apartment. I'm scared to go back there.
Maybe Gilmore found it.
Here's your change.
Thanks.
Look at me.
Huh?
The pennies. My hobby. Save them for my piggy bank. You'd be surprised how they mount up.
Say, am I keeping you up, sweetheart?
Oh, no.
All right, drink your drink and let's get back to your apartment.
I told you I'm scared to go there.
All right. Tell me where you stash it and I'll go
Oh, no, you don't know. I'm smarter than you think I am.
Well, make up your mind.
Okay. I'll take a charge. Let's go.
Okay. Now you got me doing it, too.
Oh, pardon me. You got any more pennies for my piggy bank?
You really play for the big dough, don't you, sweetheart? Yeah.
Oh, give me.
Ouch, I was giving it to you. Hey, there's a dime in there.
Too late now. Save the pennies and the dollars will take care of themselves, I always say.
Okay, let's get going. Come on, where is it?
Let's see now. I want to take my darling little portable radio, 3 pairs of slacks.
Always wear slacks, don't you? Even when shooting at your most intimate friends.
Wasn't that a riot? The paper said that it was a man that shot him.
Yeah, I guess they couldn't tell from the back.
I don't know how I could have missed Mr. Gilmore. He wasn't any further from me than that.
Yes, Clara, darling. I wasn't much farther than this, was I? Sit down, Clara. You look sleepy. Interesting malady, isn't it, Mr. Spade? Poor Clara was unfortunate enough to contract sleeping sickness on one of her tropical excursions. Well, now, let's get down to business. This is a most fortuitous meeting, Mr. Spade.
The last time I met you, I got a headache, Gilmore. I'm getting another. So come to the point. Let's get this over.
An excellent suggestion, sir. Now, which one of you is going to tell me where the sovereign is? Let's not waste any time, please. I've already killed one man because he would not or could not answer that question. Killed him with this very weapon. It must be obvious by now that I mean business. Well, Mr. Spade? Clara? What is it, Mr. Spade?
Look at her. Dead to the world.
She's pretending. Clara. Clara! Well, bless me, she is asleep. That's most unfortunate. She's been known to sleep for days, weeks, when she drops off like that. The excitement, you know.
Well, Baldy, that went your last chance. I don't know where it is, and she can't tell you.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want it for, anyhow? Danescu got tired of being blackmailed by you because you had the sovereign. Got Cara to put the bang on you, swipe it, and push you into the bay. You came back alive, worse luck, and even to score with him. What do you want with the sovereign now? If Danescu's dead, you can't shake him down anymore.
Well, that coin has caused me entirely too much trouble of late. It's likely to hound me all my days. The matter can't be closed until it's out of circulation once and for all. I'm leaving the country tonight, and I simply can't risk it, Mr. Spade. I simply can't.
That's your problem.
Not entirely. Somebody's going to tell me where it is. Somebody's going to tell me in the next minute or two. Speak up, Mr. Spade. Speak up.
You fat clown. You ought to know better. I only talk to people I like.
Do you know where the sovereign is? I don't believe you do know. Well, so this is my last offer. I give you 1 minute, exactly 1 minute. And after that, I'm afraid you'll never be able to talk to anyone again.
I wiped the blood off my mouth and looked around the room. I was still groggy, and I wasn't sure at first that it was really happening, but it was. Behind Mr. Gilmore, the door to the hallway was opening, inch by inch. It was Lena Best, and she seemed to know what she was doing. She left the shoes outside. She edged along the wall toward the mantelpiece. Gilmore was looking at his watch, counting off the seconds. I was trying not to look at her over his shoulder. When she was directly behind him, she stopped with a hopeless gesture that told me she had nothing to help me with. Then her eyes fell on, guess what? Cara's darling little piggy bank. She picked it up with both hands and held it poised over his ugly, bald head.
Well, Mr. Spade, I'm sorry to have to do this, but
And with that, she let him have it. His hand went up in an automatic defensive gesture, and I jumped into the breach. I hooked my left over and sank it into that great, tulpy mass of chins. He dropped the gun and started backing away from me. I followed him with both fists and kept it up until I was tired.
Oh, Sam!
Thanks, sweetheart, thanks. What kept you?
Are you all right?
Look what you did to Cara's darling piggy bank. Here, help me pick this up. You'll cut your feet. Besides, there's a dime here that's mine. Maybe take a few pennies while I'm at it. Hey, look at this penny. Baby, did you ever see a penny as big as this?
What is it, Sam?
This is it, sweetheart. The Guyana sovereign. Cara was right. Save your pennies and the dollars take care of themselves. Well, that's about it, Mrs. Gilmore. The whole caper. When I got back to the office, I pried the top off of the sovereign with a nail file kindly furnished by Miss Effie Perrine and found inside just about what I'd expected. It was a dog tag with some French words on it and a number. The kind you wear on your ankle when you're a prisoner on Devil's Island. Had another name on it, but it was Danescu's, all right, and it was the blackmail weapon that had put Gilmore in the dough and had made him half owner of a big steamship company. As you've no doubt been informed, your late husband, Mr. Gilmore, is expected once again to become your late husband, this time in the gas chamber. Goody, goody. Cara Kenbrook will by now be yawning away into the hospital ward of Tehachapi Prison. If you're thinking of making me a present, please make it something to wear, as I don't go in for jewelry. Period. End of report.
Okay, Sam, I'll type it up. Anything else?
Yeah. Got 10 until tomorrow?
Are you kidding?
No, I need it. I promised I'd take Lena for a little square dancing at the top of the mark.
There's no dancing at the top of the mark.
I know.
Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
Wild Root Cream Oil presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, produced and directed by William Spear. Summer sports are a lot of fun, but after a weekend of swimming, boating, or maybe tennis, how does your hair look? Chances are it's baked out by the sun and washed out by water, in no condition to make the right impression when you go back to the job Monday morning. Unless, of course, you spruced up beforehand with Wild Root Cream Oil. In that case, your hair is protected before you go out. And with just a touch of Wild Root Cream Oil afterwards, you're looking your handsome best, ready to make a smooth, successful impression wherever you go. You see, Wild Root Cream Oil is non-alcoholic and contains lanolin, the soothing oil that's like the natural oil of your skin. And it not only grooms your hair and removes loose dandruff, but actually relieves annoying dryness. 4 out of 5 in a nationwide test preferred it to all other hair tonics they'd tried. So take Wild Root's famous FN test. Check your scalp. Signs of dryness or loose dandruff tell you need Wild Root Cream Oil right away. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. George Zucco appeared as Mr. Gilmore, Lorene Tuttle as Effie. Don't forget, next Friday, the 3 great masters of the art of hair-raising, Dashiell Hammett, William Spear, and Wild Root Cream Oil, join forces to bring you another hair-raising adventure with Sam Spade. Smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, for quick, good grooming and to relieve dryness between permanents. Mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. This is Dick Joy speaking.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Quoth the raven, nevermore.
Yes.
This is me.
Is this Mr. Spade?
Yes, but is this Miss Perrine?
Well, yes, but
Why are you eating a peanut butter sandwich at this time of night?
why the allusion to Poe's Raven? Was your assignment among the literati?
It certainly was. There was Rowena from Ivanhoe, a lost Lenore, a no-place Ralph, and a Boris from the Karloff of the same name.
Oh, how distinguished.
Have you got a cold, F?
No.
Well, then there was a carnivorous plant, a hideous meat-eating specimen of the botanical world, trying to take 2 fingers off me.
Well, I've got 3 fingers all poured out for you here.
Oh, pretty hip. I can see you intend to be terribly amusing tonight. But even so, I intend to come right down and dictate my report on a stopped watch caper or time stood still.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Well, in a few weeks, many of us will be going bareheaded now and then, meaning we'll have to pay more attention than ever to the appearance of our hair. The best way I know to always keep your hair in trim is to use Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, removes loose dandruff, and relieves dryness, which may be even more prevalent when your hair is exposed directly to the wind and sun. So right away, get the 25-cent get-acquainted bottle of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Looking over a
Hello, Sam. That's a mighty sharp routine you give a purring on the phone.
Where's Effie? Who are you?
Sam, don't you remember me? Buffy.
Certainly not. I never saw... Buffy, wait a minute. Do I sense a certain family resemblance? No, you can't be Effie's little sister, Buffy.
Yes.
Big girl now.
But thanks anyway for the Tinker toys you sent me last Christmas.
I'd kill myself.
I intend to start having children of my own just as soon as it's practical.
Where's F, Buff?
She had to go to L.A. to visit a sick friend.
A likely story.
No, really.
Chapter and verse, please.
St. Joseph's Hospital in Burbank. They went to school together, and her name is Lorene Tuttle. She's an actress.
Yes, I know her. A very fine actress. Is it serious?
I hope not for Effie's sake. They're very close.
Yeah. Well, what now? You take shorthand, Buff?
Sort of.
Spoken like a true Marine. Come on in.
Well, I hope it's good and gruesome.
I take it back.
I meant the caper, not what you're drinking.
Okay, Buff, you win. Ready?
Why not?
Date April 10, 1949 to Deputy Sheriff Bill Woodington, Marin County Sheriff's Office, San Rafael, California, from Samuel Spade, license number...
137596.
Oh, steady listener. Subject, the stopped watch caper. Dear Bill, here's how it turned out, and if I ever phone you for advice again, I'll take it because you were right. She was loaded.
What about those threatening letters, Sam? Don't give 'em another thought. Old Lady Raven's had me up there a dozen times the last 6 weeks. She got threatening letters, she got prowlers, but when I got there, she can't find the letters, and the way that house is tucked away in the woods, I don't think a prowler could find it.
How do I find it, Bill?
Huh? Well, the Gray Line bus goes right by the gate. The Mount Tama Palides Road, about 3 miles this side of Rock Spring.
Well, that sounds pretty rugged. You, say she's a crank.
But she's got money, Sam.
Oh, the poor old soul.
And she got a niece.
Oh?
Yeah. Over 23, but she's stacked.
The old lady's loaded, the niece is stacked. Who else lives there?
Well, there's a butler. Somebody flattened his head when he was young, and he wears bangs to call attention to it. Sort of shuffles around the house. But you ought to see him out in the woods chasing them old ground squirrels. Quick as a deer hound. Yeah, and
Never mind. You sold me. All these marvels I have got to see. It was only 3 p.m. when I skulked in through the gates of Ravenswood, but it was so dark the hooty owls hadn't gone to bed yet. The fog snaked in and out through the dripping trees, long, chill ribbons of ghastly fog borne on a sobbing wind. I mushed on into the deepening gloom of the forest primeval. After 10 minutes of that, I began to wonder if there was any house there. When I saw it, I still wondered. It looked more like a fungus growth.
Yes?
Speak of the English?
It is chilly, isn't it, sir? Won't you come in?
Sure, why not? Yes, I expected that.
If you'll be so kind as to wait here, sir, I'll inform Miss Rowena of your arrival.
Thank you, Jimmy Stewart.
Boris? Who's out there? Is it the man with the hemlock? Answer me, you brute! Oh. Where is it?
Did you say hemlock?
Oh, you must be my aunt's detective. Spade, was it?
It is, right.
I'm Ralph Raven. Come along with me, Spade. I have something interesting to show you.
Ralph Raven was the one member of the household you hadn't described to me, and no wonder. The wasted figure that looked up at me from the wheelchair was more like a ghost than a man. His face was chalk white. So white it seemed almost luminous, and the skin clung so close to his skull there seemed to be no flesh beneath it. And his wide, staring eyes looked like 2 cups of black coffee on a snow-white tablecloth. I followed him into a glass-enclosed room only slightly larger than the garden court at the plaza. The humidity was several points higher than the dripping woods, and the temperature was several degrees lower. But the plants he had growing there seemed to thrive on it. As I edged nervously through the dense, quivering foliage, I noticed a strange-looking yellow-green pod, about the size of a milk bottle at the end of a long, tubular stem. It leaned over, opened its red mouth, and said, "Hey, what is that thing?"
Oh, that's my Sarracenia gigantosa. Meat eater. Carnivorous plant. Don't be frightened. I just fed it.
Don't tell me.
You know what it eats?
Acts like it needs a dose of bicarb.
No, perfectly healthy. Merely part of the digestive process. Even as you and I.
Not me.
But over here, you're a detective. These plants should interest you. Don't touch that mandrake.
Never thought of it.
It won't cry out. No vocal cords.
Oh, I see.
It's very sensitive.
Oh, sensitive.
And deadly poison.
Oh.
And see here, these pretty purple blossoms?
Yes, very pretty.
Source of an alkaloid poison, favored by the Borgias. And these, white hellebore.
Watch your language.
I use it in compounding veratria, a poison so ancient it would probably go undetected in the police laboratories of today.
Mm-hmm.
And here's a charming one, both a killer and a medicine. Belladonna, or deadly nightshade, source of atropine.
Mm-hmm.
And this, commonly known as Nux vomica,
Well,
produces not 1 but 2 deadly poisons. The well-known strychnine and the rare and not easily detectable brucine.
yeah, well, it's quite a hobby, Mr. Raven.
Boy, it's not a mere hobby, Mr. Spade. It's a practical science. All the plants in this conservatory have their fatal properties, and all have played a role in the great crimes of history. Did my aunt get another threatening letter?
So she says.
Odd that she should fear death at her age, and odd that she should hire a bodyguard. How does she know how it'll come? It might be poison.
Speaking of poison, brother dear, it's time for your medicine.
Oh, Spade, my sister, the lost Lenore.
How do you do, Mr. Spade?
How do you do?
Here, Ralph, drink up.
Why does it always have to be in milk? And look here, it's not time anyway. Oh, this confounded watch has stopped again. Spade, what time do you have?
Why, it's 3, That's funny. My watch has stopped, too. I didn't know then what that meant. In fact, if you look on the last page of this report, Deputy dear, you'll see that the stopwatch was the key to the whole puzzle. I protest that my failure to realize its significance at that moment had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that my client's niece, Lenore Raven, was, as you so roguishly put it, stacked. About there, Boris, the butler, bobbed up and beckoned me from the balustrade. I followed him upstairs and was ushered into the austere and regal presence of my client, Rowena Raven.
That will be all, Boris.
Yes, madam.
Oh, Boris, I just remembered.
Yes, madam?
There on the occasional table, my watch. I want you to take it around to the watchmakers in the morning. It's on the fritz again.
Yes, madam.
Mr. Spade, I must apologize for keeping you waiting.
Oh, it's all right.
My watch hasn't been keeping proper time ever since those threatening letters started. Could that be a clue, Mr. Spade?
Maybe we'd better start with the letters, Mrs. Raven.
I can't find them anywhere. I think that young man from the sheriff's office must have pinched him.
Bill Whittington? Oh, I'm sure not.
Well, all the same, it's very odd that every time he comes here, he can't find them.
Where did you put them, Mrs. Raven?
Right there on the occasional table.
Yeah, well, Mrs. Raven, sometimes people have very vivid dreams.
Huh?
Doesn't mean there's anything wrong with their minds or anything like that.
You talk just like Dr. Slosser. That young sawbones my niece sent around looked at my sciatica. Sciatica's nothing but a pain. How can you look at it? It's a lot of bull.
Yeah. What did the letters say, Mrs. Raven?
That's why I wondered about my watch, Mr. Spade. The letters always contain some reference to time. Your time is running out. Beware when time moves slowly. Soon it may stop altogether.
Mm-hmm.
That sort of thing. You think there could be a connection? I mean, has someone been tampering with my watch? The repairman doesn't know what's causing it to lose.
Yeah, did he think it might have been tampered with?
No. He thought it was something in the mountain. Magnetism or something.
Well, that sounds logical.
That's a lot of hooey. I lived here 40 years and my watch never lost a minute. Something in the mountain. My eye. Something in this house, more like. Or somebody. You ask me, he's not half so sick as he pretends to be.
Your nephew?
Uh-huh. What do you think?
Well, I think he's a very sick man.
No wonder. Sitting in that damp conservatory day after day, pottering over those fiendish poisonous plants. You see the one that eats mice and hamburgers?
Yes, I did. What's supposed to be the matter with your nephew, Mrs. Raven?
Oh, he was in an auto accident. Injured his neck. They had to remove part of a gland or something.
His neck.
But Dr. Schlosser says he's in good condition aside from that. And if he takes his medicine faithfully, there's no reason why he shouldn't. Come in!
Ah, Mrs. Raven, how is that pain this afternoon?
Worse, thank you. Dr. Schlosser, this is Mr. Spade.
Ah, yes. The detective you engaged to investigate those letters you've been receiving.
Mr. Spade thinks it's an inside job. Don't you, Mr. Spade?
Well, that depends on what you mean by an inside job.
There, you see?
Inside that romantic imagination of yours, my dear lady. Hold still now while I give you your shot.
I loathe being jabbed.
There now. That wasn't so bad, was it?
Can I look now?
How is Ralph getting on, Doctor?
Not well, I'm afraid. He doesn't seem to be responding to the... Mrs. Raven, what is it?
Poison! You poisoned me!
The cry she uttered was only half as terrible as the expression on her pain-contorted face. She pitched forward in her chair with both fists clenched and shaking as if in anger at the doctor standing before her. He put down the empty hypodermic on the occasional table.
Yeah. Help me carry her to the couch.
Yeah, sure.
Take away that pillow. She must lie perfectly flat. There. That's better now. She's relaxing.
I'm dying. There was poison in that needle.
Please, Mrs. Raven, it was only sedative to make you sleep.
Sleep. The time is running out.
The poor woman. Malignant condition. Only a matter of time.
Does she know?
That she has only a short time to live? Oh, yes. Well, I have another call. Do you have the time my watch seems to have stopped?
Another one.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. I left my watch at home.
Oh, well,
Ludwig, something terrible is happening.
Your aunt is sleeping.
You'd better come down to the conservatory right away. Ralph is in terrible pain.
What kind of pain?
He keeps saying he's been poisoned.
What?
Well, come along. Take that hypo to the kitchen door and sterilize it.
Where is it?
On the table there.
He stopped in his tracks. His mouth fell open, and he gaped at the tabletop where he put down the hypodermic. In its place, it appeared two items. An old-fashioned lady's watch and a note written in green ink. The note said, "Time must have a stop." I picked up the watch and held it to my ear. You guessed it. It wasn't ticking. I had a hunch my client wasn't either. And I was right.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children too. And now, back to the stopped watch keeper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
you.
Where did you leave him?
Hey, wait. Over here. Oh, Spade. Keep them away from me.
Ralph, I came as soon as I could. Tell me your symptoms.
No. I phoned for another doctor. He's on his way now. Spade, my aunt. Take me to her. I must tell her.
Tell her what?
I'm afraid we have some bad news for you, Ralph. Your aunt is dead.
Oh, so you poisoned her, too.
Ralph, you're sick. You don't know what you're saying. She's been to every specialist in the country. They all said the same thing.
They all said she was good for another 3 months.
My dear boy, in these cases, any doctor's guess is as bad as the next.
Oh, please, Ralph, you're very sick. Please let Ludwig examine you. If it's what you think, the other doctor may be too late.
Why not? Why should I fear death?
That's better. Now let me see your eyes. So, open them out. So.
What is it? What is it?
He's right. It is poison.
You see?
You know, my dear.
Yes?
When you sterilized that needle for Ralph's shot this morning, did you pick up the wrong bottle?
Of course not.
Strange. Very strange. But don't worry, Ralph. There's a very simple antidote.
Oh, thank heaven.
You should, my dear. Indeed, you should.
And that was that, Deputy dear. 2 doctors and the county coroner took one look at my late client's medical history and decided on death due to natural causes. I didn't think so, and neither did you.
So there really were threatening letters.
I saw one.
You sure now, Sam?
Sure, I'm sure.
Where'd you say it was?
On the occasional table.
Yeah. What was it doing when it wasn't a table?
Not occasionally, occasional.
Oh, just any old table.
No, Bill. Now, Bill, get this. It's real deep. An occasional table is a table that a woman picks up at a bargain and puts into a room under the mistaken impression that it may come in handy someday. Mrs. Raven used hers as a catch-all for her unanswered correspondence, threatening letters included.
And what happened to the one you saw?
I don't know. I put it right here in my coat pocket along with a watch. It just disappeared.
Yeah, that might be tampering with evidence.
Listen, Bill, things were disappearing from that table almost as fast as other things showed up.
Yeah, sounds like pack rats.
You follow that up, Bill. I'm going to pack up and rat out of here.
Now look, Sam.
My client's dead. It's officially okay. I haven't made a penny out of the caper, and now I'm not likely to. So, do you give me a lift back to the toll gate, or do I hitchhike?
There's your answer. Come on.
When we reached the second bedroom, whence the scream had come, we found the lost Lenore looking well found and something comfortable. She standing center stage, regarding herself with horror in a full-length mirror. She looks awful pale, Bill. You better go downstairs and get some ice water. She might faint.
You think so?
Yeah, hurry up. I'll stay here and keep up her circulation in case anything happens.
Yeah, you're right.
Beat it.
Oh, it's you, Sam. I thought...
You thought what?
Look, I found these on my pillow.
One watch, one threatening letter. Whose watch?
Mine. I left it on the dressing table when I went in to cream my face. When I came out, somebody had slipped this under it.
On the dressing table?
No, under my pillow.
You said on your pillow.
I meant under. I mean on. I don't know what I mean. What are you trying to do to me?
Just trying to get things straight.
But the note. Look at it. It's exactly the same as the one he left in my aunt's room.
Why do you say he?
Oh, I don't know. Yes, I do. It's because I don't trust Ludwig. Dr. Schlosser.
That figures. He doesn't trust you either.
When he pretended to think I might have picked up the wrong bottle. Oh, he was acting. Couldn't you see that?
You're not doing a bad job yourself.
I'm not acting, not anymore. Listen to me. Listen, he's acted strangely ever since I foolishly said I'd marry him.
I would myself.
Oh, Sam, darling, don't joke. I don't mean like that.
How did you meet him?
He got me out of a jam once. The accident, where my brother was hurt. I went for a doctor, and he happened to be the nearest one. Well, I'd been drinking, and he took over, and he sent me home before the police arrived at the scene.
Didn't Ralph know?
He blanked out. He doesn't know to this day. But Ludwig never forgot. He forced me to recommend him to my aunt. He got into her good graces, practically moved into the house. Then he pretended to make love to me.
Pretended?
He didn't care about me till he found out about my aunt didn't have long to live. He knew half her money would come to me. Sam, do you think he poisoned my aunt?
Officially, she died from natural causes.
But you said she spoke about being poisoned. And Ralph, too.
What's that medicine you give him in milk?
I don't know. It's a prescription, just some drops that come in a metal container.
Where do you keep those drops?
Here in my room. I have to hide them. They make Ralph feel so much better. He used to overdose when the doctor trusted him to dose himself.
Let me see that medicine.
Yes, it's just here in this cabinet. Here it is. It's...
Don't tell me. It's empty.
There was a glass bottle inside the container.
Small but heavy. Lead yet. Hey, what are you doing with that gadget? The thing with the dials and the speedometer.
Oh, that's something medical. I have to make a test on Ralph every day to see how he's getting along.
You know what that actually is?
Yes, I do. It detects anemia.
Well, I wouldn't know about that, but a Geiger counter is generally used to detect something else.
What are you going to do with it?
I'm going prospecting for that missing medicine.
Ah, there you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. I'm afraid I have bad news for you, Lenore.
Ralph?
My diagnosis was correct. Pernicious anemia.
Dead.
What is that you are carrying, Mr. Spade?
Oh, nothing special, Doctor. Just an old Geiger counter.
Lenore, did you let him take it?
He said he was going to use it to find Ralph's medicine.
What happened to Ralph's medicine?
I don't know. It's just gone.
Mr. Spade, that machinery is my property. I must ask you to hand it over.
No gun necessary, Doctor. Here, take it.
Take your gun, too, sir. Lenore, carry the machine this way. Walk ahead of us. First, we try the conservatory.
He was an amateur with a gun, but I didn't jump him for it because I'm an amateur with a Geiger. I did notice that the indicator on the dial got nervous the minute we walked into the conservatory. Ralph Raven's body was still in the wheelchair, no paler in death than in life. His sightless eyes were fixed on that obscene plant. The plant looked sick, too. It was drooping, and his red mouth was hanging open. As we walked past the wheelchair, the indicator on the dial of the Geiger counter moved forward and then slipped back again. Then it took a sudden big jump.
Ah, so that was his hiding place. The maw of that disgusting carnivorous plant. Well, it's not pleasant, but there's only one way to get it. Don't move, either one of you. My eye is on you. Yes. Yes, it's here.
At first, I thought the plant had bitten him. But then he pulled his hand out, and I saw what had happened. There was a hypodermic outfit stuck in the heel of his hand. It surprised him no end, but he still managed to hold on to that gun. He swung it away from me and was holding it on Lenore.
You knew?
No, I didn't.
You must have. Ralph knew. He must have told you.
No, I swear he didn't.
What do you think I did this for? To die and leave you behind? To enjoy the money I got for you? No, you will come with me.
Oh, no, you don't know what you're doing. There's someone right...
Shut up.
What are you looking at? What's behind me?
Don't bother to rush him, Sam. I've got him.
Hold it, Bill.
Yeah. How's that for shooting, Sam?
Yeah. You find a bullet hole in him, Bill, and I'll call it good. And that, deputy dear, is the crop. And it's all carnivorous. In case you're still wondering what dropped him when your shots missed, it was the poison in that hypodermic needle which Ralph had planted there for that very purpose and then baited the trap of the all-important missing medicine. Later on, I learned that what the doctor had been feeding him was the right medicine for what ailed him, an isotope of iodine. It seems it's radioactive like uranium, but if you take too much of it, you die. Not of poisoning, but of pernicious anemia, which is how the doctor planned for Ralph to die. It also magnetizes watches so they don't keep the right time. And if they're cheap ones, like mine, they may stop altogether. Period, and a report. Got all that, Buffy?
I got it, Sam, but I don't get it.
Buffy, people have studied all their lives to learn about atomic stuff like isotopes, and you expect me to teach you everything in one easy lesson.
Oh, no, Sam, I know about that. But who killed who?
Whom, dear? The doctor killed everyone, but Ralph loaded the needle.
Then they were accomplices?
No, Buff, get this. It's real shallow. Ralph knew there was no way in the world to prove that the doctor was killing him and hastening his aunt's demise, so he saw to it that she got a dose of detectable poison and did himself the same favor. Now, like a good girl, go type that up,
And now, listen to this. More and more millions agree every day. Wild Root Cream Oil has become America's favorite hair tonic because of the neat, natural way it grooms the hair. because of the quick, easy way it relieves dryness and removes loose dandruff. Get non-alcoholic wild root cream oil with lanolin right away. And ask your barber for a professional application of wild root cream oil hair tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Here it is, Sam. And I certainly hope that butler was brought to justice.
What for, his dialect?
No, for helping to deliver the threatening letters and then stealing off the occasional table.
A brilliant deduction. How did you deduce?
Oh, Sam, that's for kids. If Ralph was too ill to walk, then somebody had to push him upstairs in the wheelchair.
Wouldn't it have been easier just to carry him?
That's how he did it?
Or just go up himself?
That's how.
Possibly, and then again, we may never know. But do we care?
Yes. I hate loose ends, Sam.
Then keep it up.
Good night, Sam.
Spoken like a true Perrine, so I'll say to you, good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Renee and Pierre Garrigang. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. This is Dick Joy reminding you to get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie, keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Detective Agency?
Miss Perrine?
Who did you think it was, Sam? Not a Harry?
You don't know what a hot guess that is, Cherub.
Really, Sam?
Mm-hmm.
You think I'm the femme fatale type?
In a black velvet gown with a veil? What chance would I have?
Sam, you've given me new heart.
Deservedly so, Wonder Girl. And in femme fatale, you have hit upon what might be called the keynote of the saga, which even now I am itching to tell you.
A saga?
More, a tale, Effie, well calculated to keep you in... Oh, no, we better put that another way. But while I mull a subtitle for this Oriental tapestry, find yourself a copy of something by Eric Ambler or E. Phillips Oppenheim and bone up on the ground rules of international intrigue.
Ooh, international?
Ooh, yes. The next 39 steps you hear will be me walking up to the door in my black Homburg and velvet collar, with my pockets bulging with plans for submarines, supersonic airplanes, and secret fortifications, and my tongue a wag with a report which will echo around the embassies of the world as the Cloak and Dagger Caper. For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Sam?
Who else?
Sam, I thought you were kidding.
About what?
The black Homburg and velvet-colored overcoat.
Yeah. But underneath the overcoat,
Same old Sam.
with the same old suit and the same old shreds.
Who did it this time?
Thereby hangs the tale. Huh?
It's hanging out the back of your trousers, Sam.
What?
Your shirt tail.
Well, better keep the coat on. Joarahal won't mind.
Who?
Joarahal Barra. It's his coat. We'll go into that right now. You ready?
Yes, sir. To
Joarahal Barra.
K-A-W-A-R-H-A-L-B-H-A-R-A, uh-huh.
Well, speaking.
From Samuel Spade, license number 127596. Subject?
The Cloak and Dagger Caper. Dear Joarahal. I'd been out Friday night until 4 a.m. watching Wedding Presents. So when Saturday turned up rainy, I did the mad, impulsive thing and decided to stay home. I plugged the phone, built a fire and a tall drink, invited Freddie, the neighbor's cat, in for a short milk, put my feet up and my head down, and reached for a magazine. A picture of peace, Joarahal. Freddie lay on the coffee table, purred, and busied himself spinning the hand-rubbed Lazy Susan my unpredictable Aunt Adelaide gave me for Christmas. The magazine turned out to be Time, with a picture of an austere Asiatic gentleman on the cover. 2 pages, and I had the kind of headache you can only get from reading the news these days, so I turned it in on a slick pulp with a breathless yarn about an international gumshoe and a satin-lined cloak who kept running into women with bosoms full of papers. She gazed up at him, her eyes smoldering, heavy-lidded. You, she faltered. You are Sheridan Ballard. Mr. G, too? He nodded. Her knife made a glistening arc, stopping as his hand met her wrist, gripping it like a vise. You liar, she hissed. With the other hand, he ripped away her veil, smothered her lips in hot, fierce kisses, felt her go limp in his arms. Now, Zelda, my girl, he whispered, let's have the plans for that plutonium-powered rocket ship. Veil lady.
Mr. Spade?
Huh? Well. What can I do for you, Veil Lady?
You do not mind that I come in so?
How did you come in so?
The door is open. I see sitting in chair an attractive man. So?
So, you are perhaps working on a remake of The Thief of Baghdad for television? Black tube, of course.
Oh, you mean this what I have on?
Also this what you haven't on. You keep out of this, Freddie. I saw her first. So, you just happened to be wandering past my door and popped in, is that it? Miss,
You may call me Shalimar. No, I do not just pop in. I come by design.
Well, just what kind of designs do you have in mind?
Mr. Spade, you are Private Eyes?
Shalimar, I am Private Eyes. You got troubles?
Much.
How much?
I am beloved of Ahmed.
Well, that's nice for Ahmed. Ahmed who?
McClatchy.
Ahmed McClatchy? How do you explain that?
He has 2 American names.
Oh, figure.
You are a friend of Ahmed, too?
Never heard of him.
Oh, perhaps, Mr. Spade, perhaps you forget.
Ahmed McClatchy? No.
No?
Never forget a face. What's the matter with Ahmed?
Hashish.
Dope?
Much. He has the wild dream, the night horse, the what you call hallucination. You have told others of Ahmed's visit to you?
I have told no one of Ahmed's visit to me for the simple reason that he...
False.
Huh?
Do not pile upon one falsehood another. Ahmed has to you paid a visit, this I know.
Oh?
Now, if you will be so kindly, I will join you in drink.
Now, wait a minute. Why don't we...
Sure. You do not want to talk with Shalimar?
Well, I just think we ought to clear up this misunderstanding.
Now?
What do you have? Had I been the Sultan and she Scheherazade, the book would have gone on for 20 more volumes. It was all there, the veil below the eyes, the jackets and long satin pants, plus a superabundance of what sultans look for when they are employing a harem. I fumbled around putting I don't know what into a couple of martinis, found more milk for Freddie's saucer, and then set all 3 between us on Aunt Adelaide's Lazy Susan.
This I like, Mr. Spade.
Fine. Now we talk? Drink your milk, Freddie.
Now we talk. You have match? My purse.
Oh, I'll get it for you. Oh, move now. You're almost stepping on it.
Oh, so clumsy. The lipstick is on the chair.
Yeah, I see it. There we are.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now, the light?
Got it.
Now, Mr. Spade, before we talk of Ahmed, let us drink to him, huh?
Right. To Ahmed?
To Ahmed.
Oh, what's the matter, Freddie? Oh.
What?
Yeah, look, the note's on the wrong side. He did it again.
Did what?
Well, he likes to spin the Lazy Susan.
Lazy Susan. What did he do?
Now, take it easy, honey. The thing spins. See, you got my drink, I got yours, and Freddie got left out. That's
No.
all.
Oh, no. Darrell. You
Look,
Darrell.
baby, please, don't go off the deep end. Take it easy. What's the matter with you? Huh? Shalimar. Oh, Shalimar, baby. Come out of it now, will you? Where's the glass? Oh. Cyanide. So that took care of Shalimar. The purse had nothing except the usual feminine claptrap, hairpins, makeup, and cigarettes. No keys, no identification, nothing except for a locket around her neck, which was something you don't run into every day. A strange hand-wrought disc-shaped thing with what looked like the face of a clock on it. 12 Arabic symbols where the hour should be, and a pair of hands pointing to 4. In some Jawara Hal, it was the sort of thing Sheridan Ballard, the man called G2, yawns over, which struck Humdrum me as a little bit out of the ordinary. It struck Lieutenant Dundee of Homicide the same way.
Look at me, Sam. Look into my eyes.
Dundee, I didn't know you cared.
Well, no, I am not an idiot, Sam. I've been in this business for 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
I've looked at a lot of stiffs in my lifetime,
Yes?
but this is the first hoochie-coochie girl in my book who ever walked in out of the rain and tried to poison a total stranger.
Well said, Dundee.
Here.
So,
Use your head, Sam. Where have you seen her before?
I told you I don't know her, Dundee.
Then why did she try to kill you?
Ask her.
This whole thing's impossible. Harem costume, poison, Shalimar.
Fantastic, I know. I'm sorry.
All right, get out of here. The print man, the ME, and the photographers will be here in a minute, and you'll only get in the way.
Where'll I go?
Anywhere. Find out who this dame is.
Who's going to pay my fee?
Well, scram.
Bidding farewell to the gentle lieutenant, I took off into the rain, bound I knew not where. I bought a paper and settled down in a one-armed coffee joint, drank 3 cups of coffee, and came up with 3 leads. First, the ballet master at the Opera House.
Scheherazade, we are not doing till 3 weeks yet. The costumes are all picked up still, and I am missing no ballerinas. Now again, golden apple princesses. 1 and 2, and 1 and 2.
As she wiggles and waggles, she shimmies and shakes. You never saw anything like this, folks. So hurry. Direct from a Turkish harem, little Fatima, the girl with the double-jointed...
Jack.
Yeah, Jack?
You sure she's in there, Jack?
Wait a minute, Jack. Yeah, she's in there, man.
Thanks, man.
All right, folks, step in a little closer. She shakes.
Sorry, but can't help you a bit. This here Turkish bat is 100% stag.
Homeward bound, I was walking down Grant Avenue when I passed a little shop near Pine Street. Gold lettering on one corner of the window spelled out, Hachadurian J. Pappas, importer, curios.
How do you do, sir?
Hachadurian J. Pappas?
You get the pleasure.
What's the J for?
Never mind, kiddo. You can pronounce it.
I accept your apology. Now, will you take a look at this?
Huh? Oh, locket, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yes, locket this is. Where do you get this locket, sir?
I found it. I thought you might recognize it.
Hey, I think I do.
Good.
You know, strange you should have come here. And yet not so strange either, if you want to look on it.
Well, which is it?
Sure. I'm perhaps the only fellow in town who might have dealt in this kind of stuff, yes? He's quite genuine.
Oh, you mean you sold this?
Probably. Sure.
Who to?
I'm trying to remember.
A girl?
A girl. Or was it a fella? A young fella? Or old fella?
Well, that leaves only one more category.
Huh?
An old woman.
Oh, you know her then?
No, I don't know her, no.
You know, I wish I could remember to whom I sold it to.
Yes.
It's been such a long time, you know. Of course, I can look it up and call you, Sport.
Good. Here's my card.
Oh, Sam Sport.
Well, if you want to look at it. You said it's genuine, huh?
Oh, sure. Secret Society medallion. 16th century. It's from the Indian state of Kashmir.
Kashmir?
Sure, kiddo. Kashmir. What's the matter with you? Don't you understand English?
Cashmere, a typical Spade blunder. All I could think of was a girl on a cigarette package, thereby confining my operations to Turkey. But this opened new doors. The first, the most obvious, and ultimately the correct choice was a flossy nightclub known to the town's well-heeled party folk as the Vale of Cashmere. It was dark when I got there, but the front doors hadn't opened yet. Around at the side, an alley led up to the trade entrance, next to which stood a huge, wedge-shaped character with a swarthy complexion marred by a scar down one cheek. And to make him even more Oppenheimish, he was wrapped in a black, tent-sized opera cloak. I nodded politely, he spat, and I went inside. The Vale of Cashmere is a sumptuous bistro even on ordinary nights, and this night was obviously to be more than ordinary. The table across the end of the floor was banquet size. The place was hung with Kashmiri flags, and the picture of an old man who looked familiar was hung from the middle of one wall. The maitre d' was talking to an important-looking gent near the long table, and I walked over to him, pausing only to note one of the dancing girls practicing in a corner in her Shalimar-type costume. Felt like I was close to home.
And the curry. You understand?
Not too hot, yes, Excellency. It shall be as you wish.
The florist will be here promptly with the flowers.
Mm.
I trust you will be prepared to take care of them.
Excuse me, gentlemen. My name is Spade.
L'âge poutine, sir, at your service.
Please, Mr. Spade, we have...
No, not at all, my good man. What is it, Mr. Spade?
Are you in charge here?
I am the head waiter, sir. This gentleman is the Kashmiri proconsul. Oh, forgive me, Your Excellency, but...
yeah, sorry.
Not at all.
Do you have a dancing girl here named Shalimar?
Shalimar? No, what?
Probably use another name. How about Ahmed?
McClatchy.
Right, where is he?
A former employee as of this afternoon is Ahmed McClatchy.
Who is he?
My chef. Today, of all times, he does not show up.
You know where he lives?
Oh, I can look it up, but... Please, sir, the proconsul and I, in the banquet tonight, the arrangements, the Prime Minister himself...
Sure. Just one more thing. Proconsul. Have you ever seen one of these before?
What is it?
A secret society medallion, they tell me.
Who tells you this?
Hachadurian Papa. Runs a little curio store on Grant Avenue. Know anything about it?
Secret society is right. The Circle of 12. You see here? The hands point to 4.
Yes, the fourth member, this means. The hand straight up is the leader.
You seem to know what you are talking about, head waiter.
Kashmiri culture is a hobby of mine, Excellency. This is an ancient, subversive organization dating from the time of the Mughal conquest of the 16th century.
Very interesting. But of little significance now. The Circle of 12 has been dead for 3 centuries.
If you will excuse me, Excellency, I'll get for Mr. Spade Ahmed's address, and then I will...
Hold it.
Ahmed!
Just made it to the table, swept the sugar bowl off it, and followed it to the deck. When I saw the dagger in his back, I grabbed my gun and set sail for the alley, looking for the cloak that went with it, but he was gone. So was Ahmed. I bent down over him, took a closer look, and saw why he spilled the sugar. With his finger, he traced a design in it, a round design, the Circle of 12. You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. There's a bright newcomer to your NBC Sunday lineup starting this Sunday. It's Mr. and Mrs. Blandings. Now you can follow the further delightful adventures of the beleaguered Blandings in their famous dream house every Sunday. Starring as Mr. and Mrs. Blandings will be Cary Grant and his charming wife, Betsy Drake. Mr. and Mrs. Blandings is followed over most of these NBC stations by The Big Show. And this Sunday, hostess Tallulah Bankhead will present such bright stars as Fred Allen, Judy Holliday, Patrice Munsell, Gypsy Rose Lee, Vaughn Monroe, and many, many more. The chimes are your invitation. And now back to the Cloak and Dagger Caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade. Well, Joanna, all the ingredients of a first-class international goulash were here. The cloak, the dagger, the man with a scar on his face, the lady with a veil over hers, and 2 corpses. By now, Dundee had completed activities with corpse number 1 at my apartment, so I hustled him down to the Vale of Cashmere and put him to work on number 2. Then I hustled back to my office. The big question had yet to be answered. Another.
Oh, Sam! You always have your phone. I've been trying to call you for hours.
About Ahmed McClatchy, right?
And the girl with the veil?
Shalimar.
Is that her name?
Probably not, but it doesn't matter to her now. What about Ahmed?
Oh, he was frightened out of his wits. He said somebody was going to kill him, and I told him he'd come to just the right place because you were strong and brave and
Good.
wonderful.
Good.
And he cried.
Good.
And I cried.
Good. But wait. Hold it, F.
Yes, Sam?
What happened when all the crying was over?
Well, I sent him up to see you, Sam. I couldn't
He
call.
just told you somebody was going to kill him, that's all?
Yes, Sam.
That's why he was crying?
Oh, no, Sam, no. That's not why Ahmed was crying.
Why?
He didn't care for himself. He's a selfless, generous type.
Angel child, who was Ahmed crying over?
The man in the paper.
What paper?
It's in all the papers, Sam. The Chronicle and the Examiner and the Call and even on the cover of Time this week. You see?
The banquet. That's whose picture it was.
Sir Jawahar Bara, the Prime Minister of Kashmir. Look at the small print underneath, Sam.
On him, the hopes of Asia.
You see, that's what hurt Ahmed, Sam. Not for himself. He said they're going to kill Sir Jawahar.
Two paragraphs later, my taciturn secretary let slip the information that Shalimar had arrived at the office 5 minutes after Ahmed left and departed for my home and hearth loaded for bear. The hullabaloo over you, Jawahar, was due to the fact that you were at this moment arriving on the steamer Pacifica, en route to Washington with, as the article put it, the destiny of the Middle East in your briefcase. 10 minutes later, I was fighting my way through the mob at Pier 42. Not just a mob, mind you, but an assortment of bands, a Hindu delegation, the full membership of the Sanskrit Society at the University of California with a huge banner reading, Jawahar, we're with you, and an overripe soprano on a pedestal singing, Pale Hands I Love. I struggled through this to the curb just in time to see you pull away in your special limousine, then climbed over some more backs to a phone book. Pale hands I love you.
Kashmiri Consulate. Rajput Singh speaks.
Look, this is Sam Spade, Mr. Singh.
Oh, yes.
Has the Prime Minister arrived there yet?
He's due any minute. Why?
Well, you better call out the guard. They're going to try to assassinate him tonight.
My good man, do you realize
My good man, I know whereof I speak.
The cook at the restaurant. Ahmed. That is what...
Yes, you're getting the idea, all right. It's the old Circle of 12 with a brand new paint job. Now get on it. My next move may sound to you like a combination of negligence, indolence, and ennui, Jawahar, but I must remind you that I was not employed on this caper, was receiving no stipend for risking my ever-loving neck, and had added up the figures in the problem of primary interest to me, namely, the lady who tried to kill me on page 2. I therefore entrusted responsibility for your health and that of the Middle East to the proconsul, made my way home, put on my slippers, and set the lazy Susan on the floor this time for Freddie to play with. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Now, Zelda, my girl, he whispered, let's have the plans for that plutonium-powered rocket ship. Somehow, this all seems logical now. Never, she breathed. Rather death, Mr. G2, than to betray my country. Quiet, Freddie. Oh, no, not the buddy.
Mr. Spade.
Oh, hello, proconsul.
May I?
Do.
I have taken every precaution. The Prime Minister, he's on his way to the banquet now.
Good.
There's one thing I must ask of you.
Oh?
Absolute secrecy.
Yes.
The mere knowledge of that such an organization as this...
Circle of 12?
Yes, exists would give added strength to a disloyal opposition in our country that may express itself in a manner disastrous to our purposes in sending Jawahar to Washington. You understand?
Well, it's taken me a while to learn the ground rules in the International League, but I get the general idea.
You have spoken of this to no one.
No? Oh, excuse me. Hello?
This is Hachidurian the Papa, sir.
Oh, yes.
It took me a great deal of long time to check my records, Mr. Spade, but I finally found it.
Oh, what's that?
The gentleman who bought the set of 12 Kashmiri medallions, like the one you saw me in my shop.
Oh, yes.
His name is Rajput Singh. A foreigner fella, I think. He's the Kashmiri proconsul here.
Oh, well, gosh, thanks, Dorothy.
This is Hachidurian the Papa, sir. I found it just now.
Well, Dorothy, after all you've done for Alice, the least she could do is thank you. And you can tell her that for me. Now, bye, honey.
So long, kiddo.
Silly kid. Silly. Let's see now. Where were we?
And you had just given me your assurance you would maintain strictest secrecy in this unfortunate matter.
Oh, yes, sir.
Now, I must go. They're expecting me at the banquet. Thank you again, sir.
Not at all.
Your service to our country and the world will find expression, I hope, on some later day. Good night.
Good night. Freddie, please, not now.
Down the phone.
Well, cloak and dagger in the flesh. Going modern on me with that gun,
Put down the phone.
What if I told you I'd already made the call?
I say you were lying. The line is tapped outside.
You figure the angle, Testy.
In my business, I have to.
When's it coming off?
For the Prime Minister, any minute. For you, right now.
Oh. He's got you fooled, too, huh?
They're right there. Who?
Rashford. You're a fall guy, you know, doing the heavy stuff. If it kicks back, you get it, and the other 10 laugh.
You think you could talk me out of it, huh?
Why, that's the last thing in my mind. I'd never... Everything happened at once. As near as I can recall, it began when Cloak and Dagger backed onto Freddie's tail. Freddie yowled, spun like a top, and C&D off balance, put his other foot on Aunt Adelaide's Lazy Susan. Hardly a place for a big off-balance man to place his only remaining foot. About then, I kicked him in the stomach, grabbed at the gun, which skidded into a corner, and we went over and over for a while. C&D tore at my suit with his claws and teeth. I beat his head with an ashtray, and Freddie sat quietly in the corner and washed himself. At length, tiring of the ashtray, I beat his head on the radiator. And dear Cloak and Dagger gave it up with a long, unhappy sigh.
Mr. Spade, this is a dress-up affair.
Get out of my way, head waiter, or I'll walk right over that white shirt front.
Please, I can't...
Have they been served anything yet?
The drinks are just coming on. Wait, I should be sure.
And now, my countrymen, before we introduce our guest of honor, Sir Jawaharlal Bara, our beloved Prime Minister, I suggest we rise and toast our country. To Kashmir, may she...
Go ahead, Proconsul. Don't let me interrupt.
Please, not here.
The standard remark is, what is the meaning of this? Aren't you going to ask me? I'm supposed to be dead. Is that what's throwing you?
Mr. Spade, please, a toast is about to be drunk.
Where's my drink, Proconsul?
Gentlemen, there was at one time a custom in our country for the host to exchange glasses with the guest of honor. Permit me, Jawaharlal. To Kashmir.
And the moral of this story, if there is one, is when danger threatens, don't hire a bodyguard, buy a cat and a Lazy Susan. Period. End of report.
Oh, Sam. Why do people do these things?
Oh, we all have different loyalties, have different ideas about duty.
Yes?
My duty, for instance, is to pick up a knot on my head and a suit full of holes once a week, while your duty
You don't
is
need to draw a diagram, Sam. I can take a hint.
Scoot? Three chimes mean good times on NBC. This Sunday, Theater Guild on the Air presents a light, laughable, lovable comedy. It's The Fortune Hunter, and it stars Gene Crane and John Lund. You're invited Sunday to another outstanding one-hour production by Theater Guild on the Air. And a reminder, there's a bright newcomer to your big Sunday lineup on NBC. Mr. and Mrs. Blanding, starring Cary Grant and Betsy Drake. How can I do this?
Something wrong?
Wrong, the papers.
The plutonium-powered rocket ship?
What else? A dumper if I ever read one, F. The plans turned out sour.
Oh, what were they?
The Vale lady had entered a breakfast cereal contest. Well, that's life, little one. We struggle, we strive, we think we have success in our grasp, and it turns out dross.
Oh, that reminds me. How do you like it?
What?
My new dross.
And that concludes the dialogue for tonight. Except for one thing, of course.
Oh, I'm ready, Sam.
Who wants to be the man called X? He has a different one every week. I am the man called Spade. Constant, faithful, semper fidelis. That's me.
Good night, Mr. Fidelis.
Good night, sweetheart. The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Script for tonight's adventure by Harold Swanton. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. The Magnificent Montague next, then it's Duffy's Tavern on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Oh, Sam.
Now take it easy.
The papers are on the street. I saw them.
So did I. There'll be some red-faced editors ducking behind their green eye shades tomorrow.
What do you mean, Sam?
You don't print up the score until the returns are all in, F. This applies to presidential elections, boxing matches, and executions at San Quentin Prison.
Sam, you mean Willie?
I mean Willie. Batten down the hatches and turn over your foam rubber cushion, Wonder Girl, for even now I'm homeward bound with a stride-by-stride account of a 12-hour marathon, which I shall call, for obvious reasons, the Hail and Farewell Caper.
Transcribed for NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all, starring Stephen Dunn in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
I've been robbed. Effie?
Sam?
Brought in here this minute.
Oh, yes, sir. Have I done something?
That's what I was about to ask. Have you been sticking your delightful, freckle-covered, upturned little nose into my schnapps bottle? Well, answer me, girl.
Sam, you know I don't do...
All right, then who?
Well, the nervous little man who was here did open the drawer to find a pencil and paper and leave a note.
Okay, you're clear.
Oh, Sam, what about the little man?
A good and leading question, F. Shall we attempt an answer?
Oh, I'm at the ready, Sam. Shoot.
Date, fill it in. To Justice Edward Benjamin, State Supreme Court, from Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Hail and Farewell Caper. Dear Justice Benjamin, my relationship with the spindly little man goes clear back to a week ago, Thursday, possibly even before that. But that was the day I first noticed him. I remember it was Thursday because I was having corned beef and cabbage at Schroeder's. With him, it was a glass of water at the next table. He was paying little mind to the menu, having decided to spend the lunch hour staring at me. A couple of times, he put down his glass of water and pushed back his chair as if he were going to come over and talk. But he changed his mind. I put away the corned beef and cabbage and was halfway past the pie when he finally did it.
Excuse me, sir.
Hello?
You, sir, are Mr. Spade?
I am.
The detective, Sam Spade, detective agent?
At your service, sir. Now, what can I...
You see, do you have a match?
I gave him a match, and he thanked me and went out. On Friday, I saw him in Ben's grotto over a plate of wrecked sole. We got just about as far, then he returned the match he owed me. The following week, I saw him 4 times. Once as I was going into a show, once at the post office, and twice as I was going into my office building. Each was the same. We'd get up to the point where he was about to tell me something, then he'd back down and ask me what time it was, or did I have a horse in the fifth at Golden Gate, or would I lend him a cigarette. Then he'd bustle off as fast as his spindly little legs could carry. And thus matters stood yesterday. Place, my office, time, 1:37 p.m. Sam Spade.
Mr. Spade, this is a gentleman who
Yeah, don't tell me I know the voice. Now, what is it this time?
like to see you, Mr. Spade. I must see you.
I know. I'll save us both a trip. The
It is
date is
vital.
April 26th. The time is 1:38 p.m.
It-
All
it is
trains,
really urgent.
planes, and streetcars are leaving on schedule.
The most
And for the
important-
favorite at Golden Gate tomorrow, consult your nearest
Please,
bookie.
please, sir, please, Mr. Spade, please, do not jest. This is a matter of life and death.
I see. Fine, then I'll see you tomorrow for lunch, huh?
I won't be here, Mr. Spade.
Oh, where'll you be?
Dead? Dead?
Look, I'm tired of this, Mr. Spindley. Give it to me straight or sign off. Now, what is it?
Gotta listen to me, Mr. Spade. It's most important. It's a life or death. It's a life.
Hello? Mr. Spindley? Hello? It almost seemed as if he were in earnest this time, so I didn't hang up. I hustled down the hall to the next office, found another phone, and sweet-talked the supervisor into tracing down Mr. Spindley. It was a pay booth in a drugstore opposite the Park Emergency Hospital. The clerk in the drugstore was just getting over it when I punched in. Spindley had collapsed in the booth and had been hauled across the street to the hospital. On the bed there. Oh, thanks, Doctor.
Life and death, Mr. Spade. Terrible. You gotta stop it. It's murder.
He's been
Legal
muttering
murder.
like that ever since we brought him in.
Yeah, hop, huh?
The legal kind. You see before you an overdose of sleeping tablets.
You mean he tried to kill himself?
I can't think of an easy way anyone could feed him 2 full bottles, can you?
Pull through?
Probably. We gave him a good pumping.
Don't let them do it. Don't.
All right.
It's
all
murder.
right. Now,
murder.
now, Mr. Doe, don't carry on so.
But I know who did it, sir. You must stop him.
All right.
I know who
Take it easy. Boy, he's got a lot of strength for a little guy.
Mr. Doe, huh? No name.
Yeah, nothing to identify him. Funny thing, that.
What do you mean?
I'd almost guarantee the man's undernourished, hasn't eaten for days, shabby clothes, and so on. Yet look at the roll I found in his pocket.
Hmm? How much?
Almost $800.
Oh, did you find anything else?
Yeah, this.
Huh?
What do you make of it?
Well, front page of the Star Times.
It's a galley proof, isn't it? Kind they run off in the linotype room before they start the presses.
Yeah. Killer dies tonight. Willie Johnson, hitchhiked murderer, to enter gas chamber at midnight.
Innocent man.
All
It's murder. It's murder.
Down you go, Mr. Doe.
But I know who did it, sir. I know everything. Everything. I know. A frame. It's a skillful frame.
You mean Willie Johnson?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know who it was. It was hail and farewell, sir. Hail and farewell.
Who was it? Come on, Mr. Doe. Wake up.
Mr. Doe. Yeah. I was waiting for that.
Hit him?
Like a ton of bricks. He'll be incommunicado for the next 24 hours or longer.
Hail and farewell. A broken down actor.
Huh?
Only an actor would think more of an exit line than an innocent man's neck.
You mean you believe he knows?
I don't know what I believe. The guy's been trailing me for 10 days, driving himself nuts, tries to knock himself off. It's a cinch he believes it.
Well, there's no chance of bringing him around before tomorrow.
Yes, and Willie Johnson dies tonight.
So what happens?
So I'm stuck for taxi fare to San Quentin.
Believe in him? Believe in Willie Johnson?
Yeah, I know you're his lawyer, Mr. Grayson. but
I'm his lawyer because I volunteered to serve you, Mr. Spade. I've been in the law a long, long time. I've defended a lot of phonies. Sometimes you've got to if you want to eat. They all sing the same song. I was framed. Oh, I know all 89 verses. But Willie...
Yeah?
Willie's song is different. Because Willie Johnson's an innocent man. Willie was framed. 4 appeals. 4 appeals, 4 stays. And we've had our last one. It's folded up now, Spade. I'm going to take the walk with him at midnight. So do something for me, will you?
Sure.
When you walk into a cell, remember you're talking to a man who's going to die in less than 8 hours. We're trying to build his spirit up so he can go out with the colors flying, you know?
Yeah.
Don't give him a lot of false hope, Spade. Because there isn't any.
I don't quite understand, Mr. Spade, sir. I told my story so many times.
I'd like to write something about you for the papers, Willie.
Oh. Yes, sir. But all the newspaper gentlemen been here and gone.
Yeah, I know. Could you tell it just once more, Willie?
Well, all right, sir. It's more than a year ago, I guess you know that.
Yeah.
I was broke, you know. Things hadn't been going so well, sir. I was down to my last 2 bits that night. I walked into Sherry Dugan's.
That's the bar on the waterfront, huh?
Yes, sir. I got to talking with a fella sitting at the bar there. He bought me beer.
Who was he?
I never did find his name. I ain't seen him since that night. If I could find him, I don't reckon I'd be where I am, sir. He had a paper with him. Was reading the classified ad section. You know the part about autos, transportation, so on?
Yeah.
Well, there was an ad there. I'd say, we'll pay $500 plus expenses to drive car to Mexico City with a phone number.
Mm-hmm.
And the fella said if he were in my shoes, he'd call up and inquire, so I did. I inquired, and I got the job. Well, sir, about an hour later, I met a man with a car at Southern Mason by the gas station there. And he gave me the $500, and I start out for Mexico City.
Who was he, Willie?
Never found his name either. We tried too, Mr. Grayson. Me. Never could find him.
I see.
Well, it was raining that night, sir. I remember. It was raining. And I hadn't gotten more than 50 miles south of town, somewhere around Morgan Hill it was, when a siren blew off behind me, and the first thing I knew, well, they was asking me questions about a girl. A girl named Georgia Lyon. It was her car, it seems, and the officer claimed I stole it. They made me raise my arms, and they searched me. And there was a knife in my pocket, you see, with blood on it. There, and I don't know how it got there. And the $500, that had blood on it, too. And there was blood on the seat. And when they opened the turtle back, there she was. This Georgia Lyon I told you. All doubled up there and dead. And they said I'd done it for the money in the car. And I guess I just went crazy, Mr. Spade, with this all coming at me at once that way. You see, I tried to make a break for it, and I got away. And I knew it was a terrible wrong thing to do. I know that.
Yeah, what about the trial, Willie?
Well, sir, Mr. Grayson done everything in his power. And so did I. I told the truth as close as I could recollect it, but it didn't make no sense. We never found the man in the bar or the man who drove up in the car.
What about the phone number in the ad?
Oh, that turned out to be a fancy dress. That turned out to be a fancy dress shop on Powell Street called Mason Francine. And the classified ad, sir, that was the queerest thing of all.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, Mr. Grayson went through every newspaper in the country for 2 weeks either side of the night, and there wasn't any such ad in any of them. So they said I was lying. They said I was lying. I made it all up in my head. And now they're going to kill me for it.
Yeah.
I don't know, Mr. Spade. I've heard it so long now. Maybe I did kill her. Maybe they're right. Maybe they're right.
But there was something in the way he said, maybe they're right. I told you they were wrong. I thanked him and told him I had what I wanted for my story and said goodbye. There was no hope in his face, but no despair either. He knew what was coming, and he was ready. And that's all. I hit the homeward-bound commuters on the wrong side of the Golden Gate Bridge, so it was almost 7 when I checked in at Sherry Dugan's bar on the waterfront. A girl was sitting 3 stools down from me, a class-type dame in a black file suit from Magnum's, and a hat that must have set some good-time Charlie back $50. That's the kind of a dame you'd expect to be sitting in Sherry Dugan's, least of all as drunk as she was.
Well, here you are, Jack. 60 cents. Thank you.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
This is a one-man operation, isn't it?
Yes, why?
Well, then you'd be Sherry Dugan, huh?
No, I bought the joint from Sherry a few months back. Why?
Well, I'm doing a story for the papers on Willie Johnson. Tell me, was Sherry here on the big night?
Oh, yes. Only Willie Johnson wasn't. You could look it up, what Sherry testified.
Where is he now?
Oh, South America.
And there he'll stay. You know why?
Why?
Sherry has brains. For a man in his shoes, there's no better place right now than South America.
Oh? Well, tell me more.
He needed a rest the worst way, Sherry did, after all he'd been through. Tending bar can be difficult at times, right, Tim?
Yes, indeed. Show me a good bartender, and I'll show you a barn diplomat.
And more besides. Well, here's to Sherry, wherever he is. Keep running, Sherry, keep running. You know, Sherry's like a dog running away from a can tied to his tail. We all are.
Who's we?
All of us, the world. Give me another drink, Tim.
Oh, now, listen, lady. I don't think I
Don't
better,
give me any lip. This is a first-class wake, isn't it? A send-off for Willie, isn't it? Poor.
Marilyn, what are you doing here?
Oh, just in time, Georgie. Sit down.
Come on, we're going home.
Take your time, George. 2 of the members present. 1 more. We'll have a quorum. Pour him a drink, Tim.
You want me to carry you out of here?
Might be fun. Where's Daddy?
Pacing the floor. Now, come on.
You know something, George? You've got a can tied to your tail, too. No use running, George.
Oh, you're out of your head. Whatever made you come here?
Kind of appropriate, don't you think? Special night tonight. Black dress. See, all fixings. Gonna have us awake.
Not here we aren't. Are you coming?
Nope.
All right.
Where we go?
Going home.
Bye, Timmy. And you, whoever you
Hey, wait a minute. How about...
Hold it. How much does she owe you?
That's $3.45.
Here. It's worth it. Now, tell me, who is she?
Oh, it's a model. Some dress shop uptown.
Oh? Like the Maison Francine, for instance?
Yeah. How'd you know?
Just a hunch. What's her name?
Oh, Marilyn Hale. Her old man runs the Star Times, you know, the publisher.
Yeah.
The guy is his partner, George Farewell. You must have heard of the firm Hale and Farewell.
I had, but it was a slightly different reading from the one Mr. Spindley gave me at the hospital. I looked at my watch. Willie was 4.5 hours from the end of the line when I took off for the press room at the Star Times.
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's fun and music for you tomorrow evening with the Dennis Day Show. There'll be songs by Dennis and another typical tangled comedy situation, the kind of hilarious mix-up that could happen only to Dennis Day. And now, back to the Hail and Farewell caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Time 8:11. I got out of the elevator in the basement of the Star Times building on Mission Street and started looking for the press room foreman, somebody named Joe Fortescue. I finally found his feet sticking out from under a sick linotype, hauled him out, and tried to make him understand what I wanted.
Yeah, I know who you mean. I know, a little bandy-legged guy.
Can't hear you.
I say, he's a little bandy-legged guy.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Hello, what about him?
Come on. Go ahead, you first. Now who is he?
Charlie Forrest, he's nuts.
I know, but that's not what I care.
Been off his rocker for a year. Look, you see that picture on the wall over your head?
Yeah.
That's Mr. Hale, the Iron Fist.
Oh.
Won't tolerate no inefficiency, you understand? But this screwball, this Charlie Forrest, I personally canned him twice, and both times Iron Fist sends it back to me.
Yeah.
So it don't make no never mind to me, brother. Leave him come to work, Stewed, all the time. Leave him lay off for 2 straight weeks like this time. Don't make no never mind.
Yeah. Now, look, I'm up with you now. How long's Charlie been this way?
A year or so. I know just when it started.
When Willie Johnson was hauled in on the hitchhiking killing, right?
Oh, you've been talking to Charlie, huh?
Yeah.
Funny thing how that hit him. You'd find him sitting in a corner by himself, mumbling all the time about the guy being innocent.
Mm-hmm.
What do you suppose Charlie had to do with that? Oh, I don't know. Got real crazy toward the end, you know. Said he was killing Willie Johnson. And you'd ask him with what, and he'd say a linotype machine and a hunk of newsprint. One day he even offered to prove it, you know.
How?
I don't know. He said he had proof. He said he had the evidence that would save Willie's neck, hid in his room. Boy, was he off his trolley.
Look, I've got to find out where he lives. They don't know upstairs.
I don't know. We don't know downstairs neither. He moved out of his apartment 3 weeks back, and don't nobody know where he went.
Look, he was in this morning. Picked up a galley proof of page 1.
Hey, that's right.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who might know where to find him.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, about 10 o'clock he leave here. Said he was going to look him up. Somebody named Spade.
Thanks.
Sam Spade. He's a detective.
That remains to be seen. A bandy-legged little guy named Charlie Forrest, F. He must have been in around 10:30 this morning.
Dear, I didn't get here till 11. They're still clearing stuff off the tracks from the MacArthur reception.
Yeah, never mind that now. Listen, write this down.
Oh, wait till I find a piece of paper.
Hurry up.
Here, under the ashtray.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sam.
Call Jeremy Grayson. He's a lawyer, and he's with Willie Johnson in the death row at Quentin. Tell him to get hold of a justice on the state Supreme Court and hold the line open till I get him. You got that?
Yes, sir. Is there anything else?
No, I'll get back to you in a little while.
Sam, wait a minute. Don't hang up.
What's the matter?
This paper I'm writing on under the ashtray. It's a note.
Well, go ahead.
Mr. Spade, please contact me at once. Charles W. Forrest, Bellflower Hotel, 338 Stockton Street.
It took 20 more minutes to cross town and 10 on top of that to convince the clerk at the Bellflower I had a right to the key to Charlie's room, which I had not. I tossed the room from the light fixture to the floorboards, covered everything from the window shades to the bathroom plumbing. Result, 1 batch of dirty laundry, 6 soggy cigarettes, and 2 empty bottles of sleeping pills. I was on my way out when I remembered one more thing. It wasn't an accident like in the movies. It was on purpose. I unscrewed the tops of the iron bedposts. Inside number 3, I found it. There was a payphone at the end of the dark hallway.
Sam, I warned you about this. We've had 4 stays. They won't come through with the 5th.
I've got a fair hold card, Grayson. Did you get the judge?
Yeah, Benjamin, State Supreme Court.
What'd he say?
What I knew he'd say. No evidence, no stay.
Tell him I got evidence.
It better be good, Sam.
It is. A phony newspaper, a copy of the Star-Times for the night of the murder with a special page in the classified section carrying the ad that Willie answered. How does that sound?
You've got it now?
Yeah.
Well, for Pete's sake, hang on to it. I'll get back to the judge. Say, wait a minute. Who's behind it?
It's a long story. I'll tell you when I see you.
Hang up. When you what? Spade. Spade.
Hang up or I'll kill you.
Spade.
That's it. You can turn around now.
Well, Iron Fist.
We've met.
I've seen your picture, Mr. Hale.
It flattered me, no doubt. Give it to me.
What?
The paper, stupid.
I haven't read the funnies.
All right, Mr. Spade, if you'd rather.
Iron Fist knew other games besides publishing. He moved up, I went for the gun, which suddenly wasn't there, and he was giving me a fast demonstration of judo for beginners. First thing you know, I was sprawled on the floor, and he was looking down at me along the barrel of his .38.
I could kill you, I suppose, but why? Why?
He backed off toward the window, spread out the paper, and crumbled it up.
No.
You know what you're doing with that match, Hale.
Shut up.
You're burning Willie Johnson at the stake.
I said shut up.
He touched the match to the pile of papers, watched them flare suddenly, lighting up the entire hallway. He looked like a medieval devil.
I'm sorry about Willie Spade, but it has to be, that's all. It has to be.
What did you have to do with Georgia Lyon?
Nothing. Nothing at all. And her name wasn't Georgia Lyon, really. It was her stage name.
No?
Her real name was Farewell.
Your partner's wife?
Why, Spade, didn't you read the testimony at the trial? She was leaving George that night. She'd made a noble decision to walk out of his life and leave him free.
For your daughter, huh, Marilyn?
That's right. And it was such a tragedy Georgia had to run into Willie Johnson the very night she left. Wasn't it, Spade? Wasn't it?
He bent over the fire, watched it die down into a pile of ashes. I was looking at something else. A draft from the stairwell behind me had picked up a glowing scrap and set it down at the foot of a sleazy window curtain behind him.
Well, that's it, Spade. The last of Willie Johnson. The last of...
I hit him at the knees as the curtain went up in a blinding flash. No judo this time, just an old-fashioned hammerlock.
Let me go.
Come on, give me that gun.
No, the fire.
I'll break your arm, Hale. I'll break your arm. There. Well, that's better. Now get up. Get up. Hale, stop. Hale. I caught him in the leg as he hit the top of the stairway. He took off like an eagle, lit on his neck halfway down, and toppled the rest of the way like a loose-packed sack of laundry. He was dead when I got to him. Score, with an hour and 5 minutes to play, no evidence, 1 dead witness, 1 unconscious one, 1 killer, and accomplice at large. There was only one way left to go, and I took it.
Floor, please.
George Farewell's apartment.
That's the penthouse.
Yeah, is he home?
Oh, I don't know what's the matter up there, sir. I think something's wrong, awfully wrong. He went up there early this evening with the young lady, and The door to the roof is locked at the 8th floor. That's never happened before.
Any other way up?
Well, you might try the fire escape if it's urgent.
It is. So I climbed the fire escape at the 8th floor and went up onto the roof. Or rather, into George Farewell's patio. I worked my way through a maze of potted shrubbery around a fish pond with a fountain in the middle. Piano music was coming through a pair of French doors. But before I saw where the music was coming from, I knew it was the radio and not the piano. Because the piano, a 14-foot grand, had George Farewell sprawled across the keyboard with a bullet through his head. I crossed to the set of French doors on the other side of the house. And there I saw her, standing up on the 3-foot parapet surrounding the roof, looking 8 floors down into the street.
Don't come any closer.
You're not really going to jump, Merrill.
He did it his way. I'm going to do it mine. Don't come any closer. Don't.
I won't. So George shot himself, huh?
Why not? You can't go through life with a can tied to your tail. No running away from that.
No, there isn't. Well, you going to jump?
Give me time.
Oh, you want to do it the dramatic way, don't you, Marilyn? Only 35 minutes left until Willie checks out over at the... And to make it really ironic, you'll want to take off before he does, right? The one person left who can save him. I talked to Willie, Marilyn.
He must hate the world.
He doesn't hate anybody.
Poor jerk.
I think he'd feel even sorrier for you, throwing your own life away while you can still save his. You can't run away from this tin can, but you can untie it. You can climb down off that wall and ride over to Quentin with me. You can tell him George Farewell killed his wife, that the 3 of you and the little linotyper made a pigeon out of Willie. I held my breath. She swayed, looked down into the street, poising herself. Then she turned round and stepped onto the roof again.
Let's go.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Only George Farewell didn't stab his wife that night. I did.
We pulled up at Quentin with 6 minutes to spare. The foregoing Justice Benjamin is submitted in support of the stay of execution granted Willie Johnson and will be set forth in detail in Mr. Grayson's petition for a new trial. Period. End of report.
Gee, Willie can say. What can I say?
Well, I have one constructive suggestion.
I could say you're the greatest, finest, most wonderful...
Yes, but you'd only be repeating yourself, Cherub. The proper line at this moment is, I shall have the report ready for you immediately following the next announcement. Right? Scoot.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Listen to the stars on this Sunday's big show. Jimmy Durante, Ethel Merman, Milton Berle, and Gordon McRae, plus Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Your MC on the big show, of course, is the glamorous Tallulah. You're invited.
Here it is, Sam. Sam? Here's the report.
Oh, yeah.
What are you writing, Sam?
Look, how's this? Man of the world, dashing, debonair, cosmopolitan, temporarily at liberty, desires employment.
Sounds wonderful.
Thank you.
What does it mean?
All right, we'll drop it down a few notches. Private investigator, accomplished raconteur, will tell troubles to listening public. Nice telephone voice. Contact Sam Spade, 1 East 48th Street, New York.
1 East 48th Street?
Yeah, my address during the summer months, Cherub. You got it?
1 East 48th Street,
Mm-hmm.
New York City. Oh, maybe a lot of people will write, Sam. I'm sure they will.
Think so?
There'll always be a Samuel Spade Incorporated.
Will there?
Look ahead. Smile through the tears, Sam.
I am.
The day will come soon again when
the phone will ring and you will say...
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Yes, and I will say... Me, sweetheart. Buck up, old girl. Stout fella, stiff upper lip. Good show.
Not goodbye, but au revoir, Sam.
Hail and farewell. Good night, sweetheart.
Tonight's transcribed adventure of Sam Spade was produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn, Lorene Tuttle as Effie. Also in the cast were Junius Matthews, Olin Soule, Wally Mayer, Sidney Miller, Kathy Lewis, Paul Frees, Ed Max, and Lou Merrill. Script for tonight's adventure by Harold Swanton. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
This is Miss Bergamot.
Oh, Miss Bergamot, I'm so sorry, but Mr. Spade isn't in. He ought to be back any moment, however. That is, if you wish to employ him. This is his secretary, Miss Perrine.
Well, as a matter of fact, Miss Perrine...
Oh, he'll be available, I know. The matter he's attending to is, it's purely routine. What he calls a humdrum number.
Humdrum?
Well, it's a private detective version of babysitting. You see, all Mr. Spade had to do was sit on a chair for 24 hours. And that's why I say he'll be back any minute. His last words to me were, take anything. So if you desire
Miss Perrine, I do not
sure...
desire Mr. Spade's services. As a matter of fact, he's using mine.
What?
I'm his nurse at the Harbor Emergency Hospital.
Nurse, another shot. Please, this time, bourbon.
You must lie quietly, Mr. Spade. He's coming along quite nicely. The bullet didn't enter the cranium at all.
Bullet? Cranium?
Close. Mr. Spade wants to...
But I
Now,
refuse,
Mr. Spade,
nurse. I refuse. But, Miss Nightingale, I am. F.F. Wonder Girl.
Sam.
Ah.
Oh, Sam.
Dry those big brown eyes, Cherub. Fluff up the sofa and spread out some lamp for me to lay my poor bullet-ridden head on. In practically no time at all, I'll be staggering in to gasp out a humdrum report on the Kimberly Cross caper.
For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer, director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Hospitals, milk. Have to break down your whole constitution, give you fits.
Sam?
Who else?
Oh, Sam. You look like the drummer man in the Spirit of 76.
Nothing. As you know, Angel, no profession is without its hazards, least of all this tawdry one of ours. Now, sit down now.
Oh, yes, Sam.
Now, may I put my poor wounded head in your lap?
Oh.
Comfy?
Mm-hmm. Oh, poor Sam.
They're stupid, too, honey. Let's see now. Hey, new feeling. High twos, huh? Date, fill it in to G.J. Runcible, claims manager, Sunset Indemnity Company, from Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Kimberly Cross caper. Dear Mr. Runcible. It's just as well for private investigators that we have no way of knowing, by the way a job starts, how it's going to end. I remember once I went beating the bushes for a mad dog killer and ended up playing Monopoly with him in a hotel room for 6 hours. And I remember, too, the time I agreed to take a box of homemade candy to an old lady, wound up with a double murder and a case of arson. Yours, Mr. Runcible, belong to this species. Spade.
G.J. Runcible, Sunset Indemnity. You available?
Maybe. What'd you have?
Are you or are you not available, Mr. Spade?
Answer yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
How much?
$50 a day.
Expenses, right. Got a job for you next 24 hours. All you got to do is sit on a chair and keep your eyes on something beautiful.
Sounds keen.
Might call it a babysitting job.
Oh, who is she?
Kimberly Cross.
Pretty?
Like $250,000.
Oh, rich, too, huh?
She's on exhibit at the Bergendorf Galleries on Sutter Street.
She's on exhibit?
Get over there right away.
Well, I'd better.
Check with Mr. Bergendorf personally and then see Johnny Stroud, our company man. He'll give you instructions.
Fine. Now, why don't you tell me what we're... Hello? Hello? Always happens on page 6. Mr. Bergendorf! Mr. Bergendorf, you!
Sorry, sir. The exhibit officially does not until 9 a.m. begin. As you see...
It's 8:45. I won't charge you, Mr. Bergendorf. I won't charge you. You can bring out the baby any time now. Mr. Runcible of the Sunset Indemnity sent me. Here's my credentials.
Mr. Spade, you are?
Mr. Spade, I am, yes. Now, what's with this Kimberly Cross?
To a single-horse gallery such as mine comes such an honor only once.
Yeah.
Today only Bergendorf's is with Tiffany's in the same class. Here. Here.
Huh?
Is picture of Kimberly Cross.
Yeah?
14 stones, all blue-white. 8 down, 6 across. Total, $268,000 plus 20% tax.
Oh, jewelry.
To call this jewelry is to call Elizabeth Taylor a garden variety tomato.
Yeah.
Is a crown jewel from Thuringia, Mr. Spade.
Really?
Is part of estate of a dead duke. Is price tag $268,000 plus 20%.
Yeah. Where is it?
Involved. Time lock. Comes 9 o'clock on the nose, she opens. Then...
Yeah, the exhibit begins. Yeah, there's a company man here from the insurance outfit, isn't there?
Johnny Stroud.
Oh, where is he?
He's working concealed.
Oh?
This man Stroud undercover. Clever stuff, huh? You see, parked at curb across the street, one autobus.
Oh, yeah. Department of Public Health, City and County of San Francisco. What,
Anti-tuberculosis campaign.
Pardon?
Is giving to public for free gratis 1 X-ray per citizen for chest cavity.
Oh, chest X-ray.
Handily parking opposite the Bergendorf Gallery, so inside Mr. Stroud can take for himself a plant. Get it?
Clever. The free gratis autobus for chest X-rays was a square-end job, complete with reception compartment, X-ray machine, and attendant. The latter a sincere type with horn-rimmed glasses and white-starched blouse. I use the word sincere advisedly, since he was at the moment doing a selling job on Johnny Stroud.
You know what I always say, Stroud?
What do you always say, George?
You never can tell about a call. You never know. Yeah, you see right there.
I got a cold.
Maybe. 8 to 5, it's only a cold. But 5 to 8, oh, let me take the picture now. No charge, no pain.
No dice. Go away. Oh, Spade?
Yeah.
Good. Come on in. The boss said he was sending you up. Plenty of room back here.
You realize you're standing right in front of my X-ray machine?
We'll move when you get a customer.
Customers, yes. Where are they? Where are those chests? If people only knew that 8 to 5, it may be a cold. Then
Did Runcible brief you on this, Spade?
Yeah, it was brief, all right.
How do you make it?
14 vulgar-sized diamonds looking for a buyer. Sunset Indemnity insuring Bergendorf against loss during the 24 hours they're on his hands.
That's 2 for you.
That's 2 against me, too.
Oh?
Like, why does Sunset Indemnity need outsider help when they have you? And why are you playing like a movie dick when the sensible thing to do is to sit down next to the exhibit with both eyes open and a rod under your arm?
What are you doing, George?
I'm testing my machine. Don't let me interfere with you, boy.
George doesn't like me.
I see that.
Well, I guess the boss left out one item, Sam.
A tip?
Yeah. Last night, some schmo called him around midnight and got him out of bed.
Oh?
Runcible's a pessimist, you know. When Sunset Indemnity's on the line for $250,000, he tends to get jumpy.
Who had the tip?
Anonymous.
They all are.
Right from the oat bin, the guy says. Somebody's going to take a running jump at the Kimberly Cross while it's at Bergendorf's. Needless to say, for the balance of the night, Runcible does not sleep. So today we got reinforcements. Georgie?
Yes?
I'm going to leave you now, George, to take my post across the street while Mr. Spade...
Hey, wait a minute, Johnny. Look, in front of Bergendorf's.
The dame?
The dame. To paraphrase Bergendorf, calling her a dame was like calling the Kimberly Cross a hunk of jewelry. But that's not what interested me, at least not right then. She was walking back and forth in front of Bergendorf's like a kid at the dentist door trying to get up the nerve to push the button. Quoting from my notes, it says 9:02 a.m., girl, 5'2", blonde, early 20s, gray tweed suit, spent a few indecisive minutes in front of Bergendorf's, finally went in. She came out almost immediately, started west on Sutter, then evidently saw a patrol officer approaching on same side of street, hurriedly crossed toward our post in Public Health Department Mobile Unit number 2 and entered.
Hello.
Well, good morning.
Am I too early for the...
Oh, you're just in time. First customer of the day. Let's see now. Name?
Martin.
Martin. First name?
Bernice.
Address?
826.
She wasn't a very good liar. While she was telling him her name was Bernice
25.
Martin, she filled with a leather handbag with the initials PC on it, big enough to read from across the street. George filled the form out, then moved her around to the machine. By now, the cop she was ducking had walked by and turned the corner.
Shall I?
No, it won't be necessary to take off your coat.
Is this all right?
That's good. Stand right there. Hold still now. Take a deep breath. Hold it. There. That's all there is to it. You're doing a wise thing, lady.
You think so?
Certainly. 8 to 5, it's only a cold, but 5 to 8, you never know. Here's your stub with your number on it. We'll notify you in a few days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Whereupon Miss PC hustled down to the corner and into a drugstore. 5 minutes later, she still hadn't come out. Stroud was beginning to champ at the bit.
So what, Sam?
So she's worried. She's ducking cops. She's using a phony name.
Or her girlfriend's handbag. Look, I'm going.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm sure I've seen her somewhere before.
Where?
I don't know, but I think it was around headquarters.
Now who's playing movie, Dick? Look, it's 10 after 9. I'll go over and settle down next to the Vulgar Diamonds, and you make yourself comfy with Georgie.
If I get busy, out you go,
Keep
pal.
your eyes on the customers going in and out. There's a good loud burglar alarm over the door there, and you can hear it the block away. You see what I mean? It's good and loud. Holy cow.
Stroud took the gallery, and I set sail for the corner drugstore, pulling up in 20 seconds flat. She was gone, of course. The druggist was at the fountain, mixing a Coke, but she spilled when I reached across and grabbed him by the lapels.
Blonde, you say?
Yeah, young, gray suit. Look, I told you, Jack, she just came in here.
I know. What do you want to know about her?
What'd she do, telephone?
No, she was just like you. Asked me about a guy.
What guy?
Larry Galliano, his name is. Wanted to know if I'd seen him come by this morning.
Who's he?
I don't know.
Did she describe him?
Didn't have to. His picture's on page 1 of the morning paper. Here, take a look.
It was no time to dawdle, but I gave it 10 seconds. Larry Galliano, a one-time gas station stick-up artist, had just been released from Quentin after doing 5 years. On the way across the street to Bergendorf's, it came back to me where I'd seen her, standing outside the courtroom, crying when they sentenced him 5 years ago.
Over here, Sam.
Yeah. Oh, no. Bergendorf, huh?
Yeah, shot from behind. The stones, needless to say.
Sure.
Maybe you were right about that day.
No, she didn't have time. Someone was hiding in here waiting for Bergendorf's to open up this morning.
How'd you get out?
Well, there must be a back door in this joint.
I'll check it. The phone's on the desk. Wake up Lieutenant Dendy, huh?
Right. How he'll love it, too. 2 of us holding hands across the street while...
Stroud! Johnny Stroud!
Look, it's me, Bergendorf, Sam Spade.
Stroud!
He's checking the back door. Who did it?
Double-crossed me. Wanted it all.
Who? Who are you talking about? It was as plain as a man in his condition could have made it. Obvious to anyone with average intelligence. But for stupid Sam, it was still a long voyage home.
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's music for you tomorrow on NBC with the distinctive 4-keyboard styling of the First Piano Quartet. This widely acclaimed and unique musical organization brings you a melodic blend of classical and light classical selections in 4-part harmony every Saturday. And tomorrow there's also a 1-hour concert by the NBC Symphony Orchestra under the baton of Walter Duclos. Featured in tomorrow's symphony performance are works by Sibelius and Schumann. It's the best in music every Saturday with the NBC Symphony and the First Piano Quartet. And now back to the Kimberly Cross caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
It was a dirty, selfish trick, but I left Johnny Stroud at the Bergendorf Gallery to play Porchese with Dundee and Company, knowing in advance pretty much how the patter was going to run. Then called the Chronicle and found the picture of Larry Galliano had been taken yesterday as he walked out of a flea bag on Mission Street called the Aeolian Hotel.
You're, Galliano?
Yeah.
Sure. I know him. Stayed here night before last. Until I found out about him.
Oh, found out what?
That he was an ex-con.
Wow.
This here's a respectable house, mister. We don't cater to felons, misdemeanors, or any other members of the Demond.
Demond?
Yes, indeed. So, when I found where Galliano come from, why...
Yeah. Now, look, did he give you a forwarding address?
I don't know. Let me see, son. Yes. Oh, yeah. Christopher Apartments on Jones. See, you're in luck, young man. Yeah, my girlfriend's a landlady over there. Now, looky here. Don't you sweet-talk her now.
Out of the way, boy. Out of the way.
Look, all I want, madam, is one moment of your time.
I already told you, boy, I don't know no Galliano.
Yeah.
Never heard of him. Pull up, so I don't want to hear from him.
Yeah, well, wait a minute now. Will you just take a look at...
One side, boy, one side.
I'm sorry.
More right there. Sweet. I had no time for
Well,
anything.
Mrs. Landlady, I'm afraid you've lost out.
What?
Yeah, you were in line to win a bagless vacuum cleaner, you know.
Oh, wait a minute, Curly. Wait a minute. What you want to know, bud?
Yes. Well, this Galliano just might be using another name. Now, this is his picture right here.
Oh.
Yes. Now, I will rephrase my question. Has he been around?
Nope.
I see, landlady.
Well, do I win?
Oh, I am sorry, but stand by for the giant jackpot.
Is it electric?
I patted her cheek, made a detour around her, and left, figuring to check with the parole board. But as I was climbing into the cab in front of the building, a stray thought hit me, and I went back to the doorway and cased the nameplates again. This time for someone with the initials I'd remembered seeing on the blonde's handbag, PC. I did better. Patricia Conroy was living in apartment 402. I buzzed 4 times, then tried the door. It was open. I gave the living room and bedroom a fast toss, moved on to the kitchen, and cased a hamper full of laundry on the back porch. Result, nil. I'd about decided I was in the wrong apartment when I noticed something that changed my mind. A crumpled up envelope in a wastepaper basket in the living room with today's date on it, marked Western Airlines, Flight 6 to Los Angeles, passenger L.P. Galliano. I had the phone in one hand and a finger on the dial when...
Put it down.
Huh? Oh.
Are you going to put the phone down, or do I have to shoot?
You mean there's no third choice?
Put it down.
Sure. Now what?
Sit down. You'll be here for a while.
Oh?
His plane lands at Burbank in a half hour. If you have any dates between now and 4:30, forget them.
Mind if I smoke?
Go ahead.
You know, this is pretty heavy-handed stuff for Naj, you know.
I've grown up a lot in the last 2 days.
Not enough, honey. Or if you wouldn't be stooging for Galliano. He can't run away from this kind of a rap, you know.
48 hours.
Hmm?
That's how long Larry's been out of the pen.
Well, he didn't waste any time getting back in stride.
Look, what's your name?
Spade.
Spade, what if I told you Larry Galliano had nothing to do with it?
I might give you quite an argument.
And I don't feel like arguing, so I'll just tell you.
Good.
Someone offered him the job at Bergendorf's the day he got out. Larry thought it was legitimate until he heard a couple of things by accident.
Like what?
Like getting hired to play fall guy in a phony robbery.
You mean Bergendorf was in?
Sure, till this morning.
Uh-huh.
They figured Larry'd be a handy guy to have hanging around with his big, fat prison record when the diamonds disappeared. That's what he told me, and I believe him. I love him. Whether or not you believe or love me or him, I do not care. I also do not care what kind of a rap you pin on me when this is all over. All I want is time, enough to do a couple of errands. Now, hoist it out of that chair and put it down in the closet there. You hear what I said?
Yes, ma'am. I was wrong. She was no ingenue. Happily, the closet had a light in it, so I settled down on a hat box and read some old copies of Mademoiselle until 5:30 when I heard the door close. What with soundproof outside walls, no window, a double slab door with a lock she thoughtfully filled with gum, it was almost 7 when I got back to my office. The next move, of course, was to call Lieutenant Dundee and wise up the Los Angeles police on Galliano. I picked up the phone and put it down 4 times. There was no use kidding myself. The yarn she told was pretty wild, but there was something about the way she told it. And I believed her.
Spade.
In here.
Mr. Spade.
Yeah.
You remember me this morning, huh?
Oh,
George,
yeah.
the technician from the X-ray mobile unit?
Yeah, George, what's on your mind?
Funny thing, that girl, 34 chest, you remember the blonde?
Oh, yeah, I remember her very well, George. What about the blonde?
Well, I tried to call her. Operator says there's no such number, and the company has no record of a Bernice.
She was using a phony moniker, George. Her name's Patricia Conroy.
Oh, now why would she do that?
Well, a girl's got to be careful, you know.
She does, for sure.
How come?
How come? I kind of took an interest in her case, you know. I rushed the pictures through as soon as we closed up tonight. She's an incipient case.
Oh?
Yes. I wanted to wise her up right away. You see, here. Oh.
This is...
No, this one's Johnny Stroud. I took it when he wasn't looking. Told him I was testing. He was right at that. Nothing wrong with him. But I always say you never...
Yeah. How about the girl? How about the girl?
Cold. Oh, yes.
Yes.
Here, now, look. You see this shadowy part here?
Yeah? Hey, wait a minute. I wasn't looking at the shadow part. I was looking at something at the left side of the picture, right where the inside coat pocket would be. The clear black outline of the Kimberly cross.
You mean she had the thing?
Yeah. Give me the phone.
Well, I thought it was one of those clip gimmicks the girls wear on
the phone.
Oh.
Spade?
Johnny Stroud.
Look, I got news for you.
I got news for you, too. I spotted that blonde again.
Where?
In a bar on Kearney Street. Talking to guess who?
You mean Galliano?
Who's he?
Never mind. Who was she drinking with?
Papadopoulos, the biggest jewelry fence on the coast.
Where are you now?
Outside her apartment. Jones near Post. I think the number's...
I'll be up in 5 minutes.
Look, like I told you, Spade, I don't want to argue.
She says she doesn't want to argue, Sam.
Too bad. I don't mind telling you I'm a little burned up, baby. I fell for that line you handed me this afternoon. I didn't even mind sitting in your closet for 2 hours.
What's that?
Sure, she's got a 32 tucked away here somewhere. Had me looking up the barrel while she dished out a lot of... Who's got the cross, honey? You or Galliano?
We don't know anything about it.
Then what were you doing in that bar with Papadopoulos?
Larry said whoever had it would try to move it through him. I thought I could get to him, but I was wrong. How does that sound?
What do you think?
Look, I walked into Bergendorf's this morning.
Why'd you run out?
The vault was open. Furniture was overturned, and Bergendorf didn't answer when I called. I figured it was a setup for Larry to check in, and he was on his way, so... It does sound phony.
It sure does, honey.
I had a lie, I guess. I could make up a better story than that.
Oh, you're doing great. Why'd Larry blow Tom?
You need a diagram? He was scared. What chance is an ex-convict when it's his story against someone else's?
What did you do with the 32?
In the drawer. Over there.
Now, here's the big question, honey.
I can't tell you anything else.
Where are the diamonds?
How do I know? How do I know?
Look, you're a real modest girl, Patricia. As a liar, you're sensational.
I'm not lying. Oh, believe me.
You had the Kimberly cross in your inside coat pocket when you came into the wagon this morning.
What are you talking about?
I'll get it. The X-ray, baby. Take a look. You asked for a diagram. There it is, in your inside left pocket.
Oh, wait a minute.
Hello?
Mr. Spade?
Yeah?
This is George, the technician again.
This is all wrong.
Hold it, George.
Let me see that.
I don't have any inside pockets. Look, I'm wearing the suit right now.
Hold it. George, what is it?
Well, I got to worrying about that print of Miss Conroy's, the incipient case, 34 chest.
Yeah, what about it?
I called the lab and they checked again. It's a mistake, Mr. Spade. A switch. It belongs to someone else.
Who?
Johnny Stroud.
Oh. Oh, well, George, you won't have to worry about making more extra prints.
What?
The ones you have will do.
Huh?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot, George. George is getting worried.
Extra prints?
Yeah, I had him run off a batch. Evidence, trial, DA's office, you know. Now, let's take her in, huh?
Just a minute.
This is crazy. I have no inside pocket. How
You wouldn't argue with a picture, would you, honey? Give me the gun, Johnny. We'll take her in together.
No, wait. I want to settle something else.
Johnny, you're pointing that thing at me. It might go off.
Yeah, it might have that.
What's eating you, Johnny?
I know what's eating him. He's...
Shut up.
You aren't a very good liar either, are you, Sam? There aren't any extra prints.
Well, there's always George.
In a couple of hours, there won't be any George. No, you don't.
Okay, Johnny, on your feet.
Let me go, Sam. Let me go. We can work out a deal.
Shut up.
Sam, your head. You're shot.
Here, take the gun. Call Dundee. Get it? Dundee. Homicide. And the next voice I heard belonged to cool, brisk Miss Bergamot of the Harbor Emergency Hospital. Period. End of babysitting session.
How intrepid, Sam. What's your wound?
Nothing, sweetheart, nothing. As Hopalong Cassidy always says in Reel 6, don't worry, honey, it was only a scratch. Now...
Wait.
Can't you get up without moving your lap?
No, but Sam, there's one important omission.
Oh?
The Kimberly Cross. What did Stroud do with it?
That cherub is an intramural affair between Stroud and Mr. Runcible. While, as you know, this report is an affair between you and the portable.
Oh.
Scoot.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's music and mystery for you tomorrow evening. For music, it's your hit parade, bringing you the top tunes in the land with Eileen Wilson, Snooky Lanson, and Raymond Scott's orchestra. For mystery, it's The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall as an intrepid adventurer in international intrigue who travels wherever there is mystery, danger, and romance.
Oh, brisk, efficient Miss Perrine. You may lay it on my desk and restore your lap to its original position.
Oh, yes, sir. Comfortable, Sam?
Loving every minute.
Sam,
Yeah?
a girl can't help wondering sometimes.
About what?
Well, the way you described the blonde in your report. Glamorous, like the Kimberly Cross and all.
You like that?
Oh, I just wish sometimes someone else could be her secretary. And I'd be the one you'd meet in a room with velvet draperies and a long cigarette holder and slanting glasses and a black lace negligee.
Hold it, girl, hold it. You've gone quite far enough.
I know, but it's only natural for a girl to want to be glamorous, Sam.
Pardon me. You show up with any of those props and I'll turn you over my knee.
You like me the way I am, Sam?
Yep.
Why is it always this way? Just when I think I'm getting somewhere, I find myself saying, good night, Sam.
My sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Also in the cast were Wally Mayer, Fritz Feld, Georgia Ellis, Sidney Miller, Olin Soule, Alice Wellman, and John Monahan. Script for tonight's adventure by Harold Swanton. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Don't underestimate the danger of tuberculosis. Although great strides have been taken toward stamping out the disease, it still remains a menace. Last year alone, it caused 50,000 deaths in the United States. 50,000 needless deaths, because TB can be controlled and cured if caught in time. The key to the complete defeat of the disease is the chest X-ray. You'll find that in many communities, chest X-rays can be obtained free of charge or at a... The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade Detective Agency?
Hi.
Sam?
Who else?
Did you wind it up, Sam? Is it all over?
If you're talking about the usual happy ending with the villains dead and buried and the lovers joining hands while the camera does a slow fade, it is not all over, sweetheart.
What do you mean, Sam?
The villains in this piece are for real, still doing business at the same old stand from one end of the country to the other.
Oh, Sam, you sound so grim.
Only because I have a grim tale to tell, little one. So warn all within earshot that if they seek bluebirds of happiness, sweetness, and light, and love conquers all, to try another detective. Because even now, I am on my way with something that might butt into your sleep for the next few days. To wit, my report on the Denny Shane caper.
For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all, starring Stephen Dunn in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Effie!
Sam?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. I didn't hear you come in.
Ooh.
Oh, tired, Sam?
Yeah.
You look pale.
I guess maybe I'm a little sick, too.
Now, Sam, I warned you about heavy lunches when you're on a case.
Not that kind of sick, Angel. This kind starts at your shoe tops, runs up your backbone, and kicks around in your head till you're... Where's the book?
Right here, Sam.
Okay.
The date, fill it in. 2.
To John Q. Public. From Samuel Spade, license number 1375596. Subject, the Denny Shane caper. Dear John Q. She was sprawled in the corner chair when I got back from lunch, a kid of 16 or so, complete with bobby socks, hair ribbons, and shoulder bag. The kind you see every afternoon in the drugstore near the high school, making jive talk over a soda. But she looked up as I walked in, and the eyes didn't look like jive talk at all. There was trouble in them.
You're Mr. Spade?
Yep.
The detective?
Well, according to some people.
Fine. I need a detective.
You're sure now?
Mm-hmm. Positive.
What would you be doing with a detective?
Your ad in the classified section said you find people.
Well, sometimes. They're not too badly lost, that is. Who do you want to find?
Did you ever hear of Denny Shane?
You don't really want to find Denny Shane, do you?
Why not?
Well, most people want to lose him.
Then you do know him. I'm glad. Here's $20.
Now, wait a minute. Hold it, honey. Don't get anxious.
What's the matter? Don't you want to be paid for this?
Not if I don't do it.
What do you mean?
Let's talk about you. What's your name?
Mary Johnson. Does it make any difference?
Mm-hmm. Mary Johnson. Where do you live, Mary?
Well, I've never been in San Francisco before. I just got in yesterday. Staying with a friend out in the marina. My home's in Denver.
Denver, Colorado.
2028 14th Street.
Okay. Here you are. You want to sign the contract?
Oh, all right. Where do I sign?
On the line here.
Oh.
No. The right name. Sally Joan Michaels.
How did you know that?
Next time you use an alias, leave the identification bracelet home.
Oh.
Don't tell people you're fresh out of Denver when your coat label says it's fresh out of Rouge Brothers, San Francisco. Now, let's try it again, huh? What about Denny Shane?
Well, I want to find him, that's all.
Well, that's a lot. Why?
I'd rather not say.
Well, in that case, Sally, I recommend another detective. You'll find there's an ad in the classified section just below mine.
You mean you won't do it?
Sally, if I may get pontifical for just a moment, Denny Shane is not the kind of character I would pick out for a kid like you. He has a reputation for booking horses, which is illegal, and welching his bets, which is worse. He is associated at one time or another with almost everyone in the files of the Kefauver Committee. And as for the girls he runs around
Stop
with...
it, will you?
Oh, so that's it.
No, that isn't it. I've never seen Denny Shane in my life. If we do find him, you'll have to point him out to me.
Really?
He's been good to me. You see, all my life he's been good to me.
Mm-hmm. And you've never seen him?
No. Denny Shane is my brother, Mr. Spade. My mother died when I was born. I was adopted, but Denny went to an orphanage, and I guess he sort of ran wild after he got out.
Yeah. What do you mean he's been good to you?
Sent me money on birthdays and Christmases, sometimes in between. He always said if I needed help to tell him, but I never knew where to find him. We need help right now, Mr. Spade. My stepmother has to have an operation, and I know Denny will give me the money if I can find him.
Why did you tell me all those black lies?
I was afraid you'd call my folks. They'd be horrified if they found out.
Oh. This is the truth now. Girl Scouts honor.
Yes, Mr. Spade.
Okay, you run home and study your algebra, and I'll look up Shane in court.
No, I've got to talk to Denny myself.
You're sure you want to come along?
Oh, yes.
Okay, but I'm going to have to leave you outside while I talk to his friends. Let's go. I hadn't seen Shane since 3 years ago when he conned a client of mine out of $3,000 on a phony mining stock deal. I knew it was waste motion, but I checked the hotel where he was living then and found he was long gone. Came next in the following order: one gambling joint in South City, one saloon in the Mission, and one very dubious apartment on Turk Street, run by a charming wench wearing wedgies, culottes, and peach brandy. She gave me a peachy smile.
Oh, Denny Shane?
Don't step on your laughs. You've seen him lately?
Funny you asking about Denny. I saw him yesterday. First time in 2 years coming out of Augie Dano's.
Oh, who's Augie Dano?
Runs his gym exercise studio, reducing setup on Sutter Street. You know, work a little, lose the middle. Get it?
Yeah, I got it. But anyway, thanks. So we took off for Augie Dano's. We'd been together 2.5 hours so far and exchanged maybe 2.5 sentences. She'd just sit quietly in her corner of the cab with her hands folded on her lap, looking straight ahead. Sally. Hey.
Oh,
What's the matter, honey?
nothing.
Oh, now, come on. You can tell your Uncle Sammy something's eating you. Now, what is it?
I told you.
You're sure it has nothing to do with Denny and you?
We settled that.
I don't know, did we? You know, I got an ache in my bad knee.
Is that good?
Nope. I only get it when things are going sour on me. Well, here's Augie Dano's. Come on, you can go in, too. This place looks respectable for a change. The gold lettering on the door said Augustine Dano, Masseur, Scientific Reducing. And inside was an expensive-looking reception room with birch paneling, potted palms, and antique leather chairs, into one of which I stored Sally while I made bold to enter a door at the rear marked private.
Oh, now, there. Look what you made me do.
I am sorry.
Oh, dear me, you should be. My best perfume all over the...
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to slam the door, lady. The draft.
This is a private office, sir. There is a button outside clearly marked ring and wait.
That I did not see, and once again, I am so sorry about spilling the perfume.
Oh, my. Toujours, my regret. TV. $12 an ounce.
Well, I regret TV, too. Now, look, how about announcing me to the professor?
But now, if you mean Mr. Dano, he's quite busy with another...
Miss Rudnick, if the envelopes are ready, Oh, who's this?
You've got me.
My name's Spade.
Spade? Spade. The detective?
Yeah.
Detective? Oh, what
just a minute, Miss Rudnick.
Would you have your nerve barging in like that? I thought you were a client.
All right, Miss Rudnick. All right, here.
Well,
4 bits. Now, buy yourself another quart.
well, I never.
This I can believe.
Well, what do you want, Spade?
Well, I'm looking for Denny Shane. Someone saw him walk out of here yesterday.
Shane?
That's right.
Well, what's the matter? Some trouble or something?
No, his kid sister's trying to look him up.
Oh. That's funny.
What?
Well, that someone saw him coming out of here. I'd never heard of the guy. Of course, we got people in here all the time, salesmen, agents, friends of clients,
But no Shane.
Not that I know of. What's he look like?
Oh, about my height, blue eyes, pale complexion, too thin to be coming here as a customer.
Well, I wish I could help you, pal, but like I say, so many people come in and out of here,
Sure. Thanks anyway. Bye.
Bye.
Any luck?
No, never heard of him. Come on.
Too bad. Where to now?
Oh, there are a couple of more places. After you.
Cab's gone.
Well, I told him not to wait. I thought we might have something to eat across the street.
I'm not hungry, thanks.
Look, you better call your parents.
No. No, don't. I told them I was spending the night with a girlfriend so they wouldn't worry.
That's another big black lie. Look, I'm tired of playing this way. I want it all.
I told you.
You're eating your heart out over something, and it's not Mama's operation. Now, it's something bigger, and it hurts worse. And don't tell me any different because it's written all over your face.
Please. Please don't ask me any more, please.
Oh, skip it. Where's the cab?
Don't take me home.
That's just where you're going, honey. Well,
What's the matter?
look, coming up the street.
Is that...
Yeah, Denny Shane.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure.
I've got to be positive.
I'll prove it to you. Denny? See?
Yes.
Denny, come here a minute.
Oh, Sam Spade, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, you recognize the kid?
No.
She's your little sister.
Sister? What are you talking about? I haven't...
It all happened in less than a second. So hard, so fast, so horrible, it froze me in my tracks. The shoulder bag flew open, there was an automatic in her hand, and then Denny Shane was dead on the pavement, and she was turning toward me, her face a sick gray color, handing me the gun, handle first.
There. It's done now. You can take me to the police.
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Whether it's comedy, music, or drama you're after, you'll find it on The Big Show this Sunday. The dynamic Tallulah is your hostess, and her guests include Fred Allen, Jimmy Durante, Vivian Blaine, Jane Morgan, and Rudy Valley. You're invited every Sunday to The Big Show. And this Sunday also brings you a 1-hour adaptation of F. Scott Fitzgerald's exciting novel, This Side of Paradise, presented by Theater Guild on the Air and starring Richard Widmark and Nina Foch. And now back to the Denny Shane caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I won't try to give you the play-by-play for the hour following the shots on Sutter Street because I was in no shape to remember things in sequence. In less than a minute, we were in the center of a milling crowd. Cars jammed up. Horns began to blow. Then the morgue wagon and a squad of homicide dicks and flashbulbs going off like firecrackers. And Sally standing them all off with a frozen gray expression on her face that never changed. While I stood at her elbow, me, Sam Spade, who'd seen Lord knows how many murders, with rubber in my knees and a feeling in my stomach like I was going to be sick. Finally, the squad car picked us up and headed for Dundee's office.
Mr. Spade,
Yeah?
I've been waiting for you to ask me why I did it.
I thought I'd leave that for the professionals.
It won't do any good to ask me, Mr. Spade. Please tell him that, will you? It'll save all of us a lot of trouble. Everything I told you was a lie. I had to make you take me to him some way because I didn't know what he looked like.
I hope you know what kind of a stew you jumped into, Sally, because from here on it's going to be pretty tough.
I don't care what they do to me. I've had nothing to live for a long time now.
What do you mean?
Sounds stupid, doesn't it? 16 years old and nothing to live for.
Ah, Sally.
Tell them not to ask me any questions. Tell them I'm guilty. Sentence me or do whatever they do. I'll never tell them why. I'll never tell them why.
Give me a cigarette, Sam.
Yeah.
Why did I have to grow up to be a homicide, Dick?
No dice, Lieutenant?
No dice. It's her old man's gun. Hooked it out of his drawer this morning before she left for school. I still think she's mixed up with Shane somewhere.
Dundee, believe me, that's one thing I can guarantee. She didn't know Shane from Hopalong Cassidy.
Well, I'm only falling back on the standard answer to this kind of a clam bake, Sam.
This is not a standard clam bake.
You're telling me. You know, Sam, it kind of scares you. What the Sam hell's happening to our kids? A 16-year-old girl still in high school walking up to someone on the street?
Shut up, Dundee. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's got me, too. She's resting on the couch in there. Stick around till I get back. I gotta go down and wait for her folks.
Oh, excuse me. I saw the lieutenant go out, and
Come on in, sit down.
I'm a friend of Sally's. Do you think I could talk to her for a minute?
Well, I don't think she feels like talking.
Look, I got to, mister. I got to talk to her.
What's your name?
Eddie Tucker. I go to school with Sally. I've been waiting for 3 hours outside for a chance to talk to her. Can't I, please?
What's it about?
It's kind of personal.
Okay, through the door there.
Oh, thanks.
And leave it open.
Yes, sir.
The minute he went in, I slid along the wall into a corner between the door jamb and a file case. And through the doorway, I could see them both in a mirror on the far wall of the inner office.
Sally,
What are you doing here?
I had to see you, Sally. I heard about it, and I had to see you, that's all.
You're wasting your time, Eddie. It's all over and you know it.
You shouldn't have done it, Sally. You know what I promised you.
I know what you promised me all the other times, too.
This was for keeps, honest.
So were the other times.
All right, look. Look at this, see? Out the window. Watch. Now do you believe me?
Eddie, it's not your fault anymore. I don't blame you, honest. All those promises...
I'll keep this one, Sally. Honest, I will.
No. You're a zombie, Eddie. You know what a zombie is? Someone who moves and walks around, but who's dead inside. Go away. Now. Go away.
He got up slowly and walked past me out the door, rosy-cheeked, 17, with a tired, old man look in his eyes. A few minutes later, the matron came by, and I left her with Sally. The window in Dundee's office opened onto a second-floor roof below, and directly beneath it, I picked up what Eddie had tossed out. A set of car keys and a leather case, plus a third one that looked like it belonged to a school locker with the number 339 on it. And written in ink on the leather inside, like a memo, was Denny Shane, 778 Turk Street, apartment 4.
Hello, kids. Oh, well, it's you again.
Yeah.
Well, hold it, Jack. Aren't you going to wait for an invitation?
You done me wrong this morning, honey.
About Denny?
Yeah. Said you hadn't seen him in 2 years.
I told you about Augie Dano, didn't I?
Anyone told you about Denny Shane?
No great loss. Packs for biscuit. Oh, would you like a drink?
Thank you, no. Now, what about...
I had it coming to him sooner or later. Never made an honest buck in his life.
How did he have it coming to him?
Like he got it, like they all get it.
What was his racket?
Numbers. You know how it works? You buy a number
Yeah. How do you know all this?
Curiosity. Intellectual curiosity. I want to know things. All the time I want to know things. Follow? So one day, when Denny leaves his suit to be cleaned and I find a book in his pocket, I ask the questions in
What book?
His numbers book, stupid.
What's that?
Oh, you know, with the names and numbers of all his customers.
You wouldn't know where it is, would you?
Oh, perhaps.
Oh, yes. How does $5 look?
Bourbon is awful high.
Yeah, you probably drink it straight. 10.
Better. Come on. I think it's in his top drawer. Let me see now. Hi. There you are. That little black book. See? All the names, all the numbers.
All the names, all the numbers, and one other feature. It was divided into sections, labeled Galileo, Balboa, Lowell, George Washington, and a couple of more fellows who passed on long before the numbers racket was invented. Under each was a list of names. Eddie Tucker's was on the page headed Thomas Jefferson, and after it was number 339-7th Street. At this point, several bells rang. The odd key in Eddie's case didn't belong to a locker. It went with a box in the main post office on 7th Street.
Hey, now look, fella. It's 11 o'clock
Yeah,
at
my
night.
name's Spade, clerk. Look. See? The license.
I don't care about the license. The rules and regulations of the United States Postal Service.
I know, through rain and sleet and snow and hail. But there's been a murder, you see.
Murder?
Yeah.
Oh, well, in that case, I suppose we
Great. Where's the mail for the boxes?
on the table over there, but it isn't distributed. If you'll wait a shake.
I'll wait a shake. It took more than a shake, but we got to it just before midnight. A scented envelope it was, addressed simply to Eddie Tucker, Box 339. And in it was the answer to everything. The tired old man eyes on the kid Eddie, the zombie. And Sally, who figured her life was over at 16 because Eddie was through. But who had sent it to him was something else again. Just a plain white envelope, the kind you get for a nickel a pack in the dime store. I looked at it a little closer, wondering what manner of stationer would deem it fitting to sprinkle perfume on the kind of envelope most people mail their bills in. And finally, a possible explanation took shape in my mind. You don't have to hit Spade on the head with a baseball bat. Any large-sized mallet will do.
Now, just a minute, Spade. I deserve an explanation.
You'll get it, Augie.
I'm in bed asleep. Where do you get off buzzing my bell this time of night?
Patience.
But look.
You're alone?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Well, what are you taking your coat off for?
Just relax, Augie. Yeah, there's the coat. Tie. And now the shoulder holster.
Shoulder holster?
There we are.
Wait a minute now. What is all this?
Well, you know the old saw, Augie. Work a little, lose the middle. What I need is exercise.
Great. All right, you come around to the studio sometime. Hey, what's the matter with you? Are you crazy?
Yeah, get up. I want to try it with the right hand.
Look, Spade,
They got ground rules over at headquarters now, Augie. No white lights, no rubber hoses, but they don't apply to private dicks. Get up!
Listen, if you're looking for trouble,
The right's even better. Okay, up you go now. Come on! Up against the wall. Now.
Hey, let go of me, Spade.
Let's talk, huh?
Talk?
Yeah, about Denny Shane, about the kids he smeared with his filthy hands. High school kids from Balboa High and Lowell and George Washington. Good kids, straight kids.
I don't know nothing about...
Your outside man, wasn't it? Your roper. Turning up in drugstores and jive joints with those dirty little packets of heroin he passed out as headache powders.
No, I don't know nothing about...
So they got him hooked hard, huh?
Hey,
There was no more, and then they got a mailbox number and a key. Then they raised money any way they could.
I got nothing to do with it. My studio...
Yeah, your studio's a front. Does the dame down there know what's in those envelopes she mails every day, or does she think they're statements? Come on, talk, Donald.
Talk! Talk! Okay. I'll talk.
Which he did, a full hour's worth in Dundee's office, and a harrowing tale it was. I felt like printing up 1 million copies and mailing it out to every father and mother in the country. They'd taken him downstairs when I happened to glance out of Dundee's window, and down on the second floor roof, a point of light was moving back and forth slowly from one end to the other. Eddie.
Where are they? Where are those keys? I've got to have them.
Here.
Oh, thanks. My car. I couldn't get home in my car, you see.
You don't need to
without
kid
keys.
me, Eddie. I know all about it.
Oh. I can't do anything about myself, Mr. Spade. I'm helpless. What she said. Zombie.
You're not helpless. You can't handle it alone, maybe, but you're not helpless. Other guys have licked it, and you can, too, if you want it bad enough.
I want to. Honest.
Good, that's all you need. We'll take care of the rest. Let's go, huh? Like I said, this one doesn't have bluebirds at the end. Not yet, anyway. The bold fact is that Sally Joan Michaels is facing the juvenile version of a murder rap. However, the best criminal lawyer in town has volunteered to defend her, and the state will be represented by the most half-hearted prosecution that ever set foot in the courtroom. Eddie Tucker's entering a sanitarium tomorrow, making him luckier than some of the other kids in that little black book. What about yours, John Q? Period. End of report. Well?
Oh, I don't know what to say, Sam. I feel so awful. I guess I'd better not make any comments at all.
Me too, sweetheart. Let us lose ourselves in our work. Me in this cheap novel you were reading, and you in the merry chatter of that 1906 model Oliver. Scoot.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. This Sunday, there's fun for you with two delightful families, the Blandings and the Harrises. Mr. and Mrs. Blanding stars Cary Grant and Betsy Drake as the troubled but proud owners of the famous Dream House. And the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show brings you Phil and Alice, plus Brother William, darling child Julius, and the ever-present Frankie Remley.
Amazing.
Oh, not really, Sam. There's nothing amazing.
Don't sell yourself short now.
Well, I'm just a plain garden variety secretary, Sam.
Look at that. Immaculate. Not a mistake.
Oh, Sam.
And in 26 seconds flat, in just the time it took that man to read a short announcement, you type out 5 copies of a 28-page report. In my book, that is amazing.
All right, I admit it, Sam. I'm amazing.
Good, good.
And another thing.
What's that?
I'm hungry.
Oh.
And tonight is sauerbraten night at Schroeder's, and Max Nishi's letting girls in now.
Cherub, as you may have gathered, I didn't collect a fee off this one.
Oh, but Sam, I still have $10 you gave me last week to cover my back salary from 6 weeks before that, so we really...
Schroeder's it is, yes. Let me go home and put on my other shirt.
And I'll get my sauerbraten hat. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart. She is amazing.
The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Also in the cast were Kathy Lewis, Paul Freese, Kathleen Freeman, Lou Merrill, Bill Tracy, and Jerry Hausner. Script for tonight's adventure by Harold Swanton. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. You can help in the fight to conquer cancer. Strike back at cancer by joining the 1951 Cancer Crusade of the American Cancer Society. Help science help you. Give generously to your local unit by mailing your contribution to Cancer, care of your local post office. Cancer is a major problem, and the fight against it deserves major support. Laugh with the magnificent Montague and Duffy's Tavern each Friday.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Very funny. Certainly took you long enough.
Oh, thank you, Sam. Well, do you like them? My girls?
I guess so. It's your own hair, I trust.
Oh, yes, Sam. When it's brushed out, you'll never know anything happened.
Whenever you're ready, Curly.
Oh, gee, you like it that well?
Yeah, very cute.
Well.
To business. To Detective Lieutenant Dundee, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police, from Samuel Spade, license number 137596, subject, the Bouncing Betty Caper. Yeah, Dundee. It all began on a Wednesday. My secretary, Miss Effie Perrine, tiptoed into my office and laid an engraved calling card on the desk in front of me. The name on it was Randall Carruthers. She said he looked like money, so I said show her in. Or him in. She did.
Good morning, sir. Do you wish the morning paper?
Thanks. I've read it.
Dear me.
What's the matter?
This ashtray, sir. Have you a silent butler?
I don't even have a noisy one.
Oh. In all my years of service, it has been my constant endeavor to keep things neat and tidy, down to the smallest detail.
I see. Well, if it bothers you, just dump those butts into the wastebasket.
Very well, sir. If you will pardon the presumption, sir, you could use a well-trained servant in this establishment. Wastepaper baskets clean and empty at all times. Never allow refuse to accumulate.
That's not refuse. That's this month's bills.
So I noticed, sir. I also noticed that you have not opened them. From this, I conclude that your services are immediately available.
Yeah, and I conclude that in spite of your glad rags and fancy handle, you are somebody's butler.
Oh, that is correct, sir. I am first butler in the household of Dr. Mark McGraw.
First.
Yes. Bleakcliff is the name of the estate. It's near the village of Squid Beach, some 50 miles in a southerly direction on the Pacific coast.
You know, I think I'm going to like you as a client, Mr. Carruthers. I mean, it's refreshing to get a few accurate facts without, shall we say, priming the pump.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
To continue, not counting the staff, there reside at Bleakcliff 3 persons. Dr. McGraw, master of the house since the death of his wife, his stepson, Mr. Anthony McGraw, of whom more later, and Mr. Anthony's sister, Miss Cathy. It is on her behalf that I've come to you, sir.
What is her problem, Mr. Carruthers?
The correct form of address is Carruthers, sir, not Mr. Carruthers.
Check.
Yes, thank you, sir. Now, as to Miss Cathy's problem, sir, someone is attempting to murder her. Specifically, she has upon several occasions been shot at from ambush. Twice she has awakened in the night to feel the hands of an assailant closing about her throat. And only yesterday, she narrowly escaped death when her motor car went out of control owing to some blackguard tampering with the steering mechanism. And upon numerous other occasions...
That's enough. You have convinced me that she indeed has a problem. What do the local police think?
No one has been to the police, sir.
Why not?
It's a delicate situation, sir. Miss Cathy's brother, Mr. Tony, is undergoing treatment for nervous disorder.
Mm-hmm.
The family did not wish to place him in an institution, and since Dr. McGraw, his stepfather, is a psychiatrist, he is allowed to remain at home.
I see. He's flipped. Where do I fit in, Carruthers?
Well, sir, if a reputable gentleman such as yourself were to come to Bleakcliff and witness these persistent attempts upon that girl's life, perhaps they could be forced to put the boy away where he belongs.
It's possible. I'm willing to try. For money.
Oh, splendid, sir, splendid. I took the liberty of drawing, in your favor, a draft upon the First National Bank of Squid Bay, 1 week's remuneration in advance of your services to the Bleakcliff estate in the capacity of chauffeur.
Chauffeur?
Yes, sir. I thought that might be a capital disguise. Have you a better suggestion, sir?
Well, no, that's okay. This check.
Yes, sir.
$200. It's a pretty big weekly salary for a chauffeur, isn't it?
Well, you will be allowed to shop for the vegetables, sir. Your cut has been added in.
I told them I didn't know one vegetable from another, that I was a lousy driver, and in more time than it takes to tell, I was installed at Bleakcliff in a room above the garage and told to wait there until summoned. I put on my pearl gray uniform with the brass buttons and leather puttees, looked in the mirror, and decided I had missed my calling, but not by much. Nothing happened for nearly an hour, and then I got my first buzz. Yeah, I mean, garage.
Phillips, the car, quickly. The main entrance. Keep your motor running. I have him locked in the living room, but he's breaking out.
Okay. Yes, miss. Let me see.
Get that door open. Open that door. Why didn't you have the door open?
I'm sorry, miss.
Well, get going, please.
Darn it, miss. Where's the spark on this?
What's the matter with it?
Well, it's flooded. The house, you know.
He's got the meat cleaver again. Come to get this door.
Well, I'm trying.
Get out, I tell you! Get out! Stop it! You're hurting him. No!
All right. Put it down, kid. Put it down. Come on. Give it to me.
What's going on? I say, who are you? Haven't you been instructed not to disturb my patient?
I'm sorry. I'm new here. When I saw him coming at Miss McGraw with that meat cleaver, I naturally thought...
Oh, well. No harm done. Come along, Tony. Come along now. Come along, boy. We'll have a nice long talk.
What shall I do with it now?
We'll put it back in it.
Oh,
You all right?
oh, sure. I should be used to it by now. By the way, you're new here, aren't you? What's your name?
Sam.
Sam? That's nice. Turn to the left outside the gate, Sam, and drive straight out to the shore road.
Well, if I can just... Hey, I just turned that little key. Look, Ma, I'm driving. I adjusted the rear view mirror so that it showed more of her and less of the rear view. A mile from the house, she ordered me to stop, moved up to the front seat with me, and asked me to drive on. By the time we got to the shore road, she was driving, and I was resting my head on her shoulder. Where are we going?
I've got a little hideaway down the coast. It's right on the beach, at the foot of a tall cliff. There's a fireplace, a little bar, some records.
Got some bop?
It's wonderful there with the surf pounding outside, hidden away from the world. You feel so safe.
Don't stop.
You'll like it there. You feel as if there's no one else on earth. Time standing still.
Oh, if I could just be sure that Mother wouldn't worry about me.
You're impossible.
Okay, Kathy, I'll be serious. What's with that brother of yours?
Tony? I'd rather not talk about that if you don't mind.
Well, maybe I can talk about your stepfather. I really should know what kind of a man my boss is.
I go for these drives to forget all that. Please don't spoil it for me.
Okay, Kathy, okay.
Oh, please. The sharp turn into this driveway. Now, we get out here.
Yes, ma'am.
Down this path.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter? You afraid of high places?
Yeah, you just pushed me off of one.
Oh, Sam, don't be like that. You're pouting like a little boy. Come on, I want to show you my little house.
What's so special about your little house?
Oh, Sam, if you only knew what my life is like.
You only knew what mine is like.
I need someone so much to talk to, Sam.
As long as you can steer the conversation, you mean.
Come on, Sam. I'll show you the house.
The path led to a flight of wooden steps that clung to the face of a sheer cliff. There was something like the stairs you find yourself falling down in nightmares. They dropped maybe 200 feet to a crescent of white sand.
Watch out for that one step. It's broken.
Yeah. You have to make your dream house this hard to get to?
Because of Tony. He has vertigo.
What?
When we were kids, he used to chase me, and I'd run down here, and he was scared to follow me. Afraid of heights. He still is.
Oh.
Well, you light us a fire, Sam. The wood's there in the box. I'll go make us a drink.
Fire? Who needs a fire? I'm hot.
What'd you do before you took up driving?
Oh, I was a private eye for a while.
Oh, how exciting.
Nah, it's a sour racket.
Tell me about it.
Nah. Let's talk about you.
Here's your drink.
Thanks.
Well, what do you want to know about me?
Who, me? Come here. The scent she was wearing was 20 carat, but the story of her life was heavy melodrama. It seemed that Dr. McGraw, a handsome fortune hunter, was a folly of her mother's middle years. But she had come to her senses shortly before she died and cut him out of her will. But that was not the end of it. When Kathy's brother had been faced with the alternative of entering an institution or remaining at home under his stepfather's care, she had begged the doctor to remain in spite of his warnings that her brother might take a notion to kill her. But, get this, Dundee, it's real deep. In spite of visible evidence to the contrary, she was convinced that her brother was not out to kill her, but that the doctor was. I couldn't sell myself on that part of the yarn, but she looked so awfully pretty while she was telling it. And suddenly, she didn't look so pretty. An expression of terror was on her face.
No!
Get down! I rolled her onto the floor and kicked the lamp out. By the glow of the embers in the fireplace, I could still see the gleam of the gun barrel shoved in through the broken window. I hoped he couldn't see so much. I knocked over a chair to give him something to shoot at. He was already halfway up the face of the cliff on those rickety wooden stairs. At the top, he turned and looked back.
Who was it? It was Mark, wasn't it?
The doctor? You know better than that. It was Tony. I thought you told me he was afraid of heights, couldn't come down those stairs.
He never did before. Don't you believe me?
Yeah, Kathy. I may wind up believing the rest of your story. I took Kathy back to Bleak Cliff and stashed her in my quarters over the garage. Then I went into the main house via the back stairs, found her room, and shook it down. In a cabinet, a bunch of war souvenirs, German helmets, grenades, rifles, and other lethal gadgets. In a desk drawer, I found a letter headed U.S. Army, Office of the Surgeon General. It certified that one Anthony McGraw was unfit for military service. Vertigo. Origin, childhood injury to middle ear. Downstairs in the library, I found a shelf of medical books. Vertigo. Vertigo was almost incurable, and there was certainly no quick cure. But some patients had lost their symptoms temporarily under hypnotism. Then it said, see narcosynthesis. I did.
Oh, Spade. I beg pardon, sir. Mr. Spade. Whatever are you doing in the butler's pantry, sir?
Looking for a butler. Namely you, Carruthers.
Oh. May I serve you, sir?
Yeah. How do I get an interview with Dr. McGraw?
Well, sir, I should... Oh. Strange, after all my years of service, I still start as the master summons. Hey.
You did it again.
Well, I'm sorry, sir. I'd better see what Dr. McGraw wants.
Forget it. I'm answering this one.
You're not going to drop your disguise, sir.
Why not? Who am I kidding, anyway? You rang, Dr. McGraw?
Oh, I didn't ring for you. I rang for Carruthers. I ordered him to tidy up my office while I was at dinner. And look at it.
Looks neat as a pin to me, Doctor.
Oh, yeah, sure new here. Chauffeur,
I'm only wearing his uniform. Here's my card.
Oh, detective, eh?
That's right, Doctor. This one's just about ready to wrap up.
Well, you interest me. Go on.
I will. I think you've been trying to use that boy as a murder weapon against his sister.
Oh, and you call yourself a detective?
If you can call yourself a doctor, I guess I can. You've been treating him with narcosynthesis, haven't you?
Yes, that's right.
Hypnotic drug. While he's under it, you brief him on his activities for the day, and he follows through, including assaults with deadly weapons.
That would be possible with certain very suggestible patients, but I'm afraid impossible to prove.
I think I can prove it, Doctor. You shouldn't leave your textbooks lying around loose. I found out the only way Tony could have walked down that stairway to Kathy's beach house without falling would be temporary relief of his symptoms due to hypnotic suggestion, unquote.
I see. What do you intend to do about this theory of yours?
What do you suggest?
You see this row of buzzers here on my desk?
Mm-hmm.
This one is for my secretary. This is to summon Carruthers, and when I press this buzzer, two of the most hideous plug uglies you've ever seen will rush into this office, beat you to a pulp, and dump you outside the front gate. That's what I think of your theory.
Buzz away, Doctor. I think I like them better than I do you.
As you wish.
From where I was on the other side of the room, I didn't know what had happened at first. All I saw was a lot of paper gushing out of the wastebasket. The doctor sure was dead. His midsection was perforated like a shower drain. And on the wall, spanning out around the end of the room, about a yard up from the baseboard, there was a straight line of holes. I dug into one. What I took out wasn't a bullet. It was a perfectly round steel ball. Then I remembered the wastebasket, the paper flying out of it just before the explosion. In the bottom of it, I found the answer. The base of a steel mechanism with German lettering on it. It was a wartime anti-personnel mine that the GIs called the Bouncing Betty.
The United States Armed Forces Radio Service is presenting the weekly adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade.
I didn't wait for the Squid Beach law to arrive. Who could? I went straight back to San Francisco. You, Lieutenant Dundee, were waiting at my office.
Morning, Sam.
Hello, Dundee.
About that McGraw killing, Sam. The chief down at Skid Beach has asked us to cooperate with the department down there at Skid Beach.
Squid Beach, Dundee.
That's right. They say you caught a bus at Skid Beach.
Squid.
That's right. There's a 1:45 in the company of a young woman answering the description of the McGraw girl.
They say that, do they?
They say they got a statement from that butler,
Carruthers.
Well, it's open and shut anyway.
The butler hired you, the girl is wanted, and you're hiding her out. Why?
Why not?
Well, it's established that the girl hated the deceased and bickered with him constantly. The doctor and the boy were pals. That girl's guilty as
You've been able to place her in the murder room?
Well, no, but here's an item. She worked with an Army ordnance during the war in research. Subject, I made a note of that. Enemy landmines, anti-personnel. One of the reports she helped put out was on the Bouncing Betty.
Yeah?
Definitely. Hey, where you going, Sam?
Sam, it's been so lonesome cooped up here all day.
Why didn't you tell me you were with Army ordnance during the war?
Well, I don't know. I suppose it thought it was unfeminine or something.
Try again.
All right, I'll tell you the truth. I had a copy of that report with instructions for the operation of the Bouncing Betty in the desk in my room.
What the devil are you doing with a thing like that?
I don't know. I was proud of it. It was the only report I worked on with the general.
Should have got rid of it.
I did. I burned it in the fireplace as soon as I learned what had killed him.
You didn't burn it good enough.
Sam, they found it.
Yeah.
Have they arrested Tony?
Not yet, but he's definitely sane. He'll have to take the rap for anything he's done.
I see. Well, I guess there's no other way. Tony didn't do it, Sam. I did. I want to make a confession.
Not to me, please. Not to me.
After what happened down at the beach when I knew I was no longer safe anywhere, I realized I had to do it. For Tony's sake as well as mine. When we arrived back at the house, I looked into the dining room and I saw Dr. McGraw eating dinner. I knew it was my chance to get into his office.
Yeah? Then what?
Well, the Bouncing Betty was in my room. There was some wire in the tool chest, and I knew that Carruthers always went to tidy up while the doctor was at dinner. So I waited until I saw him come out, and then I went in, and I looked around for a place to plant it, out of sight. Then I saw the wastebasket full of papers. It was the perfect hiding place. The whole thing didn't take more than 5 minutes. Well, say something.
I guess I don't know what to say.
Go on, say you hate me. Say it.
I don't. Wish I did.
Oh, Sam. Help me. Help me.
I'm sorry, baby. I am sorry. I don't know how long we sat there. I held her in my arms until she cried herself out, then we just looked at each other. I knew if I'd put it off another minute, I wouldn't call you at all, Dundee. So, with my arms still around her, I reached for the phone.
Homicide.
Lieutenant Dundee, this is Sam Spade.
Lieutenant Dundee. Hello? Hello?
Give me that. Lieutenant, this is Catherine McGraw. I wish to make a full confession in the murder of my stepmother.
I walked out while she was still talking to you, Dundee. I knew she'd wait for you, and I didn't want to be there when you took her away. As I walked over to my office, everything she'd said kept coming back to me. I could see her sneaking into her brother's room and getting her contraption out of the cabinet. I could see her hiding behind the door until Carruthers came out after tidying up McGraw's office, dumping ashtrays, emptying wastebaskets. And that's as far as I got. I went back to my office to wait. And sure enough, 20 minutes after the papers hit the streets with Kathy's confession, the door opened and he came in.
Well, sir, I believe it's turning a bit raw out of doors. The gardener was saying only this morning that we should order out some shrouds for the Sapiglosa Sinuasa. Am I discommoding you, sir?
No, Carruthers, I've been waiting for you.
With your permission, sir. The ashtray.
Just dump it in the wastebasket.
Well, I am gratified to note that your secretary has been looking after things and has emptied your waste paper basket, as is right and proper.
Quite.
Yes, sir. And speaking of waste paper baskets...
Allow me, Carruthers. You have come to apprise me of your part in the death of the late Dr. McGraw. Am I in error?
You've already divined my purpose, sir. Yes, it was I who placed that infernal machine.
In the wastebasket, Carruthers, yes, I know.
It struck me as a bit of poetic justice that the buzzer, which that dreadful man used as a symbol of his despotism, should be the instrument of his own destruction.
I'm sorry, Carruthers. I'll do all I can.
No need, sir. No need.
I'm aware that there is no final justification for taking the law into one's own hands. Every man is entitled to trial by jury of his peers. But where, Mr. Spade, where could be found 12 good men and true who would allow themselves to be called the peer of that monster, Dr. McGraw?
Period. End of report.
Sam, there must be some mistake.
Mistake, Effie? Mistake? No?
Well, the butler can't be guilty. That's old-fashioned.
He was an old-fashioned butler, sweetheart. Where today can you get help like that? Somebody who empties the ashtrays, keeps the waste paper baskets clean, tidies up around the place.
Well, I'd be only too happy to do the same for you, Sam.
I know you would, doll.
But considering what happened to Mr. Carruthers' employer,
Effie, you mustn't allow your mind to dwell on such matters. It's wicked.
Sam! Who emptied an ashtray in that wastebasket that I just finished cleaning out?
Pay it no heed, sweetheart. I'll buy you a silent butler. I'll go type that up.
Here it is, Sam. I hope I haven't made any mistakes. I'm in such a hurry.
Whatever did you do to your hair?
Well, I brushed it out, Sam.
What happened to the pen curls?
I told you, Sam, when it was brushed out, it wouldn't be noticeable.
Hours of torture sitting under a hot dryer for something nobody will notice.
But, Sam, it puts bounce in your whole makeup.
I get it. The bouncing Effie caper.
Oh.
Eyeshadow, new shade of lipstick. You look real gone.
Oh, no.
Whom is it tonight?
Well, it's this friend of Maud's, Sam. Of course, she's not really serious about him, so it's all right.
Your conscience bothering you?
Oh, no, Sam, no. He's definitely not serious about her. I mean,
Well, have fun, sweetheart, while Maud burns.
Oh, well, she won't. And I suppose you'll be seeing that girl, what was her name? Oh, yes, Kathy.
Well, at least if I'm not playing in someone else's garden.
No. Well, have fun anyway. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Dove. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Private Detective, is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
By transcription.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Sam Spade Detective Agency?
Hey, sweetheart.
Sam, where have you been?
I've been tasting the bitter with the sweet at Miss Wigginson's School for Girls, sort of a special course in homicidal apiculture.
Apiculture?
Mm-hmm.
There were apes involved?
Effie, where is your Latin? Apis, apianus, of or pertaining to bees.
Oh, bees, of course. It was a bee caper?
It was a beekeeper caper.
Oh, that's funny, Sam. That's a honey.
Effie, put these words down in your little book. Honey, sweetness, hives, combs, etc. Never mention them again.
What?
Keep things humming, sweetheart, and I'll be right down to drone my way through my report on the queen bee caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. You know, during the summer, when you spend so much of your time out of doors, it's important to pay special attention to the care of your hair. To keep it right in place, to help keep it from getting dry, use America's favorite hair tonic, Wild Root Cream Oil. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. Use it every day. If you've never tried it, ask for it in the 25-cent get-acquainted bottle, and ask for it by name. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all, in the adventures of Sam Spade.
To be or not to be?
Hello, Sam. Hiya, Sam. How's tricks?
Oh, Effie, really, this jargon, this patois. Don't you think it's about time we spoke like educated people?
You know best, Sam.
Every time I visit one of our institutions of learning, I find out something I didn't know.
Oh, Sam, that's incredulous. You just know everything.
Yeah, I guess I do when you come right down to it. The bee, for instance. Bees are a genus of insects of the Hymenopterus order.
What?
Hymenopterus. Living in societies composed of one queen, or perfect female, a few males, or drones, and an indefinite number of undeveloped females, or neuters, which are the workers.
That's me, I suppose. A neuter.
Well, that's for you to say.
Of course.
And you know what else about the bee?
Not Sam.
Confidentially, it stings. Date, July 10th, 1949, to Miss Elizabeth Cowley, Miss Wigginson School for Girls, Seacliff Drive, San Francisco. I wonder about girls sometimes. And that's bad, Effie. Bad.
Oh.
From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Queen Beekeeper. Dear Miss Cowley. I was singing a medley of sorority drinking songs as I opened the wrought iron gate, walked up the garden path, past those cast iron deer, and presented myself at the big brass bell pull beside that massive paneled door that stands guard between the outside world and your sheltered inmates. A little housemaid wearing dimity let me in and led me to your office. I sat on your chintz-covered sofa and looked at your drapes with their thriving beehive motif and waited for you with my back half turned to the open door. Hello, how are you?
All right, girls. Break it up now. Go on. Haven't you ever seen a man before? Run along now. You'll be late for physical ed. Go on, quick.
Miss Cowley?
No, I'm not Miss Cowley.
Oh, no, of course not. No, I'm just hoping.
You're Mrs. Spade, aren't you? Laurie Thomas. I'm Miss Cowley's assistant.
A nice day. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Don't bother to move. I'll lean over you.
Mm-hmm.
Put this report on the desk.
Oh, sure.
Miss Cowley will be here in just a minute.
Thanks. So warm in here.
Next time, wear a mailman's uniform and a 50-year-old stoop. You'll find the temperature's exactly right.
Yeah. I mean, yes, ma'am.
See that you do, then. Oh, sorry. There seems to have been a misplacement of some copy. Would you check on it, please?
Oh, surely. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Spade.
I'm Elizabeth Cowley. You may sit down.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Spade, I'll be painfully frank with you. A thief is at large in my school.
Oh? Well, you probably have a good answer, but I'll ask it anyway. Why not call in the police?
I have a good answer, Mr. Spade. My girls come from San Francisco's finest and wealthiest families.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Wigginson's has had an untarnished reputation for more than 3 generations.
I'm sure.
As headmistress, I must handle this matter with the utmost discretion. Frankly, I already know the thief. Are there any questions?
Well, only one timid one. Who is it?
I regret to say a faculty member is to blame. Laurie Thomas. She was in here a minute or two ago.
Oh, really? Well, why, Miss Thomas, you find any of the loot stashed away in her room?
Well, no. No, not exactly. I haven't recovered any of the stolen articles, but I'm sure Glory's responsible. I'm certain she's the thief.
You're just sure?
I thought perhaps you might establish definite proof against Glory.
You mean you want me to frame her?
Oh, no, Mr. Spade. You misunderstand me.
I don't think so, Miss Cowley.
Oh, dear, I was afraid this would happen. I told Ursula. But then...
All right, I'll ask. Who's Ursula?
Mr. Spade, I think I can trust you. It was Ursula who instructed me to call you. Ursula Cavanaugh. You know the name.
The Ursula Cavanaugh inherited all the real estate, lives in Cavanaugh Towers penthouse, hasn't set foot out of there in 20 years?
Yes. Miss Cavanaugh is our school's benefactress. She is, of course, on the board of trustees. She is, moreover, a dear personal friend.
Oh, I see.
Oh, yes. We were classmates together here many years ago. Ursula's quite unlike myself. Married well. No widow now. Very aggressive. Frankly, she wishes to have Glory Thomas discharged. But her connection with the dismissal must not be known. Now, I don't suppose I can ask you to take the assignment now.
I'm a detective, Miss Cowley, not a frame-up artist. I had to have my name called up in the lobby, and then 2 elevator trips later, I faced her on her penthouse terrace. Ursula Cavanaugh looked like a 1910 stock company lead out of Charlie's Aunt, smoking a black Italian stogie and gripping a cane like a shillelagh. 2 men were on the receiving end of her black snake whip of a tongue. A youngish guy, stockbroker type, and an individual in a morning coat who looked practically nude without a butterfly net.
Oh, you're a fool and a nincompoop, Jelinek. I lost all patience with you ages ago. Not only are you incompetent, but you're also dishonest. Don't mind telling you that when the board of directors meets on Thursday, I intend to instruct them...
Mr. Cavanaugh, I've tried not to discommode you in any way. I endeavor in every detail to fulfill my responsibilities as manager of this...
Don't interrupt me.
Auntie, I think you've got Jelinek and me all wrong. Now, the truth is...
The truth is, Gerald, you're both a pair of thieving scoundrels. Now, get out, Jelinek, before your weasel face ruins my digestion.
Very well, madam. I remain at your service.
No backbone, no spunk. And as for you, my dear nephew...
I think I'll toddle along, Auntie. I ought to get back to the office.
Control your little impulses, Gerald. I admire a little larceny in any man, but not at my expense.
I was beginning to think I'd become invisible in that rarefied penthouse atmosphere. She hadn't even blinked at me while Jelinek slunk back to the lobby and Gerald toddled along to his office. The terrace was a riot of bloom. I don't know much about flowers, but she must have had them all there. Off to one side, a little man in a blue smock puttered around a wooden structure on a stand. I'd become aware of bees humming amidst the flowers when she finally spoke to me.
You're Tom Spade, aren't you?
Sam, ma'am, the fun-loving Spade.
Take your photograph out of the other detectives. Looked like you got skunked. Why'd you come here?
Curiosity. I met Glory Thomas out at Miss Wigginson's. I liked her. I wanted to see the type that would strong-arm her out of a job from a safe distance.
Spunky. Come over here, Mr. Spade. I want to show you something. Piggott.
Yes, ma'am.
That'll do for now. Work at the other end of the garden for the time being.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Piggott's my gardener and beekeeper. Most taciturn individual. You know what this is?
Well, I didn't, but now I can see it's a beehive.
Yes, my own beehive. Fresh honey from a tea and fruitcake every afternoon.
Fine old tradition.
Observe this hive, young man. Honeybees are the most intelligent of all insects, surpassing even the ants. And why? Because one female controls a community of many, many thousands.
I'm against it.
Yes, Mr. Spade. The queen bee reigns supreme. The males are drones, quite useless. The female workers perform all necessary labor, no waste motion, no dissension.
Well, some of my best friends are drones, and I just can't stand them.
I think you understand me, Mr. Spade. I wish Gloria Thomas removed from San Francisco for an excellent reason. My nephew, Gerald Long, the young man who just left here, has developed absurd romantic notions about her.
Yeah, so you want the romance busted up, but if you try to break it up openly, your nephew might get stubborn and even marry her. On the other hand, by framing her as a thief, you ward off the affair until you can figure out some other dirty trick.
I knew you'd understand me, Mr. Spade. I admire bluntness in moderation. Well, what do you say to joining forces with me?
Just one thing, Mrs. Cavanaugh. Nuts. Next morning, I put through a call to Miss Wigginson's School for Girls. It had been my intent to talk to you, Miss Colley, to tell you I'd left my hat in your office, but somehow I found myself talking to Glory Thomas. And somehow our talk resulted in a cocktail date at the 10 o'clock Scholar Bar and Lounge.
I shouldn't have come, of course.
Oh, exam papers to grade, no doubt?
Stacks and stacks?
Soft velvet-type hands. Well, what's this on them?
Stain. I teach our girls chemistry, among other things.
I'll be taking in a night school class for the other thing.
You're crazy. You don't need any education.
Well, I can always use a postgraduate course.
You're really crazy, Sam. I needed this.
We'll make a night of it.
Maybe.
Gerald won't object, huh?
What's that mean? Who have you been talking to? That hateful old woman?
Mrs. Cavanaugh wants to put the boots to you, Glory. She called me in to frame you.
I could kill her.
Oh, easy now, Glory.
Don't talk to me. I thought I could take it. I thought I could be patient and wait while Jerry ironed everything out. But not now, though. I hate that selfish, domineering old woman. I hate her nephew, and I hate you.
Well, that'll do to start with, honey. Now let's go down my list. I hate...
Oh, let me go. I've had all I can take for one night.
Wait a minute, Glory. Hey, you forgot your bag. Hey! She disappeared around the corner as I came out into the street. It was starting to rain. As I stepped off the curb, I slipped and turned my ankle. As I limped onto Montgomery Street, I saw her disappearing into one of the tall buildings on my side of the street. It could have been the Cavanaugh Towers. I step and a half into the lobby thereof a few minutes later. As I came in, Jelinek, the manager, was getting off the elevator. He swatted himself several times in the neck and then went into a door marked private. No trace of Glory in the lobby. I looked in the bar. She wasn't there, but Albert Piggott, the beekeeper, was having a stinger.
Oop. Now I'm beginning to feel good. Hey, who's this? I know that. Why, it's Mr. Spade. Sit down, Mr.
I don't have time just now, Mr. Piggott. Tell me...
Sit down. Sit down.
Easy.
I'm fired. Have you heard? I'm fired. Just a worker out of work. Turned out by the queen bee.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Piggott. I imagine Mrs. Cavanaugh wasn't too easy to work for.
I told her to keep away from the bees when I wasn't there. Well, she's gone and disobeyed me. One of the workers must have stung her. She's got a temper, you know. Ooh, my. Must have smashed the eye with her stick. Bees were everywhere, all over. And then she fired me.
When was this, and why did she fire you?
Just now, maybe half an hour ago. I knocked, and then there wasn't any answer, and then I let myself in. It was all dark. I couldn't even see her. Heard the bees, of course, but couldn't... Ooh, sorry. And I said, Mrs. Cavanaugh, you disobeyed me. And in this voice, this awful voice, she says, Mr. Piggott, you're fired. Get out. This awful voice from the dark. And Mr. Piggott, mind you. Never before, just Piggott this and Piggott that. And hey, where are you going? Hey!
I didn't bother to stop at the desk to get myself announced. I took the passenger elevator, then operated the penthouse elevator myself. No hands. Nobody answered my ring. The door was unlocked. I went inside. Crossed through the empty apartment to the terrace. The rain had just stopped, and the sunset cut a sudden shaft. First I heard it, the humming of swarming bees. Then I saw the overturned beehive. Then I saw Ursula Cavanaugh sprawled back in her chair, her sick and Italian stogie on the floor, while the bees clustered greedily over the fruitcake and honey set out on the table. I wondered if those most intelligent of all insects had the answer to Shakespeare's question, "O death, where is thy sting?"
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, back to the Queen Bee Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Miss Wigginson, Miss Carley speaking.
Sam Spade.
Oh, yes. You shouldn't have gone to see Mrs. Cavanaugh.
I didn't make any promises, ma'am.
Ursula was quite upset by your visit. Called me after you left her. Quite angry about it, Mr. Spade.
Oh?
She wanted to see me today. Our weekly half-day holiday, you know. But I simply couldn't face her. I'm sorry if I sound like... Finally managed to doze off after everyone left for the afternoon. Have you called before?
No, this is the first time. I'm at Mrs. Cavanaugh's place right now.
Indeed. Does Ursula wish to talk to me?
She can't.
I beg your pardon?
It might be a good idea if you'd come over here, Miss Carley. Mrs. Cavanaugh's dead.
What was that?
Mrs. Cavanaugh's dead. And since you're her oldest and closest friend...
Yes, Mrs. Spade. I'll come immediately.
Well, you came on over, Miss Carley, but meanwhile nephew Gerald Long arrived, also Piggott, whom I called down at the bar, and who sobered up with remarkable rapidity on hearing the news. Gerald was shaken up by his great aunt's demise. We waited for the family doctor to arrive and watched Piggott entice the bees back into the hive. You turned up soon after and tried to soothe Gerald's nerves. The hotel manager, Jelinek, also flooded in. The doctor diagnosed cause of death as shock from formic acid, the secretion bees inject into the bloodstream with their stingers. We all stood around thinking our various thoughts as the doc voiced this verdict. Piggott was the one who voiced an epitaph.
She really knew nothing about bees, you know. The queen bee was all important, she thought. But there's always a rebel in every hive. The queen bee is always deposed sooner or later. The worker bees go on and on, but the queen bee can't reign forever.
After that, we all left and went our various ways. Poor old Piggott shouldn't have said that, but he must have been a lot drunker than he seemed, because he was found next morning in his garden in Marin County beside his overturned beehive, a victim like his late employer of fatal bee stings.
That'll make you a fool if you think you'll get away with this.
Don't threaten me, Mr. Long. I've been bullied long enough. I don't intend to lose my position here now Mrs. Cavanaugh's gone. I've taken all I could stand from her, and I don't intend to let you walk all over me.
I'll do whatever I think needs to be done, Jelinek. So if you're trying to insinuate
I
that
can cause you as much trouble as you caused me, maybe more. With what I found out about you now.
Dear. Go on, beat it before I break. How did you get in here, Spade?
Door was open.
Well, if you're here to collect any kind of bill, I want to know what services you rendered.
Nothing's rendered yet. But I figured you might like to know that Aunt Ursula was murdered.
Murdered? You can't say that. Not my hotel.
Shut up, Jelinek. You need proof to back that up, Spade.
I've got it. Piggott.
What? Piggott's dead.
How do you know?
His doctor just called me.
Yeah. Well, that's why I know your aunt was murdered. I've just been out to Marin. Had quite a session with that doctor.
Well, where's your proof, man? Who'd want to kill her?
Well, Oh, stop it. Practically everybody who knew her.
Really, now, I must protest this disrespect to the memory
Shut
of
up. Go on, Spade. Go on. Start getting specific.
Well, specifically, Pigot's doctor, because of what I suggested, examined the dead man again, found the mark of a hypodermic, plus the fact that a concentrated solution of formic acid killed Pigot. Pigot's next-door neighbor said he'd been stung as often as 10 and 12 times a day. That meant he'd built up a certain immunization to bee stings.
Are you suggesting that someone murdered him with an injection of commercial formic acid?
I thought I'd made that fairly clear.
And what would the motive be?
To keep him from talking about his employer's murder.
I see. Well, is that all?
Yeah, except that his neighbor told me somebody answering your description called on him this afternoon.
Right. Oh. Well, yes, but Spade, look here, I can explain that.
Oh, me. Hello.
Yeah, hello, darling. I'll be through in about an hour. Just got to check supplies in the chem lab, and then I'll be home and show you what a cook I am. You better be pretty
I'm sorry, just a second. Here's Gerald. For you, Gerald, your wife.
Oh. Hold on a second, honey. Spade, look here now. You can't drag her into this thing.
When did you get married?
Yesterday afternoon.
Husband and wife. No testifying, huh? Well, I don't think I'll need your testimony. Jelinek's face fell 4 inches into his ascot tie as he heard himself lose exclusive hush money rights to the above information. Pausing only to enjoy a hearty laugh at his discomfiture, I went on to my next and final port of call, Miss Wigginson's School for Girls. This time, there was no girlish tittering as I entered, Miss Colley. No dewy young Amazons clutching hockey sticks in their grubby little hands. For a very good reason, as you told me.
My girls are dismissed for the day, Mr. Spade. Because of poor Ursula, of course. Really disrupts our routine. First our weekly half-day holiday yesterday, and now today.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to Miss Thomas in the chemistry lab she is, I think.
Very well. I'll take you to her. She knows nothing about first meeting.
I'd talk to her.
Oh, well, in here.
Yes? Oh. What do you want?
Thought we might talk.
There's nothing to talk about.
Well, we could talk about this hypodermic needle.
Put that down. I'm using it for an experiment.
Or, how about a formula, HCOOH or CH2O2?
What? It's formic acid.
Mm-hmm. Miss Colley, you said yesterday was a half-day holiday. Did Miss Thomas stay here in school?
Why, no. She rarely does on Wednesday afternoon.
That's why Mrs. Cavanaugh had a visitor, didn't she, Glory?
Did she?
After you ran away from me?
All right. I did go up to see her. I was so mad about what you told me. I intended to hand in my resignation and give her a piece of my mind, and but she was dead when I got there.
Oh, Glory, no.
And I just got panic-stricken and ran.
Yeah, murder's a pretty scary thing.
Murder? What do you mean, Mr. Spade?
Mrs. Cavanaugh died from a hypodose of formic acid. Somebody familiar with chemistry would use that method.
Then that could mean...
The acid could be made up in this lab. The hypodermic could be this one here.
I didn't kill her. I didn't.
You say you were scared. You were so scared you ran all the way to City Hall and married her nephew.
So you found out?
Jelinek found out first. He intended to squeal the old lady, but she was dead when he got back. He knew her will disinherited Gerald if he married without her auntie's approval while she was still alive.
We married after she was dead. But that didn't matter. After I saw you, I told Jerry if he was any sort of man, he'd marry me, will or no will. He did.
And yet this morning he drove over to Marin County to see old Pigot.
You think he was trying to shield me? I tell you, she was dead when I got into that room. I don't know anything about Pigot.
One moment. I believe I recall that Mr. Pigot said Ursula spoke to him when she discharged him. Glory, you must be mistaken about the time you entered that room. She couldn't have already been dead because...
Yes, she could have and was. The killer was almost caught by Pigot. She hid behind the curtain in the dark and spoke to him. Miss Cavanaugh was already dead, but...
I see. Mr. Pigot thought it was Ursula's voice, but it was yours, Glory.
No, it was yours, Miss Colley.
What?
You committed both murders. You had access to the murder weapon. You had the half-day holiday to do it in.
Mr. Spade.
Even at that moment, the finishing school schoolmarm had to say Mr. Pigot.
And I'm not sorry for it. Ursula misused her power shamefully.
And now the queen bees deposed again.
You're brighter than most men, Mr. Spade. You too understood the significance of Mr. Piggott's remarks last night.
Yeah, I could have been a little brighter, a little sooner. You helped give yourself away when you asked me if I'd called you earlier yesterday afternoon.
Why, Sam? How could she?
Well, Kavanaugh bullied her since childhood. Then you came on the staff and your ability scared her. The Queen Bee being deposed and whatnot. When Kavanaugh wanted you framed, she saw a chance to get rid of both of you. She hoped her murder would look like an accident, but if it was recognized as murder, you'd be the logical suspect.
Oh, you're much too clever, Mr. Spade. Let's get it over with.
Yeah, let's. It's up to those drones at homicide from here on in. Period, and a report.
Sam,
Yes, Evie?
how come Gerald went out to see Mr. Piggott?
Well, Gerald didn't care about the will, but he didn't want to boot a fortune out the window either. Chloe hadn't told him she'd seen his aunt, so he called on Piggott to find out when Piggott last saw Auntie alive. Go type that up. I am completely well, and when you return, we shall Indian wrestle.
Certainly, Sam.
And now, listen to this. Shopping note. Tonight or tomorrow, get a family-sized bottle or handy tube of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's favorite hair tonic.
Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Renee and Pierre Garrigank. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you transcribed by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. This is Dick Joy.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
By transcription.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Detective Agency.
It's me,
I'm very
sweetheart.
sorry, but Mr. Spade is not available at this hour of the morning.
Effie,
You might have better luck if you try in an hour or so, say somewhere around 10:30 or 11.
Effie!
You see, his work keeps him up nights, and he has to have...
Miss Perrine, this is your employer.
What?
Take a deep breath. Got it? Now let's start all over again. This is Samuel Spade, up and kicking at 9:30 in the morning.
Already?
Still.
Sam, this is absolutely unpresidential. You haven't been up this early since 1934.
I had to see you, sweetheart.
Really, Sam?
I couldn't stay away another moment from those roguish green eyes, that windblown hair, your
Sam.
gay musical laugh, that cute little upturned nose.
Sam, are you giving me a line?
I'm about to, sweetheart. A fishing line.
A fishing line? Where were you with a fishing line?
In a closet, of course. Hang on a couple of sinkers and a brand new hook. I'll be right down to dictate my report on the Cutty Hunk caper. Gotta keep myself awake
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Say, has your family tried Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic yet? That's right, I said your family. For not only men, but women and children, too, like the neat, natural way Wild Root Cream Oil grooms their hair. The effective way it relieves annoying dryness. The fast, thorough way it removes loose, ugly dandruff. If your family hasn't tried it yet, get Wild Root Cream Oil in the 25-cent get-acquainted bottle. Find out why it's America's favorite. Ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all, in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Hello, sweetheart.
Oh, Sam, what's the matter with you?
Calm yourself, Angel. Nobody looks good this time of the morning. Just got my hair mussed.
Oh,
that's
but
all.
look at your...
I know, but don't jump to conclusions. I haven't got two heads. The little one is only a bump on the big one. Shall we have at it?
You look nice in the morning, Sam.
That's a big, dirty lie. Hey, what is that bright yellow stuff all over the floor there?
Oh, that's sunshine.
Oh. Date, fill it in to Mr. Terrence Burgess, City Jail, San Francisco, California.
Jail?
Mm-hmm. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Cuddy Hunk Caper. It seems like only last night that I was strolling up O'Farrell Street through the fog. As a matter of fact, it was last night. A night off, I thought. I would sidle up to Dreamland Auditorium and watch two other people break each other's bones for a change. The card looked interesting. A 300-pound ox known to the public as Nasty Norbert was wrestling a new import named the Swedish Pinhead.
Extra! Night final. Convicted killer escapes from city jail. Extra! Bludgeon killer loose. Extra! Paper, mister?
Not I, son. I am not interested in crime. But wait. How many papers have you left, fella?
About 54.
Well, you better get going. Somehow the news of the bludgeon killer's escape touched only the outer fringe of my consciousness, since I was determined to leave it all behind for a night. So I strolled toward Dreamland, noting the while that about a half a block behind me, a character in a hat and a long gray overcoat seemed to have the same thing in mind. When you've been tailed as often as I have, Terry boy, you develop hindsight. This was obviously an amateur shadow. I'd stop, look in the store window, so would he. I turned off O'Farrell onto Webster, ditto. Then off Webster onto Geary and over onto Fillmore. My shadow was moving closer now, keeping me in sight in the crowd. When a police car screamed past, my guy ducked into a store entrance like a rabbit. I turned up Post Street, slid into a dark doorway, and waited. Hold it, buddy.
No, wait, let go of me.
Just a minute. Here, give me that.
What, you...
Okay. Now, what's the matter?
Nothing. Honest,
Why are you tailing me?
I'm in trouble.
You're getting a lot more trouble running around with a police 38 in your overcoat pocket. Where'd you get it?
I borrowed it.
Who from?
A cop.
Wait a minute. Raise your hat.
Yeah. All right, I'm Terry Burgess.
Terry Burgess? Didn't they convict you?
Yeah. They were going to sentence me tomorrow.
The bludgeon killer, huh? How did you spring?
The cop turned his back and I grabbed, that's all. I had to get out, Spade. I had to.
Wait a minute now, wait a minute.
I had nothing to do with it, so help me, but nobody cares. Nobody listens to me. I'm going to the gas chamber for something I didn't do.
You got a lawyer, haven't you?
Oh, he can't do anything. He tried to,
Well,
but...
what can I do?
I don't know, Mr. Spade. I don't know. I saw you back there. I thought if anybody could help me, you could.
Now, take it easy.
I followed you trying to get up nerve, but can't you please do something?
You hear that? Those are prowl cars, kid. I know that's bad news to you, and will be bad news for me if I'm caught talking to you instead of dragging you into headquarters.
Yeah, but...
I'll tell you what. I'll listen to what you can tell me in 5 minutes. I'll risk my license just that long. On page 1 of the Beginner's Handbook for Correspondence School Detectives, it states that it is not okay for a private investigator to conceal a known criminal, much less a convicted murderer. But I couldn't help wondering why this flyweight bludgeon killer would seek out for a confidant, a detective, especially one whose unfaltering sense of duty and sickening high moral standards have made his name anathema to the underworld and have caused him to be blackballed at gangster canasta parties everywhere. Anyway, I listened to the kid's story. He started right in about Laurie Hanover.
Got me. She was beautiful, of course, but I've known a lot like that.
Laurie Hanover, huh? What was she, a photographer's model or something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of a screwball, according to the papers.
Oh, they didn't know the half of it. She'd been giving me the brush for weeks. Well, I thought it was another guy. I tried to talk to her, but she just hung up on me.
Then what?
I couldn't stand it any longer. One night I got tanked up, went over to her place for a showdown. I found her lying on the bed with her head all... It was awful.
How'd you get in?
The door was open.
Yeah? Then what?
I guess I passed out. When I woke up, a cop was standing over me. That's all there was to it.
That's enough. What time did you get there?
I don't know.
How did you get there?
I took a taxi.
What kind of a taxi? Where's the driver?
I don't even remember that. It was some off-brand of a taxi.
Some off-brand of a taxi. This is important, kid.
I know it is. I've tried to remember, but I can't. It's like trying to remember
Yeah, a nightmare. What time did you leave your apartment?
I don't know. Sometime after dinner.
You don't know when you left, how you got there, or what time you found it.
I'm telling you the truth. Believe me.
Your 5 minutes are up. Come on, let's go.
But listen, I can lie to you. I can make it for a lot of times and stuff, but I'm not.
Yeah.
Hey! Wait a minute. That's a police car.
Sure it is.
Let go of me.
Take it easy, Burgess.
You dirty double grudge.
Okay, Burgess, okay.
What's going on there?
Come on, Burgess. Come on. Get up.
Burgess? Where?
Yeah, let's take him down to headquarters.
I should have known better, Spade.
Shut up and get in.
Well, Burgess. Boys will be glad to see you back.
He's got a great story, officer. He doesn't remember anything that happened the night of the murder, and he's stuck with it.
Sure, they're all alike. He's guilty of sin.
That's where you're wrong. He's innocent.
Huh? But then why are you...
Because I'd hate to have a client knocked off by a trigger-happy cop. You'll be safer in jail. To headquarters, officer, and please don't let's use the siren,
What a night.
Put him away, Lieutenant?
Yeah. He's in his cell now, talking to Chenoweth.
Chenoweth? You mean the lawyer?
Yeah.
Well, he comes pretty high. Where's Burgess get the money to hire him?
He's assigned with the court. Chenoweth sort of half volunteered, anyway. Hey, you mind if I make a suggestion, Sam?
It's your office, Kelsey.
Go home and go to bed. You're wasting your time.
I don't think so. I got an ache in my bad knee.
The case is off the books, Sam.
Off your books, onto mine. I think the kid was framed.
Framed? Holy cow. He gets drunk, makes a lot of threats against the girl in a public bar, takes off for her apartment. The landlady hears a scuffle, calls us, and when we get there, he's out cold on the floor, not 6 feet from her body. What more could you ask?
One small question. Who killed her? Guys who knock off their girlfriends generally have a few answers handy, Lieutenant. Burgess has none.
So he's stupid.
So he was drunk and doesn't remember. Look, Kelsey, old gray-headed friend, I've saved you a lot of trouble tonight. Now, why don't you be a love and get me the transcript of the trial, huh?
It's out of my department.
You're well thought of around here, Lieutenant. I'll bet you could get it if you tried.
Oh, Sam, for Pete's sake.
And the case file, too, while you're at it, huh?
Good evening, gentlemen.
I presume this is Mr. Spade.
That's right.
This is Mr. Chenoweth, Sam.
All right.
How do you do, sir? I'll leave you two to hold hands while I rattle up those files. Treat him gently tonight, Mr. Chenoweth. He has an ache in his bad knee.
Bad knee?
Some people get hunches in their head. I get them in my knee.
I wish you were right.
How's the kid?
Oh, better. You've given him something to hold on to. It's going to be tough when the letdown comes.
It's a little early to be digging his grave, don't you think?
And it's a little late to be riding up like a knight in shining armor and telling him you're going to get him off the hook. I don't mind telling your Spade that I resent your intrusion, implying as it does that I haven't discharged my duties as counsel as efficiently as I might have. I want you to know that I volunteered my services on this case because I thought a charge of first-degree murder against this boy was ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. So you tried to get him off on manslaughter?
Temporary insanity.
Why not manslaughter?
Because 10 people heard him swear he was going to kill Laurie Hanover in a bar 1 hour before the crime. That's why.
Okay, so you pitched for temporary insanity, and the court psychiatrist pinned you to the mat. And all the while, you were leaving out the solidest bet of all.
Oh?
Yeah. That he didn't kill her. That he was innocent. A fall guy for somebody who had a much better reason than he did. And another thing, Chenoweth, if you defended the kid half as well as you're defending yourself right now, he wouldn't be in the can. Good night. Why do I talk so big when I know so little? After spending a couple of hours with the files Kelsey brought me, I began to wish I hadn't stopped in that doorway on Post Street. I'd have had a much more pleasant time with Nasty Norbert and the Swedish Pinhead. Kelsey and Chenoweth were right. The case against Terry Burgess was tighter than a Pullman window. So I went home and I went to bed. My bad knee was aching worse than ever when the phone rang. Hello. Hello.
Mr. Spade?
Yeah.
Mr. Spade, I'm awfully sorry to bother you at this hour, but as Shakespeare said, Delays have dangerous ends.
Yeah, he also said tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. Any one of the three will suit me, friend, but right now
Then you'd rather procrastinate?
No, hibernate. I'm in my bare feet and the floor's cold.
Very well, then. I only saw you with young Burgess in an alleyway tonight, and I thought you might be interested in what I have to say.
Hold it, I'll get my slippers.
I won't keep you long. As you know, Mr. Spade, the case against Mr. Burgess was particularly strong since the defense was unable to produce any other suspect with sufficient motive.
Right.
There's an excellent reason for that. They whose guilt within their bosom lies imagine every eye beholds their blame.
Burgess?
Shakespeare. I have made a decision, Mr. Spade. 2 hours of quiet meditation have convinced me it is time to reveal to you that young Burgess is in fact innocent.
Who are you?
If you will call at my office, room 210 in the Cabrillo building, I shall supply you with good and sufficient proof.
Hello? Hello? It took 2 minutes to throw clothes on over my pajamas and run down to the street. And as my taxi cab took off, I noticed that the ache in my bad knee was gone.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade Detective Agency?
Me, sweetheart.
Sam, a man named $5 Frankie called up and said he's putting $2 in your name on a sure thing at some track or other.
Well, that's nice to hear.
I don't think it is at all. You know I don't approve of your gambling, Sam.
Effie, you do some things I disapprove of, but do I snipe at you?
Well, no, but...
No buts about it. And besides, I didn't place the bet. It was placed for me.
I don't care. It's the principle of the thing I don't like.
Well, suppose I put it this way, Effie. That $2 bet on a sure thing was more than just a money bet. It was a gamble on the inherent goodness of the human soul.
Oh, Sam, you're just trying to confuse me.
I am, but I'll straighten everything out to your satisfaction, I trust, when I appear at the office with a highly stylized and rather charming saga of horse players and the world they live in. What else but the sure thing caper?
For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer, director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Yes, and I hope you always are at the wages I pay you.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up, Sam.
When I pay them.
I don't want to start an argument, but I do need some new clothes.
Oh?
You want me to put up a good front, don't you?
I will rephrase my answer. Yes.
Well?
Effie, if you can hold Warp and Wolf together for a few weeks, I have a feeling we'll be rolling in dough, driving big cars and wearing mink.
Oh, you mean that best. All conjecture.
Enough of your sneering. Now, you hear me out. Weigh the evidence, and maybe you'll feel differently.
I doubt it. No good comes of playing the horses.
Date, fill it in. 2 $5 Frankie, care of...
Sam, wait a minute now. $5 Frankie what? What's his last name?
I don't think he has one, F. As I get it, he was born just before a Gold Cup handicap at Pimlico, and they didn't have time to give him a last name and place a bet, too. So they chose the bet.
Oh, Sam, that's awful.
What do you mean, awful? That horse paid 18-1. Well, to get on, 2 $5 Frankie, care of Patterson Smoke Shop, Myrtle Street City, from Samuel Sucker Spade, San Francisco, license number 1375596. Subject, the sure thing caper. Dear $5 Frankie, for you to be seen at the hour of 1 p.m. post time anywhere but at the track is truly a veritable, unbelievable occurrence. So when my door pivoted open Monday at said hour and a short gent with 36 shoulders and a 44 long plaid coat came in, my eyes told me it was you, but my mind screamed no. I checked your wide-brimmed pork pie, your zoot gabardine slacks, suede and alligator wing-tipped shoes, and it still repeated you.
Sammy, do not look as if you have just lamped the ghost. It is I, $5 Frankie.
But at this hour, Frankie, what is it? Your watch broken? Did you lose your way? You sleepwalking? What?
No, Sam. I am in complete possession of my faculties.
Good.
And I came here with the full knowledge of my intellect.
Uh-huh.
I even see through the crystal of my timepiece that it is 1 o'clock. the hour from which they break from the barrier.
That's right.
But I have not been drinking, and as for sleepwalking, that is strictly for gents with unhappy marital relationships.
All right, Frankie, I'm forced to agree with you that you're standing in front of me instead of the $5 window. Now, what's the dope?
Well, ordinarily, I do not resort to hiring a strong arm to consummate my business dealings.
Naturally.
There being a full supply of such muscles lying around the back room of Patterson's smoke shop.
Loose?
But when the job calls for both tact and muscle, I am forced to roam far abroad in search of the same.
You mean you have a job for me? A real honest Seabiscuit job that'll pay money?
With the ordinary Seamus, I might try to offer a little paddock chatter, you know?
Yes.
But with you, Sammy, I will tender coin of the realm.
Good.
I will pay you, of course, in $5 bills, as is my wont.
In advance?
10, 20, 30, 40, 50. 10 times 5.
Figures.
Now, do you veritably consider yourself in my employ?
I am veritably in the race, Frankie.
Good. Now, Sammy, leave it to be understood by both parties that I am not touting you off on any sour deals.
Mm-hmm.
A rather curious situation has arisen, and I will explain it to you candidly, as they say in certain novels which I have not read.
Well, most novels lose so much in the translation.
True.
Yes.
My narrative begins yesterday, to be exact.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, their heels and toes into the back room of Patterson's smoke shop, a gent whose face was once as familiar to me as my own.
By name, said gent?
They call him Gentle Joe Higgins.
Gentle Joe.
Yeah, a horse trainer by profession, which in our civilized society stands second only to jockeys in importance.
Granted, no argument.
Well, I say to Gentle Joe, it has been some time, Gentle Joe, since I see you around and about.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, I have gave up the old life for the new, as I no longer am welcome at the track since a certain embarrassing incident 5 years ago.
What incident was that, Frankie?
A horse doping job, the illegal type, which depresses me to relate. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So I will not.
Ethics.
Yeah. Well, Gentle Joe looks a little worse for the wear, his clothing being literally shabby.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I figure a touch, and I am preparing a story that will wring tears from a tax collector even. But Gentle Joe does not mention the word touch. Oh. Instead, he announces he has a sure thing. Sammy, you know how those words do to a horse player.
It's like throwing a bale of catnip to a lion.
Oh, my arteries open to let the blood through faster. My nerves give off loud, ringing noises, and my mind is already computing.
Of course.
Well, before I can stop myself, I have pressed 500 rocks in Gentle Joe's hand, begging him to place them on the same sure thing.
I'd have done the same thing under the circumstances.
Of course. But Gentle Joe says it will take at least 1,500 rocks to pull off the deal.
Oh.
He further advises me that the horse in question is due to return 20 rocks to 1.
So you gave him the other 1,000?
Well, not having it in my genes at the time, I cut 2 other business and professional friends in on the gravy.
Mm-hmm.
Dinosaur Torelli and Bones Moulton, 5 bills apiece.
And then?
Gentle Joe rushes out of Patterson's and...
Has never been heard from again.
A sad tale.
You think he just stole the money?
Sam, Gentle Joe Higgins is a horse player, not a common sneak thief.
I'm sorry. But did he leave town?
He did not. On the advice of certain informers, I tracked this Gentle Joe to a ramble-shackle rooming house on Clark Street. 241 to be exact.
And?
And there the trail gets very cold indeed.
He's made his move, huh?
No. But he had a landlady who would not let me in.
Complicated.
Oh, she is a frightening person to behold. She is indeed half wildcat and half witch.
I'll deal with her.
Good. And tell Gentle Joe that I am not an overly suspicious person, but also relate to him my position. Dinosaur Torelli and Bones Moulton are 2 such gents as it is wise not to cross.
Rough.
Back fence gossip has it they are the Undertaker's best friends.
Well.
Indeed, it is also rumored they are behind their quota for the month. Well, and Sam.
Yeah?
At Bay Meadows.
Yeah?
A bad card. Nothing going today.
Oh. In preparation for my meeting with this redoubtable landlady, I ran through my repertoire of low, mean faces in front of the mirror, leaving smoking holes in the glass. And then I stamped out, heading for the rooming house on Clark Street, 241 to be exact. My knock was answered by... Well, it was even worse than you told me. She was gumming a sen-sen.
What are you standing there for? You're shading my geraniums.
Oh, no. Well, sir?
Speak up, Curly. I ain't got all day.
Madam, perchance do you house in this quaint colonial inn a fine old gentleman called Gentle Joe Higgins?
You the Lord?
No, I'm in business for myself. See this?
Oh, one thing I hate worse than the law is private detectives. Can't trust them. No, cheap, never have any money.
Look.
Never want to pay anything.
Yes, look.
Always want something for nothing. A surly, no good lot of pocket pickers who should all be boiled in oil and thrown in a pit full of snarling
One
beasts
moment,
of prey.
madam. Madam, look at this.
Ooh,
Yeah.
well. That's the kind of crinkling I like to hear.
I thought you would.
Wouldn't mind having a mattress stuffed full of that green paper.
It is a pleasure, distinctly, to be able to present it to such a charming, witty, and gay woman, I guess, as yourself. Now,
Come in, Bright Eyes.
Yes. Now, where did you say Gentle Joe could be located?
Second door to the left.
Thank you, kindly.
Only he ain't in. Gone out somewhere, he has.
Your timing, madam, and I should add Defarge, was a little sadistic. Now, give me my 5 back.
You ain't heard my proposition yet.
I've heard enough. Madam, you have acted in a very hateful manner.
Another 5, I'll let you wait in his room.
Madam, you are a Dresden doll. No matter what anybody says.
Can the tanner away, if you like, and let's go. Let's have a ball.
Once in Gentle Joe's room, I closed the door, thus separating myself from that skid row bankhead. While I was waiting, I cased the room. Spartan. A bed, a chair, a dresser, a racing form, some worn clothes, various mementos, and pictures of his better days at the track. I was studying an old print of Equipoise when Gentle Joe turned up.
Yes, she was a great stretch runner, wasn't she? Yes, indeed. A mile and 141 and fifth, and hardly damp at the end.
Well, yes.
Now, don't
yes.
look upset, Mr. Spade. Fanny told me that you were a detective waiting for her.
Oh, she's a swell kid.
Yeah, Fanny's impetuous, but a good sort, yeah. Keeps the right people out and lets the wrong ones in. Fine judge of character.
No, you're generous, sir.
I'm about to have a cup of tea. Will you join me?
Be delighted.
I'll just take the water out of the tap. It's hot enough.
Well, Gentle Joe, I'm here on a rather painful mission.
How in goes the tea?
$5 Frankie thinks you caged him out of $1,500.
And now for the water.
And 2 tough friends of his are looking for your scalp.
Yeah, there we are. Now we'll just let that steep a while, and we'll have us a pickup.
Did you hear anything I said?
Of course, Mr. Spade, of course. Every word. I know why you're here. Those men are worried about their money. But next time you see them, you tell them not to worry.
Well, they said this sure thing of yours was going to return 20 to 1 odds. That's a lot of money.
Oh, it will. All of that. Maybe even many times more. Yes, it's a sure thing.
You mean the race hasn't been run off yet?
Yeah, there we are now. I think the tea should be ready.
Well.
Mm-hmm. Now, this is yours.
Thank you.
And this is mine. A Darjeeling flowering pekoe. There's no finer tea.
Has an almond flavor.
Yes, it's peculiar to the region, especially pronounced in last year's crop.
Yes. Well, shall we get back to business?
Yes. Now, you tell those gentlemen that they have no need to fret about their money. It'll be returned to them many times over. Many, many times over. Well, are you feeling all right, Mr. Spade?
Groggy,
They'll look back on this investment with considerable pleasure and pride.
I don't know what
And
happened.
someday they'll be able to say that they, too...
Stupid Sam. Nobody had to give me a saliva test to guess what happened. That nice, sweet, gentle old man had doped me right up to the ears. I tried to stand up, but my legs were like 2 wet pieces of spaghetti, and I went down. Gentle Joe went right on talking and smiling until everything was nothing. When I came to, Joe was gone, and so was my faith in horse people. Fanny had made herself scarce, too, and I stumbled alone out into the daylight for resuscitation. It took walking, coffee, whiskey, and a bowl of raspberries to bring me around. I eventually found a safe haven in my own office. Sam Spade, Detective Agency. Mr. Hangover speaking.
Mr. Spade, this is Gentle Joe.
What? Listen, you...
I know how upset you must be over my little deception.
Deception?
It was all to a good purpose, Mr. Spade. You see, I had to get out of there in a hurry with the minimum of discussion.
I seem to remember you were hustled out of the racing game for doping a few 3-year-olds.
Well, that's what some people in official circles felt. But, Mr. Spade, I want to apologize to you and tell you that I will be able to explain everything to your satisfaction. No.
What's the matter?
Get away! Hello! 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 Hello!
Somebody put the phone back on the hook, so I hung up and dialed a friend at the telephone exchange. She quickly traced the number. The call came from the Sunset Stables out near Bay Meadows. I dialed back, but nobody answered, so I beat it out there. It was dark, and the only person I could rouse was a young stable boy.
Yeah, what do you want?
My name's Spade. A guy named Gentle Joe was calling me from here, and something happened to him.
Gentle Joe Higgins?
That's what I said.
Oh, I haven't seen him in 2 or 3 years.
Now, look, don't give me that. He called from here. Now, where is he?
Oh, look, beat it, will you, before I scream for the cops?
All right, I'll look myself.
Oh, I say you can't. Now, no.
But I did. There were 2 phones inside the stables, both hanging on posts. The second one had the number the phone company had given me, and although someone had tried to cover it up with sawdust, on the floor, under the phone, were 3 tea bags, and somebody had done a lot of bleeding. Looked like Gentle Joe's parlay had run out.
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's music and mystery on NBC every Saturday night. For music tomorrow, your hit parade brings you the top tunes in the land as selected by you and presented by Raymond Scott's Orchestra, Snooky Lanston, and Eileen Wilson. For mystery tomorrow, Herbert Marshall stars as the man called X. In all the strange and far-off places of the world, wherever there is intrigue, danger, and romance, there you will find the man called X. Hear him tomorrow night. And now back to the Sure Thing caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I collared the stable boy and questioned him about the blood under the phone and about what could have happened to Gentle Joe Higgins. Nothing. Just wouldn't talk, and he was too small to beat up. So I went looking for the stable manager. He lived in a small white house behind the exercise ring. He wasn't too happy at being awakened, but when I explained things, he came down to the stable with me.
I can't understand it, Mr. Spade. Gentle Joe Higgins hasn't been around here for at least 2 years.
That's what the boy told me.
You see, for doping a horse once, he can't come near a track or a stable. If we let him hang around here, the racing commission would fine us.
Well, he called from here and something happened to him. The number the phone company gave me matches up with one of your phones. And there was a lot of blood on the floor, too.
Well, here we are. Now, which phone was it?
That one.
All right, let's look at it.
This is the phone, and here's the... Wait a minute. Come in here, you.
Let go of me, you big... Let go.
Now, tell Mr. Kemp here what was on the floor when I came in.
Nothing. Nothing but sawdust.
I tell you there was blood there.
No, honest, nothing. Mr. Spade, this boy's been with me for 5 years. He's perfectly reliable.
Well, so am I.
Well, what do you think happened?
I think somebody used this old man for a punching bag.
Maybe you'd better go home and sleep on it, Mr. Spade. We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Look, don't humor me. Make this kid talk.
Mr. Kemp, this guy's tappy. Danny, are you certain there was no blood or no Gentle Joe?
Mr. Kemp, I'd swear on my father's grave if necessary.
You see, Mr. Spade?
I calmed down in a little while and searched the place myself. I came up with exactly nothing but an attack of hay fever and a horsey smell. And I suddenly wondered why I cared about Gentle Joe at all after what he'd done to me. So I went home and called $5 Frankie.
You say you have conversed with Gentle Joe?
Twice, and both under rather trying circumstances, Frankie. Once I was doped, and once something happened to him.
Uh-huh. I take it he did not heed the message I employed you to convey.
So far, he hasn't heeded anything.
Then he is, without a doubt, in considerable trouble.
I would say so.
It seems that my business associates, Dinosaur Torelli and Bones Moulton, have blown their tops and gone looking for Gentle Joe with something special in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Something like assassination.
I was afraid of that.
Mayhaps they have already contacted Gentle Joe for an accounting.
Certainly mayhaps. I think they've already mowed him down.
And there is nothing further for us to converse about, Sam. It is history, and it will be recorded thusly.
Well, if you say so.
And if I might tender a bit of advice, I would say, hop into the Simmons, Sammy, and knock yourself off a few hours of that ever-loving forgetfulness. And when you arise, you will have erased from your mind the names of Gentle Joe Higgins and yours truly, $5 Frankie, for some time to come.
I was tired, and it seemed smart to take his advice. So I did. I went to bed. It must have been 3 a.m. when something woke me up. It was a ghost with a big white head tiptoeing into my room. The thought was so absurd that I turned over and started back to sleep. That's when the ghost touched me, and I grabbed for him.
Wait, hey, let me go, Mr. Spade. Let me go. It's me, Gentle Joe.
Will I turn on a light?
Of course, I look a little different. The bandages around my head look like a turban.
What happened to you?
I was in Mr. Kemp's house when you were searching the stable.
Stupid me.
I should have come out then, but I didn't. And then I got to thinking I certainly owed you some kind of an explanation. So I found your address and came here.
All right, I'll collect the explanation. Now, first, what was the dope for?
Well, I was afraid you might take me back to $5 Frankie and his friends before I did what I had to do.
Would you care to tell me what that was?
I wanted to buy a horse.
With their money?
Yes, with their money.
They thought you were betting it on a horse, a sure thing.
I know, but let me explain. I was thrown off the tracks for doping a horse. I needed money, but that's another story. After 5 years, I could get my trainer's license back.
Tell me more.
Do you know what it is to love horse flesh and not be able to go near it for 5 years?
No, the bangtail bug never got me. You can't con guys like Frankie and his thugs out of some money to buy a horse whenever you want one.
There's more to the story. The horse I doped didn't get into the race. And the jockey had to ride another mount. He was thrown and killed.
Well, it was too bad.
I felt that I'd murdered the man. His name was Sandy Bean.
Sandy Bean? That stable boy at Sunset Stables any relative?
His son.
Oh.
His wife and son ran out of money, and they've had a hard time of it. I've worked as a janitor for the past 5 years trying to raise enough money to buy them a horse to help make up for what I did.
How much did you save?
Only $1,500. The horse I wanted, a 2-year-old named Sure Thing, cost $3,000.
Well, things are beginning to clear up now. How did you figure you could take money from Frankie to buy it?
Well, Frankie and his friends made a lot of money off Sandy Bean when he rode. I figured it wouldn't hurt them to pay a little of it back.
No, I don't think they'd see it that way.
I wasn't stealing the money. I was going to give each of them a 10% of the horse. I didn't dare tell it until after I bought it.
Mm-hmm. Well, Gentle Joe, maybe they'll see the light, but I doubt it.
I was going to take 10% for training her, give the other 60 to Mrs. Bean and her son, Danny. He'll make a good jockey. And Sure Thing is a great horse. I know. They'll make a lot of money off of it.
It's a noble plan.
Tomorrow my 5 years is up, and I wanted to give them the horse then.
I see. Who roughed you up when I was talking to you on the phone?
Danny was backing a horse into the stable, and it got excited. Started kicking, and I was in the way.
I thought maybe you'd been done in.
I know. That's why I came to see you and explain things. Can you do anything to help me?
Well,
All right, everybody, just stand where we are.
There's no need to wave a gun around here.
Shut up, you. Gentle Joe, we've been looking for you around and about.
Now, Dinosaur, now look.
Here all we wish to hear from you, Joe. Come along.
Look, you're not going to take him out of here without a fight.
We wouldn't mind this at all, inasmuch as we come equipped with a little artillery.
Bones, I didn't steal that money.
Shut up.
All right, knock it off.
You want some of the same?
Yeah, if you think you can do it. And it turned out they could. I knocked Torelli's gun aside, hit him with a hard left, and he didn't go down. I tried a right, then a knee, then a couple of elbows. And I was just getting ahead of the game when something hit me across the face and printed Code 45 on my forehead. I know this sounds repetitious, but I went out again. Honest, I did. Really. I'm sorry. Appropriately, it was dawn when I woke up cold and headachy. Of course, I was alone. Gentle Joe Higgins was the victim of a successful snatch, and I had an idea what might have happened to him. I dressed and started looking all over town, but I didn't have any luck. Any. It wasn't until I was eating breakfast and met a police sergeant I know that I got a tip.
Morning, Sam.
Hello, Sergeant.
What happened to you?
I tried to kiss her.
I didn't know they made those kind of dames anymore. Mind if I sit down?
Pleasure.
Yeah, we got a homicide this morning.
Yeah, who?
Who knows? Just an old man. Found him in the park. Somebody really worked him over.
Well, what do you look like?
Ooh, 5'10", white hair, old clothes. Probably a bum.
Where is he, Mord?
Yeah. Kelsey's putting a rundown on him now.
Yeah, I'll see you later, Carter. Thanks.
Hey, Sam, haven't finished your breakfast.
They let me in the morgue, and I took a look at the corpse. And once I saw it, I knew just where I had to go. I caught a cab out to the Sunset Stables. The horses were just having their rolled oats when I pulled in, and Danny Bean, the stable boy, was there, dressed in his cleanest Levi's.
What do you want?
Where's the show going to be?
What show?
Well, Gentle Joe gives you the horse. Isn't this the day?
Okay, so you know.
Mm-hmm.
Gee, I'm sorry about last night, Mr. Spade. I had to keep it a secret.
Forget it. You did the right thing. When's the ceremony?
In about an hour, right here. You want to wait?
Sure. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Of course, I cheated a little. I didn't tell you who it was I saw in the morgue. The truth was I didn't know. It wasn't gentle Joe Higgins, though, and so I reasoned thusly if Torelli and Moulton didn't finish him off in the night, he must have gotten out of it somehow. He was a resourceful old man, and I was sure nothing short of death would keep him from presenting Denny with a horse on the day he planned. And I was right. An hour later, he came walking in leading the prettiest chestnut mare I'd ever seen. There was a smile 2 feet wide on his face, and behind him, carrying blankets, a saddle, and riding colors, were who else? $5 Frankie, Dinosaur Torelli, and Bones Moulton.
Well, Mr. Spade, this is a surprise.
It was a pleasant one.
Yeah, this is sure thing. Oh, isn't she a beauty?
She is indeed. How'd you do it, Gentle Joe?
Well, Mr. Spade, I just invited them over to my place to have a cup of tea. You get it?
Yeah.
While we was half out, he explained the whole thing to us.
Sound like a good deal to me. We can win both ways on the track and at the window.
Oh, look at the life of that horse. Just waiting to cross the finish line.
Sammy boy, this is indeed a signal occasion, huh? This is the first time I have ever been this close to a horse, and me being a horse player.
Well, have you talked to her yet?
Why, sure. I am already talking to Sure Thing and explained to her our financial position.
Oh.
She has assured me she will romp home first, more times than not.
Well, gentlemen, shall we do what we came here to do?
Sure, leave us make the presentation.
Come on, let's get into business.
Give the animal to the kid already, I agree.
Danny?
Yes, Mr. Higgins?
Danny, the 4 of us are giving you this horse, Sure Thing, in memory of your father, the late, great Sandy Bean.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
She's a beauty, isn't she?
I feel like I was just born.
Ride her well, son. Ride her well.
And I think he will. Period. End of report.
Oh, Sam, it was so beautiful.
A simple, old-fashioned type story, F. We feel we can use one now and then.
And I'm glad nothing happened to anybody. Because I just loved them all.
Everything considered, F, they weren't half bad. Now, how about typing it up?
Oh, I'd love to.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's music and fun in the air tomorrow evening, styled to suit your Saturday night of merriment. Dennis Day brings you songs and comedy in his charming boyish manner, and then Judy Canova gets together with her frolicsome friends for Mountain Melody and Mayhem, followed by Grand Ole Opry with singing MC Red Foley and his gang. It's a Saturday night of fun designed for you.
Now, let me see now. Mm-hmm. You captured $5 Frankie's peculiar style. Perfect. And that wasn't easy.
Oh, Sam, I was just thinking.
Oh?
We ought to contribute something along with everybody else. To that horse, that Sure Thing.
I probably will, Effie. A few dollars here, a few there, whenever it's running.
Oh, I didn't mean betting.
Oh.
What I meant is, for example, it's going to need a lot of hay, isn't it?
Bales and bales.
Well, my cousin Frisbee cuts our lawn. I'll have him save the grass and send it to the stable.
Effie, you are a noble creature, but I think Sure Thing can get along without your little lawn.
Well, I've seen horses wearing stockings. Couldn't I knit a pair?
Two pair. But, F, let's not lose our heads. $5 Frankie and his pals will take good care of Sure Thing. How about worrying about taking care of me?
All right, Sam.
Yes.
Could you use some grass or some socks?
Effie, knock off this horse talk, will you? We're almost at the wire now. People are just champing at the bit for the payoff.
All right, Sam. Let's finish neck and neck, huh?
Why not? Come here, Sure Thing.
Night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Wally Mayer was Gentle Joe. Script for tonight's adventure by John Michael Hayes. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. The fight against heart disease, the greatest killer in America, goes on with increased intensity. But doctors cannot wage this battle alone. They need your help for the eventual control of heart disease through research, education, and community heart programs. Give now to fight heart disease. Send your contribution to HEART, H-E-A-R-T, in care of your nearest post office. Join the magnificent Montague. Then it's Duffy's Tavern on...
I'm looking over a four-way...
I looked up the broken glass, but there's something terribly wrong with my typewriter.
Looks okay to me. Those old models stand up, Eph. They don't make them like that nowadays.
Well, I should hope they don't. Somebody shot it.
SQP again.
No, the alphabet is all right, Sam. It's just the one key.
One missing?
No, but it's Sam. This one right here, Sam. Look at the at and Sam.
That makes sense. You won't need it for this one. Come on in.
Oh, Sam, wasn't I smart? I got the answer right away.
The answer to what?
That to which you referred to, Sam, is the whole ghastly riddle. SQP, to be exact.
Well, I was tired.
Of course you were. And besides, I was right here where I can see it right out the window. See, the neon sign, Sam, over the nifty drugstore. See? That's it. Stability, quality, purity. And a blink.
State.
Wasn't I smart, Sam? Wasn't I?
Yeah, of course you were. But that isn't quite the answer.
Well, then what is that?
To Detective Lieutenant Dundee, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police, from S. Spade, Life NA 137596. Subject, the SQP caper. The minute she walked into my office, I smelled trouble. But it also smelled like $50 an ounce. She was small and brunette. Her eyes were large, appealing, and moist. But her pitch was disappointing.
And now I realize that what he really came to San Francisco for was to be with her. This isn't the first time, Mr. Spade. There have been others. I don't know who this woman is, and I don't care. This time I intend to do something about it. They're registered at the Belvedere Hotel, and I want you to go with me and...
Just a moment, Mrs. Pierce.
Yes?
I think I know what you're leading up to. You want a detective to go with you and be a witness so you'll have grounds for divorce. Is that it?
Yes. I can't go on any longer with a man I can't trust. Oh, it's so humiliating.
Mrs. Pierce, please, I do sympathize with you. Honest, I do, but I can't take the job.
After I poured out my heart to you, exposed myself.
Oh, now, please, it's not as bad as that. It happens every day. It's just that I don't take divorce cases, but I do know a detective who might help you. You'll be much better off with me.
But I'm sure I'd feel much better with you.
Maybe after your divorce, Mrs.
Patricia. My friends call me Pat.
All right, Pat. I'll see what I can do.
Belvedere Hotel, good afternoon.
Tiny Stover on duty. Tell him Sam Spade.
Just a moment.
Who is he, Mr. Spade?
Friend of mine. House detective at the Belvedere, but he likes to pick up an extra fee now and then.
Sam?
Tiny?
Sam?
Tiny?
Sam?
Roger.
Who?
Look, Tiny, I'll stop if you will.
Oh, Sam.
Yes!
What's with you?
Yeah, about a guest in your register. Pierce, Donald, Mr. and Mrs.
Oh, yeah, sure. Clerk gave you the high sign on here. Pierce, yeah. Checked in alone, but registered for both, Sam. Said the wife would be along later, but it's okay. She finally got here.
Yeah? Well, his wife is in my office now.
Huh?
She wants to crash the party.
Oh, I get it.
Want the job?
Well, Sam, I can't take it for a private fee. It's against the house rules, you know.
Oh, too bad.
Oh, wait, Sam. I go off duty in half an hour. Maybe I could do it incommunicado, huh? Send her around, Sam.
Okay, Tiny, will do.
Will he help me, Mr. Spade?
Yeah. Ask at the desk for Tiny inside, but don't let that put you off. He's an all right guy.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Spade. You've been very kind. Goodbye.
Good luck.
Sam, what happened? Why did you leave so quickly?
For the same reason you shouldn't have let her in the first place, Effie. There was a divorce job.
Oh, but Sam, she looked so refined and all. And being the first of the month, I thought you might take exception.
I do.
Of course, you know best, Sam. But it seems to me you might welcome a little change now and then. I know you feel it's underneath you, but it's such nice face work, and between 9 and midnight alone, you could...
Effie, there are 2 words for that kind of work.
What, Sam?
Never mind.
Sam Spade Detective Agency. Oh, just a moment, Mr. Stover. Danny Stover, Sam.
What does he want?
I don't know. I think he's crying.
I'll take it. Tiny?
Sam?
Yeah. What's up, Tiny?
That dame you sent over here, listen, I better not take time telling you. Get over here. Room 418. Come in the side entrance and walk up.
What happened?
I cannot tell you over the phone. Just get over here, Sam, and hurry.
It's me, Tiny. Sam, open up.
Come in, Sam. Sort of ease in, will you? He's lying in the way of the door.
The first thing I saw as I squeezed through the narrow crack of the door was the brunette that had visited my office that afternoon. She was handcuffed to a chair, and a gag had been stuffed into her mouth. Tiny's frightened eyes shifted uneasily from her to the body on the floor.
What kind of a caper is this, Sam?
You'd better tell me, Tiny, what happened. Who handcuffed her to the chair?
I did. We broke in just like it says in the book, only there was no dame here, just him. He starts to jump the wife, and I grab him. The next thing I know, he's got my gun. I try to twist it out of his hand. The next thing I know, bang. He's right where he's laying now, and he's dead. Next thing I know, the dame is grabbing for the phone and screaming that I murdered him. That's when I decided I'd better shut her up for a while so you and me can compare notes on this thing.
Well, first we better get some notes to compare. Now, listen, Pat, I'm going to pull this gag out of your mouth, but if you start screaming, it's going right back in. Get it? All right.
Now let me out of these handcuffs.
We'll get around to that. Now, first, I want to put you straight on something. I know that Tiny here went into this on the level, which is more than I know about you. So if there are any angles in this caper besides the story you told in my office, let's have them now before the cops get here.
All right. I lied to you. I never saw this man before in my life.
Shut up, Tiny. Go on.
I was hired by a man named Christopher. He advertised for a photographer. He said he specialized in photographs for legal evidence, and this man Lombard's wife she wanted a divorce. I didn't want to do it at first, but the pay was good, and he said it was good experience for newspaper work, which is what I want to do. So I took it.
Why didn't you tell me that in my office?
Those were his instructions. He said that's the way they did it. And any detective would understand. And I was sure you did when you wouldn't take the job.
Hey, wait a minute. I don't get it, Sam. Is she some nut or something, or is she just dumb?
I guess I'm just dumb.
No comment. Let's get some facts. Your name?
Patricia Vane. My friends call me Pat. That part of my story was true. I studied photography at Berkeley.
Yeah. Now, this guy that hired you.
Well, he has an office in the Fidelity Building, where all the divorce lawyers are.
Full name?
Calvin Christopher. It says on his office door, Public Relations Counsel. That's room 842 in the back.
You ain't swallowing this yarn, are you, Spade?
Tiny, go sit down.
I didn't say nothing.
Check. Now, Pat, is this your story? You and Tiny came in here together. Lombard jumped you. Tiny grabbed him. There was a scuffle, and a gun went off.
Yes. I just opened my purse to take my camera out.
Where's the camera?
I don't know. In the excitement. Oh, that looks like it over there. Over there by the phone. Be careful, there's some exposed film in it. It might have a clue.
What did you shoot?
Oh, some fishing boats. And one I speak of Mr. Christopher himself. And some action shots of what just happened here. Do you think the police will confiscate my camera?
No, I will. I saw it first.
Hey, Sam, where you going?
I'm going to do some fishing.
Sam, you can't leave me holding the bag. You got me into this.
You want to get out, don't you?
Yeah, but...
Okay, keep me in the clear. You'll have somebody working for you. I felt like a cad, Dundee, but there was nothing I could tell you that they couldn't tell better as eyewitnesses, so I left them there to face you and your homicide boys alone. My first stop after leaving the Belvedere was Ledkin's Lightning Photo Finishes, where I left Pat's camera and film. Then I mushed across town to the Fidelity Building. It said on the door, sure enough, room 842, Calvin Christopher, Public Relations Counsel.
Well, sir, what can I do for you?
You, Calvin Christopher?
I am.
I'd like to ask you some questions.
Detective?
You hired a girl named Patricia Vane to take some pictures in the Belvedere Hotel, right?
Why, no. I advertised for a photographer, but so far no applicants.
What do you need a photographer for, Mr. Christopher?
Well, that, sir, with all due respect, is none of your business. There's nothing illegal in advertising for a photographer.
And if I had employed one, I would tell you so.
That's a straight answer. Then your story is that you did not employ Miss Vane and that you have no knowledge of her.
That is my story.
The girl's story is that she was here in this office and even snapped a picture of you. That film is being developed now. Still want to stick with that statement?
Look, friend, you do not have to be acquainted with a person in order to have your picture taken by her. Or her, as the case may be.
I know that, but if your picture shows in that film, I'll know you're lying. Mind if I use your phone? Thanks.
Homicide. Lieutenant Dundee.
Dundee, Sam Spade. That girl you're holding in the Pierce death, Hotel Belvedere?
What girl, Sam? Who's Pierce?
Tiny Stover gave you the rumble. He did, didn't he?
Not yet, Sam.
Well, you're getting it now, stiff in room 418. Gunshot. I'll meet you there. And I did. I won't dwell on that part of it, Lieutenant dear. You were cross with me, and I didn't blame you. Pierce's body was still there, and it was still dead, but there was no brunette, no house stick, no gun, and no bullet wound. The medic called it death from natural causes, heart attack. But the worst was yet to come. When I rushed down to Ludkin's to get those pictures, just to prove to you that I wasn't completely out of my mind, there were no fishing boats, no pickets, no Mr. Christopher, and no struggle. Nothing but pictures of a complete set of dental x-rays. There was a date on them, 7/14/48, and some initials, SQP.
The United States Armed Forces Radio Service is presenting the weekly adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade.
SQP. Seemed very familiar somehow. Society of Quail Prevention? Too neat. After you and your boys had cleared out, Dundee, I went back to room 418. I wondered who had fired the shot that both Tiny and the brunette believed had killed Mr. Pierce. I didn't find out, but I did find a .38 slug in the floor under the rug pad. The fibrous material had been scuffed by somebody's foot to hide the bullet hole. Tiny had been reaching for the phone as I left. According to the operator, there had been no flash on her board from 418. That meant that whoever had stopped them had done so in a matter of seconds. I didn't know whether it had been done with a kiss, at gunpoint, or with a blunt instrument. I doubted anybody would have knocked Tiny out because he was too heavy to carry down 8 flights of stairs. I checked Tiny's room on the first floor. It had been ripped to pieces by somebody who obviously had been searching for something no bigger than, say, a roll of film. About there, I decided to go and pay my respects to the late Mr. Pierce.
Good evening, sir. I'm Converse Estes.
You never remember me, do you?
Was it in connection with the columbarium?
No, we decided against it.
Oh? Which was your dear deposit?
Pierce. Donald Pierce. Late afternoon pickup at the Belvedere.
Oh, dear, he's still on the slab. He's not quite ready to be viewed. Would you like to see the floral tributes? They're truly lovely.
Who made the arrangement?
Mrs. P. A truly lovely tribute. Small but perfect. A heart-shaped wreath with their initials intertwined. DP from SP.
P.S., that isn't SQP.
No, sir. The middle initial is usually omitted. That is, if desired, in the 3250 figures.
Of course, I'll joke it.
By Jove, I do remember you. The detective, Mr. Spade. Good heavens. Foul play in regard to our Mr. P?
I'm not sure, Mr. Etheridge, but maybe you can help. These x-rays. Could you check and see if they're his?
Why, surely. Oh, dental x-rays. Needn't spend the time.
No use?
No teeth. A completely dentured subject. For a good 10 years, I would say. Oh, pardon me. Something, madam.
I'm Sandra Pierce. I've come to
Oh,
see about
yes,
the
if you'll
ring.
just wait. Do you know Mr. Spade?
Oh, they told me at the hotel. Very fortunate that you're here, Mr. Spade.
Well, I'll go and see how things are backstage. I'll see you later.
Oh, these awful things that people must go through when death comes.
No, it's not pleasant. Were you married long?
2 years. We were married in prison, you know.
What?
I suppose it shouldn't be a surprise to me. We both knew it could happen at any time.
You mean he'd been sick quite a while?
Yes, coronary effusion.
Heart trouble, huh? Then you agree that's what killed him?
I agree that... Do you have any reason to think otherwise, Mr. Spade?
Well, I think you know more about it than I do.
His physical condition?
Let's start with yours. How are your teeth?
I don't understand.
These your x-rays?
What? Oh, heavens, no, this is a man's mouth. Where did you get these? What are they supposed to mean?
I think they mean blackmail. Teeth and fingerprints are two of the best identity clinches. These initials, SQP, could be Sandra something Pierce. They yours?
No.
Do the initials SQP mean anything to you?
Well, only I thought, of course, the prison.
The what?
San Quentin prison.
San Quentin. Oh, I've been stupid. That's what you meant, married in prison.
Of course, I thought you knew. Donald was head of the prison dental laboratory there for 11 years.
I sat down and gaped at her. She went on telling me how she'd been his assistant at the prison, how he'd had to quit because the prison routine was too tough for his heart condition, and how he'd bade her a tearful farewell because he didn't have any prospects and couldn't ask her to marry him.
But then, practically the first day he arrived in San Francisco, he wired me to come here immediately, and we'd be married. A relative had died and left him $20,000, and more was coming in. He wouldn't even have to work anymore. He could retire, and that was wonderful because he really wasn't well enough to work. You're not listening to me. What are you thinking about?
$20,000 from a relative. Never explained it any better than that, huh?
No. The man came, the lawyer, I guess it was. I suppose he brought the money because Donald took it to the bank next morning.
Where were you?
Donald sent me out of the room, but I was afraid to go too far away. He was so excited and he was feeling these angina pains. I just stayed outside in the hall, listening.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't hear anything they said, but then the door opened and the man stood there and said, Don, I had no idea your ticker was so bad. Someday somebody's going to say boo to you and you'll drop dead.
That's what I figured, Mrs. Pierce. I think your husband was murdered. He was literally frightened to death. I had almost all of it now. Just a name and a number were missing, and I thought I might have them in my office under SQP. There was a light showing in my outer office as I came down the hall. It went out as I turned the doorknob.
Stop right where you are. I've got a gun.
That you, Pat?
Oh, it's you, Sam. You were so long, I thought you'd never...
Hey, don't do that. Here. Come on, honey. Don't give up like that. Here. Drink this. What happened?
Oh, I'm so tired. My ankle, I think I broke it. I jumped out of the car.
Let's see. I think it's just a sprain. Christopher's car?
We were in the back. He slowed down on the ramp. There was something stuffed in my mouth. I couldn't make a sound. What's funny?
I'm sorry, baby. You seem to have spent the entire day bound and gagged. I'm sorry. Go on.
Oh, after you left us in that awful hotel room, he came in, and he was furious. Wanted to know why we had spoiled everything by letting the gun go off, even though Mr. Stover explained that it was only accidental.
Yeah?
And then he started laughing and said he was only fooling, and he would take charge. So Mr. Stover left. And then Mr. Christopher held a gun on me and took me down the hall to another room. He pushed me in there, and then he tied me to a chair and put the gag in me.
I'm sorry, honey. So he let you cool off in there until it got dark enough and late enough to get you downstairs and in the car without attracting too much attention. You say he was heading over the bridge to Oakland, huh?
Yeah. Why are you shouting so?
I guess I'm just excited. And I was, but not over Pat's story. It was something I'd just seen. The shadow of a man against the frosted glass of my office door. I went on talking, I hope loud enough for him to hear every word I said. Pat, I don't know how to tell you this. It's going to make you feel bad, but sooner or later you'll have to know about it. This guy named Calvin Christopher, that isn't his right name, and in just a minute I think I'll have that too. He gave you a phony pitch about a photography assignment to help somebody get a divorce. But what he had in mind from the beginning was to use you as a murder weapon.
Me? A murder weapon?
You and whichever detective happened to go there with you. You see, Pierce was a blackmailer. He'd been a dentist at San Quentin, and who did he run into one day here in San Francisco but an escaped con whose teeth he had worked on, and of whom, by happy chance, he had a complete set of dental x-rays. This con bought the x-rays from him for $20,000. He's still at large and thinks he's safe now that Pierce is dead. But what he doesn't know is that Pierce took snapshots of the x-rays before he turned the originals over. The cameras got switched, and I have the x-rays right here. Look at them, sweetheart.
What are you...
Get down, lie flat. He came in shooting. I kicked the lamp out and answered him. They were all shots in the dark, but mine came closer because I had him profiled against the light. My third shot was the lucky one. It knocked the gun out of his hand, just like in the Westerns, but I was too tired to feel proud. Snap on that light, Pat, and push the phone over here, will you? Stand over away from that door, Christopher. By the way, what is that name?
Graziani, you.
Don't bother to smile.
Homicide.
Lieutenant Dundee.
Just a chip. Lieutenant Dundee.
Dundee, come over to my office and pick up Victor Graziani, 39, Caucasian, San Quentin lifer, broke out July 14th this year. You owe me $11 for damage done to my office. Period. End of SQ paid.
Oh. Sam Spade Detective Agency. Oh, yes, just a minute. He's right here. It's Mr. Tiny Stover, Sam.
Hello.
Sam?
Tiny?
Sam.
Who?
Tiny.
No Tiny here. Can I call you back?
Sam. Ain't you interested in what happened to me? I got a clue, Sam. What were those initials again?
SQP.
That's it, SQP. I'm here now.
Where?
Seymour Kelly's pool room.
Seymour Kelly's pool room?
Yeah.
Look, Tiny, don't even you realize that Kelly isn't spelled with a Q?
Since when, Sam?
Kelly is without a Q.
Oh, no, Sam. I think you must be wrong. He's chalking up now. His shot's coming up.
Good night, Tiny.
Sam?
Tiny, I'd like to go around again with you, but this airtime costs plenty. As you'll know if you ever get your own radio show, which, if you did, would be sponsored by the makers of SP Stupid Pills.
Hey, Sam, you should have seen it. Seymour just made a 3-cushion shot with the handcuffs on. You should have seen it. Sam?
Good night, honestly, Tiny.
Anything for me, Sam?
Just go type that up, sweetheart, and have it back in exactly 34 seconds.
I'm confused about who is getting divorced. Sam, you shouldn't accept divorce cases.
Effie, it was not a divorce case. You actually mean we require the usual partial recap?
Partial recap? Oh, yes. The dental x-rays would have shown that, wouldn't they?
Effie, you're not happy here.
What?
You have no one to talk properly to. Have you ever thought about maybe Tiny Stover?
Oh, thanks.
A lonely man, Effie. All his evenings free. Forced to pool rooms for diversion. Sweetheart, you could take him away from all that snooker.
Oh, Sam.
I could fix it up for you with Tiny.
Sam.
Come here, sweetheart. Has anyone ever told you how lovely you are?
You know what always happens when you get me mixed up. I just... Sam, no. My earrings. Cotton me, please.
Well. Say, I'll let you stay out another week.
Quite, Sam. Thanks for everything.
Forget it.
Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Dove. Lorene Tuttle is Effie.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Private Detective, is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
haven't even come into the office.
I slept in, Effie.
Did you have a busy night?
Rather. Didn't you read the papers today? What?
Oh, I've given up reading the papers. They're so full of bad news lately.
Well, they're especially full of bad news today, Effie.
What happened?
Oh.
Did the bowling team lose again?
Effie, I'll thank you not to mention my bowling team in public. It's just a matter of getting a little exercise. And it didn't lose, it won, even without me.
It only seems to win when you don't play on it, Sam.
Effie, don't forget your position.
Sorry, Sam.
Anyway, how do we get on this bowling kick? We're supposed to be talking about something else.
About last night.
Oh, yes. Well, this one has more than local complications. Intrigue, foreign correspondence, dirty work on a grand scale. It's international in scope. You'll chill with me, you'll thrill with me, half rogue and half renegade. It's Sam Spade in the Red Star caper.
For NBC, William Spear.
Effie?
Yes, Sam.
Yeah, I'm here.
It's about time.
Well, I'm here.
It's about time.
Effie, you sound more like a shrew every day.
Thank you, Sam. I'm just being practical, you know. How can we make money if you don't show up? Well, I had to turn away 3 clients today.
Well, that's right. I'm thinking of quitting private detecting anyway.
You are? Really? What would you do?
Well, I know a reporter's job that's open. Now, how would that sound? Scoop Spade. My beat is the universe.
Oh, that sounds terrible, Sam. You make a silly reporter. You can't even type.
Sometimes, Effie, you hit the nail right on the point, where it hurts. Now, let's get down to business.
Well, if I didn't offend you, Sam.
Well, watch it. Date January 12th, 1951. To Lieutenant R.C. Kelsey, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police. From Samuel Spade, license number 1375596. Subject, the Red Star caper. Dear Kelsey, it had been some time since I had attended a lecture. In fact, the last one I can remember is when Margaret Sanger passed through town. But last night at 8 o'clock, I filed into the Central Municipal Auditorium along with several hundred other people, including college students, newspapermen, professors of political science, the usual curious complement, and a goodly sprinkling of snuffling indigents who welcomed any easy means of escaping the cold winds that whoop through the Mission District at this time of the year.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to see so many politically minded faces gathered in this auditorium tonight. To let the world know that so many of us are trying to keep abreast of the fast-moving and sometimes confusing events of our troubled days serves as a graphic example to those who would try to take our liberties away from us, that we are ever alert and that we will continue to defend those liberties. Only by taking every opportunity to display our willingness to understand and act on the problems that face us can we serve notice to the world that we are ever ready to pick up the gauntlet of international challenge whenever or wherever it may be thrown down. The subject for tonight is, are we helping our enemies? And our speaker scarcely needs introduction, but just in case there are a few hermits in our audience who have never owned a radio set nor seen a newspaper in the past 10 years, well, just in case there are, let me introduce a man who really needs no introduction, the most distinguished foreign correspondent, Cyrus Manning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Are we helping our enemies? That is the question. My answer in a word is yes. And that answer is not hasty or ill-advised. I have just returned from a thorough coverage of the Orient. I have visited the tragic blood-soaked battlefields of Korea. I've talked with the military leaders of the armed camp of Formosa. I've trod the nervous defenseless soil of the Philippines and Japan. And I have even made 2 secret trips, incognito, right into the bastion of the communist stronghold on the China mainland. And this is my report. This materially from this very city, shipments are being made regularly to Red China.
I was sitting halfway up the hall when the lights went out. I cut for a side aisle and raced for the stage. Someone was running for a back exit, and I followed. I was too late. The car had roared out of a back alley and was gone.
On the stage, someone had rung down the curtain. Cyrus Manning was on the floor, and the chairman was bending over him. He's dead. They almost shot me, too. Let me see. Yeah, you're right. There's nothing anybody can do for him right now. The lights went out, and then the shots. Oh, this is the most terrible thing that ever happened to me. To you? Shall I ask him to get up and call the police, or do you think that with one last dying effort you might do it? I'll call him. Well, I guess he did get the worst of it. I guess he did. And that's how the news reached you, Chelsea. Now, suppose you want to know how I happened to be at a lecture where the lecturer happened to be shot. Well, I'll tell you. I don't think it makes me happy. You see, I was supposed to be his bodyguard. Now, let's start at the beginning, shall we? It's early afternoon. Our stupid hero is sitting around trying to break the code on a scratch sheet.
Sam, are you in?
Only the client, Jeff. Who is it?
Dick Davis, foreign news editor on the Tribune.
Well, he probably has me confused with Mr. X, but I'll take it. Yeah, Dick?
You ever hear of Cyrus Manning, Sam?
A foreign correspondent?
Yeah, that's the one. He's in town. He got here yesterday.
Well, what is it, a benefit? You want me to do card tricks or something?
He's a bodyguard. I don't know anybody else who'd be crazy enough to take the job, so I called you.
Oh, gee, thanks. Read the letters to the editor column tomorrow for my reply.
I didn't know whether you'd take the job, but I sent him over to see you anyway.
Who does he want to be bodyguarded against?
Well, I'll let him tell you about it, Sam, but I'll give you a clue. Their home base runs west from the center of Berlin, east to slightly below the 38th parallel.
Oh, those people, huh? Well, there are only 200 or 300 million of them. I shouldn't have any trouble.
Then you'll take the job, Sam?
Who's paying?
We are, 50 a day.
60. Haven't you heard of the cost of living index?
Yeah, all right, it's a deal.
Good.
Just one thing, Sam. If you have a good picture of yourself, taken recently, kid, we'd appreciate a copy.
Why?
Probable. That is, possible obituary.
Davis, what are you saying?
If I don't see you again, Sam, good luck.
I quit. I won't take the job. Davis! Effie!
Yes, I'm here.
I'm leaving town for a few days. Look, throw some things in my suitcase in the closet.
All right, then. But wait, there's someone here to see you.
I don't suppose his name is Cyrus Manning.
Did you ever see him, Sam?
Oh, it was easy. I just thought of the name of a man I would least like to see. Send him in.
Sam, sometimes I just can't understand you.
I have the same trouble, I'll send him in and forget about the suitcase. I am not going to succumb to hysteria.
Are you sure you're all right?
Of course I am. On these troubled times, we must keep our heads cool and our powder dry.
Well, I try to.
I'll send him in.
All right. You may come in now, Mr. Manning.
Thank you. How do you do, Spade?
Sit down.
Oh, thank you, old man.
Could you lift up your hat brim so I could see your face and maybe even take off your trim?
Yeah, I never take them off, Spade.
Oh?
They're the mark of my profession.
Oh.
Well, I'm a foreign correspondent. This is old, you know. I might do with off to Berlin or Siberia in a matter of minutes. Sometimes I even sleep in these clothes.
Well, you know best.
I wore this trench coat when I interviewed Hitler. When I stood knee-deep in water on the shores of the Philippines. Next to MacArthur. Why, the commandant of the prison camp didn't dare take it off of me when I was captured by the Chinese guerrillas. And when Mussolini...
Would you care for a drink?
See? Yeah. Well, thank you, sir. I see you pouring deep.
Well, here's the crime.
No, Spade, no. Just a minute. I never drink without first offering special toast.
Offer.
Oh, may the great white wings of the thunderbird brush lightly over your grave. A literal translation of an old Tibetan toast.
Swell. Of course, you'll probably lose something in the translation.
It's good to get back to the States where they have real liquor. I'm getting tired of sake and Korean moonshine.
I didn't know they had time to make it.
Well, let's get down to business, Spade. This is my problem. I have been no respecter of censorship or official red tape. That's why I've scored some of my biggest news beats.
I take it you're working on one now.
Oh, the biggest. Did you know that material is being shipped out of San Francisco to the Chinese Communist forces? Stuff that they are even now using against us on the battlefield?
Well, no, I didn't, but I could believe it.
Well, for weeks now I have been tracking down the truth, documenting the facts, ferreting out the cover-ups, the lies, the falsehoods.
Oh, good for you.
Tonight I'm giving a lecture at the Central Municipal Auditorium. Press representatives from every newspaper and syndicate will be there.
Of course.
I'll give the general outline of my revelations, and it'll hit every newspaper in the country. Then, when the public's appetite is whetted, I'll publish the specific details in the Tribune the following day, and we'll score a clean scoop.
I see, and you feel somebody's gunning for you.
I know they are.
Anybody specific?
I'm not at liberty to name any names just now.
Oh.
But after I give my first lecture tonight, it might be tricky for me. Well, the Tribune's hired me, and I'll do my best. I've been in tight spots before, Spade, but my duty is clear before me, and I'll not shirk it. I won't need you before the lecture. Oh? But immediately after, your services will be appreciated. Well, why don't I stick with the starting right now? Doc, after the lecture will be 2 minutes. You know this? They think I'm afraid to talk, but I guess I'm going to give them a surprise, huh? Yeah? One that they can read in their morning newspapers, huh, Spade? Yeah? Yeah? Well, he was half right, Kelsey. Might not have been a surprise, but they were able to read it in the morning papers. And at least Manning got a laugh out of it, which is more than I did. You arrived at the murder scene 3 minutes after you were called. He was shot, man. I would say so, Kelsey. I would say so. Well, then it's easy. We'll search everybody in the audience before we let them go. Kelsey, I was in the audience. Manning was shot from backstage, and whoever did it ran out the back door. Oh, that's right, Sam. You already told me that. That makes it a little harder. Now, look, Kelsey, the doorman is sitting right over there. See, the killer knocked him down coming into the stage. Now, why don't you question him? You're not kidding me, Sam. Kelsey, so help me, it's straight. All right, let's question him. You the doorman? Yeah. He hit me right in the jaw. Just like that. Oh, no, you Kelsey, for heaven's sake, get up. He's a police officer. I'll have you arrested. I'm sorry, officer. I'm totally sorry it was an accident. I was just showing you how he hit me. Oh, all right. But when you come to the shooting part, you be careful. Well, the door opened and a big man barked through, see? Before I could open my mouth, he hit me. And I fell flat on my back. Have you got a good look at him? No, all I saw was a tattoo on the back of his hand. It was a red star. You mean he stood there and shot Manning and you didn't see him? As soon as he knocked me down, he put out the light. And then he ran out. I started to get up and saw the car pull away. What kind of a car? It was a light blue convertible. And you remember anything else? Absolutely nothing else. Are you sure? Absolutely sure. I don't suppose it's worth much, but the license number was 4N75323. No, I don't think. Oh, yeah. After you recovered from your apoplexy, Kelsey, and checked the license number, we were more confused than ever. Along with Cyrus Manning himself. While you were calling headquarters, I searched Manning, and the notes from which he was speaking were gone. I reasoned that he might have had a carbon copy or handwritten notes in his hotel room or wherever he lived. The Tribune supplied his address, the Congress on Fillmore, above Van Ness, room 612. Coming out of the elevator, I bumped into a tall, handsome brunette hurrying in. Excuse me. It was my fault.
If you go to the right, I'll go to the left.
All right, ready? Sure.
Going down. Hurry, please.
She was nice, but I had other things to worry about. No one answered Manning's door when I knocked just to see what might happen, so I let myself in. Before I even had time to look for any notes, I knew it wasn't any use, because lying on the floor with his skull fractured was Dick Davis, late of the Tribune. You're listening to the weekly event. Cyrus Manning's room had been worked over thoroughly. There were no notes lying around which described the activities of anyone sending war material to the Chinese Communists. The only pertinent piece of evidence was the corpse of Dick Davis. I didn't call your office right away, Kelsey, because I wanted to get out of there and begin asking some questions before the tale was told. Strangely enough, in a man's hotel room, there were many items that belonged to a woman. Clothes, makeup, and so on. And they recalled to mind the girl I bumped into getting out of the elevator. And this recalled to me the elevator operator.
I've seen her coming up and down a few times. I know who she is.
You know Manning when you saw him?
Yeah, I knew him, the celebrities. But I can't remember like everybody.
Was the girl ever with him, if you remember?
Well, not that I remember.
Do you recall a short, dark, thin man coming up, name of Davis?
They don't pay me to remember the people. I just get paid to take them up and down. And not very much, either.
Will this help you remember anything?
What $10 will do for your memory. A thin, dark man went up about 8:30. Didn't see him come down, though. He was alone.
Good memory. Did anyone else in the elevator tonight stick in your mind?
The only guy I can remember is one who didn't look like he belonged here. Big. Had a pockmarked face.
Huh?
Oh, and on the back of one hand, he had a red star tattooed.
Manning was going to reveal something about material being shipped to China. Shipped was the word I'd overlooked. And someone tattooed who looked as if he didn't belong in a good hotel and had the smell of a waterfront on him. So I splashed myself with cologne and went looking for the man who knows most about the strange smells of the waterfront. In fact, he's one of them. He's an indescribably low man, a fungus on the tree trunk of honesty, a spider in the lunch pail of lawfulness. Porky Grouse, a stool pigeon, so low he has to climb down a ladder to tie his shoelaces. I found him at the Blue Lantern bar, took a capsule to settle my stomach, ordered a bottle and 2 glasses, and somehow forced myself to wave.
Well, if it ain't my old buddy, my old Jacob pal, good time Charlie Spade.
Buddy.
You pouring, Sam?
Porky, the other side of the table, please. I might need room in case of fire.
I like it on this side, Sam. I can keep my eye on the window.
All right, I'll move.
Oh, Sam, you're too far away. I can hardly see you.
Talk loud. Now, look, tell me something, Porky. Do you know anybody who's shipping stuff to China from here, or someone with a red star tattooed on his hand?
Honey, so high, I don't think I could speak a word out of it.
All right, here's one.
You're Prince Sam.
Please.
Still kind of dry, Sam.
Okay.
Oh, there's nobody like you, Sam. You're beautiful.
Others, well.
Where was he? Who was that stool around?
Usually me, but if you can't think of anything else, try to remember where these drinks came from and talk accordingly.
What do you want to talk about, Sam? You better get me quick before my throat dries up now.
Have you ever heard of anyone shipping war goods to China, Porky, or a man with a red star in his hand?
Ask me something else, Sam. I'd rather not answer that.
I'll see if this changes your effort. Not again.
You're a prince, Sam. Now, let me see. I heard about somebody shipping goods to the heathen Chinese.
Yeah?
But Sam, I gotta get going. I'll see you.
Rob, come back here.
I'm sorry, Sam. I just remembered I left something home on the stove.
You don't have a home. I turned around to watch him scuttle out the door, and I saw for the first time what must have caused his hate. A face as evil as any I've seen these days outside of yours, Kelsey, was staring through the dirty window. The face moved for the door and entered, perched upon a big body under a suit hat. His arms were shoved into a pea jacket and his legs hit the floor like slow jackhammers as he walked toward me.
You trying to pump information out of Grouse, pal?
Why else would anyone in his right mind give Porky Grouse free drinks? Or stand that close to him?
Who are you? What are you trying to find out?
Frankly, it's none of your business.
Look, pal, I grew up on the waterfront the hard way. I've knocked guys like you all over every port in the world. Now, don't make me mad.
Why don't you make it easy and tell me who you are and what you want?
I never answer questions. I just do the asking.
Oh?
Are you going to tell me something, or am I going to beat it out of you?
Well, I guess it's going to have to be the hard way.
Okay, pal. But just remember this. After I get through with you, I don't want never to see you down around here again. Because you bother me.
Now we come to the embarrassing part of my report, Kelsey. I did everything I usually do, but this time it didn't work. And now I know how those other puppies I batted around for the past few years feel. But all was not lost. It was a crashing right hand coming in from the side that did the damage. And it hit me right under my good eye. And on the back of that hand was tattooed a big red star. When I got up from the floor, he was gone. So was everyone else in the place but the bartender. You feel better now, mister? I told you not to have that last drink. What drink? Who was the guy who did it? Did what? Knock me down. What do you think?
Oh, brother, you really got one on. I didn't see anybody knock you down.
You didn't see a big red-headed guy in a pea jacket take a swing at me?
Look, have a drink on the house. Maybe you'll feel better, huh?
Don't give me that lost weekend routine. Who was it?
Let go of me. I don't know what you're talking about.
What happened to all those other people who were drinking here?
Now, look, mister, you can believe it or not, the only 2 people I've served in here tonight have been you and Porky Grouse. And as for a guy knocking you down, well, you must have hallucinations.
Threats, money, nothing worked. And I knew nothing would either because the sign had been put on them. So before anything more serious happened, I got out of there. And by there, I mean both the bar and the neighborhood. It was not that I was scared, but I'd long ago learned the value of an orderly retreat. Or, as they used to say in my neighborhood when I was a kid, he who hits and runs away lives to hit another day. I decided to go at things from another angle, like who owned the woman's things that I saw in Cyrus Manning's room.
They belong to Mr. Manning's wife.
Ghost, are you sure Manning had a wife? Well, they registered as man and wife, Mr. Spade.
What did she look like?
Tall, good-looking brunette. You know, now that we're talking about her, there was something strange in their relationship.
What?
She never stayed here at night. She only came in the morning and left in the afternoon.
Do you know her first name or anything else about her?
No, Mr. Spade, not another thing.
Well, it was a start, at least. She was obviously the girl I'd met on the elevator. I looked up a number of Manning's friends, but the first 3 or 4 couldn't help me. But the fifth said that Manning had married about 6 months ago, and he'd never seen the wife. Her name, as he remembered, was Spade Kearney, and her father was a ship captain. I ran down the name Kearney over at the Maritime Office and discovered that he owned 3 ships, 2 of which were in port. On the first ship, the Downwind, they told me Kearney lived on the other one. It was the Western Sun, at Pier 92. I went up the gangplank to the forward housing where the captain's cabin normally was located.
Yes?
Spade Kearney?
Yes, who are you?
Remember me from the Congress Hotel? Elevator, 6th floor?
I'm not sure.
Well, perhaps I should have told you Mrs. Cyrus Manning.
Why didn't you come in?
Who's Sam Spade? I was hired as a bodyguard for your husband, but I got there too late.
Yes. Everybody did. Mostly me.
Oh, please don't cry just yet. Why do you say mostly me?
I might have done something about it.
Why were you running out of the hotel?
I found Mr. Davis. Yes.
Have you any idea who did it?
Yes.
Who?
It seems there's no kill Star.
Who was that?
Me, I suppose. Yeah, I'm really responsible. I caused the whole thing. The whole thing.
She poured her misery out over my shoulder, and then she told me the whole story. She had met and married Cyrus Manning secretly against her father's will. When he found out, he took her aboard one of his ships and kept her prisoner. While she was aboard the ship, she found out what her father was doing, carrying essential war materiel to communist China. So somehow, smuggled the information to Manning. She did, and the arrangement was that they were going to trade the information for her father's blessing on their marriage. But once Manning got the information, he wanted to shoot more than he did his wife. That's when the trouble started.
Here he comes, Sam. Here he comes.
You get out of the way.
If he comes, he's here.
Get in the back room.
What are you doing here?
Just came to pay you a visit.
You should have learned your lesson the first time.
This time it's for keeps, Tony.
That's the way I feel.
I couldn't let him kill again. I just couldn't.
Period. End of report.
Did he die, Sam?
It was a matter of seconds, Beth.
Oh, Sam. All that poor girl wanted was love. And look what happened to her. Her father.
Yeah.
You were the only witness, Sam. You think you might try to press the evidence to talk to Sam?
I'm tempted, Effie. I'll say that much. Now, go type that out.
Oh, Sam, I will. Here it is, Sam. Believe me, I didn't enjoy typing it at all.
I didn't expect that you would, F. As a matter of fact, it surprised me that you enjoy any of them.
Oh, I never liked the killing part, Sam.
Oh?
But sometimes, the funniest people for clients, and when I write down the things they say, I can't help but laugh.
Well, if it makes you happy, I'll try to get more comedians for clients. In the meantime, you'll have to suffer along on whatever dregs of humanity the wings of fate blow into my office.
Oh, that was absolutely poetic. The winds of fate.
Oh, it's nothing. I expect to appear in the next edition of Bartlett's Familiar Quotations. Now, would you like to hear one of my longer attempts at poetic phrasing?
Oh, yes, Sam, I'd love to hear it.
Oh, good. This is called cigar. A cigar isn't far from a large cigarette in the raw material it employs, but the smoke is no joke, if you haven't learned yet, for it weeds out the men from the boys.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yes,
You ought to be able to sell that to someone.
Effie, I can't even sell me.
Give me another one, Sam.
All right. There was a young girl with a heart as big as the wheels on a cart. At the end of the day, she always would say...
Good night, Sam.
No. Good night, sweetheart.
You're wonderful.
Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Hello, hello, hello.
Sam?
At this hour on this network, you were expecting maybe Mary Margaret McBride?
I've been expecting anything, Sam. After all, to have you drop out of sight like that, leaving not a ripple on the surface for 4 whole days. Mr. Livingstone is frantic.
Who?
Mr. Livingstone, the man you rented the car from. He's ready to send out a search party.
Aha! Sammy and Livingstone with a reverse twist.
It's no joke, Sam.
Nothing, huh?
You have no right to worry me like this. It's not fair. Where are you?
To the only spot on Earth as yet unvisited by the National Geographic Society, sweetheart, the Vale of Takaloma. And don't try to find it on a map because it isn't. Set yourself for my saga of a crook's tour of the hinterlands with just a touch of mysticism, which is why I call it the Rowdy Dowser Caper. All right, Murgatroyd, these will do.
Sam, where are you calling from?
A tailor shop. I had to leave without my pants.
For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all, starring Stephen Dunn in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Dum-da-da-dum-dum-dum. When you and I were young. Effie.
Sam?
Who else?
Are you decent?
Decent?
Well, you said you'd lost your pants, so... Oh!
How do they look? Well?
Isn't it a little early for Halloween?
Ooh, you made a joke. You ready, woman?
As always, Sam.
Date, fill it in. 2 Constable Ollie Shuttle, North Takaloma, California. From Samuel Spade, license number 1375596. Subject, the Rowdy Dowser Caper. Dear Ollie, on Wednesday it was when I returned to my office of a fine spring morning to find a note lying on my desk like a big, juicy piece of cheese in a mousetrap. Quote, Mr. Spade, call North Takaloma 3, unquote. North Takaloma. Where have I...
Long distance.
North Takaloma 3.
Yes, sir. One moment. Would you repeat the number, please?
North Takaloma 3.
North Takaloma 3.
Nice diction.
That is North Takaloma?
I'm not kidding. Look it up, girl. Look it up.
Yes, sir. North Takaloma 3.
Well, she must have found it in the book because soon we had encouraging buzzes and clicks. 6 operators later, we had punched our way north to the farm at Slattery Flat. Then we knocked off for lunch, while Slim Slattery repaired the windmill that made the juice for the last lap. At 2:07 p.m., victory was in sight. Yeah?
Sam, this is Operator 9 for the 10th time.
Oh, fine. How we doing, Millie?
Sam, boy, I am actually ringing North Takaloma 3.
Oh, good girl.
Hello?
Hello, this is Sam Spade. I have a note here to call
Yes, Mr. Spade. You were out of town when I came. Perhaps you remember me. Wendell Wisby of Oak Tree Lane, North Takaloma, California.
Wendell?
I employed you a year ago to find a girl who vanished.
The magician. You made the girl disappear and couldn't bring her back.
Correct.
Yeah.
You may well ask, Mr. Spade, how anything could be worse than that. Well, this is...
Oh, there, Wendell. There, boy. Take it easy.
I can't talk. I just can't talk about it.
Fine. Then write me a nice, long letter.
Well,
you know this is a long-distance call, and I...
No. I am sorry, Mr. Spade, but this has affected me very deeply.
Look, you promised you'd lay off the magic, Wendell.
Well,
What'd you do? Misplace half a woman this time?
No, I have given up magic, Mr. Spade. I am currently employed as 3rd Vice President of the 2nd National Bank of North Takaloma.
All that?
Yes, sir. Oh, my star was rising. My future seemed assured, but
Now a shadow has fallen over my good name.
Boot it along, will you, Wendell? This is costing me money.
I cannot tell you more on the phone, Mr. Spade. You must come at once. It is extremely urgent.
I see. Well, frankly, Wendell, I have a feeling I'll be tied up.
But I left
There's
your
a collection
retainer
I
under
have
your
to make,
desk,
and well, the
Father.
chances are I'll... What was that?
I just said there's $100 under your desk blotter for a retainer. I left it when I came with the note. But if you have a collection to make, suppose
Wendell, that is the collection. And so it befell that shortly before lunch on the following day, I guided my rented hack across the ford at Clobber Creek, up the high road through Possum Notch, and down into the Vale of Tacaloma, where I muscled my way through a flock of geese in the main street and tied up before the imposing stone facade of the Second National Bank. Inside, sitting in front of the door marked Urban Root President, sat a secretary whose facade looked colder and even more imposing than the bank's. She was shriveling one of the customers, a meek little milk toast in a salt and pepper soup.
But as I informed you, my good man, President Root is extremely tied up at the moment.
Oh, I'm quite aware of that, miss. I wouldn't bother him for the world, but you see,
No, I don't see. And since you refused to state the nature of your business...
Did I refuse?
You most certainly did.
Oh, dear me, I didn't mean to refuse anything. It's just that, well, it's sort of personal, and may I go in?
You may sit down until I tell you to go in. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I understand. I don't mind waiting. Don't mind at all.
And now you, sir. What do you want?
I have an appointment with Wendell Wisby.
Mr. Wisby is in conference with the President Root.
Thanks.
If you'll sit down, I'll... just a minute, sir. Just a minute.
And you must understand, President Root, this is a matter of family honor.
Yes.
I shall...
Oh, hi, Wendell.
Oh, Mr. Spade.
Now, sorry I couldn't get here sooner, but it's a long haul.
Well, Mr. Spade is a friend of mine, President Root, from my salad days as a magician. A very competent detective, I might add.
Well, thank you, Wendell.
Yeah, I see.
We are indeed fortunate to have him with us in this matter.
Good, good. Please sit down, Mr. Spade.
Thanks.
You are aware, Mr. Spade, this matter is to be held in strictest confidence. Word must be kept from the depositors at all cost until...
But remember, President Root, remember the code of the Wisbys. Should worst come to worst, I shall make good. I shall make good if it takes me...
I understand, Wisby. I understand.
Well, mind if I admit I don't? What is it, Wendell?
Snatcher.
Snatch whom?
Uncle Purse.
Our former cashier, Mr. Spade. Purse Snatcher. Wisby's uncle.
Purse Snatcher. What about him?
Everything.
He has disappeared.
Absconded.
That is a harsh word, President Root. I would prefer to say he disappeared until we have further proof.
The money's gone, isn't it?
How much money?
$53,000.
From Uncle Purse's accounts.
Yeah.
It may be he has absconded, President Root, but we must remember that despite the Snatcher surname, Uncle Purse is a Wisby. And a Wisby never lived who got away with $53,000.
All right, Wisby. He disappeared.
Yes, may I ask when he disappeared?
Last Friday night, about 9 o'clock.
Anyone see him go?
Almost everyone.
His car stalled at Main and Persimmon. Several people saw him trying to start it. He was acting very strangely.
Oh, how was that, Wendell?
Well, Clem Clobber and Charity Fid and several others spoke to him from the curb, but he wouldn't answer them. He didn't say a word to anyone, which is not at all like Uncle Purse Snatcher.
Wisby, man to man. Would you feel sociable with a satchel full of stolen money on the seat beside you?
Well, there you have a point, President Root.
I can't blame you for the way you feel, President Root, but I must continue to believe the best of Uncle Purse until Mr. Spade discovers the worst.
Oh.
And in that dismal eventuality, please know I intend to pay off the $53,000 plus interest on the installment plan. $5.37 per week for 48 years.
Oh.
You have my word on it, sir. The word of a Wisby.
With which solemn pronouncement, Wendell marched out, closely followed by me. Salt and Pepper Soup Milquetoast was still fingering his hat brim, looking hopefully at Miss Icewater for the sign. At Wendell's suggestion, I hustled out to the Snatcher homestead for a word with Purse's wife, a timid little woman with her heart in her eyes, known from one end of the valley to the other as Aunt Wistful.
I can hardly think straight these days, Mr. Spade. So full of puzzlement this thing has left me.
Well, of course, Aunt Wistful.
Have another dipper cider, Mr. Spade. Get down, not you.
No thanks, Sam. Wistful.
Purse wasn't himself since the well run dry. We had a passel of dry winters here in the valley, you know, but never for this as the well run dry. First didn't know which way to turn. The pipe end's 2 miles down the road. Couldn't afford to bring it in here.
I see.
He took to muttering to himself, saying strange things. Coming home from his work at the bank with a frown on his face. Stayed there all evening.
What do you mean, strange thing?
Oh, I don't recollect very well. He brought a law book home one night, though, and out of a clear sky he says to me, "Wistful honey, do you know the punishment for embezzlement is 5 to 10 years in prison?" I asked what he meant by that, and he said he thought it might be a good thing for a banker to know.
Well, he had something there.
It was the night after that. He come home all cheerful. Said he thought he'd figured a way out. Found a fellow to help him. Get down. I had no idea what Perce was thinking.
What fella?
Urban Root, I suppose.
Oh.
It's Urban's bank he was fixing to steal from. About then I got word from my sister ailing over to Fogarty Grove, so Thursday I left, and when I got back Saturday, he'd gone.
Did he take his things?
Mostly. Funny, he did one strange thing for this time of year. He left his corn teeth behind.
Corn teeth, huh?
A spare pair of store teeth for corn on the cob.
Oh.
Perce will miss him now with summer coming on.
Yes, he will.
Bless him. You know, ever since spring, I've been after Perce to spade up my flower bed by the window. He did it before he left, now that there's no water to grow things with. I loved him so much, Mr. Spade. In this awful way for marriage to him. Get down!
Well, I started at Main and Persimmon Streets and worked south, farm by farm. Everyone seemed to have been sitting on his front stoop Friday night because all remembered Purse Snatcher driving out on the South Road in his 1919 Winton 6. Up to a point, that is. Somewhere between North Takaloma and Fogarty Grove, I ran out of witnesses. And in Piney Crotch, of all places, the town beyond, they could guarantee Purse didn't pass through because the main drag was roped off all Friday night for a square dance. And thus matters stood on the third day when I limped back to the bank. For some reason, a crowd had gathered in the alleyway next door. Writing it off as a floating crap game, I walked inside, bowed formally to Miss Icewater, then plunked myself down at Wendell's desk.
Oh, Shaw. I just found I miscalculated on the interest. At $5.37 per week, I won't have this paid off until I'm 134.
And who knows, by then you may even have a wife and children to support. Look, don't you think you were a little impetuous with that retainer?
What retainer?
Mine, the $100.
$100?
Wendell, the $100 you stuck under my desk blotter when you hired me.
I hired you?
You came to my office while I was out of town, Wendell. You left a note for me to call you. I talked to you on the telephone. Well, didn't I?
Mr. Spade, something is very wrong. I did not talk to you on the telephone at all.
What?
I thought you were employed by President Root.
Well, where is President Root?
I don't know. He stepped out some time ago, and there's someone waiting for him in his office.
Oh?
Do-do-do-dee-do-do. Hi, Miss Icewater. Oh, tell me, pretty mean, are there any more at home like you?
Milk toast. But with a difference. The salt and pepper suit had gone. Beret, bow tie, plaid sport jacket with a racing form sticking out of the pocket. Maroon +4s and wool socks with tassels. He took one of President Root's cigars out of his pocket, bit off the end, and lit it. Then smiled, or rather leered, at Miss Icewater.
Well, honey?
I'm sorry,
Oh,
sir.
23 skidoo, sweet stuff.
President Root will be back shortly if you...
Oh, don't be a back number, beautiful.
But, sir, I...
Papa love Mama?
Well, I don't know what to say.
You'll learn. Tell Cookie I'll be back, huh?
Yes, sir. Anything you say.
Live a little, baby. Live a little. Toodaloo.
Golly.
Golly, indeed. Miss Icewater. Hey.
Oh.
What was that?
I don't know his name. A friend of Peasant Roots. He's rather attractive, don't you think?
Only now, as I went outside in his wake, did I see what had caused the crowd in the alleyway. The first sport model convertible in Tolokema Valley since Wally Reed came through on location. And the first pink one I'd ever seen. Pondering the new milquetoast, I walked into the drugstore, found a phone book, and checked all 25 names. North Tacoloma 3 belonged to the Atomic Auto Courts and Restaurant. Charity Fidd, proprietress. She was riding herd on a griddle full of lamb chops when I pulled up at the counter.
How's that again, Sonny? Short, you say?
Short.
And scalped on top with a fringe of hair like so?
Yeah, and a wicked leer in his eye. That's my man.
Well, he wasn't wearing no barrack hat nor plaid coat when I seen him. Salt and pepper suit it was.
Yeah, I know. Who is he?
Well, he didn't register, but they say he's Dowser.
Dowser. Don't know his first name, do you?
Nope. Now, where he come from? Stayed in room 6 till 2 days ago. Ain't seen him around since.
When did he come here?
Let me see now. Codfish balls.
Beg pardon?
Oh, that'd be Friday night, late. And the funny thing now, think of it, he'd come afoot. Not by the road to Fogarty Grove, mind you, but by the trail over the ridge.
Well, where does it go to, Aunt Charity?
Winds up the old clobber place, Banda now.
Oh, thanks. I'll be back.
You'll be nothing. You just sit right down where you are and you wrap yourself around this. Ain't no growing boy going hiking over the ridge without supper. Clean it up now, every scrap.
Yes, Ma. It had been dark about 2 hours when, carrying one of Aunt Charity's best coal oil lanterns, I topped the ridge and looked down on Clem Clobber's abandoned barn, nestling in a grove of ancient oaks at the very foot of the hill. The moon was bright enough to show up the pair of grassy ruts leading from the rear of it down the gully toward the road to Fogarty Grove, a couple of miles away. On general principles, I blew out the lantern, then scrambled down the side hill and up to the barn door. I couldn't make out anything inside at first, and then finally something took shape. A dark hulk in the middle of the floor. Stupid me, I lit a match. It was an automobile. To be exact, it was Purse Snatcher's 1919 Winton 6. His hat and the tweed overcoat everyone saw him wearing Friday night were lying across the front seat. I held the match higher and bent over for a closer look. Whereupon Spade and the match went out together.
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's fun for you Sunday with two of your favorite families, the Blandings and the Harrises. Mr. and Mrs. Blanding stars Cary Grant and Betsy Drake in the title roles as the proud but somewhat bewildered owners of the famous Dream House. The Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show stars Phil and Alice, of course, plus ever-helpful Frankie Remley, Brother William, and delivery boy Julius. Yes, there are laughs this Sunday and every Sunday with the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show and Mr. and Mrs. Blandings. And now, back to the Rowdy Dowser caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I must apologize, Constable, for succumbing once again to the traditional nemesis of the private eye. But the bald facts are simply that I bent over for a closer look at the Winton 6 and was struck a dastardly blow on the rear of the head. How long I remained incommunicado, I know not, but I awoke presently, and with good reason. My pants were on fire. As a matter of fact, the entire barn was on fire, and I was lying in the tonneau of the Winton 6 wearing Purse Snatcher's overcoat. The door I'd come in was a wall of flame, likewise the stalls on both sides. But at the rear were a few square feet of rotten siding that hadn't caught yet. Now, ordinarily, I'd have thought twice, but when your pants are afire, you only think once. So I ran right through it and took a flying header into the creek behind the barn. It was just as well I